Persons attempting to find a motive in this narrative will be prosecuted. Persons attempting to find a moral in it will be banished. Persons attempting to find a plot in it will be shot by order of the author.
You read a book called Tom Sawyer, but I'm hooked in just same. If you did read that book, you'll remember Tom Sawyer and me found some money hid by robbers in a cave. Judge Thatcher, he's about the smartest man in all Missouri. Well, he put the money out at interest. Before I was rich, I used to live in the woods, free and comfortable like. But after we found the money, the widow Douglas allowed she'd civilize me. It was awful. Considering how dismal, regular, and decent the widow was in a way.
Huckleberry, I'll not have you smoking. It's a mean practice and taste clean. Besides, 14's too young.
Oh, that's the way it was. What with new clothes, Bible reading, spelling books, I was ready to cut and run. One night she was at it worse than usual.
Huckleberry?
Yes, sir?
Don't squint up like that. Sit up straight.
Yes, sir.
Can't you stop squirming so? Finn, have you got your shoes off?
Yes, sir.
I declare, sometimes I'm afraid you're going to grow up just like your father. Man, the Goshen, Huck. You might as well go up to bed. I can't stand your fidgeting.
I sat by the window in my room, just staring, and tried to think of something cheerful that wasn't no use. I got so downhearted and scared that I lit up my pipe. Didn't care if the widow smelled it or not. And the twig snapped down the yard. What's this? That you, Tom Sawyer?
Yep. Come on down the drain pipe. We're having a meeting by the graveyard. Over here, Huck.
I see you.
Who's there?
Blast it, now you woke in, the widow's slave. Come on, Tom.
Who is it? I thought the old wind, that's all. That's the old wind howling around.
You went inside. Come on. What is all this, Tom?
We're going to start a band of robbers called Tom Sawyer's Band. Everybody will have to sign an oath. Blood.
Blood? And why?
So he won't tell the secrets about who the gang kills and all. If he does, he gets his throat cut and his carcass burned up and has a curse put on it.
That's a powerful good oath.
And then the gang kills all his family, too.
Well, what about me? I ain't got no family.
You got a father, ain't you?
You can't never find Pap these days. He used to lay drunk without Hobbs and Nathaniel, but he ain't been seen for a year.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of the Samuel Butler novel, The Way of All Flesh, starring Tom Conway as Ernest Pontifex. Samuel Butler was a philosopher and essayist of mid-Victorian England. His literary output was large. But among all his works, there was only one novel, The Way of All Flesh. Today it remains as his most important work, a brilliant satiric picture of family life and manners of the period. Two, it has the virtue of being a highly interesting story, a story drawn directly from the life of the author. In a moment, then, The Way of All Flesh, as adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick and Clarice A. Ross. But first, a word from the director of the NBC University Theater, Andrew C. Love.
A word of thanks from all of us engaged in the presentation of the NBC University Theater to the Peabody Award Committee, who last Thursday honored this program by citing it as foremost in the field of radio drama during the past year. Our sincere thanks, gentlemen. Now, The Way of All Flesh, starring Tom Conway as Ernest Pontifex.
My acquaintance with the family of my godson, young Mr. Ernest Pontifex, who is the chief person of my narrative, dates from my earliest days. When I was a child in Palem, my father, the Reverend Overton, used to be fond of saying that old Mr. Pontifex was the finest man he had ever known, but that his son, George, was no fool either. George Pontifex believed with his neighbors that young gentlemen should be well thrashed 2 or 3 times a week, and young ladies kept as ignorant as possible. His youngest son, Theobald, was a complete product of this household. Thus, one hardly knows what answer he expected when in his last year at Cambridge, where he had been reading to become a clergyman, he wrote his father this letter.
My dear father, you have declared, and I heartily thank you, that no one will compel me to be ordained. I know you would not press ordination upon me if my conscience was seriously opposed to it. I have therefore resolved on giving up the idea. Your affectionate son, Theobald Pontifex.
Whatever answer Theobald expected, the one he got was distinguished at least by its promptness.
Dear son Theobald, I have received your letter, and am at a loss to conceive its motive. But I am very clear as to its effect. You shall not receive a single sixpence from me until you come to your senses. Your affectionate father, George Pontifex. Theobald was thus enabled to interpret this outward shove as the inward call for which he had so earnestly prayed, and was ordained. He shortly provided himself with a mate who was in all things what a wife and a minister's wife should be. And from the year 1834 until the end of their lives, the Reverend and Mrs. Pontifex were established in the rectory at Battersby. And Mrs. Pontifex was established in the conviction that Theobald was always right. On my infrequent visits to the Pontifex household, I was invariably a witness to the tyranny of the Reverend Pontifex over my godson, Ernest.
Pleasant to have you with us, Overton. We'll have the children in presently. I hope you won't be too disappointed at your godson Ernest's progress.
Progress? In what?
Why, everything. He's reading, for one thing.
Reading? He's not 3 years old.
Oh, almost 3. And he can hardly put one Latin word after another.
How can you expect an infant in
Now, these things can be hardly taught too early. Don't you agree?
Well, I would...
Of course not.
Well, come, my dear, let's have them in for the hymns. We give them a special treat on Sunday, Overton. Let them choose their own hymn.
Magnificent.
Ernest? Joey? Papa would like you to come in now.
Yes, Mama.
Ernest, you remember your godpapa, Mr. Overton?
Yes, Mama.
Ernest, Mr. Overton has heard about the happy times we have singing hymns on Sunday evening. Sing for him.
May I sing Sunset Tree, Mr. Overton?
Anything you like, my child.
Come, 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 come to the sunset tree.
Ernest, don't you think it would be nice if you were to say come instead of come?
I do say come.
Ernest, don't contradict Papa.
Ernest, you say tum. Now say come as Papa does.
Come.
That's better, Ernest.
Now, please, Overton. Ernest, that's no better. You're not taking pains. Now take your time and think and say come.
Come.
Please don't laugh, Overton.
Ernest, you must not disobey dear Papa like this.
Now, Ernest, you have one more chance. Either say come properly, or I shall know that you are deliberately naughty.
But I...
Go on.
John.
Very well, Ernest. I've done my best to save you. Now come here.
Papa. No, Papa. I do say John.
Oh, Theobald, for the love of heaven! Thus did the upbringing of my godson Ernest begin and continue. One of the more severe experiences of his life began the day that Mr. Pontifex took him to school for the first time, to a painful meeting with the headmaster, one Dr. Skinner.
I tell you in confidence, Mr. Pontifex, no Roughborough boy has failed to make Oxford or Cambridge in 20 years.
Dr. Skinner, Ernest is honored that you've accepted him. Aren't you, Ernest?
Yes. Yes, Papa.
Do you always look so preternaturally grave, boy? Do you never smile? What are you staring at?
Your books, sir. There must be 1,000,000 of them.
More like 5,000, I should think.
And you know every word of them by heart?
Mr. Pontifex, tell me, how far has this boy of yours advanced through Euclid?
Oh, he has the first 3 books, Doctor.
What? 12 years old and not finished Euclid?
He's somewhat lazy, I must admit. He has his Latin and Greek, though.
Let's see what you have in your head, boy. Tell me, who were the 3 Graces?
The 3 Graces were Aglaia, Euphrosyne, and Thalia.
What's that you said? What was that last?
Thalia.
Thalia, you audacious reptile. You dare say Thalia to me? Me, who never made a false quantity in my life? We'll see if that sort of thing will go at Roughborough.
In Ernest's 2 worlds of home and school, there was no one, really no one at all, whom he could regard with affection and who behaved toward him in a friendly fashion. There was, for a while at Battersby, a kind and smiling young servant girl whom he always looked forward to seeing, but even this bit of happiness did not last. One day, on arriving home for his holiday, Ernest learned a sad piece of news.
Cook, I've been looking for Ellen. Where is she?
Ellen? Mercy, Master Ernest. Don't you know?
Know what?
No. How could you know? And you not half an hour home. Why, Ellen's turned out.
You mean she's gone?
Gone she is. And John's even now driving her to the station. Poor girl got herself into trouble. The mistress couldn't but send her away, but the Lord only knows what she'll do now. Heaven save us, Master Ernest. Wherever be you going?
Master Ernest. Come, get thy breath, boy.
Ellen. Ellen. Must you really go away? I'll not go far, Master Ernest. There's nothing left for me but the grave. No. Don't say that. Here's a shilling and a 6. Oh, no, Master Ernest, I couldn't. Here's my watch. No, and my knife. That's all I've got. Oh, Master. John, make her take it.
Come, take it, lass. Take what thou canst get, while thou canst get it.
I shall never forget you, Master Ernest. Never. As long as I live.
In the matter of the watch, Ernest's mother suspected something amiss in his story of having lost it, and endeavored to speak to him about it. But she learned nothing. For by that period in his life, Ernest knew better. The mangled bones of too many murdered childhood confessions lay whitening around the skirts of his mother's dress to allow any possibility of his trusting her further. And so the watch was forgotten until Theobald, on one of his infrequent trips to the city, decided to buy Ernest a new one. When he got home...
Ernest, I've sent for you to clear up a little matter for me.
Yes, Papa.
I went into several shops today looking for a new watch for you. second-hand, of course.
You're very kind, Papa.
Ah, quite so. But you can imagine my surprise when I came across the very watch you told me that you had lost.
Papa, I assure you...
Silence. I learned everything from the shopkeeper. That watch was sold him by that miserable girl Ellen, who swore you had given it to her. Is this true or false?
It's true, Papa.
So I feared. Ernest, I shall have to ponder a really suitable punishment for this appalling misdemeanor. But meanwhile, you will have naturally to pay me back what I gave the shopkeeper for the return of the watch. I shall deduct it from your pocket money. 15 shillings.
Papa!
Surely. Listen.
Please, Papa. I've got to have my money. I owe it.
Debt? My son in debt? Idleness, falsehood, and now debt. Oh, Lord, let not thy servant's cross be heavier than he can bear. To whom do you owe this money?
Why,
Ernest, answer me.
At school, Papa. There's an old shopkeeper, Mrs. Cross. She sells hot rolls and butter. And we?
So I'm not the only father whose son is a disgrace to him. Dr. Skinner shall know of this.
Oh, Papa, you mustn't tell him. Mrs. Cross...
Mrs. Cross's shop shall be closed. And I'm going to present Dr. Skinner with a list of every boy who's had to have this sort of nefarious practice whipped out of him. And you're going to give me that list, Ernest. You may begin.
Let us mercifully pass over the remainder of my godson's school years and come to the end of his stay at Emmanuel College, Cambridge, when he found himself face to face with a problem which, though he did not know it, had once confronted Theobald himself.
Now, Ernest, I trust you're getting along well with your reading for orders?
Well, it seems like a long way off yet, Papa.
Oh, nonsense. It'll be on you before you know it. You certainly know you'll never get a fellowship at Cambridge.
Well, I suppose not.
Of course not. You haven't the industry. And you needn't think that I'll support you.
Oh, of course not, Papa.
Well, then, you'll have £5,000 from your grandfather's legacy. Best thing you can do with it will be to buy a curacy under a very old rector and wait for him to die. And perhaps when you're 30, you shall marry. I think that settles everything.
Yes, Papa, I believe that settles everything. My dear Papa, since my curacy is in one of the poorer neighborhoods of London, and I'm to be working among the poor, I believe I can best serve Christ by going and living among them, to familiarize myself with their habits and their thoughts. I have therefore taken lodgings with the widow of a cabman, a very respectable matron named Mrs. Jupp in Ashpit Place. I trust you will approve this step, which my conscience has bidden me take. Your affectionate son, Ernest Pontifex.
My dearest son Ernest, on the whole, your mother and I feel that the step which you have taken is a commendable one. Your lodgers will at least have the advantage of being free, cheap. Furthermore, we feel that in such a place there can be few or no temptations, and you'll be able to pass your time in reading for the improvement of your mind. I remain your affectionate father, Theobald Pontifex.
Ernest's life in lodgings might have been a happier one had it not been for the counsel of a fellow student named Pryor. As I understand it, Pryor called in upon Ernest one day, and the conversation came quickly to the issue.
Shall I ring for some tea, Pryor?
I think not, Pontifex. That That landlady of yours, that Mrs. Jupp, I just as soon not have the old rummy about.
Oh, you mustn't speak of her that way. She is a good old soul. It was kind of you to come.
Well, fellow curates must stick together, mustn't they? I thought you might have called at my room sometime.
Well, frankly, Prior, your friends, don't you think they're somewhat too inclined to be high church?
Well, it's all very well to quarrel with Rome, Pontifex, but you must admit that Rome has reduced the treatment of the human soul to a science, and our church has done nothing of the sort.
What are we to do, then?
Why, return to the practices of our forefathers, of Rome, if you like. If the priest isn't a healer of men's souls, what is he?
That's just the trouble. I've been wondering of late if I shall manage to heal my own soul, let alone anyone else's.
Ah, so the devil's been whispering to you, has he?
It may be. Can I make your confession?
Oh, pray do.
There are certain thoughts I've struggled against. I thought I should lose them when I was ordained, but I haven't. And I'm sure they're not holy.
In short, Pontifex, you've been wanting a woman.
Deplorable, isn't it? And I don't know anyone whom I care to marry. The only way out of these thoughts that keep tormenting me, the only way I can see is to get married at once.
Oh, on the contrary, Pontifex. Oh, I'm greatly in favor of the celibacy of the clergy. At least to all appearances.
To all appearances?
My dear fellow, if you and I aspire to become true clergymen, we must familiarize ourselves with the repulsive details of all kinds of sin, so that we may recognize it in all its stages.
But what are we to do?
I understand that you received a small inheritance from your grandfather a few weeks ago.
Yes. £5,000.
Oh, pity. We shall need twice that.
What for?
To establish a college of spiritual pathology, where young men may study the nature of the sins of the soul. Of course, we might make a start with your 5,000.
But if I gave up my money for such a purpose, how should I manage to go on living?
Oh, the college would pay you a salary, of course. Meanwhile, Pontifex, I could double your money for you, you know.
How?
Let me invest it for you at the stock exchange.
Oh, that seems a little rash.
Oh, nonsense, old boy. I know more about these matters than you do.
I've been thinking. There are all these thousands of souls to be saved, and I haven't saved a single one yet. Perhaps instead of founding the college, I ought to try preaching on the streets for a while.
What? Hawk Christ about the gutters? Oh, never, Pontifex. No. You give me your money, and then once the College of Spiritual Pathology is established, only then will we be on the road to saving souls.
Prior, you're sure this venture is perfectly safe?
Safe as houses, old boy. Don't you trust me?
Yes, sir. I suppose I do.
Well, here, then, take this pen and make me out a draft on your bank for £5,000.
I should think a man has to express his conviction sometime.
Oh, but of course.
Prior, I'll do it. Here, £5,000.
Pontifex, you shall be a bishop for this. Now I must be trotting along.
Prior, wait.
What?
These other thoughts of mine.
Oh, experience. Get experience, Pontifex.
But you said you didn't think a clergyman should marry.
I don't.
You mean that...
Precisely, my boy. Some of us must doubtless perish spiritually in such investigations. But if it be God's will that you should fall while studying what you believe most calculated to advance his glory, then you shall say, not thy will, but his be done.
Mr. Pontifex.
Yes, Mrs. Jupp?
You haven't met any of the other lodgers yet, have you?
Not yet.
Oh, well, you'll find them all very nice people, Mr. Pontifex. Very nice people indeed. Not gentlefolk like yourself, of course.
We are all alike in God's eyes, Mrs. Jupp.
You do say such nice things, Mr. Pontifex.
I wonder if you'd mind telling me, Mrs. Jupp, who is it lives directly upstairs?
Oh, that's Mr. Holt. You mustn't mind him. He gets drunk now and again and beats his missus, but he don't mean no harm.
I'm glad to hear it. If you want to know the truth, I hid under my bed last night. I expected to hear blood dripping through the ceiling.
Oh, Mr. Pontifex, you never. Now, there's some lovely people upstairs over the Holts. A Mr. and Mrs. Baxter. But, of course, they're Methodists.
That is very sad news.
Mr. Shaw now, the tinker on the ground floor, he's a free thinker.
How fortunate it is that I came here. So many souls to be saved.
Then there's the two back rooms on the Baxter's floor. That's Miss Snow and Miss Maitland. Single girls, Mr. Pontifex, but respectable. Believe me, perfectly respectable.
Mrs. Jupp, I see my duty clearly. I'm going to bring the word of Christ to every one of your lodgers. Oh, dear, that must be Mrs. Holt. I'm just in time.
Well?
Mr. Holt, I'm Ernest Pontifex.
You be that bloomin' clergyman, eh?
Yes, and I'd like to talk to you.
Well, whatever you've got to say, I might have already heard it, see? So be off with you, young puppy, before I kick you down bloomin' stairs.
Mr. Shaw, I'm Ernest Pontifex.
Oh, come in, sir. Come in. You have something you want me to repair?
I hope, Mr. Shaw, to be able to repair something of yours, your soul.
My soul? Oh, you be the clergyman old Jupp was ranting about. Well, sit down, boy, sit down. Now, what can I do for you?
As I said, Mr. Shaw, I have come to save your soul.
Oh, now, boy, you don't want to go about bothering about my old soul. How about those two young sweet things upstairs? They're more in a young man's line.
Mrs. Jupp assured me, sir, that Miss Snow and Miss Maitland are perfectly respectable.
No. Well, if Miss Snow's respectable, she got a part of brothers and cousins come to see it at all hours. I don't know about Miss Maitland, but I should think those girls are all alive.
Really, sir, I have no interest in the young ladies' private lives.
So you want to know about my soul? Well, how do I know that you're qualified to look into it?
I beg your pardon?
You Oxford and Cambridge gentlemen, you think you know everything. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, feel free to do so, of course, sir.
Well, then. Now, give me the story of the resurrection of Christ as told by St. John.
St. John?
That's right. The Gospel of St. John.
I'm afraid, sir, that I might confuse the various versions.
You might. I'll wager you might. Since the Bible's confused them thoroughly already. Why, don't you know, young man, that none of them agree?
They don't? But they must agree. That's the very cornerstone of our religion.
So it is, Mr. Pontifex, so it is. And if you'll take another look at that religion of yours, you'll find that it can't stand many blows of my hammer. And now, sir, I wish you a very good morning.
Come in.
I've brought you your supper, Mr. Pontifex.
No, thank you, Mrs. Jupp. I shan't eat anything.
Why, you've got to eat, Mr. Pontifex. Just a little, there's a dear.
I'm very busy, Mrs. Jupp.
Busy? Oh, I should think you were with that big book. What might it be?
Dean Alford's Notes on the Resurrection.
Oh, gracious. That's too deep for me. And for you, too, Mr. Pontifex. I expect that infidel Shaw's been bothering you.
Mr. Shaw and I had a very nice talk.
Oh, so nice it seems you've no appetite for your supper. Now, if you want to save somebody, why don't you go and save Miss Snow? She's a really nice girl, Mr. Pontifex, and she won't give you no trouble at all.
My dear Miss Snow,
Mr. Pontifex, why don't you put your Bible down on the table and come and sit beside me?
Why, I'd like that, Miss Snow, but, I came to talk to you about your soul.
Can't you talk about it over here?
Well, really, I think I'd better be going.
Oh, Mr. Pontifex, you don't like me.
Yes, I do, Miss Snow. Believe me, I do. In fact, to tell you the truth, I have a strong temptation.
Temptation? Well, we all have to be tempted once in a while, don't we, dearie?
Oh, do you really think so?
You do like me, don't you?
Miss Snow, you don't know anything about me, but, well, what I'm trying to say... Who's that?
Oh, that must be one of my brothers. Oh, hello, dearie. This is Mr. Pontifex. He came to talk to me about my soul. Isn't that sweet?
Not the place one expect to find a clergyman.
How do you do?
How are you?
I must be going.
Right, dearie. Your Bible.
Oh, yes, thank you. Good night.
Yes? What is it, please?
Oh, Miss Maitland, let me in. Please let me in.
Well, really, sir, it's rather late.
Oh, please let me in. Don't speak.
Please, sir. Who are you? What do you want?
Oh, don't speak. Just let me put my arms around you.
Will you get out of here? I'm a respectable girl, sir.
Yes, dear Miss Maitland. Don't push me away.
Get out! Get out! Please! Help! Please! Oh, help!
Ernest Pontifex, in all my years on this bench, yours is one of the most painful cases I have ever had to deal with. You have been singularly favored in your parentage and education. You are sent to one of the best public schools in England, where you cannot possibly have found any contaminating influences. At Cambridge, you are shielded from impurity by every obstacle which virtuous and vigilant authorities could devise. The females who were admitted within the college walls were selected mainly on the score of age and ugliness. It is hard to see what more could be done for any young man than this. For the last 5 months, you have been a clergyman, and if a single impure thought had still remained within your mind, ordination should have removed it. And it has all come only this, that you have not had the common sense to be able to distinguish between a respectable girl and one who is not. In consideration, however, of the fact that this is your first offense, I shall deal leniently with you. The sentence is imprisonment for 6 months, hard labor.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Tom Conway in a radio version of Samuel Butler's The Way of All Flesh. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, critic, and author of the Speaking of Books column in the New York Times, Mr. J. Donald Adams. Speaking from New York, here is J. Donald Adams.
The man who at the age of 93 is still the Peck's bad boy of literature, I mean, of course, must know no secret of the fact that most of the ideas which he has bandied about in his plays were derived from Samuel Butler. If ever one writer was the intellectual and spiritual godfather of another, Butler was Shaw's. In his preface to Major Barbara, Shaw said this: "It drives one almost to despair of English literature when one sees so extraordinary a study of English life as Butler's The Way of All Flesh, making so little impression that when some years later I produce plays in which Butler's extraordinarily fresh, free, and future-piercing suggestions have an obvious share, I am met with nothing but vague cacklings about Ibsen and Nietzsche. Really, the English do not deserve to have great men." Whether one agrees with Shaw or not, the fact remains that they do, and people are more ready to admit now than formerly that Samuel Butler was a great writer. Arnold Bennett, who at his best was no mean novelist himself, called The Way of All Flesh one of the greatest novels of the world, and many critics would not dispute him. Certainly the book which is being dramatized for you today has more readers in our own time than it had in the years immediately following its author's death. Butler worked for 13 years on this novel, from 1872 to 1885, and it was not published until 1903. He was not primarily a novelist, but a man of ideas, which novelists, popular superstition to the contrary, frequently are not. You might call him the Aldous Huxley of his period, except that his ideas were of greater originality and force. He was an iconoclast of the first order, one of the chief puncturers of Victorian complacency. His was the first lively mind to attack that most hideous of the Victorian assumptions, the divine right of parental authority. And he was one of the foremost champions of his period of the individual's right to freedom of thought and action. You'll find in the notebooks which he kept throughout his life, they comment on the family, which contains the germ of the way of all flesh. I believe, wrote Butler, that more unhappiness comes from this source than from any other. I mean from the attempt to prolong family connections unduly and to make people hang together artificially who would never naturally do so.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
The Way of All Flesh must be read. I know of no other novel that contains so many satirical but wise observations about the human comedy.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
My godson, Ernest Pontifex, duly served out his term of imprisonment. I was able to carry to Ernest the intelligence that his parents were determined never to see him or know him further. This bit of wonderful news so cheered the young man as to make the term of his imprisonment seem light and pleasant. But on the morning of his release, he was conducted to a visiting room, where he learned to his sorrow that his parents had no intention of keeping their word.
Oh, my boy, my son, my dear, darling boy.
Mamma, Papa, Mr. Overton assured me that you would not come.
Oh, Ernest, you must know that the hearts of your dear Mamma and Papa beat with affection for you, no matter how you have pained them.
We were afraid that a false sense of shame might make you wish to avoid us.
Yes, Ernest, we determined to be at your side to support you as you entered again upon the world.
Thank you, but I require no support.
You cannot say that, Ernest. After the enormity of your offense.
Be that as it may, we must part.
Ernest, do not add to your sins by treating our forbearance in this unruly manner.
My imprisonment is over. You cannot compel me to remain here.
Don't speak to us in that way.
Henceforward, you must think of me as one dead. And I'm warning you that if you try to see me again, I shall protect myself in whatever way I can.
So you sent them away, Ernest?
Yes, Overton. Would it be all right if I pulled this chair a little nearer to the fire?
Of course, my boy.
A fire. It's been so long since I've seen one.
Stay as long as you like, my boy.
Oh, no. I'd like to stay with you, but I have things to do.
What things?
Well, I don't exactly know. You know, I did a lot of thinking while I was in prison. And I think I've discovered something.
Go on.
All my life I've let myself be humbugged. Humbugged by my parents and humbugged by my religion. Everything that's ever been told me has been a pack of lies. And now, you know, I've got nothing left.
On the contrary, you've got the beginning of all knowledge.
Just keep hold of what you've got.
Oh, I shall. I pray all the time. Lord, I say, I don't believe one word of any of it. Strengthen thou and confirm my disbelief.
Excellent, Ernest, excellent. Now, we've got any plans? You've got to live somehow, you know.
Well, I shall just get back from Prior the £5,000 I gave him for the College of Spiritual Pathology. I want no more of that.
Oh, my poor Ernest. It's not quite so easy.
What do you mean?
Your friend Prior's absconded with your money. Nowhere to be found.
What? All of it?
Every penny.
Nonetheless, I'll have none of my father's money.
Tell you the truth, I'm glad.
What, then? You don't like them either?
My dear boy, I think they're odious. I've always thought so.
Oh, how wonderful. I thought everybody but me liked my father and mother.
Allow me to confess, Ernest, I think that your whole family is horrid, with the exception of yourself. If there's one good one in every family, it's all we can expect.
Oh, I can stand anything now. You know, Overton, I've an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost everything. Money, friends, reputation. Why shouldn't I fall still lower?
What do you mean by that?
I won't try to cling to the skirts of respectability. I'm going out and earn an honest living. As a tailor, perhaps.
But why a tailor?
Oh, they had me doing it for a while in prison. It's the only practical thing I've ever learned. Yes, it's all settled. I shall look for employment tomorrow.
This may really be more than your father and mother can bear.
Well, what of that? I've had to run my chance with them for parents. Now they'll have to run theirs with me for a son. I thought perhaps a job. You might...
Sorry, no work. Get along with you now. I'm busy.
I've had experience, truly considerable experience.
No work here. It's a bad season for tailoring. Try Larkins down the street. He may have something.
Really, I'm a very excellent tailor, Mr. Larkins.
It's no use, young man.
But, Mr. Larkins, I've got to have work. Can't you try me?
Look here. Where'd you learn tailoring anyway?
Maybe
you learned tailoring in prison. Ain't that right?
Oh, truly, sir,
Now, come along now. Enough of this. Just get yourself right away from my door. It's time to close the shop for the night.
But listen, I've got to... What's the use? What's the use?
What's wrong, dearie? Somebody treat you bad?
Oh, please leave me alone.
Well, now you needn't... Oh, Master Ernest. Oh, excuse me.
What? Why, Ellen. Ellen, wait for me.
Go
wait
away,
for me.
Master Ernest. Go away.
Don't shun me, Ellen. Let me talk to you.
Let me go, Master Ernest. You're too good for the likes of me.
Oh, what nonsense you talk. You haven't been in prison, have you?
Me? Why, Master Ernest, of course not.
Well, I have.
Lord, Master Ernest, I don't believe it.
6 months with hard labor. So don't talk about how good I am. Look, there's a place over the way. We can get some tripe and some beer and have a good old talk. Come on, Ellen. Please come. Go ahead, Ellen. Have another pint of beer.
But, Master Ernest, it might make me tipsy.
Oh, Ellen, you're like an angel that's suddenly come to me out of the fog. And you're so beautiful.
Oh, gentlefolk always talk so pleasant like that.
But I'm no longer a gentleman. And I want to be something else as soon as possible.
Whatever can you mean by that?
When I was a gentleman, I learned all kinds of things I oughtn't to have learned. Now, I'm going to unlearn them.
Oh, that's too deep for me, Master Ernest.
Oh, no, don't say that. Ellen, when I was a child and my father and mother made you leave our home, remember?
I ain't forgotten what you done for me. I said I'd never forget, and I ain't.
When they made you leave, it was because you were a fallen woman, wasn't it?
Yes.
And now I'm fallen, too. In their eyes, at least. Ellen, will you marry me?
Oh, I couldn't do that, Master Ernest.
The likes of me?
Oh, stop saying that, and stop calling me Master Ernest. Ellen, I love you, and you will fall no more.
No. Ernest, it won't do.
Oh, I beg you to meet her, Overton. She's wonderful.
Very well, Ernest.
Overton, she's my good angel. Why, she's already shown me how I can open a little tailor shop of my own. We've found a house. And now if I can raise £5 or £6 for second-hand clothes, we can mend them and clean them and have a business of our own. Can't you see how wonderful it is?
Yes, Ernest, I see. And I shall lend you as much money as you need.
Then with you for a friend and Ellen for a wife, I'm the happiest man in all London. Well, Overton, what do you think of our shop?
Doesn't look much like the tumble-down place it was when you moved in. You've done wonders, Ernest.
Thanks to Ellen. She is the one who knows about these things.
We had it all painted inside and out, Mr. Overton, and then I gave it a real good scrub after the painters were gone.
And what's this? Oh, I see you've got stock in the place already.
Take another look.
Well, really, my boy.
All my old clerical clothes and my school books. I'm done with those things now. I may as well turn a shilling on them if I can.
Tomorrow we'll go to Debenham's auction rooms and have a look at what's to buy. We'll get on, Mr. Overton, me and Ernest. We're a team, we are.
Ellen, I can't believe it.
What, dear?
£6.10. Clear profit for the week.
Oh, I knew you could turn into a businessman right enough. You just needed someone to show you the way.
I owe it all to you. It was a miracle that I met you that night.
Maybe it was. But what I say is, miracles have got to be helped on a bit, now and then.
Speaking of helping, you're not to work so hard in the shop now. In your condition...
Never you mind about my condition. I can do my work as well as ever I could. And I'll wager we'll see a week when that till'll show a profit of £10.
Indeed, his little tailor shop prospered beyond his and certainly beyond my dreams. All in all, one would have said his prospects were golden indeed. And so perhaps they would have been had his success depended on himself alone. Unfortunately, this was not the case.
Ellen, I'm back. Ellen, where are you? Ellen, where are you? What's happened? What's the matter?
Ernest! You gave me such a turn. He gave me such a turn.
Me? Oh, what's happened to you? Your hair, your face.
There was a man come in and frightened me.
Who was it? Where's he gone?
Frightened me. I got all upset. And in my condition.
Heavens, I'll get the doctor right away.
No, Ernest, no doctor. I'll be all right. Just you go on out. There's a dear, and you let me rest.
Ellen, I can't understand what's the matter. Only £2 this week. Where has all the money gone?
I haven't spent it, Ernest. Truly, I haven't.
I didn't say you had. I did want to buy myself a few books this week, but I suppose they'll have to wait. Supper ready, Ellen?
Don't want any supper.
But I do.
Well, get it yourself, then. Haven't I got enough to take care of the baby?
Oh, yes, of course, my dear. Is the fire lighted?
I couldn't light it. I was too tired this afternoon. Ernest, could I have a bit of money?
I have hardly any. You know, it seems to be going out all the time now. I can't imagine where it's going to.
Oh, Ernest, I did want to get a bit of ribbon to trim the baby's little hat. Just a bit of money, there's a dear.
Mr. Pontifex?
Yes?
I'm from the Crown and Bottle over the way. When's anybody going to settle for this £4 worth of gin?
£4 worth of gin? Oh, that's some mistake. No one here drinks gin.
Oh, don't they just? Why, Mr. Pontifex, your wife will drink anything she can stand up and pay for. Or get on credit. But she hasn't paid me a shilling in months. Now, if you'll just give me that £4, I'll get on my way.
Ernest's eyes were opened at last, and he saw what a horrible mistake his marriage had been. There was nothing to be done. Still, he staggered on, and at last, unbelievably, deliverance came. It was on a lovely, soft spring morning at the end of March that Ernest had sat down for a moment on a bench in the park to enjoy the sunshine, when he perceived a man in coachman's livery standing nearby and watching him intently.
Don't you remember me, Master Ernest?
Why, it's John. John, our old coachman. How are you, John?
Right well, my boy. It's good to see you again.
And you, John? Where are you now?
Oh, I've got fine place, Master Ernest. In West End. Oh, many's the time I thought of you. And how you ran across fields to give that lass Ellen your watch and a shilling and sixpence.
Yes. That was long ago.
I was always main fond of that lass. A sweeter-tempered, handier, prettier girl than she I never knew. Nor one as knew better what a man likes and how to keep him happy. That is, if he can keep her from drinking.
You know that?
Lord love you, yes. But you can't keep her. She's that heartful. She'd get it under your very eyes without you knowing it.
John, how did you find out all this?
Why, who should know better? It wasn't a month after I left your pa's place that I married her. What's the matter with you, boy? Were you took sudden with something?
John, are you sure of what you say? Are you sure you married her?
Aye, before the registrar at Letchbury, on 15th of August, 1851.
But then you divorced her.
Not I. I were that fond of her, even with the drink. But seeing I could do nothing with her, and she was a killing of me, I left her and came up to London. And I ain't seen her since. Lord save you, boy. What is ailing of you?
John, my friend. Give me your arm. Put me into a cab and come with me to Mr. Overton's rooms at once. Think of it, Overton. And I was the man who complained that I was without hope. My, there never was a man as fortunate as I am.
Yes, my boy. You've been inoculated for marriage, and you've recovered.
And yet, I was fond of her, you know, until she took to drinking.
Perhaps. I think it was Tennyson who said 'tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all.
Oh, you're just an inveterate old bachelor. There's nothing to be done with you.
Well, what about you?
I'll go back to my shop.
Oh, there's no need of that.
Of course there is. I want to be able to make Ellen a little allowance and pay some kind person to take care of the child.
You might keep it yourself.
Not I, Overton. I had a father. I'll not visit that curse on another mortal. You know, a man first quarrels with his father about 3/4 of a year before he's born.
True.
It is then that he insists on setting up a separate establishment. And once that's agreed to, the more complete the separation forever, the better for both. No. Let him grow up and in the country and have pure air and no parents to plague him.
I still wouldn't see you back in your shop, Ernest. You should live like a gentleman.
A gentleman? What's being a gentleman ever done for me, except to make me miserable? Being a gentleman won't bring me money, and only money brings peace.
Yes, something in what you say.
There's a lot in it. Therefore, let me do things for people which they'll pay me for doing.
Well, Ernest, I'm afraid that won't do after all.
And why won't it?
Like it or not, I'm afraid you're to be a gentleman and have money besides.
And how is all that to be arranged, pray?
Do you remember your Aunt Alethea?
Father's sister? Yes, indeed I do. She was very kind to me, always.
She loved you very much, Ernest.
Well, and then? She's been dead these 15 years.
Yes. And next month, you were to receive her entire fortune. £70,000, my boy.
What?
She left the money to me as trustee.
£70,000? For me?
Ernest, control yourself.
Oh, it's all right. I'm all right. Overton.
Then what are you laughing at?
Overton, can you think what this is going to do to my parents? It'll drive them mad.
You can tell Ernest from me, Mr. Overton, to arrange everything just as he likes. This life never did suit me anyway. Ernest is too good for me.
Oh, come now.
What us poor girls wants, Mr. Overton, is not to be jumped up all of a sudden and made honest women of. What we want is a regular friend or two who'll keep us from starving and force us to be good for a bit together now and again.
True, madam.
And that's about as much as we can stand. Now then, as for the money, well, if he means me to have it, I suppose I'd better have it. And there's an end on it.
Ernest, my dear boy, it is good to see you again.
It's good to be back in London, Overton. I tell you, I'm all travelled out.
I should think so. From the looks of your luggage. Why, you must have stopped at every hotel between here and Japan.
Well, a man can see a lot of the world when he travels for 4 years.
Done you some good, I hope.
I've been looking at people, Overton. That's good, I think. I've been learning how they think and feel and act.
And what will you do with your knowledge?
Indulge my tastes. You know, I've been a scribbler for years. If I'm to come to the fore at all, I'll do it by writing.
My boy, you couldn't have said anything to please me more. What should be your subject?
All the things which want saying and no one says them. All the things which want attacking and no one attacks them.
You'll be a busy man.
I intend to be. It seems to me that I can say things which not another man in England will venture. And yet they're crying to be said.
Perhaps it's because everybody else knows that they're better left unsaid.
Perhaps. But I'm bursting with them. And it's my fate to say them.
Then you'll write about...
About marriage. About families, I should say.
That's a hornet's nest indeed.
It is. But hornet's nests happen to be what I like.
People won't listen, Ernest. Think you're joking. If you're going to win any rewards, you must write like other people instead of trying to offend your readers.
They'll listen if I say it often enough. As for rewards, I don't need them. Besides, look at Milton. He got only £5 for Paradise Lost.
If I'd been there, I'd have given him twice as much not to have written it at all.
Oh, who's trying to be shocking now? And what can it matter to me whether people read my books or no? If there's any stuff in them, it will come out by and by. I don't even know if I'll write well, Overton. What opinion can any sane man form about his own work?
What indeed?
Some people must write the stupid books. Perhaps I'll be among them.
But you're determined on this offending course?
I am indeed. If this generation won't listen to me, the next one will.
My dear Ernest, I never in my life heard of anything more impractical and imprudent.
Wait, my dear Overton. Wait.
Such is the latest development of my young friend Ernest Pontifex. I leave you to determine whether there is not even a strong family likeness between the Mr. Pontifex who insists on addressing the next generation rather than his own, and the Mr. Pontifex who once thought to found a college of spiritual pathology. He says he trusts that there is not. In politics, he has lately become a conservative. In all other respects, he is an advanced radical. His father and his grandfather could probably no more understand his state of mind than they could understand Chinese. But those of us who know him intimately do not know that we wish him greatly different from what he is.
You have been listening to The Way of All Flesh, an NBC University Theater production of the Samuel Butler novel starring Tom Conway as Ernest Pontifex. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to the NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Way of All Flesh was adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick and Clarence A. Ross. Our intermission commentator was Donald Adams. As Ernest Pontifex, Mr. Tom Conway, distinguished star of screen and radio. Our cast included Ramsey Hill, narrator, Crawford Kent, Guy Bellis, Doris Lloyd, John Ramsey Hill, Eric Snowden, Phyllis Morris, Alma Lawton, George Pembroke, Ben Wright, Queenie Leonard, Raymond Lawrence, Monty Margetts, and your announcer, Hal Gibney. The original music score was composed by Dr. Albert Harris and conducted by David Baskerville. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater production of the Thomas Hardy novel, The Mayor of Casterbridge, starring Reginald Gardner. Came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
I'm Dick Powell, taking over as Richard Diamond. Today.
From the NBC University Theater, a repeat performance of an award-winning broadcast. We bring you again the hour-length dramatization by Ernest Kinoy of the Ernest Hemingway short story, The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber, starring Preston Foster as Macomber. This past season, the NBC University Theater has been honored to receive 2 national awards. The George Foster Peabody Award and the award made by the Institute for Education by Radio at Ohio State University. One of the broadcasts singled out in the Peabody citation was The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber. Judging from letters received at that time, this was also one of your favorites. So here again, starring Preston Foster, with the original cast and a recorded intermission commentary by Ralph Bates, is The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber by Ernest Hemingway.
Nairobi is a small African town, but it straddles the railroad junction, and the brown waters of a river cut through the valley. The red, white, and blue of the British Jack droops from the tall staff of the government house, for Nairobi is the capital of the Kenya colony, and the British administrators can be seen sweating over long reports of taxes and imports as the lazy turning fans move the scorching air from one part of the room to the other. The European houses perch up on the hills under carefully nurtured trees, the verandas open to the prevailing winds, and the hum of refrigerating units is heard in the richer quarter. But down in the town, in the white, dazzling oven of the marketplace, the 30,000 folk of Nairobi buy and sell and live. Tall tribesmen, black and glistening, in from the plains and the short bush, stand gazing at the white buildings and at the red-faced Europeans who hug the thin line of shade around the square. The marketplace swarms like the tall clay castles the white ants build on the African plains. Arab traders, white-robed and bearded, haggle with the tribesmen and with the starched and pressed servants of the European households. The native driver of the big open car leaned heavily on his horn, but the crowd spilled out into the street, and the car only inched forward. In the back seat, Francis Macomber leaned back, trying to spread the shadow from his broad-brimmed Stetson hat over his entire body, while his wife, brittle, beautiful, and extremely irritated, turned to him sharply.
For heaven's sake, Francis, must he blow that horn? My head's splitting.
There's nothing I can do, Margot. We just can't get through.
Why can't they do anything? Why can't they clear the street? Francis, if you don't have him stop that horn, I'll...
Here, boy. Stop the horn. Here, the horn.
Yes, sir. The horn.
No. Stop it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There, it's clear now. Go on.
I'm hot. I said I'm hot.
I realize that. It's generally hot in Africa. That's one of the peculiarities of the African climate, heat.
I'm not up to your patter today, Francis, please.
Why didn't you stay at the hotel? I'm only going to hire the White Hunter for the trip.
It's hot there, too. Besides, I wanted to see you hiring a safari. I've never seen anybody hire a safari before.
Are you starting again?
I wouldn't miss the big game hunt for anything. Romance of the safari. Hunting old Simba the lion, Tembo the elephant.
All right.
Why do they stare so, Francis? Haven't they ever seen a woman before?
You may be a little faded for New York, dear, but in Nairobi you're still a beauty. Maybe you'll get another offer to sign a complexion soap testimonial.
Thank you, darling.
There, we're clear. Hurry up now, boy.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a breeze anyway.
I wish I hadn't come.
On the ride?
To Africa.
That would have been meat for the columnists. One of them had us on the verge just before we sailed.
I didn't see it.
He's had us heading for Reno 3 times before.
He was right each time.
You can't leave me, Margot. You've missed your chance. I've got too much money to let go, and you've faded just enough to take you off the market.
You're sweet, dear.
I try.
And I shan't worry about you either, darling. You're not quite good enough with women to replace me. We're what they call a happily married couple.
Look, Margot, why don't we stop?
Stop what?
We agreed we'd forget about all that, didn't we? That's why we came, isn't it?
I suppose so. All right, Francis.
We can take up and begin again. You promised.
I know. I promised. I meant it. Oh, it's hot.
Organizing a safari isn't quite in my line, Mr. Wilson. I'll leave everything to you.
Right. Quite the usual thing. That's my job.
Then we can consider it settled?
It's settled. I'll supply the whole outfit. Cook, gun bearers, porters, and the rest. All for one price.
I'll see here. I'll be wanting the best. The complete hunter, you know. Pay anything to knock over a few good lions.
I think you'll find my arrangements adequate.
If you'll be needing more money.
Usual price.
Well, just so I get my lions.
When you go out with me, Mr. Macomber, I promise you. That shall be a matter solely between the lions and yourself.
Good, perfect. Have you been a professional hunter all your life, Mr. Wilson?
Most.
Must be quite exciting. You like it?
It pays.
Enough?
What's enough?
Well, you know, does it give a man everything he needs?
Food and whiskey, and if a man needs more to live by, it gives him that too. I'm free.
The mighty hunter, eh? Sufficient unto himself. I'd say you were rather to be envied, Mr. Wilson.
Well, if that's all, Mr. Macomber...
Another drink first. At least they're cold.
I don't mind if I do.
Here, Boar, 3 more.
Do you enjoy hiring out as nursemaid to amateur big game hunters, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, Margot.
I don't mind, Mrs. Macomber. I got certain ideas about what's sporting. You live up to 'em, or you hire another hunter.
Oh, like rules of the chase, fox hunting and all that.
Exactly. I like the animals. I rather admire them.
The drinks. Well, Wilson, to a successful hunt, eh?
I'll drink to that.
Oh, don't leave me out. Good hunting, eh? Just like Kipling.
Well, as to the hunting... Good shot. Hit him fair in the chest.
What are they?
Eland, sort of antelope.
Well, it was a good shot, wasn't it? I'm surprised I hit him at all.
Well, you shouldn't be. You've got a fine eye and a steady hand. That's all that's wanted. Here, Kangoni!
India buena!
Get to the boys over there and keep the birds off. Jump!
India buena! Kojabi!
See? Birds already. They can strip a carcass before you can wink an eye.
Not a very cheerful thought, is it?
It's not a very cheerful country. Well, we should be off back to camp. We're moving out tomorrow after land. The boys spotted one somewhere about here.
Lion?
We'll be starting early, eh? Better get your sleep tonight.
What's that? Oh, the lion? Margot. Listen.
Go to sleep, Francis.
Sleep? Don't you hear it? I never dreamed they sounded like that. It's not a lion. It's not an animal. It's a force, Margot. That's something to destroy. Killing that isn't hunting. It's more. It's Margot.
What is it, Francis?
That lion.
Oh, magnificent, isn't it? No, go to sleep, Francis.
Sleep with that crashing in my ears?
Huh?
Oh, never mind. Nothing. It's a devil of a thing to wake a man up with.
Sounds like an old timer. Listen to those grunts.
You scared the devil out of me last night.
Oh, it's the usual thing. Man's first contact with a beast like that is usually startling.
Well, we'll see how startling the king of the jungle looks through a pair of rifle sights.
Huh? There's an old Somali proverb that says a brave man is frightened 3 times by a lion. First when he sees his track, when he hears him roar, and when he first confronts him.
Well, I don't know about the brave man, but I was scared blue.
You're probably more thrilled than frightened.
Is he very close?
He's close enough. He's probably a mile or so upstream.
We'll see him, won't we? We'll get a chance to have a shot at him.
Well, we'll have a look anyway. More coffee? Sounded as if you were right in camp, didn't he?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I expected to see him wander through my tent flaps any minute.
Roaring carries a long way. It's strange that way. I hope he's a shootable cat.
Shootable?
Oh, we don't shoot him indiscriminately, you know. There are game laws.
Oh, if I get a shot, where should I hit to stop him?
With a line, try for the shoulder, or in the neck if you can make it. Shoot for bone.
Bone?
That's right. Break him down.
Oh, I hope I can place it properly.
You shoot very well, Macomber. Take your time. Make sure of him. It's the first shot that counts.
Mm-hmm. What range will it be?
Oh, you can't tell. Lon has something to say about that.
I suppose so.
Don't shoot unless it's close enough so that you can make sure.
At under 100 yards?
100. That's about right. Might have to take him a bit under. I shouldn't chance a shot at much over that.
I see. 100 yards, huh?
It's a decent range. You can hit him wherever you want to.
Good morning, dear.
Oh, good morning, Mem Saab.
Good morning, Francis.
Morning.
Are we going after that lion?
As soon as you deal with your breakfast. How are you feeling?
Marvelous. I'm very excited.
I'd better see that everything's ready. Noisy beggar. Oh, we'll put a stop to that, all right. Hi, Congoni, Lady Motorcari.
What's the matter, Francis?
Nothing? Nothing's the matter.
Yes, there is. What are you upset about?
Nothing.
Not feeling well?
Oh, it's that blasted roaring. It's been going on all night.
Oh, that.
Didn't you hear it?
I heard you, like a little boy in the dark.
I'm going to kill that blasted thing.
Well, that's what we're out here for, isn't it?
Yes, but I'm nervous. Hearing that thing roar gets on my nerves.
Well, then, as Wilson said, kill him and stop his roaring.
Oh, yes, darling. Sounds easy, doesn't it?
You're not afraid, are you?
Oh, of course not, but I'm nervous.
You'll kill him marvelously. I know you will. I'm anxious to see it.
Finish your breakfast and we'll be starting. Oh, I hate that blasted noise.
It's very impressive.
Impressive? It's awful.
Come on now, we're all ready. Your gun bearer has your Springfield and the big gun.
Just show me the lion. Margot.
I'm ready.
Come on. We're going to get that lion.
Well, he sounds as if he's expecting you, Francis.
We'll make him stop that racket. You get in front, Macomber, and Mem Saab, you ride back with me. Look up there. Birds.
They're swooping down.
Means the old boy's left his kill. Chances are he'd come to drink along here. Keep an eye out.
In the shoulder, eh? The neck or the shoulder?
Driver, stop.
Yeah, what?
What's wrong?
There he is. Look. Ahead and to the right. He's a marvelous lion. Get out and take him.
How far is he?
Oh, about 75 yards. Get out of the car.
Well, why not shoot him from where I am?
Don't shoot him from cars. Get out. He's not going to stay all day. Go on, go ahead.
I see. Oh, blast it, the safety's still on.
Careful. Steady.
All right.
You got him. Whoa. Again. Miss. Kicked up the dirt. Hurry up, man. He's heading for cover. That got him. He's gone in the grass. Congoni, Mahala, get over here.
I hit him twice. You think I killed him?
You might have.
Well, come on, let's find out.
No, not yet. Not in that high grass. We'll have to wait a bit. Let him get sick before we follow him up.
Oh,
he's a bloody fine lad. He's in a bad place, though.
Why is it bad?
Well, there's high grass there. We won't see him until we're on him.
Oh?
Well, what's up now?
Come on. Mem Saab, you stay here in the car. We'll have a look at the blood spot.
Stay here, Margot.
Why?
Wilson says to.
You better stay in the car. You can see even better from here. Well, Macomber, shall we go?
What do we do?
We'll give you a few seconds to stiffen up a bit, and then we'll see.
I guess the grass is too high to bring the car over.
That's right.
Look here. Why can't we set the grass on fire?
We can't at this time of year. It's too green.
And what about beaters? Can't we send beaters to drive the devil out with noise?
Of course we can. Just a touch murderous. You see, we know the lion's wounded.
Well, so much the better. He'll scare easier.
Doesn't work that way, Macomber. You can't drive a wounded lion. A wounded lion's going to charge.
Oh.
Can't see him till you're right on him. Look, he'll make himself perfectly flat and cover you'd think wouldn't hide a rabbit. Can't very well send boys in there. Somebody's going to get mauled.
Well, what about the gun bearers?
Oh, they'll go. It's their job. Don't look too happy, though, do they?
I don't want to go in there.
Well, neither do I, but there's really no choice, though. You don't have to go in, of course. That's what I'm hired for, you know. That's why I'm so expensive.
You mean you go in by yourself? Why not leave him there?
What do you mean?
Just leave him.
You mean pretend he hasn't been hit?
No, just drop it.
It isn't done.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, he's certain to be suffering. For another, someone else might run onto him.
I see.
But you don't have to have anything to do with it.
I'd like to. I'm just scared, you know.
I'll go ahead when we go in. With Congoni here, tracking. You keep behind me and a little to one side.
Right. behind and to one side.
Chances are we'll hear him growl. If we see him, we'll both shoot.
I see.
Now, don't worry about anything. I'll keep you backed up. As a matter of fact, perhaps you better not go. Yeah. Yes, it might be much better. Look, why don't you go over and join the Mem Sub and I get it over with?
No, I want to go.
All right. But don't go in if you don't want to. My job, you know.
I want to go.
All right. Come on, then. Behind me. About 5 yards to the right. I got him?
Indio, buena.
Wait a minute. I want a drink of water.
Yeah, Marty.
Indio.
All right.
All right. Let's go. It's hard to say it, but there's more to hunting than just killing. I mean that lion standing there across the stream. There wasn't any smell blown to him. So he just stood there moving his head from side to side. Then the slam of a 30-06 solid bullet hits him and rips across his stomach in sudden, hot, scalding nausea. And then off he goes, wounded into the high grass. And there he lies, flat on the ground, his ears back, and the only movement the twitching of the black tip of his tail. He's sick, and his big yellow eyes look straight ahead, narrowed with hate and sickness and pain when he breathes. And all of him, hate, sickness, and his remaining strength tightening into concentration for a rush. Careful now.
Blood now, buena. This way.
Safety off, Macumber. Watch the grass. Here he comes!
Ah!
Macumber, shoot! Shoot, man! Where?
Big buena, run away, huh? Run away fast.
Shut up!
Oh,
Get the boys and start skinning.
Indio buena, but Big buena, he did run. He run like buck.
That'll be enough. You understand, or I'll lay you out alongside that lawn. You understand?
Indio buena, I understand, buena.
Wilson, is he dead?
Yes. He's dead.
What happened?
Shot through the head. That stopped him.
You shot him, didn't you?
Evidently.
I guess I ran away. I didn't mean to.
Here. Dropped your gun.
I don't know what happened to me. One second I was facing him, the next I wasn't there anymore.
I know. You want to take pictures?
Pictures?
It's the usual thing.
No pictures. This hasn't been quite the usual thing.
But he's a bloody fine lion. The boys will skin him out, so we might as well get back to the car.
I suppose so. Wilson?
Well?
Nothing. Let's get back.
You were right, Mr. Wilson. I could see much better from where I was. Much better. I could see everything perfectly clearly. Crystal clear.
That's fine, Mrs. Macumber.
Was it a very old lion, Mr. Wilson?
About prime.
Did you hear that, Francis? You got a prime lion.
All right, Margot, all right. What are we waiting for, Wilson?
The skin. The boys are taking the skin off.
Oh.
We can't go without your lion skin, Francis, can we? Mr. Wilson wouldn't think it proper. Mr. Robert Wilson. The beautiful, red-faced Mr. Robert Wilson. Mr. Wilson, I think I shall celebrate Francis's lion by kissing you.
Now, look here.
Margot.
There. The hunter, saluted in the primitive style.
If the boys have got the skin off, they'll be bringing it over. It was a fine lion. A bloody fine lion. They're the hardest in the world, American women. The hardest, the cruelest, the most predatory, and the most attractive. And their men have softened or gone to pieces nervously as they have hardened. Oh, perhaps they only pick men they can handle. Although I don't suppose they know that much, they marry so young. I've run across them before. They're the most devilish women. Devilish. They've got lunch almost ready. Should we go over?
Right. Something to drink first, lime juice and something.
Oh, a drink? I'll have one, too. I need something.
Oh, unanimity at last. Have the mess boy make them up, will you, Wilson?
He started already.
I suppose it's about time to tip the men, huh?
It's customary after a line.
What do I give them?
Quid would be plenty. Don't want to spoil them.
Will the head man distribute it?
Absolutely. He's the foreman, you know.
Buona, drink, buona.
Oh, they're cold, aren't they?
Well, you got your lion, and a fine one, too.
He is a good lion, isn't he?
A fine lion. You had quite a celebration on the way in. I mean, being carried about on the cook's and porter's shoulders. Did you feel heroic, Francis?
It's the usual custom, Mrs. Macomber, when you bag a lion. Can't help it, you know. They just will celebrate.
An excellent idea. We must all celebrate.
Well, here's to the lion.
Here's to the lion.
You know, Wilson, I can't ever thank you for what you did.
Let's not talk about the lion. It's been a very strange day.
I suppose so.
Hadn't you ought to put your hat on even under the canvas at noon, Mr. Wilson? You told me that, you know.
Might put it on.
You know, you have a very red face, Mr. Wilson.
Drink.
I don't think so. Francis drinks a great deal, but his face is never red.
Huh. It's red today.
No, it's mine that's red today. But Mr. Wilson's is always red.
I say, you wouldn't like to drop my beauty as a topic, would you?
I've just started on it.
Let's chuck it, shall we?
If I do, we'll have to talk about the lion.
Oh, forget about the lion.
I can't. That's why conversation's going to be so difficult. It's bound to come up, you know.
Don't be silly, Margot.
Right. You got a fine lion. What's the end of it?
That's the trouble, Mr. Wilson. It isn't the end of it. Not for me.
Margot, just what do you want me to do?
Nothing. I don't want you to do anything. I wish it hadn't happened. Oh, I wish it hadn't happened.
She's upset. Amounts to nothing.
I don't know.
Straining the nerves and one thing and another.
No, I suppose that I rate that for the rest of my life.
Oh, nonsense. Let's fill him up again. Forget the whole thing. There's nothing to it anyway.
We might try.
Hi, Congati.
I won't forget what you did for me, though.
Oh, nothing, man. Nothing's all nonsense, Congati. More drinks and stronger.
Indio, buona. Strong, very strong drink for big buona.
Be off now, jump while away with us.
What are you telling him?
Oh, nothing. Just to look alive, I'd see got about 15 of the best.
What's that, lashes?
It's quite illegal. You're supposed to fine them.
You still have them whipped?
Yeah, they could raise a row. They chose to complain.
They don't?
No, they prefer it to fines.
It's strange.
It's not strange, really.
No?
Well, which would you rather do? Take a good birchin or lose your pay? I mean, well, we all take a beating every day, you know, one way or the other. Oh, why, how much of a diplomat am I?
Yes, we take a beating.
Buona, drink.
I'm awfully sorry about that lion business.
Nothing. Forget it.
Doesn't have to go any further, does it? No one will hear about it now, will they?
You mean, will I tell it at Mathega Club? You are American, aren't you?
I'm sorry.
I'm a professional hunter. We never talk about our clients. Rest easy about that.
Oh.
Supposed to be bad form to ask us not to talk, though. I'm afraid we shan't get on together too well after this. Might be even better if we break up the sparring.
Look. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there are lots of things I don't know.
Don't worry about me talking. I have a living to make.
I am sorry.
You know, in Africa, no woman ever misses a lion, and no white man ever bolts.
It's rather brutal of you, isn't it?
That's the way things are here.
I bolted like a rabbit.
You're a hard kind of a person, Macomber. I have been rather beastly. It's I that should apologize.
Oh, maybe I can fix it up on Buffalo. Make a better showing. We are after Buffalo next, aren't we?
In the morning, if you like. That's the stuff.
It was pretty bad this morning, though, wasn't it?
Anyone might do it. I wouldn't take it so hard, you know.
Well, I suppose it's time for lunch.
Shall I call Mem Sam?
I suppose so.
Maybe she won't want lunch. She's rather upset.
She'll be all right. Margot always recovers.
If you say so.
Wilson,
Hmm?
I can make it up on the buffalo now, can't I?
Sure.
This morning,
Yes,
well,
all right.
Never mind. Come on, let's have lunch.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Preston Foster in a radio version of Ernest Hemingway's The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber, a repeat performance of one of the most successful productions of our winter season. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC University Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the distinguished novelist, critic, and teacher of creative writing at New York University, Mr. Ralph Bates.
To say anything useful about so complex a writer as Hemingway in so brief a time, it is necessary to simplify to the point of danger. And so I shall begin by saying that the modern novel is the literature of interior unrest. The hero of a modern novel does not strive to be successful in ways fixed for him by tradition, but he struggles to be himself, to achieve true manhood. You will find this theme in almost every major writer of our time. It underlies the work of the intelligent rationalist E.M. Forster. You will find it again in the demonic Frenchman Malraux, a man who is a kind of half-brother to Hemingway. Sometimes the hero strives to find himself through what is, after all, a tragic sort of play. But in the long run, the sense of purpose always enters. For example, in an early book, Malraux describes a man who seeks meaning in life by taking part in a dangerous revolution in which he does not believe. In later books, Malraux declares that it is living which matters, and that willfully to face death is dignified only in the service of a community. It is not too much to say that this conquest of fear and the achievement of purpose are two of the major themes in Hemingway, though he is very slow to discover purpose. Hemingway, who is the better storyteller, follows much the same path as the Frenchman, with weaker logic, and with less sure a step, and with much dawdling in the land of adventure. Valor, brotherhood, the fear of overwhelming loss are the motives of the early story called In Another Country. And those motives are handled with much greater richness and maturity in the later For Whom the Bell Tolls. With this curve of maturity in mind, listen to the story now being told. Here, in an exotic setting that is superbly realized, the theme of manliness is handled in psychological fashion. Macomber is a delayed adolescent. He suffers from two weaknesses, cowardice before women and the fear of death. Or rather, he suffers from a compulsion to defy his fear without real purpose, a sure sign of immaturity. When he meets his first lion, he bolts like a rabbit and is humiliated by his wife, herself an overaged child. But Macomber has moral courage and can admit his condition, and partly because of this, and in part because of his wife's conduct, a change occurs in him. Later, he stands up to a charging bull with courage, and in doing so becomes of age. Now, while the story grips me, I should be uneasy if I did not say that the thought is in one sense immature. To my mind, the story equates the power to overcome the fear of death with the capacity to live. And that, surely, is untrue. To put it simply, a man does not grow up and learn to live and love sensibly because at last he conquers his fear of death. There is always the struggle with life to face. But perhaps I burden the story too much. And so, confessing that for me the thought of For Whom the Bell Tolls has far greater truth, because it praises true courage and purpose, I invite you to do what I shall do. Listen again to an absorbing narrative.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Our radio version of The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber, starring Preston Foster, will continue after a brief pause for station identification.
hard to tell about a man. I rather liked Macomber until today. But how is one to know about an American? I tried to make a break so I could eat by myself. It'd be a sight easier than having to go through all this emotional trash. So far he's gone to pot all right. I tried to insult him and make a good clean break. Then I could read a book with my meals and stick it out on a strictly formal basis and still be drinking their whiskey. Tried to insult him, make a clean break, and the beggar just apologized. Oh, you can't tell about Americans. You can't tell at all. Well, here comes the Memsahib.
And how is the beautiful, red-faced Mr. Wilson? And are you feeling better, Francis, my pearl?
Much.
I've dropped the whole thing. I shan't think about it.
That's fine.
I say, shall we sit down? Boy has lunch on.
After all, what importance is there to whether Francis is any good killing lions?
Please, Martha.
That's not his trade. That's Mr. Wilson's trade. Mr. Wilson is really very impressive killing anything. You do kill anything, don't you?
Oh, absolutely anything. As a matter of fact, we're going after buffalo in the morning.
I'm coming.
Oh, you're not?
Oh, yes, I am, mayn't I, Francis?
Why not stay in camp?
Not for anything. I wouldn't miss something like today for anything.
Yeah, we'll put on another show for you tomorrow.
You're not coming.
You're very mistaken. And I want so to see you perform again. You were lovely this morning. That is, if blowing off things' heads is lovely.
Eat your lunch, Margot. You're very merry, aren't you?
Why not? I didn't come out here to be dull.
Well, it hasn't been dull.
No, it's been charming.
All right, Margot.
And tomorrow. You don't know how I look forward to tomorrow.
Have some more meat, ma'am.
Oh, it isn't part of the lion.
You don't eat lion. That's eland.
Oh, they're the big cowy things that jump like rabbits, aren't they?
I suppose that describes them.
It's very good meat.
Did you shoot it, Francis?
Yes.
They're not dangerous, are they?
Only if they fall on you.
I'm so glad.
Why not dismount from your broomstick, Margot? Haven't we had a little too much haggery?
I suppose so, since you put it so prettily.
Tonight we'll have champagne for the lion.
Oh, the lion. I'd forgotten the lion.
Champagne? Great idea. Why not have it now? Give a lift to the whole day.
Oh, it's a bit too hot at noon.
We can use a little gaiety. Let's drink warm champagne in the light of the noonday sun.
I think we better save it.
I think Mr. Wilson is right, Francis. You must be finding it awfully warm. Aren't you, dear?
They are the oddest women. Really the oddest. When she went off to cry, she seemed a devilish fine woman. She seemed to understand, to realize, to be hurt for him. Now, here she is, 20 minutes later, enameled in that American female cruelty. She is giving him a ride. I don't know. Do you suppose it's her idea of putting up a good show? Well, how should a woman act when she discovers her husband's a bloody coward? She's cruel. But they're all cruel. They govern, of course, and to govern, one has to be cruel sometimes. Still, I've seen enough of this blasted terrorism. It's the end of the champagne.
It was quite flat. Quite an appropriate ending to the day.
Hardships of a hunter.
Funny, only tastes good out here after dark. Cooler.
Well, I'm going to bed.
You'd be tired.
Yes. The excitement has me exhausted. Coming, Francis?
Just a moment.
Don't stay long. You couldn't sleep last night, you know. The roaring kept you awake.
You think we'll find buffalo tomorrow?
Good chance of it if we get an early start.
Well, that's fine. That's what I want.
He's fine game. He's fast and he's nasty. Horns 50 inches wide. Likes to use them.
They are dangerous, then.
Very.
I like to clear away that lion business. It's not very pleasant to have your wife see you do something like that. I want to clear it away. You're sure we'll find buffalo?
Pretty sure. There's a herd about here somewhere. There's one old bull in particular with an excellent head.
Head?
That's right. Look fine on a wall. They always look fine on a wall. Good night.
Good night.
I thought you were coming to bed.
We were talking.
About what?
Buffalo.
Oh.
We're going after him in the morning, early.
Is, Mr. Wilson still up?
Yes?
Francis, turn the lantern down, will you? I think there's a hole in the mosquito netting somewhere.
Just a minute.
What are you doing? Are those my sleeping tablets?
I'm borrowing a few.
Why?
Very considerate.
I asked you a question.
Oh, you needn't worry. It wasn't an overdose. Just enough to sleep on.
You've never used them before.
No, it's those blasted noises. Hyenas or jackals or whatever the devil they are.
Don't be afraid of noises, Francis. There's so many other things to be afraid of.
Leave me alone, Margot.
Leave you to listen to the animals?
Yes.
To hear them roar in the night?
All right, all right.
You'll be lying there tossing, hearing the roar.
No, I won't. That's enough, Margot. I'm going to sleep now. Leave me alone.
Up late, Mr. Wilson?
Eh? Oh, smoking. What brings you out again?
Perhaps I couldn't sleep.
You'll be leaving early. You better get some rest.
No. Not now. I want to talk to you. How many hunting trips have you been on, Mr. Wilson?
I can't remember. Loads.
Always the sporty set?
Most always. They pay best.
And the women?
They're not bad. Rotten bringing up, most of them.
You're not tolerant, are you? You're not soft and flexible and tolerant, are you?
I expect not.
Well, neither am I. If I were, I wouldn't be out here to have a drink with you. The beautiful, red-faced Mr. Robert Wilson.
Where have you been?
Hello, are you awake?
Where have you been?
I just went out for a breath of air.
Well, that's a new name for it. You are a hag.
Well, you're a coward.
All right, what of it?
Nothing as far as I'm concerned, but please, let's not talk, darling, because I'm very sleepy.
You think I'll take that? I'll take anything.
I know you will, sweet.
Well, I won't.
Please, darling, let's not talk. I'm so very sleepy.
There wasn't going to be any more of that. You promised there wouldn't be any more of your high-powered man-fishing.
Well, there is now.
You said if we made this trip, there wouldn't be. You promised.
Yes, darling, I promised. That's the way I meant it to be.
Well?
Well, the trip was spoiled yesterday. You spoiled it.
Still a lion, isn't it?
Do we have to talk about the lion?
You don't wait long when you have an advantage, do you?
Francis, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm so sleepy, darling.
Well, I'm going to talk, Margot.
That's fine. But don't mind me, because I'm going to sleep.
Good morning. Sleep well?
Did you?
Topping?
I suppose breakfast isn't ready.
Right on the table.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, ma'am.
Do you think we'll find buffalo?
Had a boy out scouting. They've spotted some not far off.
You ready to start?
Any time. Want the memsahib to go?
Does it make any difference whether I do or not?
Why ask me?
I'd just like to know what you think.
No. It makes no difference.
You sure you wouldn't like to stay in camp with her yourself and let me go out and hunt the buffalo?
You'll probably find me useful out there. Wouldn't talk rot if I were you.
Rot, is it? A jealous husband doesn't fit very well in the jungle, does he?
Just what are you getting at?
Ask my wife.
If we're going to go on with this shoot, you'll have to stop this nonsense, you know.
This isn't nonsense. I'm disgusted.
Bad word, disgusted.
Francis, will you please try to speak sensibly?
What makes sense to me seems to be so much gibberish to you. I speak too blasted sensibly. This food isn't fit for swine.
Something wrong with the food?
No more than with everything else.
I'd pull yourself together, laddie Buck. The boy at the table understands a lot more English than he shows.
Oh, the devil with him.
Well, I suppose that's the way it is. Well, I'd better see about the car. Excuse me, ma'am, will you? Hi there, Congoni, Mahela.
Francis, darling, if you make a scene, I'll leave you.
No, you won't.
You can try it and see.
You won't leave me.
No, I won't leave you, and you'll behave yourself.
Behave myself. That's a way to talk. Behave myself.
Yes, behave yourself.
Why don't you try behaving?
I've tried to so long, so very long.
I hate that red-faced swine. I loathe the sight of him. I've hated a great many men since I married you, Margot, but I hate Wilson the most of all, the red-faced pig.
He's really very nice.
Shut up!
Well, my car's ready. Going shooting?
Yes.
You better bring a jacket, then. It'll be cool in the car.
I'll get my leather one.
The boy has it already. Shall we be off? So that's the way it's going to be. Why doesn't he keep his wife where she belongs, then? What does he think I am, a plaster saint? I hope he doesn't take a notion to blow the back of my head off in the car. It's a fine morning, though. The dew smells like verbena, like a park in England. I hope we get those buff in the open. I don't want to get into thick cover with him again. The buff are too nasty. Well, I'm a professional hunter. I suppose I'll have to. I won't bother with a woman again. Maybe things will pick up. Poor beggar. He must have gone through plenty of that before by the look of it. Poor devil. Here, driver. Look out for those warthog holes.
When do we get there, Mr. Wilson?
We'll be over the rise in a minute. Here we go. Give me the field glasses, will you?
Here.
By heaven, there they are.
Buffalo?
There, over the anthill. There they go.
It's too far for a shot, isn't it?
Well, we have to head them off from camp. Abdullah, Quinta, Pacey, Sani, Mogo. Hold on tight. We've been bouncing in and out of warthog holes all the way over.
How many are there?
Three big bulls. We can cut them off. We'll have a chance at the lot.
They look big, don't they?
They are big. Look at those horns.
Oh, they're ugly.
Look out for that anthill. We'll take the big one first.
There isn't any neck. I mean, it's all shoulders, isn't it?
Draw alongside. That's the way.
That ought to be an easy shot. An easy shot.
Not from the car, you fool. Then go to hammer. Now jump out, man. Now. Give it to him. Now. Hit. Again. He's down. Now get the other one. He's running fast.
Where?
To the right.
I got him.
Missed. Lower, man, lower.
I'm empty, blast it.
All right, I'll get one. There he goes.
Well, how about the third?
He's too far. Now, come on. We have to chase him. Quinta, Pacey, Sana. Jump for the running board. We'll catch him. You reloaded?
All set. No, it's jammed.
Oh, we're catching up with him now. Now, look at that beggar go.
Jam's clear.
All right. This is close enough. Stop. Get your shot now. You hit him again.
He won't go down.
I'll take it quick.
That's it.
Nice work. That's the three.
How many times did you shoot?
Only three. Well, you killed the first bull, the biggest one. I helped you finish the other two. Afraid they might have gotten into cover.
Yeah, that was pretty good shooting, wasn't it?
It was first rate. You had them killed. I was just mopping up a little. You shot bloody well.
Well, let's go back to the car. I want a drink.
I got to finish off this buffalo first. He's still moving. Yeah. Come on.
An ugly beast, isn't he?
Now watch he doesn't get up. Get a little broadside and take him in the neck just behind the ear.
Just behind the ear, huh? All right. Now.
There he goes. Got the spine. They are a devilish-looking animal, aren't they?
Oh, let's get that drink now. Now we can celebrate, really celebrate. You know, Wilson, I feel good. I never felt this good in my whole life.
Like strong wine, eh?
Yeah, like wine and sunlight and mountains and everything strong. Wilson, you don't know what this means to me. For a while I was wounded. Part of me was carried off. Now I'm whole again, and I feel wonderful. Come on, let's get that drink.
You were marvelous, darling. What a ride.
Was it rough?
It was frightful. I've never been more frightened in my life.
Let's all have a drink.
By all means.
That cap stuck. There, here, Margot.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you.
It was frightfully exciting. It's given me a dreadful headache.
Oh, a drink should fix that. Aye. That's good whiskey. Flask, Macomber?
Thanks.
Mr. Wilson, I thought you said it was against the law to shoot animals from cars.
No one shot them from cars.
But you chased them with a car.
I wouldn't ordinarily. It seemed sporting enough to me, though, while we were doing it.
Sporting?
Oh, it took more of a chance driving that way across a plain full of holes and one thing and another than hunting them on foot. I wouldn't mention it to anybody, though.
Bad form.
It's illegal, if that's what you mean.
Well, it seemed very unfair to me, chasing those big, helpless things in a motor car.
Did it?
What would happen if they heard about it in Nairobi?
I'd lose my license for one thing, and other unpleasantnesses, and I'd be out of business.
Really?
Yes, really.
Well, now she has something on you.
You have such a pretty way of putting things, Francis.
We lost a gun bearer, did you notice?
No, how'd that happen?
Congo, and he must have fallen off when we left the first bull. Oh, here he comes now.
He looks dejected, doesn't he?
The wolf go to bush. Bush up and go to bush.
What's that? What does he mean?
He says the first bull got up and went into the bush.
Oh?
How exciting. Then it's going to be just like the lion.
It's not going to be a bloody bit like the lion. Want another drink, Macomber?
Thanks, yes. No, I don't think I need one.
Oh? Well, we'll go back and have a look at the second bull. Yeah, driver, get the car in the shade over there.
What are we going to do now?
Take a look at the second buffalo.
Oh, I'll come.
There he is. Over there. Very good head. Close to a 50-inch spread, I think.
He's hateful looking. Can't we go into the shade?
Of course. Here! Bring the car over here, Congani.
He sees you.
Can't we go in the shade?
We'll wait for the car, then we'll ride back. See that patch of bush over there?
Yeah?
Oh, that's where the first bull went in. I suppose he just dragged into that bush.
He's in there now?
Just like the lion?
Just like the lion.
Can we go in after him now?
You want to go in now?
Yeah.
Oh, we better give him a while.
Please, let's please go in the shade.
Well, here's the car. We'll go over to that tree by the bush. Ma'am, over there, driver.
Yeah, bueno.
Chances are that buffalo's dead in there.
Oh?
After a while, we'll have a look.
By heavens, that was a chase. I've never had any such feeling. You know, when the boy came up about the buffalo in the bush, I expected to feel like I did about the lion. But I didn't. Just didn't come. Wasn't it marvelous, Margot?
I hated it.
Why?
I hated it. I loathed it.
You know, Wilson, I don't think I'd ever be afraid of anything again.
No?
Something happened in me after we first saw the buffalo and started after him. It was like a dam bursting. It was pure excitement.
Cleans out the liver. You know, funny things happen to people.
You know, something did happen to me. I feel absolutely different.
I know.
You know, I'd like to try another lion. I'm really not afraid of them now. After all, what can they do to you?
That's it. Worst they can do is kill you. How does it go? Shakespeare, I mean. Some very good lines. I used to quote them to myself at one time. Let's see. By my troth, I care not. A man can die but once. We owe God a death, and let it go which way it will. He that dies this year is quit for the next. Good stuff, what?
You feel that way? You have that sort of happiness about what's going to happen?
You're not supposed to mention it. It's much more fashionable to say you're scared. Mind you, you'll be scared too plenty of times.
But you have a feeling of happiness about action to come.
Yes, there's that. It doesn't do to talk too much about all this. You talk the whole thing away. There's no pleasure in anything if you mouth it up too much.
You're both talking rot. Just because you've chased some helpless animals in a motor car, you talk like heroes. It's disgusting. Infantile and disgusting.
Sorry. I've been gassing too much.
You don't know what you're talking about. Why not keep out of it, Margot?
You've gotten awfully brave awfully suddenly.
You know, I have. I really have.
Isn't it sort of late?
Not for me.
I've seen men come of age before. It's always somewhat amazing. It took a sudden jump into action without time to worry about it beforehand to bring it about in Macomber. And look at that beggar now. And some of them stay little boys all their lives, boys at 50. Strange thing. The great American boy men. Macomber's all right now. He's a fire eater now. I saw it the same way in the war. The woman knows it, too. She knows it. There's no change in me, but there is in him, and she knows it.
You think we might go in after the buffalo now?
I might have a look. Here, you shoot with the Springfield since you're used to it. We leave the Malika in the car with Memsab, and I'll take my big cannon.
Is there anything I should know before we go in?
Just remember that when the buff comes, he comes with his head high, so that the base of his horns covers any sort of a brain shot.
I see.
Now, don't try anything fancy. Take the easiest shot. Nose or into the chest if you have to.
All right.
Here's the other gun, Memsab. Hold on to it. Ready, Macomber?
Ready.
Francis,
Let's go, shall we?
Here's where he went in. You see the blood spoor. Careful now. Safety off.
Be right back, Margot.
Come on, Conconi.
In here, Bonner.
I don't hear anything.
Can't be far, can he?
There, Bonner. There, on ground. Both dead.
By George, there he is. Good work, Macomber.
Hey, it's been a fine day, huh, Wilson?
Look out, he's up. He's coming.
I've got him.
Lower. All right, I'll try. Lower, you're chipping off horn, man, again. I'll try for the shoulder. You get the nose.
I'll get it. I'm fine. I'm not afraid now. I'm not afraid.
That got him. That finished the beggar. Macomber. I ducked to one side for a shoulder shot. Macomber stood solid and shot for the nose, and Mrs. Macomber in the car had shot at the buffalo with a 6.5 Mannlicher as it seemed just about to gore Macomber. And she'd hit her husband about 2 inches up and a little to one side of the base of his skull. I wouldn't turn him over if I were you. I get back in the car. Where's the rifle?
I got gun, Bonner.
Put it down, Conconi. Get Mahala so he can witness the manner of the accident.
Here, Bonner.
Suppose I ought to cover him up. Handkerchief will do. Well, the bloody fine buffalo. And he got it, too. And he plugged it clean. He's a fine bull. He's a good 50 inches or better spread. Yes, he's better. Well, come on. Come on back to the car. You're lucky. He'd have left you.
Stop it.
He's turned into a man, you know. Yes, I guess you did know.
Stop it. I shot at the buffalo.
Oh, of course. It was an accident. I know that.
Stop it, will you?
Don't you worry. There'll be a certain amount of unpleasantness. I'll have some photographs taken that will be very useful at the inquest. And there's the testimony of the gun bearers and the driver, too. You'll be perfectly all right.
Stop it!
There's a lot to be done. I'll have to send a truck off to the lake to wireless for a plane to take the 3 of us into Nairobi.
Oh, stop.
All right, I'm through now. I was a little angry. I'd begun to like your husband.
Oh, please stop it. Please, please, please stop it.
That's better. Please is much better. Now I'll stop.
You have been listening to The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber, an NBC University Theater production of the Ernest Hemingway short story, starring Preston Foster. If you wish to expand your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. These courses are offered by the University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Kansas State Teachers College, Kansas, and the University of Louisville. For full information as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these home study courses, write to NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another repeat performance, a radio play which inspired enthusiastic listener reaction at the time of its initial performance, A Passage to India. On that occasion, we will be particularly proud to present as our intermission commentator the author of A Passage to India, one of the most celebrated literary figures of our time, Mr. E.M. Forster. And as the star of A Passage to India, we will again bring you one of Hollywood's most distinguished actors, Mr. Joseph Schildkraut. The Short, Happy Life of Francis Macomber was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. During the intermission, you heard Ralph Bates, whose commentary was recorded. Preston Foster was starred as Francis Macomber. Mr. Foster may be currently seen in the Eagle Lion production, The Big Cat. Our cast included Ramsey Hill as the White Hunter, Wilson, Sarah Jane Wells as Margot, Jane Whitman, narrator, Rolf Sedan, and Earl Keane. Your announcer, Hal Gibney. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. The NBC University Theater came to you from Hollywood. Henry Fonda is the guest of Martin and Lewis today on NBC.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of The Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane, starring John Agar as Henry Fleming. This is a war story, written by a boy who had never heard a shot fired in anger. It is a classic of American literature, psychologically sound, repertorially accurate, and poetically quite perfect. The Red Badge of Courage, the short masterpiece of Stephen Crane, whose personal legend is as exciting as his literary accomplishment. Crane was the son of a minister in Newark, New Jersey, which background he departed early to become reporter, novelist, poet, war correspondent, world traveler, and intimate friend of Joseph Conrad. He died before he was 30 in the mountains of the Black Forest of Germany. We bring you today a new and exciting radio adaptation of The Red Badge of Courage, written by Brainerd Duffield and Emerson Crocker, and starring in the role of Henry Fleming and voicing the introspective thoughts of that young soldier, Mr. John Agar.
Passed from the earth, and the retiring fogs revealed an army stretched out on the hills, resting. A river lay at the army's feet, and across it one could see the red, eye-like gleam of hostile campfires. As the landscape changed from brown to green, the army awakened and began to tremble with eagerness at the noise of rumors of war and battle soon to come.
Gosh, it's cold. You're lying on your bunk, Henry Fleming, watching, listening, waiting for the word that's bound to come. You've been marched and drilled and reviewed. Surely there will be a battle soon. Look, here comes a soldier with news in his eye.
Boys, I just heard something. I heard some fellers talking. We're going to move tomorrow, sure. We're going way up the river, cut across, and come around in behind them.
It's a lie, Jim Conklin. I don't believe the darned old army's ever going to move. I got ready to move 8 times in the last 2 weeks, and we ain't moved yet.
Is it true, Jim? Are we going to move?
Well, Henry, that's what I just told you.
Oh, what you talking about? You don't know everything in the world, do you?
I didn't say I knew everything in the world.
Going to be a battle, sure, is there, Jim?
Of course there is. Of course there is. Now, you just wait until tomorrow, Henry. And you'll see one of the biggest battles ever was. Now, you just wait.
So we're going to fight at last. So at last you're going to fight, Henry Fleming. Tomorrow there will be a battle, and you'll be in it. All your life you've dreamed of battles. You've seen yourself in visions, performing deeds of glory. You've read of marches and campaigns, and longed to be a part of it. All your life. Remember that day back home? Ma, I want to enlist.
We've been all over that, son. I need you on the farm. Here, chick, 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 chick.
Oh, but Ma, everyone's going. They're all going.
Men are, yes. You're just a boy. Time enough for men's foolishness later on.
Oh, but Ma, I want to go.
Here, chick, 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 chick. Now, Henry, don't you be a fool.
But every day you read the papers and heard the gossip of the village. And every day the winds carried you the clanging of the church bells, telling the news of some great victory. They were ringing that day when you came home. Your mother had been milking the brindle cow. Remember? You waited in the kitchen till you heard her step. You'd planned a little speech, and then the chance didn't come to use it after all. Ma, I've enlisted.
Lord's will be done, Henry.
It seemed like I had to do it.
I'll go and pack your bundle for you, son.
Then later in the dooryard, it was time to say goodbye. It wasn't quite the way you'd pictured it would be. She didn't seem to understand what a glorious thing it was to be a soldier and march away to war.
Now, you watch out, Henry, and take good care of yourself. Don't go a-thinking that you can lick the whole rebel army, because you can't. You're just one little feller amongst a whole lot of others.
I know that, Ma.
Now, I've knit you 8 pair of socks, and I've put in all your best shirts, because I want my boy to be just as warm and comfortable as anybody in the army. Whenever you get holes in them, I want you to send them right away back to me, so I can darn them.
Yes, Ma, I will.
And I don't want you to ever do anything, Henry, that you'd be ashamed to let me know. Just think as if I was watching you. If you keep that in your mind always, I guess you'll come out about right.
Ma, I guess I better get going.
I don't know what else to say to you, child, excepting that you must never do no shirking on my account. If so be a time comes when you have to be killed or do a mean thing, why, Henry, don't think of anything excepting what's right, because there's many a woman has to bear up against such things these days. The Lord will take care of us all.
All right, Ma. Goodbye.
I put a cup of blackberry jam with your bundle, son, because I know you like it above all things. Goodbye, Henry. Watch out and be a good boy.
When you look back, you notice she was crying. Her face was stained with tears, and it made you feel ashamed. And now here you are. The time has come at last, and there will be a battle. And now you know. You're afraid. Afraid that when the battle comes, you'll want to run away.
Well, you fellers can believe me or not, just as you like. Didn't the cavalry all start this morning? The regiment's got orders, too. A feller what was down to headquarters told me a little while ago. They're raising blazes all over camp. Anybody can see that.
Huh. Shucks. Jim.
Huh? What do you want, Henry?
How do you think the regiment will do? You think any of the boys will up and run? Think they'll run away?
Oh, maybe a few of them run, especially when they first goes under fire. Of course, it might happen that the whole kit and caboodle might start and run if some big fighting come first off. And again, they might stay, fight like fury.
You think they will?
Well, they call the regiment greenhorns and fresh fish and everything, but the boys come of good stock. Most of them will fight like sin after they once get shooting.
Did you ever think that you might run yourself, Jim?
Mm-hmm. I thought it might get too hot for Jim Conklin, some of them scrimmages, but if everybody was a-standing and fighting, well, I'd stand and fight. But Jiminy, I would. I'll bet on it.
Would you, Jim? But you, Henry Fleming, you're not so sure. You lie on your bunk wondering about it. A panic fear grows in your mind. In the blood and blaze of danger, those legs of yours could run away and disgrace you everlastingly. You reproach and despise yourself because you're so afraid. You don't feel like a hero anymore. What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me?
In the gloom before the break of day, the uniforms glowed deep purple. From off in the darkness came a trampling of feet, and a moment later the regiments went swinging off into the black. The air was heavy and cold with dew. The wet grass, marched upon, rustled like silk. The men stumbled along, muttering, wondering, cursing, until at last the sun struck full upon the earth. Two thin black columns were climbing the brow of the hill like two serpents crawling from the cavern of the night.
Hey, fellas, what regiment is that? Why, that's the Greenhorn. Ain't you heard? That's the new regiment. Hey! Fresh fish! Fresh fish for sale!
They marched all day, and at nightfall the columns broke into regimental pieces. Tents sprang up like strange plants. Campfires like red, peculiar blossoms dotted the night. The lighted moon hung in a treetop.
You have wandered a little distance from the others to be alone, to lie down in the grass. The liquid stillness of the night, the soft wind, the whole mood is in sympathy with you. The night takes pity on you, Henry. For the first time, you long to be home again. Perhaps your mother was right after all. You are different from the others. You're just a boy. No wonder you're afraid. You weren't cut out to be a soldier.
Hello, Henry. Is
Hello,
that you?
Wilson.
What are you doing out here?
Oh, just thinking.
Oh, you're looking thundering peaked, boy. What's ailing you?
Oh, nothing.
There's nothing to be getting blue about. We got 'em now. They've been licking our side up to now, but this time we'll lick 'em good. Gee, Rod, we're really going to thump 'em this time.
How do you know you won't run when the time comes?
Me run? Tain't likely.
Shucks. You ain't the bravest man in the world, are you?
No, I ain't. Didn't say I was. Said I'm going to do my share, that's what I said. Who are you, anyhow? You talk like you was Napoleon Bonaparte. Heck, I'm going back to camp. Don't know what's come over you, Henry Fleming. Think you're so all-fired smart.
Go on back there, then. I don't care. You didn't mean to make 'em mad. What's the matter? How brave are you? What are you watching for there in the darkness? What are you listening for? Why should you be trembling? Here in the thick darkness you lie, listening, shivering, sick with fear. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, gosh, I'm scared.
gray dawn, the men were shaken to their feet. Still half asleep, they found themselves hustling, running, panting through the woods.
What the hell such a hurry for?
Henry, where are you?
Here. I'm right with you, Wilson.
You just stick close to me. And Jim, there's nothing to be scared of.
Listen. Well, what's that?
Hey, it's muskets.
It's muskets, all right.
Man, did you hear them muskets?
We're getting nearer. We're getting nearer to him. Why do we have to run so fast? I gotta get my breath.
Up there in the shadows, the fierce-eyed enemy is lurking. You're going to be sacrificed. It's all a trap. Can't they see? Are you the only one with eyes? Stop them. Tell them before it's too late.
You there! Move along!
Can't you see? We'll all be killed like pigs. Boys, listen to me.
Fleming, get up in the ranks there.
Yes, sir, but...
Get back there. Move, I say.
Yes, sir. I am.
Don't mind him. He doesn't understand. No one knows but you. You didn't want to fight. And now they want to see you slaughtered.
Hear that?
Artillery! All right, you men. Just follow me. What are y'all jumping for? That battle's almost 5 miles away. We gotta walk before we get there. Come on, this way. Let's go!
The regiment slid down a bank and wallowed through a stream. They floundered up the other side and into a clump of woods. The men dug in, and they were moved, and they dug in again and again. They marched about from place to place. But when they halted for their noonday meal, the guns seemed far away. There they rested, while the men of the new regiment watched and listened eagerly to the tongues of the veteran brigades, mouthing the gossip of the army, rumors that had flown like birds out of the blue.
I met one of the 148's Maine boys, and he's seen a big battle over on the Turnpike Road. Killed about 5,000. Says one more fight such as that and the war will be over.
They say Hannis's battery is took.
Well, it ain't either. I saw Hannis's battery off on the left not more than 15 minutes ago.
Hey, you fellas hear about Bill? Some fella trod in his hand. Bill says war or no war, he'd be dummed if he was going to have every bushwhacker in the country walking around on his hand. So he went to the hospital disregardless of the fight.
That's right. And then Bill wasn't scared either. No, sir, it wasn't that.
3 fingers was crunched. The darn doctor wanted to amputate him, and Bill sure raised some row.
What are they laughing at over there? What can they find to laugh at? Death is everywhere.
Henry, come here. Can I speak to you?
Sure, Wilson. What do you want?
We'll be going into battle pretty soon, and I got a feeling... I just got a feeling it'll be my first one and my last.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, something tells me I'm a goner the first time, and I want you to take these here things to send to my folks. It's letters and papers and...
Oh, Wilson, you're just plumb crazy.
I'm scared, and I can't help it. I wouldn't tell that to Jim or everyone. Here, you just take them, Henry.
Give them here. If anything should happen, I promise...
Oh, thank you, Henry. You're my friend. Best friend I got, Henry.
Wilson, I want to tell you. I'm scared, too. There, I'm glad I told you, see? You're not the only one who's scared.
All right, men. Battle formation. All in.
Good luck, Henry.
Good luck.
And thank you, Henry.
Forward. Hard.
The brigade formed in line of battle and advanced slowly through the trees. Soon they came to some little fields, girted and squeezed by the forest. They halted at the fringe of the grove and saw the dark battle lines spread out along the sun-struck clearing that gleamed orange color. The grass and tree trunks wove a gentle fabric of softened greens and browns. A flag fluttered. It looked to be the wrong place for a battlefield.
The time has come, Henry Fleming. The landscape lies before you like a threat. That house in the deserted field looks evil to you. The shadows beyond the wood are frightening. It's much too calm. I wish they'd get it over with. I wish they'd get it over. Now is the time for waiting. And what will you remember? The village street at home, and that circus parade that day last spring. Remember how you stood there, a thrillful boy, to see the dingy lady on the white horse and the band in its faded tinsel chariot. Oh, it was beautiful to see.
Here they come! Here they come! Swimming!
You've got to hold them back. You've got to hold them back.
Aye, Harry. We'll do our best, Colonel.
All right, get ready, boys. Stick close to Jim Conklin. We'll give him blazes.
We're in for it now. We're in for it now. Load up, men. Don't shoot till I tell you. Wait till they get up close.
Quick, quick. Oh, Lord, let it happen quick.
Now, men. Fire. Now, fire.
We held him back. We held him back.
Darned if we haven't.
I thought I was going plumb deaf and blind. I couldn't see a thing for smoke, and the sweat was getting in my eyes.
My rifle got so hot it burned my fingers. Look, my hands got the shaking.
I know it. And didn't your eardrums like a crack wide open? Well, we held him back, didn't we?
Hey, where's Jim Conklin gone?
Jim? Why, he was standing right here. When the fight begun, I seen him.
You don't suppose he got hit, do you, Henry? Well, lots of boys got hit. Some, I guess, got killed.
I wonder if he got scared and run away.
Him? After all the talking that he done?
I bet you. I bet he run away.
You didn't run, though, did you, Henry? You stood fast and didn't run. Listen to the cannon from the hillside. They're fighting over there, and over there, and over there. Look at the sky. Just look at that blue, pure sky. And the sun gleaming on the trees and fields. Doesn't it seem strange that all the world can turn to gold in the midst of all this devilment? Well, it's over, Henry. And you're still alive. You're braver than you thought.
Here they come again!
No.
Well, say, this here's too much.
Well, we ain't never going to stand a second charge.
I didn't come here to fight the whole dang rebel army.
There was Bill Smithers who trod on my hand instead of somebody treading on his, and I'd be out of here.
What do they take us for? Why don't they send support?
Ready, boys. They're coming in again.
Oh, no, please, God, no!
The firing ripped along the regimental line. Level sheets of flame burst up in clouds of smoke that tossed and tumbled near the ground. And through the smoke, the enemy came running, howling, screaming like an onslaught of dragons. This was the monster, the red animal, war, the blood-swollen god.
Run, Henry, before it's too late. Throw down your rifle and run. No one's looking at you. No one will stop you. Throw down your gun or be destroyed. Yes, I will. You're running now. Don't be ashamed. Run. Don't look back. Death is behind you. His knife is at your shoulder blades. Run! Your rifle's gone. Your cap is gone. Your coat is bulging in the wind. Run like a blind man, plunging, falling, beating your way deep, deep into the wood. You're safe now, Henry. The battle's far behind. You needn't run so fast. You're all alone. Are you the only one that ran? Why didn't the others run away? Fools. Stupid machine-like fools. You pity them. A man's a fool who doesn't run from danger. Stop. You are here alone in the cathedral light of the forest. You are the only coward. The only one who ran away. And here you stand beneath the high arched branches. It's beautiful. It's like a chapel here. Look out! You're being looked at by a dead man, sitting with his back against a tree. His uniform, once blue, has now faded to melancholy green. Those eyes staring at you have turned fish-belly white. The mouth is opened. The wind raises the tawny beard as if a hand were stroking it. Why do you stare into those liquid eyes? He cannot answer your question. Don't look at me. I couldn't help it. I never meant to run away. No voice will come from that dead throat to answer you. Go away. The thing will not pursue you.
Softly the trees began to sing a hymn of twilight. The sun sank till slanting rays of bronze struck the forest. There was silence, save for the chanted chorus of the trees. And yet now and again upon this stillness a crimson roar came from the distance. The voice of cannon fire shook the pines. The battle, like the grinding of some terrible machine, went on, producing corpses.
You have come to a narrow road, and through the glimmering dusk, you see the blood-stained crowd of wounded men streaming to the rear. One of them has a shoe full of blood and hops like a schoolboy in a game. Another man is being carried, full of anger at his wound.
Don't struggle so, you fools. You think my leg is made of iron? No, John. If you can't carry me decent, put me down. Let somebody else do it.
Another is a tattered man, dusty and powder-stained. His head is bound up with a blood-soaked rag. His arm is bleeding, too, and dangles like a broken bow. Fall in and march beside this man. Hear what he has to say. Join the crowd and march among the wounded.
It was a pretty good fight, wasn't it, boy?
What'd you say?
It was a pretty good fight, wasn't it?
Yes.
Darn me if I ever see fellas fight so. Laws, how they did fight. I knowed the boys do it once they got square at it. They're fighters, they be. Let them fellas by there, let them by. Like to run us wounded down, them fellas. Who you with, boy? What regiment?
304th New York.
I'm with the 148th Maine, myself. But we was all there together, weren't we? We showed them, didn't we?
Sure we did.
I was talking cross pickets with a boy from Georgia once. That boy, he says, your fellas will all run like Tophet when once they hear a gun, he says. Maybe they will, I says, but I don't believe none of it, I says. Well, they didn't run today, did they? Hey, boy?
I reckon not.
No, sir. They fit and fit and fit. Where you wounded, boy?
What?
Where'd they wound you, boy? Is it very bad?
You walk by yourself, old fella. I don't want to talk to you. You let me be. That's right. Get away from him. He mustn't know. You have no place in this mob of bleeding men. You envy them. You wish you, too, had a wound. A red badge of courage like the rest. Who's this? Beside you now, there stalks a man. Already the gray seal of death is on his face. He stalks like the specter of a soldier, his eyes burning into the unknown. Now look again. Something in the gesture of the man, the wax-like face, makes you start. You know him. Jim, is it you? Jim Conklin.
Hello, Henry.
Oh, Jim, I hardly knew you.
Where you been, Henry? I thought maybe you got keeled over. I was worrying about you a good deal.
Oh, Jim, here, let me help you walk along.
Yeah. You know, I was back there, Henry. Oh, what a circus. My Jiminy got shot. The upper Jiminy got shot back there.
What can I do? What can I do to help you, Jim? Ain't there anything?
I'll tell you what I'm afraid of, Henry. I'm afraid I'll fall down. Then you know them horses galloping, them dumb artillery wagons. They like as not to run right over me.
I'll take care of you, Jim. I swear I will.
Will you, Henry? Because that's what I'm afraid of.
Yes, I tell you, I'll take care of you,
I was
Jim.
always a good friend to you, wasn't I, Henry? Always been a pretty good fella, ain't I? Ain't much to ask, is it, just to pull me out of the road so I won't get toppled? I'd do it for you, wouldn't I, Henry?
Sure you would, Jim. Here, hang on to me. Give me your arm.
No, I can walk by myself. Don't touch me. Leave me be.
Jim, where are you going to? Where are you going?
You'd better take your friend out in the way, boy. There's a battery coming hellity-whoop down the road, and he'll get run over. He's a goner anyhow in about 5 minutes, poor fella. You can see that from his face.
Jim, don't go so fast. What are you walking so fast for?
Leave me be. Leave me be, I tell you.
Where the blazes does he get his strength from?
Jim, wait for me.
What are you saying, Henry?
There's a battery coming through. Let's get off into them fields.
Into the fields? Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Look in, he's running out there, boy.
Jim, come back. Jim, what are you doing? What makes you do this way? You'll hurt yourself. Wait up.
No, don't touch me. You two fellas, stand away from me. Just don't come near me no more.
Leave him, son. Leave him stand by himself, boy.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry for what's happened.
Just don't no one touch me. I'm where I got to be.
You watch him, standing there motionless in this open field. He holds himself erect. His hands, caked red and black with blood, hang at his side. He is waiting with patience for something he's come to meet. He's at the rendezvous. This is the place.
Leave him be.
Jim!
He stiffens. He stares into the sky. His tall figure stretches to its fullest height, then swings forward, slow and straight. He twists. His shoulder strikes the ground.
Oh, no.
Go closer. Gaze at that paste-like face. The teeth show in a laugh. The flap of the jacket falls away. It's as though his side were chewed by wolves.
Jim!
Turn now, with sudden livid rage. Clench your fist and shake it at the battlefield.
War!
The red sun was pasted in the sky like a wafer.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you John Agar in a radio version of The Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And may we say, at this point, that the NBC staff which prepares and produces these dramas feels deep thanks and gratification at the first place award in the category of literature and arts presented to the NBC University Theater by the 19th Annual Institute for Education by Radio. And may we say, at this point, that the NBC staff which prepares and produces these dramas feels deep thanks and gratification at the first place award in the category of literature and arts presented to the NBC University Theater by the 19th Annual Institute for Education by Radio at Ohio State University. And now our intermission commentator, Mr. Mark Van Doren, the noted author and critic. Speaking from New York, here is Mark Van Doren.
The Red Badge of Courage is a modern novel in that it has no plot and no characters. It has action, for it deals with a battle, and by the same token it is full of men, a few of whom we see at painfully close range. But its hero, Henry Fleming, never becomes known to us as more than an obscure northern boy who has been caught like thousands of his kind in the storm of civil war. We are not told where he came from or what his past had been, just as we are given no vision of his future after war is done. So with his good friend Wilson, whose first name we never hear. And so with Jim Conklin, the tall soldier who takes more time to die than any man in his condition should. His side, says the author, looked as if it had been chewed by wolves. The author, Stephen Crane, published this book in 1895 when he was 24. It had been written still earlier than that by a brilliant young man who himself was to die at 30. It was the product of no direct experience with war. Crane had merely heard old soldiers talk, had read all he could find about the great battles of 30 years ago, and had studied Tolstoy, the first novelist who ever presented war entirely in terms of its confused effect in the minds of individuals. Crane's only interest is in the successive states of Henry Fleming's consciousness, his fear that he will be afraid, his being afraid when the time comes, and all the later forms of his real or imagined courage. The battle that fills the book is present to the reader only as it is present to the hero, in a series of thoughts and impressions, some of which are like photographs, and some of which are like modern paintings, broken in line and color. The Red Badge of Courage, then, is not so much a novel as it is a study of one emotion, terror, in a being neither individualized nor distinguished. Henry Fleming is a member of the mass, seen with miraculous clarity in the midst of the only experience modern humanity has in common. If it was not so clear in 1895 that this would be the case, 50 years have proved Stephen Crane a prophet. In his masterpiece, he anticipated all subsequent wars and all subsequent treatments of them. Their true terror lies in what they do to unknown soldiers like Henry Fleming. Yet Henry Fleming is not unknown, thanks to the genius of his creator. Neither, in consequence, are the lives and deaths of millions like him. They live and die again in the brilliant, pathetic pages of this blood-stained book.
Thank you, Mr. Van Doren. Our radio version of The Red Badge of Courage, starring John Agar, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
The red sun was pasted in the sky like a wafer.
You stand there in the empty battlefield, you and the tattered soldier, and look at where Jim Cochran lies. I never saw a man fall dead before.
He was a dandy for nerve now, wasn't he? A regular dandy for nerve.
Yes, he was.
But look here, boy. He's up and gone, and we might as well look out for old number one. He's all right here. Nobody won't bother him.
I know.
Besides, I ain't enjoying any too great health myself right now.
Oh, no, it won't happen. Not again. Not to you, too.
Here, boy, here, just hold my arm. I'm commencing to feel pretty bad.
Oh, you mustn't. Now, looky here.
I ain't going to die. No, sir. I can't. Too many folks depending. You'd ought to see the swad of children that I got and all like that.
We better get away. I don't much like it here.
Help me along then, young fella.
Come on, we gotta hurry. Can't you step along no faster?
I don't know as I can. I'll try, though. You're looking pretty peaked yourself, young fella. I bet you've got a worse one than you think. Where'd they wound you, boy? Where'd you hurt?
It ain't none of your gall-dang business where I'm hurt. You just keep moving.
Oh, don't mean no harm in asking, boy. It's just you'd ought to take care of your hurt. Don't do to let such things go. Might be inside mostly, and them kind plays thunder. Does it hurt you bad?
I said don't bother me.
Oh, Lord knows I don't want to bother nobody. I've got enough hurts of my own to tend to. Was it your first fight today, boy?
Yes. Come on.
Was you scared out there in the battle?
Scared? Of course I wasn't. Why should I be scared?
Well, I guess I was in my first battle. Pretty well scared sometimes. There was an awful lot of noise, you know. I thought the whole sky was falling down. You bet I was scared.
What do you have to tell me that?
The trouble was, I thought they was all shooting at me. Yes, sir, I thought every man in the other army was aiming at me in particular. Of course, I got used to it, but first time off, I was pretty well scared.
Look, I ain't got no time to listen to all your foolishness. Talking about your wounds and hurts and being scared. If you can't walk no faster, I'm going on and leave you. I'm going by myself.
No. Now, look here, boy. Don't do that, young fella. I can't keep up to you. What ails you, young fella? You ain't going away and leave me. I won't have it. You mustn't. You mustn't.
I'm going. You get on better by
No,
yourself.
stay with me. Stay with me, please. I'm all alone.
Stop grabbing at my sleeve, you old. I'm getting away from here.
Boy, please. Don't go. Wait. Come back.
He's gonna die the way the other did. Better get away from him. You can't stand to see that happening again.
Boy, come back. Come back.
The furnace roar of battle grew ever louder. The roads were a crying mass of wagons, teams, and men. Fear was sweeping them along. Cracking whips bit deep. The horses plunged and tugged. The fight was lost. The army, blinded by the overhanging night, stunned and helpless, fell back to lick its wounds.
Now you're in the midst of them, in the heedless throng of the walking, the riding, the running, the limping.
Where are you running? Why? Why?
There ain't no reason, kid. The line's broke. They all gone crazy.
Stop. Wait. Tell me what's happened.
Get out of my way, boy. Don't stand in my way. Let go of me.
No, tell me what's happened. Tell me.
Boy, if you don't want me to crack you with this musket, stand aside.
Where'd the line break? Tell me.
You let go of me.
No.
Damn you, boy.
Oh!
You're on the ground. Your head is thundering with pain. You lurch along in the grass on your hands and knees. You feel the wet blood on your brow.
Hey, seem to be in a bad way, boy.
Oh.
Here, let me have your arm. Yeah, that's the way. On your feet now. There.
Thanks.
Oh, I see you ain't wounded bad. Looks like the bullet only grazed you. Just like somebody hit you with a club.
Wounded?
Sure you're wounded, boy. Now just get your arm around my neck and we'll be hiking. Looks like the Army's left us way behind. What regiment you with?
304th New York.
What's they?
304th New York.
Yep, I guess they got their share of fighting, too. By Dad, I give myself up for dead a dozen times. They was a shooting here and a hollering there. Couldn't tell which side was which. The most mixed-up darn thing I ever seen. Whoop. Easy there.
I'm all right. I just slipped.
How'd you get way over here? Your regiment was fighting in the center. Don't worry, though. I'll get you back to them.
Oh, don't want to go back. I can't go back.
Can't go back? Why?
I lost my rifle. I lost it.
Oh, shucks, boy. They'll get you another. You can start all over.
No.
Don't worry, boy. I'll get you back. If it takes me half the night. Well, there you are, boy. There's your regiment. See that fire over in the hollow? You think you can make it on your own from here?
Yeah, I see it. Sure. I can make it.
Well, I'll be heading back. Want to find my crowd before midnight if I can. Good luck to you, boy.
Well, thanks. I want to tell you, thanks.
Goodbye.
There's no turning back now. How they will laugh at you. How they will jeer. The runaways come home. Here's Henry Fleming, the celebrated coward. Fired one shot, then ran away.
Oh, who goes there?
Henry Fleming. Is this the 304th?
Fleming. That you, Henry?
Oh, hello, Wilson. You on picket guard? Yes, it's me.
Henry. Oh, by ginger, I'm glad to see you. I give you up for a goner. I thought you was dead for sure.
I've been all over. Way over yonder. Terrible fighting over there.
And you was in it, Henry.
I got separated from the regiment, but I was fighting. I never seen such fighting.
Gosh, Henry, let me see your head. They wounded you. Well, there's blood all over you. Why didn't you tell me first? Hold on a minute. We gotta get you tended to.
Wilson, who you talking to?
It's Fleming, sir. He's come back and he's been wounded, too.
Fleming? I give you up for dead 2 hours ago.
Where was you? Way over yonder. I got separated.
Half the fellers coming back just skedaddled when they heard the guns. But I can see you've been fighting, Fleming.
Does it hurt like thunder, Henry?
Sure it hurts. Hurts a plenty.
Wilson, you're relieved. You take him back and see his wound is dressed and put him to sleep in a blanket. I'm glad to see we got one fighter in the outfit.
Here, Henry. Let me straighten that bandage. The ball just grazed you. Raised a queer lump, but it must have stopped bleeding a long time ago.
It did? Sure does hurt, though.
How's the bandage now? Feel good?
Sure.
In the morning, you'll most like feel that a number 10 hat won't fit you. There.
Sure good to be back with my own regiment again.
You just rest easy now, Henry. You've been as brave as anyone, and you need to get some rest.
Thank you, Wilson.
Forget it. I know I'm clumsy like a blacksmith when it comes to taking care of sick folks, and you never squeaked once. You're plenty brave, Henry. Most soldiers would have went to the hospital and never come back at all.
Not me.
I brought you my canteen full of coffee. Just drink it all up if you like. Here, now, get over by the fire. That blanket'll keep out the cold, I reckon.
Hold on. Where are you going to sleep? I got your blanket. What are you going to use?
I'll be right here. Now, shut up and go to sleep. Don't be making a fool of yourself. You need it more than I do.
The campfires gleam rose and orange light, and all about you the soldiers lie in death-like slumber. The fire crackles like music, and you feel warm and good. The last sound that you can hear is the far-off howling of a dog, a lonely sound. You lie there, half asleep, half dreaming.
I don't want you to ever do anything, Henry, that you'd be ashamed to tell me. Just think as if I was a-watching you. If you keep that in your mind always, I guess you'll come out about right. I don't know what else to say to you, son.
Well, if a whole lot of the boys started to run, I suppose I'd run. And once I started, I'd run like the devil. But if everybody was a-standing and a-fighting, I'd stand and fight. I bet I would.
I'm scared, and I can't help it. I wouldn't tell that to everyone, but I'm scared.
My first battle, there was an awful lot of noise, you know. I thought the sky was falling down. I thought the whole world was coming to an end. Oh, I was scared, all right.
Don't do a thing you'd ever be ashamed of, son.
Don't come near me. Don't touch me. I don't want you to touch me.
Where are you wounded, boy? Does it hurt you bad? Where are you wounded? Come back. Come back.
No, please. I didn't mean to run away. No.
Henry! Here, Henry, wake up. Oh, you've been having bad dreams, boy. Now, just take it easy. Just get some rest.
Oh, thank you, Wilson. You're a good fellow. You're a dandy. Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? Jim Conklin's dead. I seen him die. I forgot to say.
Is he? Jim Conklin?
I see him. Shot in the side he was.
You don't say. Oh, Jim, poor cuss.
Yeah.
Henry.
Yeah?
I guess you might as well give me back the packet, and letters and things I gave you to keep for me to send my folks.
Oh, sure. They're here in my pocket. Here.
Thanks, Henry.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, good night. Well, Henry, old man, how you feel this morning?
Oh, pretty bad. My head feels like it's swole up like a melon.
I was hoping you'd feel better.
Oh, I feel better, all right. Thanks for everything you did for me, Wilson.
Oh, want nothing.
Here, I brought you some breakfast.
Thanks. Say, thanks. There's a battle going on, I guess.
Over beyond the hill. They'll probably send us up there soon enough. What do you think our chances are, Henry? Think we can wallop them?
Don't you?
I don't know. I hope so, Henry.
You'd have sure have changed, you know. A week ago, you'd have been bragging that you could have licked him by yourself.
I guess I was a pretty big fool back in them days.
It was just last week.
Yeah. Henry, I've changed since then, I guess.
You'd have offered to take on the whole kit and caboodle.
The war can teach a man a lot of things. Here, let me fix that bandage. It's slipped down all around your ears. Yep, I was a pretty big fool.
Hey, gosh darn it. Go slow. You act like you was nailing down a carpet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Henry.
Look, don't mind my hollering. You're a real good friend.
We'll show him today, won't we, Henry? We'll give him blazes. Let's go fill up our canteens down to the brook.
All right.
They say we got them rebels in a pretty tight box. We got them just about where we want them. That's what they say.
Well, we handled them rough enough yesterday, and that's for sure.
Oh, we'll give them blazes. Wait and see.
Water sure tastes good.
Fill up your canteen, Henry. Be your last chance today.
General Pritchett.
Yes, sir.
Who's that? It's the old general himself.
Can't see us, can they?
Reckon not.
Yes, General.
The enemy have taken up positions in the River Grove. I've got to drive them out of here. What troops can you spare?
Well, I've had to order in the 12th. I really haven't any, but there's the 304th.
Hey, that's us.
They're the Greenhorn Regiment. The poorest outfit I got. They fight like a bunch of mule drivers. But I'll send them in if you say so, sir.
Call us mule
Well,
drivers.
get ready then. I'll give you word when to start them.
Yes, sir.
Colonel, I don't believe many of your mule drivers will get back alive, but we'll do what we can to support them. Up there, hold on.
Mule drivers, are we?
Fleming, Wilson, where the devil you been to? You kept the whole regiment waiting.
We're going to charge. Huh? We're going to charge.
How do you know?
As sure as shooting, I tell
He
you.
ain't lying. We heard him give the order. Who? The old general himself.
The general? Great Jerusalem.
And the colonel says we was a bunch of mule drivers.
But the general, he says send them.
Oh, Lordy, we'll all be swallowed out. Come on, men. Fall in. We're going to march.
The regiment marched to a line of rifle pits along the line of woods. Before them was a level stretch of field, and from the woods beyond they heard the popping of the skirmishers. The day had grown wall white, until now the sun shed its radiance upon the trees. The men waited and rolled their eyes toward the impending battle.
When the signal comes, my boy, you're going to charge. This time you'll show 'em you mean business. You'll show 'em you're not afraid. Don't run. Don't flinch, whatever happens. This is a war. A patch of grass no bigger than your yard at home. A little clump of trees where men are hiding. A flag that flutters in the wind. That is the object of the game. To get that flag. Tear it down, and you'll be a hero. Now.
Ready?
The trees quivered with the firing. The ground shook from the rushing of the men. Sunlight made bright twinklings of the steel. Bullets buzzed and spanged into the tree trunks.
Come on, you fools. You can't stop here out in the open. You'll all get killed. Come on, Wilson. We gotta get across that patch of grass.
Across there? All the way?
Come on, Fleming. No lag in there. Fleming, what's the matter with you? Don't be cowards, boys.
Come on yourself, then. Up there ahead, flashing through the drift of smoke, you see their flag. The banner of the enemy. Seize it, Henry. You alone must rip it down. It's mine. It's mine. I'll get it. Plunge forward, clutch it, cling it, wrench it free. The color sergeant falls and turns its dead face to the ground. I got it! I got it! Boy,
boys, look! We licked them,
Hey, Fleming, you infernal fool. Don't you know enough to quit when there ain't nothing to shoot at?
That Fleming's a fighter right enough.
Are you all right, Henry?
Oh, I feel fine.
Nothing the matter, is they shooting in the air like that?
By heaven, if I had a dozen wildcats like young Fleming here, I could tear the stomach out of this war in less than a week.
By thunder, I bet this army will never see another regiment like us.
You bet.
Hey, look who's there.
It's the colonel, fellas.
Look.
Good work, Mr. Hasbrook. Thank you, sir. I never thought you could do it. Yes, sir. Anybody that says my boys ain't good fighters is just a plain fool. That's true. Oh, by the way, who was the lad that got their flag? That's Fleming, sir. And he's a Jim Hickey.
Hear that, Henry? You're a Jim Hickey.
Oh, go away.
Yes, Mr. Hasbrook, he is indeed. He's a very good man to have. I saw him take that flag. Yes, sir, you bet. He and a fellow named Wilson was at the head of the charge and howling like Indians all the time.
Hear that, Wilson?
Were they indeed? At the head of the regiment, huh? Well, those two babies. They deserve to be Major General. Yes, sir. Yes, they deserve to be Major General.
Now, Henry, you can write that to your ma.
Oh, go away. Get along, you fellers.
The enemy had fallen back. The battle was all over. Now the orders came for the Bluecoats to retrace their steps the way they'd come. That afternoon it rained, and the procession of victorious soldiers soon became a draggled train, despondent and muttering, marching with churning effort through thick, black mud beneath an ugly sky.
What are they marching us over this way for?
If you ask me, I'd say we was going down here a ways, swing around and come in behind them.
Ah, what do you know about it? Telling me we're coming around in behind them.
Well, it's over, ain't it, Henry, for a while?
Yep, it's over.
You're being mighty quiet, boy. What you thinking about?
Oh, nothing.
God dang it. It'd have to rain today for anyhow. Rain. Gee.
But you don't mind the rain, do you, Henry Fleming? Your shame is gone and your fear. And that's the thing that counts. You feel a sense of quiet manhood, of strong and sturdy blood that's flowing in your veins. You know that you won't flinch again, or ever run from danger. You've been out to touch the great death, and found that after all, it is but death. You were a boy. You have become a man.
Over the river, a splash of yellow sun came through the leaden clouds.
You have been listening to The Red Badge of Courage, an NBC University Theater production of the Stephen Crane novel, starring John Agar as Henry Fleming. Next week at the same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma,
or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Red Badge of Courage was adapted for radio by Brainerd Duffield and Emerson Crocker. Our intermission commentator was Mark Van Doren. Starred as Henry Fleming was John Agar, who appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick, producer of Portrait of Jenny, starring Jennifer Jones and Joseph Cotton. Our cast included Ted Von Elst, narrator, John Daner, William Lally, Noreen Gamil, Lee Millar, Jack Lloyd, Frank Gerstle, Tom Charlesworth, Harley Bear. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of Joseph Conrad's enthralling short story, The Heart of Darkness, starring Brian Ahern. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. From the NBC University Theater, a full-hour dramatization of one of this century's most celebrated novels, E.M. Forster's A Passage to India, starring Joseph Schildkraut. We bring you a penetrating diagnosis of one of the essential conflicts of our time, a story of India, of the Indians and the English, and the barriers between. We bring you E.M. Forster's contemporary classic, A Passage to India, as adapted for radio by George Lefferts. At intermission time, it will be our singular privilege to present as commentator on A Passage to India the author of the work himself, Mr. E.M. Forster. The distinguished British author arrived in America a few weeks ago to address the American Academy of Arts and Letters. He recorded his University Theater commentary in New York. Here now, A Passage to India, starring Joseph Schildkraut as Dr. Aziz.
Except for the Marabar Caves, and they are 20 miles off, the city of Chandrapur presents nothing extraordinary. Edged by the Ganges, it trails for a few miles along the bank, scarcely distinguishable from the rubbish it deposits so freely. So abased, so monotonous is everything that meets the eye, that the Ganges might be expected to wash the excrescence back into the soil. Houses do fall, people are drowned and left rotting, but the general outline of the town persists, swelling here, shrinking there, like some low but indestructible form of life. Inland, the prospect alters. Beyond the railway on high ground stand the houses of the British Civil Station. The station is sensibly planned, with a red brick club on its brow, and farther back, a grocery and a cemetery. The bungalows are disposed along roads that intersect at right angles. Everything is neat, precise. It shares nothing with the city, except the overarching sky. On a cool evening just before the hot months, the British Chandrapur Club gave a dance in honor of two newly arrived English ladies, Mrs. Agatha Moore, the mother of Ronnie Heslop, civil magistrate, and Miss Adela Quested, who it was rumored might marry Ronnie.
Well, darling, how do you like our little station?
Everyone seems terribly nice, Ronnie.
You'll get to know them much better if you decide to marry me and stay on.
Why, Ronnie, I've hardly had a chance to get to know you again in the 2 days we've been here.
Know me? But you've known me for years.
I mean, I knew you in England, but I don't know you in India. That is, I know you at play, but I don't know you at work.
Work? Well, yes. What's my work got to do with it? You knew that I was a civil official, the magistrate of Chandrapur.
Yes, but what I mean is, different places sometimes make different people. And that's why I came here with your mother, to find out.
Oh, to get reacquainted, huh? Very well, then. Well, what would you like to do?
Well, your mother and I would both like to meet your people.
Oh, but you have met them.
Oh, not these people. Your Indian friends. Those you come across socially.
Oh, but my dear Adela, we don't. The natives may be full of virtues, but we simply don't, you know.
Oh?
Here, the music stopped. If you must meet someone, come and let me introduce you to some other members of the club. Major Calendar.
Ah, Heslop, old chap.
Miss Quested, may I present Mrs. Turton?
How do you do?
Mrs. Calendar and Major Calendar, our resident surgeon here.
Delighted. Well, Miss Quested, and what do you think of India? Pretty terrible, what?
Well, I'd like to see the real India, Major Calendar.
The real India?
Yes, the people, the natives.
You want to see Indians? The problem here is to avoid seeing them, Miss Quested.
Really?
Why, in India, the kindest thing one can do to a native is to let him die.
And what if he goes to heaven?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I thought about that very thing, Miss Quested. They might go to heaven, and then we'd have to meet them there. It'd be embarrassing, what?
Well, if you ask me, Major, I think that you're...
Excuse me, Adela, but, Major, Mrs. Calendar, Mrs. Turton, none of you have seen Mother in the last few minutes, have you?
Mrs. Moore? Why, no.
Well, perhaps we'd better go and look for her in the garden. Come along, Adela.
But, Ronnie, did you hear?
A while ago, she was asking me questions about the Mohammedan mosque.
The mosque? Why would she be interested in that?
I'm sure I can't imagine, my dear. But it certainly shows she's not Paka. No, not at all Paka.
I didn't expect it to be so beautiful.
Madame.
Oh!
Madame.
You startled me.
I beg your pardon, madame. This is a mosque. You have no right here at all. I beg your pardon, but you should have taken off your shoes. This is a holy place for Muslims.
I have taken them off. I left them at the entrance.
Oh, then I must ask your pardon, madame. I'm truly sorry for speaking.
I was right, was I not? If I remove my shoes, I'm allowed.
Why, of course. But you see, so few ladies take the trouble, especially if thinking that no one is there to see.
That makes no difference. God is here.
God is here. Very fine. Very good indeed. Beautiful. Beautiful. I shall tell my community, madame. I shall tell all our friends about you. God is here. I think that you are newly arrived in India.
Yes, how did you know?
By the way you address me. May I please know your name, madame?
Mrs. Moore. I'm here to visit my son. He's the civil magistrate here.
The civil... Oh, no. No, excuse me, please. That is quite impossible. You see, our city magistrate's name is Mr. Heslop, and I know him intimately.
He's my son all the same. I've been married twice and widowed twice.
Oh. Oh, I see, madame. I, too, have been married.
I've only come from the club. They're having a dance, and it was so hot.
If you will forgive me for saying, I think madame ought not to walk at night alone. There are bad characters about, and leopards may come across from the Malabar hills. Snakes, also.
But you walk about yourself.
Well, I am a doctor. Snakes. They don't dare bite me.
A doctor? Then you must know Major Callender, the civil surgeon.
Yes, madam. I am his Indian subordinate.
Oh, really? You mean you help him with his work?
No, madam. I am there so he can waste my time and cut me dead socially, but what does it matter? I am just a subordinate. I can do nothing about it, and he knows it. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry I should not speak this way in your presence, madam, but you have seemed so very sympathetic. I would very much like to be of some service to you, Mrs. Moore. May I escort you back to the club, please?
Why, yes, if you like. I wish I were a member so I might invite you in.
Thank you. That is very kind of you indeed, Mrs. Moore. But Indians are not allowed in the Chandrapur Club. No. No, not even as guests.
There she is, Ronnie.
Oh, Mother, where have you been? Adela and I have been searching all over for you.
I stepped out for a breath of air.
Oh, but, Mother, it's dangerous for an Englishwoman to go out unescorted.
Really?
Yes, really.
Oh, then it may comfort you to know I was escorted.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? By whom?
A young man.
A young man? Was he nice?
Very nice, Adela. He's a doctor. I don't know his name.
I'd like to thank the chap. Will you point him out?
Oh, he didn't come in. He said he wasn't allowed.
Good heavens. A native?
Yes, a Mohammedan.
Must have been that fellow Aziz.
Aziz? What a charming name.
The devil had his nerve. How did he speak to you, Mother? Impudently?
Why, no. He merely asked me to remove my shoes before entering the mosque.
Well, I hope you didn't remove them.
Now, look here, Ronnie. Wouldn't you expect a Mohammedan to take off his hat in our church?
It's different, Adela. It's different. You don't understand.
I know I don't. And I want to. What is the difference, please?
Well,
there you are, Miss Crested. I believe we have the next dance.
Oh, very well then, Major.
Mother, I wish you hadn't spoken about this fellow Aziz to Adela. She'll begin wondering whether we treat the natives properly and all that sort of nonsense.
Well, do you?
You must realize that we're not out here for the purpose of being pleasant. We're out here to do justice and keep the peace. No, we're not pleasant in India, and we don't intend to be pleasant. We've something more important to do.
Are you quite finished?
Quite.
Then let me say something. India is a part of the earth, and the good Lord put us on earth to be pleasant to one another. From what Adela and I have seen, you and these others aren't being pleasant or even decent. And for the life of me, I can't understand why.
I see. You want to find out?
Yes, I do.
Very well, then you shall. I'll ask the commissioner to arrange a bridge party.
A bridge party? Oh, but Ronnie, I don't play.
It's not cards, Mother. It's an expression we use. A bridge party here is a party to bridge the gap between East and West. Now, we'll invite some of your precious natives, and then perhaps you'll understand our attitude a little better. To the Honorable Chandra Das, your presence is requested now. No, your presence is expected at a party to be given in the garden at the Chandrapur Club in honor of the newly arrived guests, Miss Adela Quested and Mrs. James Moore. 3 p.m., the 3rd of November, 1924.
Major Callender, would you introduce me to some of the Indians?
Oh, no, really?
Oh, please.
Oh, very well. But just remember, Mrs. Moore, you're superior to them. Don't forget that. Now, come along.
Miss Quested, I'm Cyril Fielding. We haven't met.
Oh? How do you do, Mr. Fielding?
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with the Major.
I suppose you're going to tell me, too, that I mustn't fraternize.
On the contrary. I'm principal of the government college, and, well, frankly, I'm frowned upon because I try occasionally to promote a little understanding between the natives and the British.
You're a friend of the natives?
Yes.
May I shake your hand, Mr. Fielding?
Why,
I envy you. You see, I never seem to get a chance to know them.
Would you care to meet one or two?
Very, very much indeed.
Oh, then perhaps I could invite you and the other lady down to the college for tea. Give you a chance to meet some of my Indian friends.
We'd love it. And do you know Dr. Aziz?
Would you like him asked too?
Mrs. Moore says he's so nice.
Very well, Miss Quested. Will Thursday suit you?
Indeed it will.
Miss Quested, I'd like to meet a very dear friend, Dr. Aziz.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Ah, and this is Mrs. Moore.
Oh, you've met.
Dr. Aziz is the young man I met at the mosque the other night.
Of course.
Oh. Would either of you ladies care to look around my college?
Do show me around, Mr. Fielding. Adela and Dr. Aziz will want to stay here and get acquainted. I'm sure the doctor can tell her many interesting things about India.
Very well. We won't be long. This way, Mrs. Moore. I'll be very happy to tell you.
Yes.
A doctor must find his work very interesting.
Yes.
So very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you and Mrs. Moore met at the mosque?
Yes.
I saw the
Quested.
mosque as we were coming in.
Miss Quested.
Yes.
You see, we are by nature a most informal people.
You are?
Yes, we are.
Oh, dear me, I was beginning to sound just like Major Callender's wife.
Oh, I hope not. I hope not.
You must forgive me. You see, I've never been in India before, and, well, I'm deathly afraid that I'm going to violate some obscure point of Indian etiquette.
As a matter of fact, Miss Quested, there is no such thing. You see, my people believe that so long as we cause no one discomfort, that is etiquette enough.
Well, it does sound a good deal more practical than worrying about which spoon.
May I ask a personal question, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. They say you have come here to marry Mrs. Moore's son, the city magistrate.
I may. What do your people think of Ronnie, Magistrate Heslop?
We think that it is a great honor to be a magistrate.
That isn't what I meant.
You see, I have often thought I should like very much to be a magistrate.
You still haven't answered my
If
question.
I were a magistrate, Miss Quested, I should sit here in this very room doing justice. For instance, a poor widow comes along and she has been robbed. So I give her 50 rupees, and to another one I would give 100, and so
I
on.
suppose if you were magistrate, you would never punish anyone.
Precisely, Miss Quested, precisely. I would say, poor criminal, give him another chance. Why, it only makes a man worse, much worse, to go to prison and be corrupted.
And if the poor criminal went off and robbed another widow?
Very well, then I should give him enough rupees so he would not have to rob. Miss Quested, a magistrate should be kind and not prejudiced, I think. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Perhaps.
Thank you. Because if you do, then you understand my people.
I understand very few people, Doctor. I only know whom I like and dislike.
Well, then you are an Oriental.
Oh, no, I'm hardly that. I know nothing of India.
Well, what would you like to know?
Oh, I should like to see it. So far, all I've seen is the civil station.
Oh, you must visit the Marabar Caves.
Marabar Caves?
Ah, surely you have heard of them.
No, I don't believe I have. Where are they?
Oh, about 20 miles from Chandrapur. They are very unique indeed.
I should love to see them.
Well, I will take you and Mrs. Moore.
When?
Any time you wish. I place myself entirely at...
Anyone home?
Why, it's Ronnie. Ronnie, in here.
Oh, what's happened to Fielding? Where's Mother?
Good evening, Ronnie.
I want you and Mother at once. There's to be polo.
I thought there was to be no polo.
Well, everything's altered. Now, come along. I'll tell you about it.
Your mother will return shortly, Mr. Heslop. Will you kindly take some tea?
I should like you to fetch her at once.
I am quite certain that one of Mr. Fielding's servants would be most happy to fetch her.
Very well. See that she does.
Ronnie!
Aziz, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't expect Heslop to turn up.
That is quite all right, Mr. Fielding. I'm used to being insulted.
How do you stand it, Aziz? How do any of you stand it?
Because there are people like you, Mr. Fielding, to give us hope and friendship.
I don't suppose Heslop would have been so excited if he weren't hoping to marry Miss Quested.
Oh, that is a mistake, I think, a bad mistake. They do not think alike, Mr. Fielding. Mr. Fielding, why don't you marry Miss Quested?
What? Oh, good Lord, no. Why, the girl's a prig.
A prig? Kindly explain, please. Prig is rather an unpleasant word, is it not?
Why, I don't know her, but she struck me as one of the more pathetic products of Western education. Flat-chested, repressed. Oh, she depresses me.
But prig, Mr. Fielding, prig, I don't...
Oh,
how
well,
prig? How prig?
She goes on and on as if she were at a lecture, trying ever so hard to understand India and life, and occasionally taking a note.
Oh, by the way, I have invited the ladies to visit the Marabar Caves.
No, well, they won't hold you to it after what's happened.
But no, I should very much like them to come, Mr. Fielding. Will you help me?
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. It is not for the girl. Between you and me, I do not find her very attractive either. But the older lady, Mrs. Moore, she is so, well, very sympathetic. I should very much like to be of some service to her.
Oh, well then.
Yes, but I will need your help. You see, it is not allowed for a Moslem to accompany English ladies alone. Mm-hmm. Will you come with us, Mr. Fielding?
Why, yes. In that case. Oh, of course.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But he's a Muslim. You can't do it, Adela.
Why not, Ronnie? He's intelligent and interesting. The finest type of educated Indian. Why, if I were a woman of his own race...
Adela, if you intend to marry me, you will have to stop this nonsense. There's my official position to consider.
I haven't decided to marry you, yet.
But you will. We both a good deal of common sense, and...
What about love?
What about it? We're fond enough of each other.
But not enough to trust me out on a harmless expedition, it seems. Not even with your mother along.
If you loved me, you wouldn't go.
Well, I came to see India, and I intend to do it. I'm sorry, Ronnie. I'm going. Do hurry, they're holding up the train.
It's no use. It is no use.
Didn't you find Mr. Fielding?
I'm sorry, no, he is nowhere.
But he promised to meet us at the early train.
I am a failure. Our expedition is ruined.
Nonsense. If he won't catch the train, we'll go without him.
Do you think we should, Mrs. Moore?
Of course we should.
But I warn you, it is not done. 2 English ladies and a Moslem.
Then we shall all be Muslims together. Come, Adela, let's go aboard.
I am afraid that our Indian railroads are not very comfortable, Mrs. Moore.
We are used to that.
Now then, in just a few moments, the sun will rise, and we will be able to see the beautiful Marabar Hills. And then Miss Quested should be able to make some photographs with her camera. Miss Quested?
I'm afraid she's dropped off to sleep.
Yes.
Poor child. She had a frightful row last evening with my son.
Oh?
I don't suppose she slept very well afterwards. Dear girl. I wonder what she's dreaming about.
It's wrong.
He's a Muslim.
Commentary, Ronnie.
Take this man.
What about love? Commentary, Ronnie.
But
Aziz.
He's a Muslim.
It's wrong. Mary Ronnie.
Take this man.
No.
Adela, what is it?
Are you all right, Miss Quested?
Oh, I fell asleep. Excuse me. Where are we?
We are almost there.
Oh.
Soon we will be in the Marabar Caves.
It's absolutely magnificent. Look at that sky.
Yes, Miss Quested.
Yes.
The caves now are a few hundred yards up the hill. And here we shall spread our carpet and picnic. Would you ladies care to see the first of the caves, perhaps, now, before we eat?
I would.
And you, Mrs. Moore?
I think I'll just sit here and rest a while. You two go on alone.
Will that be all right with you, Miss Quested?
Why, yes, of course it will.
Thank you. Very well, then. We begin the climb. And please, do not carry your sun hat in your hand like that. The early sun is highly dangerous for the head.
Not with my thick hair.
No, really. I speak as a doctor now. I do wish you would please put on your sun hat. So, here we are. That opening over there, Miss Crested, is the entrance to the famous Marabar Caves. And behind that opening, a dozen small caves fan out into larger and larger ones. By the way, there is a very beautiful echo, which I will be very happy to demonstrate.
What's that?
Oh, don't be afraid. Just a bat. They harm no one.
I shall stay close by you all the same. It looks so dark.
Yes, just one little moment, please, while I light this lantern. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, you are trembling. You are cold?
No, it's not that.
You are afraid, Miss Crested. I assure you there is no danger. I'm right here to protect you, and you will be as safe as though your fiancé himself was here.
My fiancé?
Yes, Mr. Heslop.
Oh.
You see, I have heard that you two are to be married soon, yes?
Come on, Aziz, let's go in.
Just one moment, please. You are absolutely not afraid to go in the cave with me, Miss Crested?
No, of course not. Let's go in.
Thank you. You observe the echo, Miss Crested? It is really a very fine echo.
Yes.
It's frightening. What am I doing here?
Yes. To visit the famous Marabar Caves is an experience you will never forget.
Why did I ever come?
It really is a pity that Mrs. Moore is not here to see this, and of course your fiancé, Mr. Heslop.
Ronnie. Why does he keep talking about Ronnie?
Careful, please. The rocks are slippery here. I beg your pardon. You better let me take your hand, yes?
How strong his hand is. And how fine. How attractive he must seem to women of his race.
The cave is really very beautiful, is it not?
They do make a difference. Beauty and physical charm. If only Ronnie were more like him.
I beg your pardon. Perhaps you would prefer to enjoy it all in silence. I would understand. You see, there is a saying we have. Words destroy beauty and love.
Beauty and love?
But of course, Miss Crested, you would already know about that. After all, are you not in love with Mr. Heslop?
Beauty and love. Why did he have to say that? Beauty and love. I never had either.
Miss Crested, your hand is trembling now. You really are not frightened, are you?
No.
Oh, yes. I'm horribly frightened. I just discovered something. I don't love Ronnie. The man I'm going to marry. I don't love him at all.
Come, Miss Crested, have courage. Believe me, there's absolutely nothing to fear.
Why did I have to wait until now to find out? Oh, what am I going to do if only Ronnie were more like Aziz?
Look, now we are nearing the great inner cave.
Aziz. If only I were a woman of his rank and race. Oh, what am I thinking?
What am I thinking?
Wrong.
He's a Muslim.
It's wrong.
He's a Muslim.
Common sense. Marry Ronnie.
He's a Muslim.
But what about love and beauty? It's wrong.
It's wrong.
No.
Miss Crested, is something wrong?
Yes, Aziz. Aziz, there's something I must tell you. I am not going to marry Mr. Heslop.
No, I do not understand, Miss
I can't explain. I just can't marry him, that's all. Oh, Aziz.
Oh, but Miss Crested, believe me, marriage is good. I know.
You know?
Yes, of course. I have been married. I have 3 fine children.
I might have known. You're a Mohammedan, aren't you? I suppose you have 4 wives like all the rest.
Please, Miss Crested. Miss Crested. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh.
I am an educated Indian.
What difference does that make? Mrs. Durden says it all.
Pardon, please. 4 wives, you don't know how you have disgraced me with that remark.
But Aziz...
Please, I cannot bear the shame of it, Miss Crested. Forgive me. Please excuse me.
Aziz, don't run away if I've said something to hurt you. Aziz, the lantern! Don't leave me here in the dark! Aziz!
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Joseph Schildkraut in a radio version of E.M. Forster's A Passage to India. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC University Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the author of A Passage to India and aspects of the novel, Mr. E.M. Forster.
I wrote A Passage to India a quarter of a century ago. It's not a political tract. It is a novel about human beings which hopes here and there to achieve the effect of poetry. The use of the Malabar caves as a recurrent theme is an example of poetic intention, as are the three sections of the book, which symbolize the seasons of the Indian year, namely the cold weather, the hot weather, and the rains. But, of course, politics enter. They color the social background, and it might be interesting to look back at the novel for a minute from the political point of view. When it came out, India was ruled by Great Britain, to the great discomfort of both parties. And the book dwelt specially on the social discomforts, on the racial arrogance and snobbery of the English, the clubs from which Indians were excluded, trouble on the railways, and so on, and also on Indian bitterness and suspicion. Such problems occur all over the 20th century world, and there they assumed a special shape. Thank heaven, things have improved. Our present government in Great Britain has cleared out of India, greatly to its credit and much to the relief of us all. The social and psychological tensions have ceased. English and Indians can now meet as equals, without both of them feeling self-conscious, and all that part of A Passage to India is out of date, and I'm thankful it should be. I last visited the country in 1945, 4 years back, when the big change was coming on that hadn't yet taken place. English friends who have gone there since always emphasize the easiness and the friendliness of their reception by Indians. That, unfortunately, does not complete the picture. There's furthermore tension between the Indian communities themselves. My novel handled that too, and particularly dealt with the Hindu-Muslim friction. Those who love the country, and I count myself amongst its lovers, will long for it to achieve internal harmony also. Just for the British to clear out is not enough. Here again I'm an optimist. I believe that the present division into India and Pakistan is going to work. And letters I've had from the country during the last 6 months are most cheering. I pray that this may happen, and that here also A Passage to India may date.
Thank you, Mr. Forster. Our radio version of A Passage to India, starring Joseph Schildkraut, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Why, it's Aziz.
Oh, Mr. Fielding, praise Allah you've come.
I missed the train and persuaded Mrs. Turton to drive me up. What's wrong, Aziz? You're white as a sheet.
Mr. Fielding, strike me, kill me.
Oh, don't be an idiot. What's happened?
Miss Quested has disappeared.
What happened?
Well, we were in the cave and... Oh, she made a remark which upset me terribly. I was so overcome, I rushed away to regain my balance and... Well, when I came back, she was gone.
You don't suppose she's lost in the cave?
I've searched it and searched it. She must have come out because her camera was lying outside with a strap broken and her sun helmet.
Hello, that's bad without a helmet. You'll have to watch out for sunstroke.
Oh, I could kill myself. I have disgraced myself by failing in my responsibility.
Oh, pull yourself together, man.
Look, Mr. Fielding, look, down there on the plain.
Good heavens.
Is that not Miss Crested and two other ladies getting into a car?
Yes, that's Mrs. Turton's car. Well, then she's all right.
Thank heaven.
They're driving off.
That is most strange.
Hi! Mrs. Turton! Miss Crested! Hi!
It is too late, Mr. Fielding. They did not hear you.
Well, of all the unnatural, unheard of, unexcelled acts of impoliteness...
But I do not understand it.
Neither do I. But I'm going to demand an explanation the minute I get back to Chandrapur.
The train reaches Chandrapur now, Mr. Fielding, and perhaps we will learn about Miss Crested, huh?
Hello. Look there on the platform. Isn't that Commissioner Turton?
Yes. Oh, perhaps he is here on some official business. He comes aboard. Commissioner Turton, it is an unexpected
Dr.
pleasure
Aziz, it is my highly painful duty to arrest you.
Commissioner?
What?
Fielding, Miss Crested has been insulted in one of the Malabar caves.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. The most dastardly crime a native has dared yet.
Oh.
Now, come along quietly, Aziz.
No.
Now, see here, Turton. I demand an explanation.
Calm down, Fielding. Dr. Aziz was arrested for molesting Miss Crested in one of the caves. She's escaped, by God's grace.
It's ridiculous. Who placed this charge?
Mrs. Turton and the victim herself.
The girl herself? Then she's mad. I do not believe that Aziz could do such a thing.
He took her into this cave, extinguished the lantern, and made insulting advances. She rushed out of the cave and down the hill. Mrs. Turton found her in a hysterical state and drove her back to Chandrapur. She's in the hospital now.
When can I speak to her?
She's already told her story.
But she couldn't have thought of this story by herself. Someone else must have helped to plant it in her mind.
Fielding! My wife was the woman who was with her afterwards. That is an insult. You withdraw it instantly.
I apologize.
And by the way, Fielding, there will be an informal meeting at the Chandrapur Club this evening to discuss this situation and what's to be done about the natives. But in view of your obvious sympathies, I'm doubtful that you'd care to come.
On the contrary, sir, I shall most certainly come.
Attention! Your attention, please. Will this meeting come to order? First, I want to talk especially to the ladies. There's not the least cause for alarm. Keep cool. Keep cool. Don't go out more than you can help. And don't go into the city. And don't talk before your servants.
The drums. I hear them. The natives are
Mrs.
coming.
Callender, be calm. Those drums are only for the Feast of Muharram. My men are watching it. Now, will the ladies please leave the smoking room? There are some things we men must discuss. Now, gentlemen, someone has suggested that we call out the troops. I hardly think that is necessary. Just remember, one isolated Indian is charged with an attempted crime.
Commissioner Turton, I've learned some facts about this case you'll be interested to know.
Major Callender?
I've learned that the prisoner bribed his servant not to accompany her to the caves. As to how they managed to get rid of the certain Englishman who was to accompany the train, well, money has strange powers.
Major, I demand you withdraw that.
I didn't mean to imply you, Mr. Fielding. Just that your servant was bribed to make you late for the train.
That's ridiculous, and you know it.
Not ridiculous. neatly planned, so that beast could be alone with that defenseless girl. Pretty, eh? I say it's time for action! Call in the troops and clear the Czar!
Please sit down, gentlemen. I only want to listen to what has been decided.
Careful. That native has a friend here.
Why doesn't the swine stand up? Mr. Fielding, what has prevented you from standing up?
May I make a statement?
Certainly.
Very well. I believe Dr. Aziz to be innocent.
You have a right to hold that opinion. But is that any reason to insult Mr. Heslop by not standing for him?
If you will let me finish.
Do.
I am waiting for the verdict of the court. If he is guilty, I resign from British service and leave India. I resign from the Chandrapur Club now.
Mr. Fielding, one moment. Before leaving this club, from which you did very well to resign, you will express your contempt for this crime and you will apologize to Mr. Heslop.
Are you speaking to me officially, sir? Or as a man?
I regret that I demeaned myself to meet you. You've sunk to the level of your native associates. You're weak. Rottenly weak. Now get out. Get out!
Aziz.
Mr. Fielding, you did not desert me.
I would have come sooner, but they barred me. How are you?
How should I be? My career, my name, gone. Ruined.
But you aren't guilty.
What difference? Even if I am acquitted, I cannot go among the English anymore. They will hate me all the more.
We'll get the best lawyers.
Thank you. My friend Mahmoud Ali will plead my case.
He's a good man.
Good man. Mr. Fielding, do you really think it will make any difference?
Don't you?
My chances are not worth that.
We'll fight it. We'll appeal if it takes every penny I've got. I swear it.
Mr. Fielding, excuse me. Over there on the cut there, you will find a brown envelope. Will you kindly get it?
This?
Yes. Please open it.
Very well. Who is this?
My wife.
She's very beautiful.
You, sir, are the first Englishman who has ever seen her face.
You do me a great honor. I thought it was against the custom of the Purdah.
I should have told her that you were my brother, because my brother may see my wife.
Brother? Brother's only a word.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Much more than a word. All men are my brothers. And when one of them behaves as such, he may see my wife.
And when all men behave as such, the custom of the Purdah will vanish.
It is because you can say such a thing, Mr. Fielding, that I show you her picture. Cyril Fielding, my friend, my brother. No one will ever realize how much kindness we Indians need. We do not even know it ourselves, but we do know when kindness has been given, and we do not forget. Kindness. Kindness. Kindness, Mr. Fielding, is the only hope. What use the reform committees and the brotherhood movements and all that when your people sneer at the color of our skin? Well, please forgive me. You may put her picture away now. She is of no importance because she has been dead for 12 years.
Major Callender says you're almost well, Adela. Mother and I have come to fetch you home.
Hello, Mrs. Moore.
Here, let me kiss you, darling.
No, don't touch me, Ronnie. I'm sorry. It's just I can't bear to have anyone touch me.
I understand, my dear.
Everyone's so kind. So very kind. I must get things straight in my mind first, that's all.
Oh, of course. You should be all right in time for the trial, huh?
Trial? No one's mentioned anything about a trial.
Well, you wouldn't want to let the rascal off scot-free.
They've caught him? How did they know who it was?
You told us yourself, darling. You signed a statement.
Isn't that funny? I can't seem to remember things anymore. I'm so tired and confused. I keep hearing the echo.
Echo?
The echo from the cave. I can't seem to get rid of it.
No, my dear. I don't suppose you ever will.
Mother, for heaven's sake.
Mrs. Moore, what is this echo?
Don't you know?
Oh, Mother, I forbid this. We were counting on you to testify in the witness box. But if you're going to talk like this...
Why do you want me in a witness box?
Why, I should think you'd want to testify, Mother. No one blames you, of course, but the fact is that you dropped out and encouraged Adela to go with him alone.
My son, I shall attend your marriage, but not your trial.
Huh? Well, it isn't my trial.
Are you so sure of that, Ronnie? Suppose I get up in the witness box and say what I really believe. That this poor girl had a hallucination. That perhaps she even wanted such a thing to happen to her. And that now she's being driven mad by you, by the Turtons, by her own feelings of guilt. Suppose I say those things. Then whose trial is it?
You're insane. You're absolutely insane.
Ronnie, he's innocent. Aziz is good. I must have made a mistake,
Hush,
Ronnie.
Adela, you must be quiet.
Oh, Ronnie, help me, Ronnie. I don't know what's right. Just don't leave me, Ronnie.
I
Please
won't,
don't
dear, I won't. And you haven't made a mistake, but you must be more careful about what you say.
I can tell you this, Ronnie. I'll not help you torture that young man for what he never did.
Mother, if you have any evidence in the prisoner's favor, it is your bounden duty to go to the witness box for him. I assure you no one will stop you.
No.
Very well, then. Now, then, will you excuse me, please? Hello? Get me the police commissioner, please.
Police commissioner?
McBride, this is Ronnie Heslip.
Oh, yes, Ronnie.
I want you to arrange passage for my mother back to England at once.
In October? Oh, she can't go now. The heat will kill her.
Immediately.
Yes, but look
McBride,
here,
listen carefully. It is most important that Mother be on her way to England before the other side can subpoena her as a witness.
But I thought she was our witness.
Yes. So did I.
Oh. I see. Very well, Ronnie. I'll take care of it at once.
Oh, we're coming to the courthouse now, Adela. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm sure to break down, Ronnie.
Look, Adela, you mustn't. We're depending on you. I say, now, there's a mob, and it looks ugly.
British cowards!
Driver, drive round to the back. I don't like the looks of this. This must be Fielding's doing.
This court is now in session. The case of the British Raj versus Dr. Aziz.
Yes, gentlemen. It was at the home of a certain Mr. Fielding that the prisoner met Miss Quested, and there conceived his evil desires concerning her. And need I point out a certain scientific truth? The darker races are physically attracted by the fairer. But not, I repeat, not vice versa. This is not a matter for bitterness, but merely a fact, which any scientific observer will confirm.
Even when the lady is so uglier than the gentleman?
Turn that man out! Proceed, Mr. McBride.
And need I remind you of the document which Miss Quested signed upon her arrival at the hospital, telling in full detail exactly what had happened, in which she made mention that her camera had been torn from her. That camera, ladies and gentlemen, was discovered on the person of the prisoner. even went so far as to influence another English lady, Mrs. Moore, to remain behind so that he might have Miss Quested alone in the cave.
Why do you not call this Mrs. Moore and let us hear her story?
I do not propose to call her.
No, because you have smuggled her out of the country. She would have proved his innocence.
Need I remind Mr. Mahmoud Ali that the defense could have called her at any time?
No! She was kept from us until too late. Give her back to us and she will prove our case. I ruined my career as a lawyer by this behavior. No matter. We are all to be ruined, one by one!
Mr. Ali, unless you sit down, I shall exercise my authority.
This trial is a farce. I can stand no more. I'm going. You can get Aziz another lawyer.
I say, Heslop, old chap.
Commissioner Turton?
We've got to call Miss Quested at once. Do you think she can go through with it?
Oh, don't worry. I've braced her to it.
Now, Miss Quested, you said Mrs. Moore was tired and she sat alone while you and the prisoner went up to the cave.
Yes.
No one else was present?
No,
You went into the entrance,
that is correct.
and the prisoner went with you?
Now we've got him.
I will repeat the question. The prisoner was alone with you?
Yes.
He extinguished his lantern and then attempted to seize you. Am I correct?
I...
Miss Quested, I asked you a question. He attempted to seize you, did he not?
May I have a moment, please?
Certainly.
I cannot be sure.
I beg your pardon?
I cannot
I
be
didn't
sure.
catch that answer. You were in the cave. The light went out. He attempted to seize you. Well?
No.
Speak up, please, Miss Quested.
I'm afraid I have made a mistake.
What nature of mistake?
Dr. Aziz never came near me. I was frightened of the
Now,
darkness,
Miss Quested,
and then
let me read the words of a statement which you...
Excuse me, Mr. McBride. I am magistrate here, and I am speaking to the witness. And I will have silence in this court. Miss Quested, address remarks to me, who am magistrate in charge of this case, and remember, please, extreme gravity. You speak on oath.
Dr. Aziz never
I
came here.
stop these proceedings on medical grounds. That girl is insane.
Silence! Silence!
No Indian is...
Silence! Miss Question, do you withdraw this charge?
Yes. Yes. I withdraw it. I withdraw everything. Everything.
Mr. McBride, you have heard. You will have to withdraw.
He shall not withdraw. She's a liar, a cheat.
Arrest that woman. This case is dismissed. Release the prisoner.
It was good of you to ride as far as Amagir with me, Cyril.
Aziz, I hoped I might convince you not to desert us.
No, it is no use. My mind is made up.
But to give up your practice, your friends, to ride off and become a medicine man to some backwoods Raja? Why?
Why? I'm frightened. The English have frightened me, Cyril. And when a man is frightened, he can only do two things. He can either kick and scream on the committees and in political parties, or he can retreat to the jungle where no Englishman ever comes.
But why should you choose to retreat?
Because of you.
I don't understand.
You see, if all Englishmen were like the Turtons and the Burtons and the Calendars and all the rest, then I could stay, my friend, and fight. But the decent English, the kind, the good English, like, for instance, you and Mrs. Moore, you have disorganized my hatred.
But if we're friends, why do you run away?
Because at last I am an Indian. My loyalty now is undivided. My heart remains for my people.
We're almost to the fork of the road.
Yes.
Before we part, there is a piece of news I cannot keep from you.
Yes? What news is that?
Mrs. Moore Mrs. Moore died.
Oh, no.
Yes, on the ship to England.
I wonder if her son will ever admit to himself that he killed her.
I doubt it. He even refused to marry Miss Quested, you know.
Well, I cannot feel sorry for her.
No, I suppose not. Here is the parting, Aziz.
Yes.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Your road lies ahead. Mine to the right. Where shall you be?
I go to a place in northern India called Mau. Many years ago, another young Mohammedan went there. He was a saint. His mother had said to him, "Go, son, free prisoners." And he took a sword and did go and did free prisoners. Well, perhaps I shall come to be like him. Perhaps someday this horse I ride will become a charger, and I shall make it rear in battle, my friend, like this. And then I shall say, India shall be a nation, and I shall cry down with the British, "Clear out, you swine, double quick. We may be confused, but you we hate. And if I do not make you go, then my son Ahmed will make you go, and his son Karim will make you go, yes. If it take 5,500 years, we shall get rid of you, you swine. We will drive every blasted Englishman into the sea. And then, my very, very dear friend Cyril, then you and I shall be friends.
But why can't we be friends now? It's what I want. It's what you want.
No, look, the horses do not want it. They pull us apart. The earth does not want it. Look, my friend, how it sends up rocks all around to divide us. The jails don't want it. The palaces don't want it. The clubs don't want it. The temples don't want it. They do not want it. They do not want it. They all say it in 100 voices and in 100 different ways, my friend. Listen, just listen. Even the sky says it. Listen, God's own sky says it. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet, you...
You have been listening to A Passage to India, an NBC University Theater production of the novel by E.M. Forster, starring Joseph Schildkraut. If you wish to expand your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. Simply write to NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Now, as to next week. Next week, the NBC University Theater formally opens its summer season with one of the hardest-hitting novels of recent years, Bud Schulberg's devastating What Makes Sammy Run. Our star on that occasion will be Paul Stewart. And next week, the NBC University Theater moves to a new time. On most of these stations, it will be heard on Saturday afternoon. Your local newspaper will list the exact hour of broadcast. In succeeding weeks, following next Saturday's production of What Makes Sammy Run, we will bring you versions of some of the most exciting books of our times. Graham Greene's Brighton Rock, Thornton Wilder's The Ides of March, J.P. Marquand's current bestseller, Point of No Return, Stephen Himes' The Crusaders, and others of that caliber. We hope that you will join us for the Saturday productions of the NBC University Summer Theater. A Passage to India was adapted by George Lefferts and starred Joseph Schildkraut, internationally celebrated star of screen and stage, as Dr. Aziz. Our cast included Ben Wright, Alma Lawton, Alec Harford, Paul Marion, Constance Cavendish, Marion Richmond, Norma Varden, Donald Morrison, Raymond Lawrence, Parley Bear. Your announcer, Don Stanley. At intermission, you heard E.M. Forster, whose commentary was recorded. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. Tonight, the NBC Symphony Summer Concert Series makes its debut. Fritz Reiner will conduct the premiere broadcast and will have as his guest the distinguished American soprano, Miss Dorothy Maynor. You'll enjoy a delightful program of your favorite music. Remember to hear the NBC Symphony in a new series of concerts at a new time. Tonight, over most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. From the NBC University Theater, Mr. Herbert Marshall in Goodbye, Mr. Chips, by James Hilton. We bring you one of modern literature's most gentle stories, James Hilton's tender biography of an English schoolmaster, Goodbye, Mr. Chips, as adapted for radio by Agnes Eckhart. As our star, as Mr. Chips himself, we are proud to present one of the modern theater's most urbane actors, Mr. Herbert Marshall. At intermission, you will hear a recorded commentary on Mr. Chips and other writings of James Hilton by Hugh J. Coleridge-Mackinus. Here now, Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Herbert Marshall.
By 1933, he was as much a part of Brookfield School as its ancient elms or its quadrangle of 18th century buildings. A typical bit of cherished English tradition. His real name was Chipping, but for more than 50 years, masters and students alike had referred to him simply as Mr. Chips. And though he was now 85 and had been retired for many years, he made a special point of getting to know all the new boys and having them to tea with him during their first term. With a walnut cake, crumpets soaked in butter, and tea mixed carefully from various caddies, his guests found the ceremony highly impressive and enjoyable.
Perhaps you'd like another crumpet, Bolton.
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I've had quite enough, sir.
Well, now that you've said what politeness requires, do have another, as you really would like to.
Thanks awfully, sir. They are a treat.
Ransom.
Yes, sir?
I don't recall that name. Are you the first of your family to attend Brookfield, eh?
My uncle was here, sir. My mother's brother. His name is Major Collingwood.
Collingwood, of course.
You remember him, sir?
Yes, indeed. Collingwood was here in 1902, I think it was.
Yes, that will be my uncle, sir.
Red-haired he was, with a real crop of freckles. I once thrashed him for climbing onto the gymnasium roof to get a ball out of the gutter.
You thrashed Uncle Collingwood, sir?
Certainly I did. Might have broken his neck, the young fool.
Oh, I say, sir, that is good.
Have you been to the new cinema, sir?
Cinema? No, I have not.
I went with my people the other day. What a grand fair for a small place like Brookfield. They've got a Wurlitzer.
And what on earth is a Wurlitzer?
It's an organ, sir. A cinema organ.
Dear me. I've seen the name on the boards, but I always imagined it must be some kind of a sausage. 5 o'clock already. Well, it's been very delightful meeting you like this. I'm sorry you can't stay longer. And, Watson, why don't you just take that last crumpet with you?
Because Mr. Chips was getting on in years, Dr. Merivale would stop by for a visit and a glass of sherry every fortnight or so.
My dear fellow, you're fitter than I am. You're past the age when people get these horrible diseases. You're one of the lucky ones who are going to die a really natural death. Well, that is, of course, if you die at all. You're such a remarkable old boy that one never knows.
Oh, is that so, eh?
You're feeling pretty hearty, aren't you, Chips?
Oh, yes, no complaints except Anno Domini. Anno Domini. But that's the most fatal complaint of all in the end.
But you have many annos yet, my dear fellow. Just keep indoors this weather. There's a lot of flu about. I must say, I wish I could have your life for a day or two.
His life. And what a life it had been. He leafed through the years as one turns the pages of a familiar book. The first time that he'd stood on big hall steps to take call over. The long school list curling over a board. And each boy as he passed speaking his own name to be verified and ticked off the sheet.
Barnard, Bassingthwaight,
Battersby,
Beckles,
Bedford,
Bennett, Bentley,
Best.
That was in
Betancourt,
1870.
Glenstock,
Chips was only 22 and feeling
Boyd,
quite at the
Boyle,
mercy of these young ruffians.
Brainerd.
He remembered vividly his interview with old Weatherby, Brookfield's head.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chipping.
I was told you wished to see me, Mr. Weatherby.
Quite right, I did. Now, sit down. No, come, sit down, Mr. Chipping.
Yes, sir, here.
According to your records, you spent a year teaching at Melbury before you came here.
Yes, sir. And I do much prefer Brookfield to Melbury.
I gather that disciplining the students was not always your strong point at Melbury.
Oh, well, to be quite truthful, sir, they were a rather rowdy group at times.
Well, they were only being boys, Mr. Chipping, and the ones here at Brookfield are no different, if not kept in hand. Perhaps you've learnt that already,
Oh, well, sir, this morning, some young chap did rather upset the books on my desk.
They'll play tricks on you if they can, sir. You must take a firm hand from the beginning. That's the secret of it.
Yes, sir.
Tonight you will take prep for the first time.
Oh, yes, sir.
And I can see you're not looking forward to it. And of course they'll be ready to pounce on you. But if you show them you'll take no nonsense, they'll not give any. And like you, a lot better for your firmness.
I shall do my best, sir.
Oh, that's all we ask. And my best wishes for your first prep.
That's the new one. Look how pink his face is. What's his name again?
Chipping. Mr. Chipping.
Mr. Chipping. Mr. Chips.
That's jolly. Mr. Chips. I bet we can put a lot over on him.
I'll drop the lid of my desk. Pretend to be studying.
You there in the 5th row, you with the red hair. What's your name?
Carly, sir.
Very well, Carly, you have 100 lines.
But why, sir?
Complete silence is demanded during prep. Desk lids can be rather an annoyance.
But it was quite an accident, sir. I was trying to get a pen quill from my
Since
desk.
you have so much time for explanations, Carly, that will be 200 lines. Perhaps the rest of you would like to join Collie in a similar task.
No trouble at all after that. He had won his first round. In his early 20s, Chips had been as ambitious as most other young men at such an age. His dream was to get a headship eventually, or at any rate a senior mastership. And every time there was an opening for a higher position at Brookfield, he applied assiduously for the post. But somehow it was always granted to another. That particular evening so marked in his memory occurred after he'd been at the school about a decade. It was toward dusk, and Chips was sitting in a small parlor in one of those large chairs that completely hide the occupants from view when two other masters entered the room. They thought they were quite alone.
Well, congratulations, old man.
Thanks,
You're now a senior master.
Thanks, Anderson.
Well, of course you knew you'd get it.
Not definitely.
Oh, but you certainly had no serious competition.
Chips had put in for the post.
Chips? Oh, Chips is the perennial applier and is perennially disappointing.
He must be competent, or they wouldn't keep him on.
Oh, he's good for his job. He's a nice fellow, Chips, but run-of-the-mill, definitely run-of-the-mill.
It was some time after the masters left that Chips got up from the wing-back chair. And if there had been anyone about who cared enough to observe him, they would have noticed a quiet but sad resignation in his eyes. He never tried for another promotion. But as time went on, the possibility of staying where he was began to fill a comfortable niche in his mind. At 40, he was rooted, settled, and quite happy at Brookfield. By the time he was 48, he felt he could predict his future with pleasant assurance. But that summer, during a vacation in the mountains, a very unexpected thing occurred. Least expected by Mr. Chips.
Hello there!
That sounded like someone calling.
Hello!
Dear me, it is a young woman calling.
Can you hear me down there?
I can see her now. Why, she's quite far out on that ledge. There's been some sort of trouble.
Hello!
Don't worry, I'm coming. Just stay where you are. Don't move. Why do these modern young women do such reckless things? Mountain climbing, of all things. Difficult enough for me to scale this rock. Ooh. Now what have we? Turn my ankle. Well, I've got to help her no matter what. Why don't women stay where they belong?
Hello there.
Hello. I'll be there in just a moment. Just...
Here, take my hand. I can help you over that last crag.
Huh?
Well,
oh, very well.
Come along. Take my hand.
All right.
Now, there you are.
Yes.
Oh.
Here I am. I'm afraid I'm not too much help to you now, really. I seem to have turned my ankle quite a bit.
Well, I'm so dreadfully sorry.
However, I shall do my utmost to assist you.
I beg your pardon.
I heard you calling for help. That's the reason. Well,
I wondered what you meant about helping me.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand the cause of your laughter.
I wasn't calling for help at all. I was only waving to some friends of mine down in the valley.
Oh, I see.
Well, I'm so very sorry about your ankle, and now I shall have to rescue you.
No, nonsense, not at all. I shall manage quite well.
Oh, but you won't at all.
I'll be quite all right.
Oh, there, you see now. You really can't get down Great Gable alone with such a sprain.
You seem to know the mountain rather well.
Oh, yes, I'm quite experienced in climbing.
You don't say.
And my dear Mr.
Chipping.
And my name is Catherine Bridges. Now, Mr. Chipping, just put your arm around my shoulder and we'll manage quite nicely. You know, you must have that ankle attended to without delay.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Very well, then. I must say, Miss Bridges, that you have rather a strange opinion of the humorous. I fail to see why a sprained ankle should be the cause of such mirth.
Oh, I didn't mean to be rude, sir. But from the expression on your face, I fancy your ankle is not causing you nearly so much pain as your manly pride. Oh, do forgive me, Mr. Chipping. Hello there.
What? Oh, Miss Bridges.
I must say, my dear young lady, I didn't expect to see you standing outside my window. How did you get here?
On my bicycle.
Your bicycle?
Oh, Mr. Chipping, have I shocked you again by admitting that I cycle?
I suppose you're one of the new women one hears so much about these days.
Yes, I suppose I really must be. For I like Bernard Shaw and Ibsen.
Oh.
And I think women should be allowed in the universities and even have the vote.
Well,
And now I suppose I may be completely bold and ask if I can come inside and visit you for a while.
I'm sorry. Yes, please, won't you? Just come in.
I should be very happy to. Oh, don't try to get up, Mr. Chipping. I see the door. And hello again.
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Yes, thank you.
How did you happen to pass by this way, Miss Bridges?
I came purposely, just to see you, Mr. Chipping.
Not really.
Certainly. I was the cause of your accident, so now I must make sure that you recover.
Well, it's very kind of you, but I imagine there are so many other things you'd rather be doing than visiting a man old enough to be your father.
What sort of other things, Mr. Chipping?
Well, just being with the young lady you're traveling with.
Oh, but she's left already.
What's that?
Yes, she left this morning.
But why did you stay?
I told you. I must look after you until you're quite all right again.
Dear me.
So you see, I'm afraid you'll just have to put up with my visits, Mr. Chipping. But you're really doing famously. You know you'll soon be able to walk without the cane.
Yes, possibly.
Let's sit here on the stone wall.
All right.
And now, do tell me more about Brookfield, Mr. Chipping.
Well, there's not much to tell, Miss Bridges.
Of course there is. Schoolmastering's so important, don't you think? To be influencing those who are going to grow up and matter in the world.
Well, I do my best. That's all anyone can do in any job.
Yes, of course. I do love it when you say simple things like that.
Do you? I can't help but think I bore you, Miss Bridges.
I've never been less bored in my life.
Oh? And I find myself quite looking forward to the sight of your shocking bicycle.
You do have a delightful humor, you know.
Oh.
Do you share it with your students, or are you a terribly strict master?
Well, they're a pack of ruffians. One has to use discipline.
Oh, certainly. I suppose they're all frightened to death of you and say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, Mr. Chipping. And...
To be quite truthful, they generally refer to me as Mr. Chips.
Oh, how wonderful. Why, it's a perfect name. Of course, I shall call you Chips, too, if I may.
The name's never sounded quite so nice.
Well, I must admit you're as good as new again, Chips.
Yes, I suppose I am. Pity.
Why?
It's been such an enjoyable inconvenience.
Oh.
You'll be leaving soon?
Yes. And you?
I have a month yet before the fall term.
I know you'll be happy to return to Brookfield and to your important work, Chips.
Oh, Kathy, it's not important work. I've been at Brookfield for 25 years, and I've risen no higher than a housemaster, and shall, I'm sure, rise no higher. I am really uncommonly mediocre. Well, now what are you laughing at?
It's no use. You're trying to discourage me, Chips. Modern women, hopelessly in love, are very determined people.
Kathy.
And I'm in love with you, because you are what you are. I wouldn't have you one speck different.
Oh, but Kathy. Oh, Kathy, do you... I mean, would you...
Yes.
Will you marry me, Kathy?
Yes, Chips, dear.
Kathy.
Oh. We'll be married before the fall term.
Yes, yes.
Oh, dear, we've so many things to do, to attend to. I must get back to my hotel and pack it, and you must get ready to leave.
Yes, the sooner the better. Oh, I still find it difficult to believe.
Perhaps if I leave you now, you'll realize it more, dear. My, this is an occasion, you know. I I feel rather like a new boy beginning his first term with you. Shall I call you sir? Or would Mr. Chips be the right thing? Yes, Mr. Chips, I think. Goodbye, then. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
There followed then a time of such happiness that Chips, remembering it long afterward, hardly believed it could ever have happened before or since in the world. His marriage was a triumphant success. Kathy conquered Brookfield as she had conquered Chips.
Oh, no, Kathy, I don't think so.
But they do, Chips, dear, they do. They're really quite fond of you. Is it against Brookfield and tradition for boys to like their masters?
Oh, no, but I've never cut much of a figure with them.
All the same, they are fond of you. I can tell. And, Chips, I do wish you'd let them enjoy some of your delightful humor.
How's that, my dear? What do you mean?
Well, you're always thinking of so many clever little jokes and sayings. It's a shame not to share them with your students.
Oh, Kathy, you overrate
No, Chips, no, I'm right in this. I know I am. You are clever, in your own sweet, darling way. And if you make little jokes in class to bring out some point in the lesson, why the boys would learn much faster.
Well...
Will you try it once, Chips, dear? Just once. And see if I'm not right.
Perhaps I shall. Yeah, perhaps I shall. And now let us consider some of the laws of ancient Rome. There was... Collie.
Yes, sir?
Are you whispering to your neighbor, Collie?
Well, sir,
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Collie, your father was the first boy I ever punished when I came here 25 years ago. He deserved it then, you deserve it now, 100 lines. Among the Roman laws, there was one called the Lex Canulia. Anyone of you ever heard of the Lex Canulia? Well, it was the law that permitted patricians to marry plebeians. So, in those days, you see, if Miss Plebs wanted Mr. Patrician to marry her, and he said he couldn't, she probably replied, "Oh, yes, you can, you liar."
Yes, you can, you liar.
Can you liar? Oh, that's good.
That's very good, sir.
Now came love, the sudden love of boys for a man who was kind without being soft, who understood them well enough but not too much, and whose private happiness linked them with their own. This time was a warm and vivid patch in his life, casting a radiance that glowed in 1,000 recollections. Catherine scampering along the stone corridors beside him, or taking part in the Mozart trio. Catherine furred and muffed for the December house matches. Catherine at the garden party. And there was always in his mind that spring day in '98.
Mr. Chipping? Oh, I say, sir. Mr. Chipping?
Well, what?
Well, please, sir, we have a letter for you.
Oh,
It must be rather important, sir.
what?
I say, it might be rather important, sir. Aren't you going to open it?
Oh, yes. No, there's nothing written here. Only a blank piece of paper.
April Fool's, sir.
It's April Fool's Day, sir.
Oh, we really got you in that one, sir.
Yes.
I say, sir, you aren't angry, are you, sir?
Strange, eh?
Rather. The old chap usually enjoys a good joke.
Oh, fellas, was that Mr. Chips you were talking to?
Yes.
Terrible, that, wasn't it?
What?
I say, haven't you heard? His wife and new baby both died this morning.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Herbert Marshall in a radio version of James Hilton's Goodbye, Mr. Chips. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC University Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the noted English lecturer and author, Hugh J. Coleridge-Mackernas.
The boarding schools for boys of 12 to 18 in England, which native humour calls public schools because they are essentially private, are often foundations of age and always of tradition. They emphasize sound scholarship, hard work, and fair play, and aim at building character through responsible leadership. Mr. Hilton's imaginary Brookfield, though it lacks the size and prestige of Winchester, Eton, or Rugby, is true to type and dates from the age of Elizabeth. Such institutions need personal continuity, and men like Mr. Chips, who insensibly take root in the fabric of a school's best traditions, who have personalities and develop into characters and institutions themselves, men kind, friendly, utterly honest, and completely devoted to the place they serve, are invaluable and all too rare. When two of his colleagues dismissed him as a nice fellow but run-of-the-mill, they were only a little right. Mr. Chips is a common man, if you will, even as you or I or Robinson Crusoe, but far from a no-account one. He is not one of those whom John Masefield calls the periwig charioteers. He was not inflated by notions of his own importance. Indeed, he was almost too modest and too loyal to complain of a young headmaster so ignorant that he referred to the world's masterpieces of literature as dead languages. But he has his greatness, for he loved his vocation and not only found his true niche in life, but filled it with distinction. His work was consistently quiet and unobtrusive. As he himself remarked, you cannot judge a thing's importance by the noise it makes. And his reward was not the hero worship inspired by spectacular achievement, but the lasting affection and gratitude of generations of Brookfield boys and men. Youth is eagerly teachable if older heads know how to share their experience, and Mr. Chips possessed two gifts that mark the born teacher: a sympathetic understanding of his pupils and the ability to impart high standards without priggishness or preaching. Apart from the moving sincerity with which it is told, I like this little story because against a background sketch of English school life as it was before and through the 2 world wars and still is, it gives a credible portrait of simple goodness. And that, though all too seldom front-page news, is what makes this world go round and matters most to us all.
Thank you, Mr. Mackernas. Our radio version of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Herbert Marshall, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
He was different. Everyone noticed it. Just as marriage had added something, so did bereavement. Kathy had bequeathed him a new calmness and poise. During the years that followed, he won an uncharted no-man's land of privilege, the right to those gentle eccentricities that so often attach themselves to schoolmasters and parsons. There was only one man at Brookfield who disapproved of Chips, but unfortunately this man was Ralston, the headmaster. That particular day in 1908 was an oft-turned page in his memory. It began with a talk between Chips and his friend Max Stafel, the German professor.
No, Chips, I tell you I don't like it, your being sent such a formal summons to see Austen.
Oh, Ralston is a formal and efficient man, Max.
And you will now proceed to tell me how much he has done for Brookfield, I suppose.
In fact, you cannot deny yourself, my dear fellow. He's ambitious, Ralston, a live wire. A fine power transmitter.
And you have to beware of him.
Oh, Max, you are a complete cynic.
And you, Chips, are a hypocrite unless you admit that you like him no more than I do.
Well, no, I don't. But you see, Max, I'm 30 years older than you are. In the next 30 years, you'll get more tolerant of those you dislike, particularly when it's a mutual proposition. For Ralston doesn't like me either.
But that's what's so serious, Chips, that he doesn't like you.
Why so, eh?
Well, what happened to the other masters he had it in for, huh?
But they're no longer with us.
And that does not worry you?
It doesn't in the least, my boy. I'm rather like that photograph of old Mrs. Brule in the tuck shop. Not much of an asset, but so much a permanent fixture, I'm rather protected from removal.
I would like to believe you, Chips. Well, I certainly hope I'm wrong.
And of course you are, my dear Steerforth. Well, I must not keep our thinking machine waiting. See you after prep, old fellow.
Hopewell.
Hopkins.
Hornblower.
Houseman.
Hubert Primus.
Hubert Secundus.
Huntington.
Huntley.
You wanted to see me at 4, sir.
Yes, I did, Mr. Chipping. Though it is now 10 minutes past 4.
Oh, dear me, yes. The time does rather fly by.
Yes, it does at that. How long is it you've been at Brookfield now? 38 years?
Precisely, yes.
Yes. A long time. Tell me, Mr. Chipping, have you ever thought of retiring?
No. No, I can't say that I have thought much about it.
Well, Mr. Chipping, the suggestion is there for you to consider. The governors would, of course, agree to your being adequately pensioned.
But I don't want to retire. I don't need to consider it.
Nevertheless, I suggest that you do.
I don't see why I should.
In that case, things are going to be a little difficult.
Difficult? Why difficult?
You force me to use plain words, Mr. Chipping. For some time past, you haven't been pulling your weight here.
Pulling my weight, I see.
Your methods of teaching are slack and old-fashioned. Your personal habits are slovenly, and you ignore my instructions in a way which in a younger man I should regard as rank insubordination.
But you said slovenly.
Yes. Look at the gown you're wearing.
What's wrong with it?
Why, it's practically in tatters. That gown of yours is a subject of continual amusement throughout the school.
I know, but I never thought it a very regrettable matter. You also said something about insubordination.
I said in a young man I should have regarded it as that. In your case, it's probably a mixture of slackness and obstinacy.
Oh.
Now, this question of Latin pronunciation, for instance, I think I told you years ago that I wanted the new style used throughout the school.
Oh, that! Well, I admit that I don't agree with the new pronunciation. I never did. A lot of nonsense, in my opinion, making boys say Cicero at school when for the rest of their lives they'll say Cicero, if they ever say it at all. And instead of Veachism, heaven bless my soul, you make them say we kiss him.
Well, there you are, Mr. Chipping. That's just an example of what I complain of. You hold one opinion, and I hold another. And since you decline to give way, there can't very well be any alternative. I understand, Mr. Chipping, that your Latin and Greek lessons are exactly the same as they were when I began here 10 years ago.
For that matter, they are the same as when your predecessor, Mr. Meldrum, came here. We began here, Mr. Meldrum and I, in 1870. And it was Mr. Meldrum's predecessor, Mr. Weatherby, who first approved my syllabus. You'll take the Cicero for the 4th form, he said to me. Cicero, too, not Cicero.
Very interesting, Mr. Chipping. But times are changing, whether you realize it or not.
Oh, I realize it. I notice quite a few changes all about me.
Well, you do not act in keeping with them.
Well, I know you're a busy man, Mr. Ralston. I shan't take any more of your time. But I don't intend to resign, and you can do what you like about it. Good day, sir.
Oh!
Walby, what were you doing here?
I was just passing by, sir. Just passing by.
Well, see that you keep on passing right out to call over.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chipping.
Jonathan. Jordan.
Joyce.
Callan.
Kane.
Keats.
Keysby Primus.
Keithby Secundus.
Kensington.
Keniston.
Kevis.
Ingley.
Kingsley.
And I could hear everything old Ralston said.
He can't make Chips resign.
He said Chips had to resign.
I'm going to write to my father. He knows one of the governors.
And I'll write to my people.
You know, Chips, he won't lift a finger to help himself. We'll have to rally round him.
If Ralston sacks Chips, we'll have a public riot. What say?
I'm for it. We'll show Ralston a thing or two.
A public riot. That's the thing, all right.
Yes, a public riot. That's what you're
Chips. Chips?
Oh, that you, Max?
Sir John Rivers is here to see you.
Oh, Rivers, a fine fellow. Not a very brilliant boy in class. I remember he could never master his verbs.
But he just now so happens to be the chairman of the governors of Brookfield, in case you have forgotten, Chips. And he has come especially down to see you, he says.
Oh, to see me?
Well, at last. Yes.
That may mean bad news, Max.
Oh, you said I was the cynic, Chips.
Well, I'll go out to him.
But, Chips,
Perhaps, just for this once, you take my gown. Joyce is a bit...
No, Max. If I'm going to hear bad news, I'd feel better hearing it in my natural surroundings.
It's pleasant to walk around Brookfield on a spring morning, Chips.
Yes. Brookfield is pleasant at any time.
Things been going about the same for you?
Oh, about the same, I should say.
Chips, old boy, I hear you've been having the deuce of a row with Ralston.
Well...
I'm sorry to hear about it for your sake. But I want you to know that the governors are with you to a man. We don't like the fellow a great deal. Very clever and all that, but a bit too clever if you ask me. If he starts chucking his weight about with you, tell him very politely to go to blazes. The governors don't want you to resign.
No,
Of course not, my dear fellow. You can stay here till you're 100 if you feel like it. Indeed, it's our hope that you will.
Bless Mr. John, I think I've got a bit of soot in my eye.
Livingston.
Looking back upon that scene,
Mansfield Primus.
Chips could find it in his heart to feel a little sorry for Ralston, who left soon after the incident to better himself. In 1913, he had bronchitis and was off duty for nearly the whole of the winter term. And so he decided to resign that summer when he was 65. He would take rooms across the road with the excellent Mrs. Wickett, who had once been linen room maid. At that final end-of-term dinner in July, Chips received a check, a desk, and a clock, and he made a speech.
I wish to thank the captain of the school for his very nice introduction, but I feel he was guilty of exaggeration in speaking of my services to Brookfield. But then he comes of an exaggerating family. I remember once having to thrash his father for it. I gave him 1 mark for a Latin translation, and he exaggerated the 1 into a 7. I have been at Brookfield for 42 years. I've been very happy here. It has been my life. I remember lots of changes at Brookfield. I remember the first bicycle. I remember when we used to have a member of the domestic staff called a lamp boy, who did nothing else but clean and trim the lamps throughout the school. I remember when 2/3 of the school went down with German measles and Big Hall was turned into a hospital ward. I remember the great bonfire we had on Mafeking night. It was lit too near the pavilion, and we had to send for the fire brigade to put it out. And the firemen were having their own celebrations, and most of them were in a regrettable condition. In fact, I remember so much that I often think I ought to write a book. Now, what should I call it?
Memories of Rod and Lines, eh? Well, perhaps I shall write it someday. But I'd rather tell you about it, really. I remember, chiefly I remember all your faces. I never forget them. I have thousands of faces in my mind. The faces of boys. Perhaps someday you'll see me somewhere and I shan't recognize you and you'll say to yourself, the old boy doesn't remember me. But I do remember you as you are now. That's the point. In my mind, you never grow up at all. Sometimes, for instance, when people talk to me about our respected chairman of the governors, I think to myself, yes, a jolly little chap with hair that sticks up on top, and absolutely no idea whatever about the difference between a gerund and a gerundive. Well, I mustn't go on all night. Think of me sometimes, as I shall certainly think of you.
That August, Chips went for a visit to Wiesbaden, where he lodged at the home of the German master at Brookfield, Herr Max Steffel, with whom he had become friendly. And in September, when the term began, Chips returned and took up residence at Mrs. Wickett's. He had all the new boys to tea. He took on the preparation and editing of a new Brookfieldian directory. He wrote occasional articles, full of jokes and Latin quotations, for the Brookfield Terminal magazine. And so the time went until the calendar showed 1914. And even then, spirits in England and at Brookfield were high.
What's the news from the fatherland, Max?
Oh, nothing that we don't hear right in England. There is talk of war, of course.
But it's not serious.
I think not myself, Chips.
They say there's trouble between Austria and Serbia.
It won't come to anything.
Oh,
I'm going to visit my family for the summer. I think I told you, Chips.
Yes, you did mention it, yes. Get a bit of rest for yourself. You know, you have to be fit for the new term. I hear we're getting some regular rascals.
Yeah, I will. And you take care of yourself, too. Well, I must finish my packing. I'll see you soon.
Oh, yes.
Auf Wiedersehen, Chips.
Auf Wiedersehen, Max.
War years. Students and masters alike leaving for the front. And every Sunday night in chapel, Chatteris the head, reading out the names of old boys killed, together with short biographies. It was always very moving. But Chips in the back pew under the gallery thought...
Well, they're only names to him. He doesn't see their faces as I do. All of their smiling, boyish faces.
1916, the Battle of the Somme. 23 names read out one Sunday evening. Toward the close of that catastrophic July, Chatteris paid a call on Chips one afternoon at Mrs. Wickett's.
You look a bit tired, I must say. But I know you're overworked.
Well, to tell you the truth, Chippy, I'm not having too easy a time here. I'm 39, you know, and unmarried, and lots of people think I'm a slacker for not being at the front.
Oh, no.
Oh, I know they do. But it so happens I'm diabetic. I couldn't pass the blindest eye exam.
I'm very sorry to hear this. I hadn't known.
Well, I didn't come for sympathy chipping, but, well, you see how it is. I have to work till midnight every night and get cold shoulders as a slacker on top of everything. I can't stand it much longer. If things don't improve next term, I shall have a breakdown.
I do sympathize with you.
Well, I hoped you would. And, that brings me to what I came here to ask you. Briefly, my suggestion is that if you felt equal to it and would care to, How about coming back for a while? You needn't take anything strenuously, just as you choose. What I'd like you for is not for the actual work you do, but for your help in other ways, in just belonging. You'd help to hold things together if there were any danger of them flying to bits. And perhaps there is that danger. Well, Mr. Chipping?
I'll come. Oh, yes, I'll come.
Rolling.
He was a grand success altogether. And in some strange way, he did help things.
Roland.
And then in the winter of 17, Chatteris fell ill and died. And Chips received another visit from Sir John Rivers.
Now that Chatteris has gone, Chips, Brookfield is in need of a new headmaster.
Yes.
It isn't a post that's easily filled.
You have a problem, sir.
Not if you solve it for me, Chips.
Eh? How's that?
The governors would like you to carry on for the duration.
Oh, but
you're the best man for the job, Chips. Especially at a time like this, when morale is even more important than Latin verbs. Will you take the post, Chips?
I will. If you won't appoint me officially.
Oh, but that seems rather odd, if I may say so. Most masters always dream of having a headship.
And so did I once, so did I. But only late in life does a man learn the things which are only helpful in his youth. You see, I don't want people to expect a lot from me. I'm like all these new colonels and majors you see everywhere. Just a wartime fluke. A ranker, that's all I am, really. But I'll do the best that an old man can.
1917, 1918. Chips lived through it all. Out of vast experience had emerged a kindly, gentle confidence in himself. To keep a sense of proportion. That was the main thing. And one day he got a letter from Switzerland, and on the following Sunday in chapel, after the names of old boys, he paused a moment. And then added,
Those few of you who were here before the war will remember Max Stapel, the German master. He was in Germany visiting his home when war broke out. He was popular while he was here and made many friends. Those who knew him will be sorry to hear that he was killed last week on the Western Front.
On the Western Front, Chip says?
Yes.
Does that mean he was fighting for the Germans?
I suppose it does.
Seems funny, didn't you read out his name with all the others? After all, he was an enemy.
Just one of Chip's ideas, I expect. The old boy still has them.
Yes, he still had them. Those ideas of dignity and generosity that were becoming increasingly rare in a frantic world. And once on a night of full moonlight, the air raid, warning, was given while Chips was taking his lower fourth in Latin. The guns began almost instantly, and as there was plenty of shrapnel falling outside, it seemed to Chips that they might just as well stay where they were, on the ground floor of School House.
It may possibly seem to you, Robertson, at this particular moment in the world's history, that the affairs of Caesar in Gaul some 2,000 years ago are of somewhat secondary importance, and that the irregular conjugation of the verb tollo is even less important still. But believe me, my dear Robertson, that is not rarely the case. You cannot judge the importance of things by the noise they make. Oh, dear me, no. Let us resume our work. If it is fate that we are soon to be interrupted, let us be found employing ourselves in something really appropriate. Is there anyone who will volunteer to construe?
I will, sir.
Very good, Maynard. Turn to page 40 and begin at the bottom line.
Yes, sir. Genus hoc erat pugni. This was the kind of fight. Quo si Germani exercuriant, in which the Germans busied themselves.
Oh, sir, that's good. That's really very funny indeed, sir. One of your very best.
Well, you can see now that these dead languages can come to life again sometimes, eh?
was a legend. With his old and tattered gown, his walk that was just beginning to break into a stumble, his mild eyes peering over steel-rimmed spectacles, and his quaintly humorous sayings, Brookfield would not have had an atom of him different. And on November the 11th, 1918, Chips was Brookfield's symbol of victory. But before the day was ended, he had sent his resignation to the Board of Governors. The duration was over. And now, 15 years later, on a cold and foggy afternoon, he sat in his front parlor at Mrs. Wickett's. She was out, but she had left the tea things ready in case anyone called. On such a day, however, visitors were not likely. But no, someone was there. Chips answered the front door himself, which he shouldn't have done, and encountered a rather small boy wearing an expression of anxious timidity.
Please, sir, does Mr. Chips live here?
Oh, you'd better come inside out of that fog.
Yes, sir.
Come along. I am the person you want. Now, what can I do for you?
I was told you wanted me, sir. Oh, sir, perhaps the older boys were playing a trick on me.
A trick, eh?
They quite insisted that you wanted to see me, but I suppose they were just...
No, wait. Whether they knew it or not, they were quite right. Quite right, my boy. I want you to take tea with me. Sit down by the fire. It's all prepared.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I don't think I've ever seen your face before. How is that?
I've only just come out of the sanatorium, sir. I've been there since the beginning of term with measles.
Ah, that accounts right. Here's your tea. Help yourself to a crumpet.
Thank you very much, sir.
What is your name, my boy?
Linford, sir, from Shropshire.
Linford. Any of your family here before you?
No, sir, I'm the first.
And how do you like Brookfield?
Well, sir, I haven't had time to see a very great deal of it. The measles, you know, sir.
Yes, the measles, to be sure. How much nicer if they had come just before your term finals, eh?
Yes, sir.
You know, Linford, you'll like Brookfield when you get used to it. Not such an awful place. No, you're a bit afraid of it, yes, eh?
Yes, sir.
So was I, my dear boy, so was I at first. That was a long time ago. 63 years ago, to be precise. When I first went into Big Hall and I saw all those boys, I tell you. Oh, I was scared. Indeed, I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. Not even when the Germans bombed us during the war. But it didn't last long. The scared feeling, I mean. I soon made myself at home.
With a lot of other new boys that term, sir?
Oh, bless my soul, I wasn't a boy at all. I was a man. A young man of 22. And the next time you see a young man, a new master, taking his first prep in Big Hall, Linford, just think what it feels like.
But...
Yeah?
Well, if you were 22 then, sir...
Yeah?
You must be very old now, sir.
I'm certainly no chicken.
Oh, sir, I didn't mean...
Nothing to worry about, my boy. Have another crumpet.
Thank you, sir.
You know, Linford, you're growing up into a very cross sort of world. Maybe it will have got over some of its crossness by the time you're ready for it. Let's hope so at any rate. For your sake. Well...
I'd better be going, sir.
Yes, well, I'm very happy to have met you, Linford.
It's been no end of a pleasure for me, sir. For a bit I was afraid the boys were just playing a trick on me.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, now you can go and tell them they were quite right. That I most certainly wanted you for tea.
Oh, I shall certainly tell them, sir.
Well, goodbye, my boy.
Goodbye, and thank you again, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
As he sat by the fire again, Tears suddenly began to roll down his cheeks. An old man's failing. Silly, perhaps, but he couldn't help it. Over the fog-laden air came the bell for call-over. It was time to light up. As soon as he began to move, he felt that he couldn't. He was too tired, and anyway, it didn't matter. He leaned back in his chair and thought he would just take a nap. When he awakened, he was in his bed.
What?
Well, you old ruffian. Feeling all right? That was a fine shock you gave us.
Why, I'm in my bed. What's happened?
Merely that you threw a faint. You're all right now. Take it easy.
And Cartwright here.
Just popped over to see how you were, old fellow.
Fall off to sleep again if you can. Just sleep. Just sleep. Take it easy. Get some sleep.
Give your best to Brookfield, and it will give you something in return.
But you'll never get down Great Gable with such a sprain.
Yes, you can, you liar. Oh, that's very good, sir.
Of course, I shall call you Chips, too.
It's April Fool's Day, sir. I'm afraid we got you, sir.
Well, goodbye, then. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Brookfield wouldn't be the same without you. We all know it. Auf Wiedersehen, Chips. Auf Wiedersehen.
Quo si Germani exer curians, in which the Germans busy themselves.
Please, sir, does Mr. Chips live here?
Yes, he rarely seems to be resting quietly. Nothing wrong but age, I suppose. Nothing else. Poor old chap. Must have lived a lonely sort of life all by himself.
Not always by himself. He married, you know.
Pity he never had any children.
What was that you were saying about me just now?
Oh, nothing at all, old chap. Nothing at all.
No, but I heard you. You were talking about me.
Absolutely nothing, my dear fellow. Really, I give you my word.
I thought I heard you. One of you. Say it was a pity. A pity I never had any children, eh? But I have, you know. I have. Yes, I have. Thousands of them. Thousands of them. And all boys.
Jefferson.
Jennings.
Roland.
Jack. Kingsley Primus.
Kingsley Secundus.
Kingsley Tertius.
Harper. Haslett.
Hatfield.
Hathaway.
Bone.
Boston.
Bovey.
Bradford.
Bradley. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
You have been listening to Goodbye, Mr. Chips, an NBC University Theater production of the novel by James Hilton, starring Herbert Marshall. If you wish to expand your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. For full information as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these home study courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Next week, be with us again at the NBC University Theater for a dramatization of J.P. Marquand's best-selling novel, Point of No Return, starring Mr. Kent Smith. And the following week, a revival of the deeply moving How Green Was My Valley by Richard Llewellyn. Goodbye, Mr. Chips was prepared for radio by Agnes Eckhart. Starred as Mr. Chips, Herbert Marshall. who currently can be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture The Secret Garden. Our cast included Ramsey Hill, narrator, John Ramsey Hill, Billy Hammond, Johnny McGovern, Guy Bellis, Crawford Kent, Henry Blair, Jerry Farber, Alma Lawton, Ben Wright, Donald Morrison, Norman Field, Dan O'Herlihy. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was Hugh J. Coleridge-Mackernes, whose commentary was recorded. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of Edith Wharton's classic novel, The Age of Innocence, starring John Sutton. Today, a story about the great lady of American letters, Edith Wharton, formerly Miss Edith Jones of New York, Newport, and the principal cities of Europe. This is a story of New York in the 70s, the age of innocence, a story of drawing rooms and manners and social ostracism. For some of you, it may have nostalgic overtones, but for all of us, surely, it is a fine romance, the subtleties and passion of which have been well preserved in today's adaptation for radio by Clarence A. Ross. During the intermission, you will hear a recorded commentary on the works of Edith Wharton by Bennett Cerf. Here, then, The Age of Innocence, with stage and motion picture star John Sutton in the role of Newland Archer.
It was too much. One wouldn't have thought that people would have dared such a thing. Of course, Cousin Van der Luyden must be told at once. He and Cousin Louisa would know how to deal with the situation. After all, the Van der Luydens, together with the Lannings and Dagonets of Washington Square, were the real aristocracy of New York. Everyone knew that. Mother and I called on them as soon as we heard the news. Henry Van der Luyden listened to what I had to say very carefully.
Now, let me understand you, Newland. You say every one of the dinner invitations was declined?
Every one, sir.
Oh, this is shocking, Newland, shocking.
They simply refused to meet the Countess Olenska.
And after all, she was a Mingott. We knew that since Newland's marrying into the family so soon, you'd want to know Henry.
Yes, of course, of course. No one in New York has a right to pronounce on the Mingott social position. And since they've taken the Countess back into the family, that is final.
We hoped you'd see it this way, Cousin Henry, for May's sake.
Miss Welland's a fine girl, Newland. I approve heartily of your choice. But then all the Mingotts are fine people. But now about this Ellen Olenska. There are rumors.
Well, she left her husband. No one denies that.
Some Polish nobleman or other, wasn't it? She might have married a man one knew to begin with.
You forget, sir. She's lived in Europe most of her life.
Yes, that would excuse it. But isn't there something about a man, the Count's secretary?
I believe he helped the Countess to get away from her husband.
For a reward, perhaps?
Cousin Henry.
Excuse me, my dear Adeline. I only like to have the details. They do not alter the fact that Ellen Olenska has now come home to her family and must be accepted as a member of it.
The Mingotts are quite daring, really. Imagine living in that wilderness near the Central Park, where no one has ever lived above 34th Street.
Just so, Adeline. Mrs. Mingott can scarcely be troubled if her granddaughter's a little conspicuous. But now, about this dinner, Mrs. Welland's, is too late to save that.
I'm afraid so, sir.
Still, no one in New York shall refuse to meet a Mingott. Now, it so happens that my dear Louisa's English relative arrives for a visit next week.
The Duke of St. Austria?
Yes. Oh. Louisa and I were planning a dinner for him. Oh, just a small affair. But there will be quite a large reception afterwards. It may be that the Countess Olenska will let us number her among our guests.
I knew he could rely on you, sir.
Cousin Henry, you are too kind. Everyone knows what you and Cousin Louisa represent.
Oh, there's nothing to thank me for, my dear Adeline, but I believe that perhaps Louisa and I do represent something in New York. And this kind of thing shall not happen as long as I can prevent it.
Manson Mingott, ancestress of all the vast Mingott clan, reigned supreme in her huge outlandish house, and from it dictated to her descendants, with a vigor not diminished by the weight of the mountains of fat which had long since settled upon her. A visit to her could be an awful thing. On the other hand, it could also be pleasant.
So you put a word in Henry van der Leyden's ear, did you, Newland?
I thought you might suspect it, Mrs. Mingott.
Ha! If I could get up out of my chair and move, I'd go to that dinner myself. We'll show those upstarts how to send their regrets to a Mingott.
I must thank you, Newland. You've shown admirable loyalty to our family.
Well, it'll be my family soon, Mrs. Welland.
Well, not too soon, Newland. I shouldn't think my maid's in such a hurry to leave me.
Granny, Newland keeps pleading with Mama and me to let us get married right away. Isn't that sweet of him?
Natural enough. He spent 3 times too much on that ring you're wearing. At least let him get his money's worth.
Never.
What does she mean, Mama?
Never mind, child. When's the wedding to be?
Please back me up, Mrs. Mingott. May wants to wait a whole year.
After all, Mother, we must give the children time to know each other a little better. And besides, Newland doesn't realize that there's 12 dozen of everything to be got ready, hand-embroidered. My little May is going to have everything just right.
This is quite an occasion, Countess. Henry and Louisa van der Leyden seldom entertain.
They've been wonderful, Newland. But why do you call me Countess? We used to play together when we were children.
All right, then. Ellen. Ellen, you happy to be home?
Oh, I can hardly believe I've been away so many years. I seem to see everybody still in knickerbockers and pantalettes.
They'll be shocked to hear that. Oh, I suppose they're shocked anyway.
With what?
Because you and I are talking. You should be talking to the Duke.
St. Austria, but he's the dullest man I know.
Oh, you met him before?
Well, yes. My husband and I used to see him every winter at Nice.
Oh, yes, of course.
Newland, tell me about May. I think she's a darling. Are you very much in love with her?
As much as a man can be.
Oh? Is there a limit to love, then?
I haven't found it.
A real romance. And it was not arranged for you.
Well, you forget. In our country, marriages are not arranged.
Oh, yes, I had forgotten. Oh, you must forgive me if I make these mistakes.
Ellen, don't be unhappy. You're among friends here.
I know. Oh, but look, May has arrived. You'll want to leave me.
Oh, she's already surrounded. There's the Duke being presented.
Poor girl. Oh, but then, stay with me a little longer.
I'd love to, Ellen.
Well, Newland, are you monopolizing this charming lady?
Oh, not at all, Cousin Henry. I hadn't meant to. Will you excuse me, Countess?
Oh, of course. But I shall expect you then after 5 tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, come away, Newland. Others wish to converse with the Countess. I say, it was good of you to devote yourself so exclusively to Madame Olenska, Newland. My dear wife sent me to your rescue.
You're so beautiful, May.
Dear Newland, thank you.
The worst of it is I want to kiss you, and I can't.
What? In the middle of the Van der Luyden drawing room?
May, why won't you marry me now? Why do we have to be engaged for so long?
But Isabel Chivers and Reggie were engaged for 2 years. Aren't we very well off as we are?
Why, we might be together all the time. We could travel.
Oh, that would be lovely. But we'll have to wait, Newland. Mama wouldn't want us to do things so differently.
Only because they're different.
Oh, Newland, let's talk about something else. Newland, somebody has got to speak to Ellen.
What about?
She was seen walking down the street at noon today with Mr. Beaufort.
Julius Beaufort? Well, he's a banker. That's respectable.
Newland, you know perfectly well it isn't. He's a married man. Besides, no one really knows who he is.
You mean he wasn't born in New York?
Well, Ellen seems to like you, Newland. Would you please say something to her?
Oh, frankly, I agree with you. Beaufort's none too savory a character. Perhaps I will say something to Madame Olenska, if I have the opportunity. The next afternoon, after 5, an Italian maid showed me into the parlor, the odd little house on West 23rd Street, where Ellen Olenska lived. It was unlike any room a Mingott had ever lived in. There was no purple satin in it anywhere, and I had plenty of time to study it, for the Countess was away. And it was some time before I heard horses' hooves on the quiet little street and watched through the window as Ellen Olenska said goodbye to Julius Beaufort.
Well, so you're here, Newland. How do you like my funny house?
You've arranged it wonderfully. Here, let me help you with your coat.
Oh, thank you. You know, the family hates it. But what I really like is that I'm alone in it.
Are you so fond of being alone?
As long as I don't feel lonely. But after all, the family won't let me stay here. Isn't this street respectable?
It's not fashionable.
Oh, but why not make one's own fashions? Oh, no, but I don't want that. I want to be cared for and feel safe.
Well, New York's a very safe place.
I feel that.
Do you?
People like the Van der Luydens, they're so kind.
Yes, they are, and they're also the most powerful influence in New York society.
Well, you'll explain all these things to me. You'll tell me exactly what to do.
Well, to begin with, stop being seen...
What?
Nothing. Never mind. There are plenty of people to tell you what to do.
You mean all my aunts and my dear Granny. Oh, no. No, there are only 2 people I trust here. You and Mr. Beaufort.
I understand. But your grandmother Mingott and Mrs. Welland, they want to help you.
Oh, Newland, they don't. Not really.
What?
Oh, well, they want to help me, but only on condition that they don't hear anything unpleasant. Real loneliness is living among all these kind people who only ask one to pretend.
You sent for me, Mr. Letterblair?
Yes, Archer. Sit down. Sit down. There's a little matter I'd like to go into with you.
Certainly, sir.
Very interesting case, Archer. Divorce.
Divorce? I don't ever remember Letterblair, Lamson, and Lowe handling a divorce case.
Not in my time, thank heaven. This will surprise you, Archer. I'm speaking to you at the direct request of Mrs. Manson Mingott. Her granddaughter, the Countess Olenska, wishes to sue for divorce.
Pardon me, Mr. Letterblair, but since I'm about to be a member of the family, I'd much prefer
not... The family, Archer, expressly wishes your legal assistance.
I see.
Naturally, they are against the idea of divorce. But it seems that the Countess is firm. She must be persuaded out of it. The scandal would be fearful.
But the Mingotts have backed Madame Olenska.
You will find among these papers, Archer, a letter from Count Olenska to his wife, declaring that if she attempts to get a divorce, he will defend the suit.
And then?
And then, Archer, he might, I'm saying might, mind you, he might prove certain things which have thus far been only whispered. Do you understand?
Well, do you think these vague threats of her husband's would carry any weight?
Weight or not, if he defends the suit, it might be unpleasant.
Unpleasant? What a word to use.
Yes, unpleasant. I regard it as an excellent word. Divorce and scandal, Archer, are always unpleasant.
Good evening, Signor.
Mr. Archer calling. Is the Countess Olenska at home?
Si, Signor. Someone is here. But you come in.
Oh, in that case, perhaps I'd better...
No, you come
Who
in.
is it, Maria?
Mr. Archer.
Oh, ask him to come in.
If I'm disturbing you, Countess,
No, my friend. Come in, sit down. You know Mr. Beaufort, I think?
Yes, certainly. How are you, Beaufort?
Glad to see you, Archer. Perhaps you could make Madame Olenska change her mind.
Change her mind?
Imagine, she's going off to spend 3 whole days with the Vanderleidens at that dreary country place of theirs at Skuytercliff.
Oh.
The Vanderleidens are so kind, Mr. Beaufort. Granny says I must certainly go.
Granny would, of course. And you'll find Granny. And you'll miss that jolly little oyster supper I've got planned for you on Sunday.
It does sound gay. I think I must really go to Skuytercliff, but I'll think about it until tomorrow.
Why not think now?
I cannot now. I have business to discuss with Mr. Archer.
I see. Well, then, good night, dear Countess, Mr. Archer.
Oh, Archer, if you can get her to stop in town, you can come along to supper, too. Good night.
Ellen, go to Skuytercliff.
I shall. I want to get away. I want to get away from everything.
I know. Mr. Letterblair has told me.
Oh?
Well, you know I'm in the firm.
Why, I didn't know. Oh, how wonderful. You mean you can get me my divorce?
Well, I'm here to talk about it.
Oh, I want to be free. You will help me.
Perhaps I should know a little more.
What more? My life was unbearable with that man. Oh, I must be free of him.
Yes, but if he fights the case as he threatens to...
Then?
Well, then he might say things that would be that might harm you, even if... Even if they're unfounded.
What harm can such things do me?
Think, what would you gain to make up for all the beastly talk?
My freedom. Is that nothing?
You're free as the air. Who can touch you?
No one.
Well, then, after all, you can't make over society.
No.
I'm only trying to make you see how they feel. The family, everyone who's fond of you. I'm telling you how they judge things. It wouldn't be fair of me not to tell you, would it?
No, it wouldn't. I will do as you wish.
You're very wise.
I will give up my idea. And now, good night.
Ellen, I do so want to help you.
You do help me. Good night, my cousin.
I had the feeling that I had been plunged somehow into a world where the old familiar forms and ways of doing things were of no value. From that world I looked back at the other and saw, as at the far end of a long telescope, my life, my family, and May. But May was not with me, in obedience to the dictates of his position. Her father went to St. Augustine every winter, and there could be no question of his wife or daughter remaining at home. From St. Augustine, then, I received a letter, in which my good, kind May begged me to watch out for her cousin Ellen. Perhaps that letter was responsible for the fact that on Sunday I took a train, and presently found myself trudging along a snowy footpath, a half-mile from the Vanderleidens' house at Skuytercliff.
Newland, you've come.
Were you wanting me to?
Oh, let's walk on, shall we? It's cold.
Ellen, you look troubled about something.
Well, what does it matter? Now that you're here to protect me.
From what?
Oh, nothing. I didn't mean to say that. How did you happen to come?
Well,
Perhaps May asked you to look out for me? What a poor thing you must all think.
That's not true.
Women here never seem to feel a need. Oh, I'd like to talk to you, but where?
What's up this path here? I see smoke from a chimney.
Is it still open? Oh,
yes.
Come on.
What's still open?
Well, don't you know it? Oh, it's the little house that used to belong to the old patroon who had this land.
Why, yes, I've heard of it.
Oh, look at it. So square and strong and solid. Mr. Vanderleiden had it open so that I could see it.
Well, the door's unlocked.
Oh, it's a doll's house. I feel as though I should be taking off wooden shoes. Enter mine here. Oh, isn't that a wonderful hearth? Oh, it's so friendly.
Oh, Ellen, you're laughing now. And a moment ago you were unhappy.
Yes. But I can't be unhappy when you're here.
I shan't be here very long.
I know. But I'm improvident. I live in the moment when I am happy.
Ellen, you are glad I came here.
Yes.
Then tell me what made you unhappy before. Ellen.
Madame Olenska! Madame Olenska!
Oh, no.
Who is that? He's coming up the path. Oh, so that's it.
Oh, I didn't know he was here. I didn't know he would come, Newland. Believe me.
Mr. Beaufort? This way, Mr. Beaufort. I think Madame Olenska was expecting you. Julius Beaufort, the man whom no one quite knew, had lived a life such as could remind Ellen Olenska of her past, the things she had hated in it, but also the things which had charm. This, then, was what had made her unhappy, that she despised the man, and yet was drawn to him. I believe that she had not expected him at Skuytercliff. However, I had a sudden conviction that I wanted no more of either of them. The immediate result of my visit to Skuytercliff was that I packed a portmanteau the next day and took the first boat for St. Augustine. But I could not sway the minds of either May or her mother. When I returned to New York, I tried a last resort.
Where have you been, Newland?
I took a winter holiday, Mrs. Mingott. I went down to St. Augustine.
Kicked over the traces, eh? I'll wager Augusta greeted you with a long face.
Oh, Mrs. Welland was very kind, but May wouldn't agree to what I wanted.
Wouldn't she, indeed? And what was that?
I wanted her to promise to marry me in April. What's the good of waiting another year?
And I know the answer. Ask Mama.
Mrs. Mingott, won't you use your influence with Mrs. Welland? I just don't like long engagements.
No, I can see that. You've got a quick eye. Oh, but here's my Ellen.
I see you have a visitor, Granny.
He's been down to Florida to see his sweetheart.
May sends you her love, Ellen.
Oh, that is kind of her.
Look at him. In such haste to get married, he runs down to implore her on his knees.
Granny, perhaps between us we can persuade the Wellands to do as Newland wishes.
It may be. It may be. And I want my nap now, boy. Show him out, will you, Ellen, like a dear?
Certainly, Granny.
Goodbye, Mrs. Mingott.
Come again, Newland. Come soon.
Ellen, when can I see you?
Whenever you like.
Tomorrow evening?
Yes. But come early, I'm going out.
With Beaufort?
I'm going out, Newland. Come tomorrow evening. Early. Do you call this early, Newland? It's nearly 9:30.
I'm sorry, I was detained.
On purpose, I think.
Is something wrong?
I don't know. Olenska is trying to get me to come back to him.
No.
He has sent a most magnanimous offer to me and to the family.
I suppose they'll expect you to go.
Many cruel things have been expected of me.
Oh, Ellen, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Oh, it's all right. You have your own troubles. Why can't you get May to marry you?
She thinks I care for someone else.
Then all the more reason for her to hurry.
Oh, she's not like that. She wants to give me time.
Time to give her up for the other woman?
If I want to.
That is noble.
It's noble, but it's ridiculous.
Because there is no other woman.
Because I don't mean to marry anyone else.
Oh.
But May is right. There is someone else. Ellen,
No.
my dear.
No, let go of my hand. Oh, don't make love to me, Newland. Too many people have done that.
I never have. I never shall, but if it had been possible for either of us, you are the woman I would have married.
You can say that. You, when you made it impossible.
I?
You. You showed me that I had to give up getting a divorce to spare my family the scandal. I did it for you, for May's sake and for yours. I did it for you.
And I thought
You
that
thought what?
there were things in that letter of your husband.
I had nothing to fear from that. I only wanted to keep scandal away from you and May.
Ellen, and I loved you.
Don't say that. Don't.
Oh, Ellen, my darling.
Oh, My poor Newland. This doesn't change anything.
Changes my whole life.
I'm married, and you're going to be.
I'm still free, and you're going to be. Can you see me marrying May now?
I don't see you putting that question to me.
Too late to do anything else.
You say that because it's easiest, not because it's true.
It is true.
It can't be. You've shown me that, just as you've shown me everything.
What have I done?
You showed me how to give up happiness that is bought by disloyalty and cruelty. I can't go back to any other way of thinking. Not anymore.
Ellen, I can't understand you. Listen, May will give me up.
Will she? 3 days after you begged her on your knees to marry you at once.
She's refused. Who's that?
I don't know. I'm not expecting anyone.
Perhaps it's Beaufort after all.
Telegram, Signora.
Oh, thank you, Maria.
Ellen, what is it?
Here. Read it.
Dearest Ellen, Granny's telegram successful. Papa and Mama agree marriage after Easter. I'm telegraphing Newland at once. Your grateful May. We're almost there, May, darling. Don't leave anything behind.
I shan't, Newland. Goodness, this traveling case looks so new it fairly screams that I'm just married.
There's nothing the matter with being just married.
Oh, no, darling, of course not. Oh, it will be so good to have tea when we get there.
I'm afraid you're tired.
No, I'm not. But it was good of Miss Dulac to lend us her house for these first few days. Oh, everything's perfect, Newland, isn't it?
Everything, and you most of all.
You're sweet. I do wish Ellen could have come to the wedding, don't you? It's too bad she was ill.
Yes, it's too bad.
She would have loved it.
Come on, May, we're here. You got your cloak?
Yes, everything.
I didn't think to ask who'd meet us at the station.
Oh, I'm sure Miss Dulac will have sent someone.
Of course. Hey, doesn't that fellow over there look familiar? Why, how very kind. It's the Van der Luyden's man. They've sent him over from Skytercliff.
Oh, good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Archer.
Good evening. You're to drive us over to the Dulac place, aren't you?
Well, no, sir. I'm extremely sorry, sir. There's been a little accident at Miss Dulac's. A small fire. Oh, nothing serious, but the house is quite upset.
Oh, dear. What are we to do?
It's all been arranged, Mrs. Archer. Mr. Van der Luyden heard of it this morning and sent a maid up to prepare things. You ought to stay at the old patroon's house.
No.
Oh, Newland, think of it. The patroon's house. Well, I've never even been inside it, have you?
Why, no. No, I haven't. Well, let's get started, shall we?
This way, sir.
Oh, Newland, this is exciting. Ellen told me it's the only house in America she could imagine being perfectly happy in.
Well, that's what we're going to be, isn't it?
Yes, dear, of course. It's only the beginning of the wonderful luck we're always going to have together.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you John Sutton in a radio version of Edith Wharton's The Age of Innocence. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of British and American literature. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Mr. Bennett Cerf, distinguished publisher, author, and lecturer. Here now is Mr. Bennett Cerf.
It was a pleasant surprise to reread The Age of Innocence and find it as fresh and alive as when I first read it 29 years ago. For it was way back in 1920 that this novel was published and received the Pulitzer Prize, surely one of the best awards that committee ever made. Part of my pleasure, I think, came from Mrs. Wharton's skill as a novelist, for her story is artfully composed and rich in memorable scenes and incidents. But most of it came from her even greater skill as a social historian. For in this novel she returned to the period and scenes of her youth and immortalized high society New York at its most elegant, its most conventional, and its stuffiest decade, the 1870s. The plot of The Age of Innocence is simple. Newland Archer, decorously engaged to be married to May Welland, conceives a headlong passion for his fiancée's cousin, the Countess Olenska. The Countess has recently returned from Europe under the shadow of a cloud. She had run away from the wicked nobleman who had married her for her money and had brought back to America the free and easy manners of the old world. It was said that she indulged in cigarettes, and even that she contemplated a divorce. To the ultra-conservative circle of that period, such goings-on threatened her entire position in society. For a lady of the 70s was a lady only so long as her conduct was drearily irreproachable. Under the circumstances, it was natural for the chivalrous Mr. Archer to become first her defender and then her admirer, and equally natural for May Welland to fight with every weapon at hand to rescue him from the Countess. It's hard to believe that New York society was once so conventional that a charming woman might be ruined by the rumor of a single false step. And it's an immense tribute to Mrs. Wharton's talent as a storyteller that a picture of that society should be so real and convincing as to challenge comparison even with that of her friend and master, Henry James. Speaking of the slipshod and casually constructed autobiographical novels that were even then beginning to come into vogue, Mrs. Wharton once said, "The whole immense machinery of the passions is put in motion for causes that a modern schoolgirl would laugh at. It's as if grown people with faces worn by passions and experience were acting a play that was written in the nursery." Well, as a publisher, I say to that, amen. It's my duty, and occasionally my pleasure, to read many, many manuscripts. I only wish that more of them were written with the serious craftsmanship and mastery of form and material that Edith Wharton displays in The Age of Innocence.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett Cerf. Our radio version of The Age of Innocence, starring John Sutton, will continue after a brief pause for station identification.
Had a wedding trip to Europe. And when we came home to the little yellow stone house her father had bought for us and took up our lives together, the momentary madness of the eve of my marriage began to seem like no more than the last of a series of old discarded experiences. Certainly, I had the handsomest and sweetest of wives, one of the most popular young married women in New York, Anna Berlin. I heard vaguely that she was living in Washington, but that was all. She was a ghost, and May was my wife. We spent the winter in town, and in the summer we went with the Wellands and the Mingotts and everyone else to Newport.
Granny! Granny!
Oh, there she is, through the gate in the side garden.
Who is it? Why, Newland, my boy, and May, dear.
How are you, Granny?
Oh, I'm well enough, though I'm sure if I weren't, there'd be no one here to know it.
We came with good news, Granny. May won the archery contest.
Has she indeed? Well, good enough.
See the lovely diamond-tipped arrow? This was the prize.
Ah, very liberal. Very handsome. Quite an heirloom, in fact. Hurry up and have a girl so you can leave it to her.
Oh, Granny.
Now what have I said to make you blush? What a girl. Well, did you see Ellen?
Ellen?
Certainly. She's just left. You might have passed her in the street.
Ellen was here?
Been with me for 2 days. If you'd come oftener, you'd know.
Is she coming back?
No. More's the pity. I wanted her to stay.
Well, then why is she gone?
Oh, heaven knows. Said she had business in Boston. Sent my man to telegraph the Parker House for a room, and off she went.
I beg pardon, sir.
What? Where have you been, man? You took long enough.
I'm very sorry, sir, but I've brought your note back.
Brought it back? Why?
The people in the Parker house say the lady has gone out, sir.
Oh, I see. All right, thank you. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Well, the man added, sir, that he believed it was possible the lady had gone for a walk across the common.
Ellen.
Oh,
May I share the bench with you?
yes. Yes, certainly. Sit down, Newland.
I'm in Boston on business. I just got here.
Strange. I'm here on business, too.
Successfully, I trust?
Well, I don't know. I've just refused to take back a sum of money that belonged to me.
What? You mean Olenska?
Yes.
Someone has come here to meet you?
Yes.
And you refused the offer?
I didn't care for the conditions.
That swine. What were his conditions?
Oh, they're not that bad. Just to sit at the head of his table now and then.
He wants you back at any price.
Well, a considerable price. At least it seems considerable to me.
And you came here to meet him?
Meet him? You mean my husband? He's always in Baden at this time of the year.
Well, he sent someone with a letter, then.
Oh, no, just a message. He never writes.
Why?
Why should he? What does one have secretaries for?
Oh, yes. Secretaries. And you came out here to think it over?
I came out here for a breath of air. The hotel is stifling.
Ellen, I want to get you away from that man, from all thoughts of him. Let's take the steamer down to Point Arley.
Your business in Boston?
Oh, I haven't any. I invented it. Come on.
Oh, Newland,
Don't be afraid. Come with me. Ellen, why shouldn't we have this little time? In heaven's name, darling, we've done all we could. Here, sit in the shade under this tree.
Yes. This is wonderful, isn't it?
Are you glad you came along?
It seems as though this is the first chance I've had to draw a breath of real air in ever so long.
You must be choking on our dullness, all of us. Ellen, sometimes I wonder why you don't go back.
Sometimes I think it's because of you. At least you've made me understand all the good things about the life here. I'm really what you've made of me, Newland.
And I'm the man who married one woman because another told him to.
You aren't to say such things today.
No bad things, eh? Nothing unpleasant.
Is it bad? Is it bad for May? Oh, that's what we've got to think of, isn't it?
Why?
Well, because if it is bad, if it's not worth our having given up everything, then the things I think that are good here are nothing but a dream.
And then?
And then I have no reason for not going back.
You'll stay while my marriage lasts. Is that what you're trying to say? Ellen, this is beyond human endurance.
Don't say that. I'm enduring it.
You? Ellen, all this time,
Don't
you
touch
too?
me. Don't touch me, please.
Are you going?
No. No, not yet.
Sometime?
Not as long as you hold out. Not as long as we can look straight at each other like this.
Oh, my dearest, what a life for you.
But it's part of yours.
That's to be all, either of us.
Oh, please don't be unhappy.
Ellen, promise me you won't go back.
I promise, Newland, I won't go back.
Months passed, and I did not see Ellen again. She returned to Washington, I to New York, where I tried not to notice that her name was no longer mentioned in the family. But in the fall, something happened which shook all of society to its foundations. Cousin Henry Van der Luyden was full of it as we sat over our cigars after Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, if it comes, Newland, it's going to be terrible. Terrible for all of us. After all, we've had this man in our homes.
Well, do you think it will come?
I'm afraid there's no doubt of it. Beaufort's been speculating, and he's going to go bankrupt.
It's a shocking thing, Cousin Henry.
Yes, it is, my boy. Things like this simply do not happen in New York. The worst of it is, I'm afraid there will be, disclosures. Mr. Beaufort's private life.
Perhaps he'll pull out of the smash yet.
Perhaps. They're trying to tide him over, of course, for his wife's sake. After all, she's part of the family. She's a Dallas of South Carolina.
Poor woman.
Yeah, poor woman, yes. I only hope, Newland, that Beaufort's bankruptcy won't touch the family still closer.
What do you mean, sir?
My boy, I've heard most disturbing rumors. People are saying that Ellen Olenska should have gone back to her husband.
Ellen? What's this got to do with her?
Oh, nothing, I hope, Newland. But there's been talk. Madame Olenska forfeited all her money by not returning to the Count.
Yes, of course, but Granny's been taking care of her, and it's...
Oh, I see. You haven't been told. Well, Catherine Mingott cut the allowance in half when Olenska's last offer was refused.
No, I hadn't been told. It seems I'm not that much in the family.
Of course, Catherine may still change her mind, but it's my impression, Newland, that most of the Mingott family has no particular interest in keeping Madame Olenska here.
What were you and Cousin Henry discussing for so long downstairs, Newland?
Oh, nothing at all.
Have you a headache, dear?
Yes, no. May, this lamp's smoking again. Can't the servants keep it properly trimmed?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It shan't happen again.
May.
Yes, dear?
I think I have to go to Washington for a few days soon. Next week, perhaps.
Oh, on business.
Naturally on business. There's a big patent case coming up before the Supreme Court.
I see. Well, a change will do you good, dear. And you must be sure to go and see Ellen.
Any further news, Mr. Letterblair?
It's all over, Archer. It's the worst failure in the history of Wall Street. Everybody we know will be hit.
Yes, one way or another.
I'm as sorry for Mrs. Manson Mingott as for anyone at her age. And she made a friend of Beaufort. No telling what this will do to her.
Well, we'll hope, sir.
What is it?
An urgent message for Mr. Archer, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
It's from my wife, sir. Would you excuse me?
Read it, Archer. Read it.
I'm afraid you were right to worry about Mrs. Mingott, sir. I'll have to go up there at once. My wife writes that her grandmother has had a stroke.
Oh, now, Mama, please be calm. You can't help Granny by crying.
Oh, Augusta, be quiet. That Regina Beaufort. That she could do such a thing.
You might have known what Granny's answer would be.
Oh, but she would dare. Asking Mother to stand by Beaufort in such a dishonor.
She said to me, but my name is Regina Dallas. And I said it was Regina Beaufort when he covered you with jewels. And it's going to stay, Beaufort. Now he's covered you with shame.
Yes, Granny. Yes, but you mustn't talk now. Go to sleep.
Yes, all right. Oh, I'm nothing but a sick old woman. Sick.
Oh, that woman. They say the diamond necklace she wore to the opera last week was sent on approval. Do you suppose the shop will ever get it back?
Mama, you've things to worry about besides that.
Indeed I have. What's to be done about Ellen?
What about Ellen?
Mother made us telegraph for her immediately. I can't imagine why.
I suppose, Mama, that Granny wants to ask Ellen again to go back to her husband.
Well, anyway, she'll be here. And there isn't a soul to go to Jersey City and call for her at the train.
Well, that's all you're worrying about. Why, I was going to say, Mrs. Welland, I could go for her in May's carriage.
Oh, what a relief. Why, of course, Newland. How clever of you.
Yes, dear. How clever of you. Where shall I have the driver let you off, dear?
At Union Square, if you don't mind. I'll take the Broadway car back to the office.
Newland.
Yes, dear?
I didn't want to bother Mama. But how can you meet Ellen tomorrow when you're going to Washington?
Oh, I'm not going.
Not going? Why, what's happened?
The case is postponed.
Postponed? That's odd. I saw a note from Mr. Letterblair to Mama saying he had to go to Washington tomorrow for the big patent case. You did say it was a patent case, didn't you, Newland?
Well, that's it. The whole office can't go.
Oh, then it isn't postponed.
No, but my going is. And luckily for the convenience of your family.
Why, yes, dear. It is awfully convenient. And you'll be able to meet Ellen after all. It will be so convenient for everyone.
Shall I tell you something, Ellen? When you got off the train, I hardly remembered you.
Hardly remembered me?
I mean, it's hard to explain, but each time I see you, well, you happen to me all over again.
Oh, don't. What a nice carriage. Is it May's?
Yes, it is.
She sent you to fetch me then. Oh, how kind of her.
Ellen, you must know this can't last.
What?
Our being together and not being together.
Oh, you're right. You ought not to have come today.
Oh, it's strange, though. I can sit with you like this and think of how our other life will be together and just quietly trust it to come true.
What do you mean by trusting it to come true?
Why, it will. It's got to.
What a vision. Oh, Newland, will you look at reality?
To me, this is the only reality.
What is your idea, then? I can't be your wife, so...
We've got to go away somewhere, someplace where we can be simply two people who love each other and nothing else matters.
Oh, my dear, where is that country? Have you ever been there? I've known so many who have tried to find it, and they've all gotten out at the wrong station by mistake. Boulogne or Pisa or Monte Carlo, and they found it was no different at all.
I suppose you're right.
Oh, I am. Believe me, it's a miserable little country.
But then what is your plan for us?
Us? Oh, my dear, there is no us. We've got to stay far from each other. Otherwise, we're Newland Archer married to Ellen Olenska's cousin, and Ellen Olenska, cousin of Newland Archer's wife. Trying to be happy behind other people's backs.
Oh, I'm beyond that.
No, you're not. You never have been. I have. I know what it looks like there.
Ellen.
Please believe me.
Yes, I believe you. Driver, stop the carriage. I'm getting out here. 6 or 7 days went by. I couldn't see Ellen, not at old Catherine's guarded bedside. And during that time, I made up my mind definitely that when she left New York, I was going with her. I was longing to tell her so. And when old Catherine sent for me to come to the house, I went eagerly.
Go ahead and say it, Newland. I look hideous.
My dear, you look handsomer than ever.
But not as handsome as Ellen, eh? Pity she didn't marry you. Would have spared me all this worry.
Granny, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's settled now. It's all settled. She's going to stay with me, whatever the rest of the family says.
But you tried to make her go back to Olenska. You cut off her allowance.
Oh, they talked me over. Letterblair and Augusta Welland and all of them. But she's going to stay.
You mean here, always?
Going to nurse her old granny. As long as there's a granny to nurse.
She couldn't have gone back. It was impossible.
I knew you were on her side. That's why I sent for you. You'll have to help me.
My dear, I back you to hold your own against all of them. But if you want my help, it's yours.
I knew I could count on you. The family never quotes you when they talk about her duty to go back home. Now run along. I've finished with you.
Is Ellen here? May I see her?
Oh, Ellen. Ellen, my dear, has gone out in my carriage to see her poor cousin, Regina Beaufort.
So, it is always to be like this.
What is?
Slipping away to meet somewhere. In Europe, one generally chooses a church.
Well, one has to go to the art museum sometimes.
Yes. Oh, Newland. Newland, look in this case.
Oh, what are they?
Objects of Greek antiquity, use unknown. These things were important to people once. After a while, nothing matters.
Right now, everything matters.
You said in your note that you had something to tell me. What was it?
Ellen, you came to New York because you were afraid, didn't you?
Afraid?
Of my coming to Washington. Well?
Well, yes.
You knew then?
Yes, I knew. Oh, Newland, this is better, isn't it?
Better?
We shall hurt the others less. It's what you wanted, isn't it?
To have you in reach and yet out of reach. To keep meeting you on the sly, I think it's detestable.
Oh, so do I.
Then it's my turn to ask. What is it that you think is better?
Well, I thought it would be safer to stay with Granny.
Why safer?
It will save us from doing an awful harm. Don't let us be like all the others.
What others? I'm no different from any other man.
Shall I? Shall we be together once? And then I'll go home.
Oh, Ellen, my dearest. Go home? What do you mean, go home?
Home? To my husband?
You expect me to agree to that?
What else is there? I can't stay here and lie to the people who've been good to me.
That's why I want us to go away together.
And ruin their lives when they've helped me to remake mine?
Oh, but listen, we have lives of our own. You're just afraid to face things as they really are.
Call it that, then. I've got to leave now.
Ellen, wait.
Yes?
I can't. All right. Once, then. Let us be together once.
Very well, Newland.
When? Tomorrow?
The day after.
My darling.
I must go. I shall be late. Granny will be waiting. Don't follow me, Newland. I must go.
Leydens, Lovell Mingotts, Reggie Charleses, Selfridge Marys, of course Lawrence and Gertrude. Yes, dear?
Hey, I've got to talk to you.
And Father, the Sillerton Jacksons. Can it wait a little while, dear?
No, I'd rather we talk now. I've got to tell you something.
Well, all right, dear. But I was just planning a dinner. What is it?
It's about Ellen.
Why should we talk about Ellen?
Because we should have talked before.
I don't know if it's worthwhile, dear. Perhaps I've been unfair to Ellen sometimes, but what does it matter now that it's all over?
All over? What you mean?
Why, well, that's why I was planning this dinner. For Ellen. I mean, now that she's going back to Europe.
What?
And now that Granny's going to make her independent of her husband.
No.
Why, yes, dear. You were so late coming home tonight, I thought you'd been at the office settling the arrangements.
It's impossible.
Impossible?
How do you know what you just told me?
Well, I saw Ellen yesterday at Granny's, and we had a wonderful talk.
She told you then?
Well, no. I had a note from her this afternoon. She's sailing next week. I thought you knew.
May, why did she write to you?
Well, I suppose because we talked things over yesterday.
What things?
Well, I told her I knew I hadn't always been fair to her and hadn't understood how she'd feel to be here among strangers, everybody criticizing her and not knowing the circumstances.
Oh.
And I knew you'd always been the one friend she could count on, dear. I wanted her to know that you and I were the same in all our feelings.
Yes, the same.
I think Ellen understands everything now, Newland. I have a little headache, dear. I think I'll say good night.
lovely party.
Good night, Newland.
Good night, Lovell. Good night, Sillerton.
The dinner was a complete success, my dear.
Oh, thank you, Mama. Good night. Oh, well, it went beautifully, didn't it, Newland? Let's sit down and talk it all over, shall we?
Why, yes, if you like. But you must be awfully tired.
No, I'm not. I'd like to sit with you a little.
Very well.
Shall I get you a brandy, dear?
No, thank you. May, there's something I've got to tell you. I tried to the other night.
Yes, dear. Something about yourself?
About myself. May, you say you're not tired. Well, I am horribly tired.
Oh, I've seen it coming on, Newland. You work much too hard.
I want to go away at once on a long trip away from everything.
Away from everything? Where, dear?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm afraid you can't, dear.
What?
That is, unless you take me with you. That is, if the doctors will let me go.
Doctors?
Yes, but I'm afraid they won't. You see, I found out for sure this morning. Something I've been hoping for so long. I'm going to have a baby, dear.
May.
Are you happy, Newland?
Oh, my dear.
You didn't guess?
Yes. No, that is, of course, I was hoping. May, have you told anyone else?
Only Mama. Well, that is, Mama and Ellen.
And Ellen?
Yes, dear. You remember I told you we had a long talk one afternoon.
I see.
Did you mind my telling her first, Newland?
Mind? Mind? Why should I mind? But that was 2 weeks ago. And May, you said you weren't sure until today.
No, I wasn't sure then. But I told her I was. And you see, Newland, I was right.
You have been listening to The Age of Innocence, an NBC University Theater production of the Edith Wharton novel starring John Sutton. Next week at the same time, we will bring you another classic of American literature, The Ambassadors by Henry James. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of British and American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. And to repeat, for information as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Age of Innocence was adapted for radio. During the intermission, you heard Bennett Cerf, whose commentary was recorded. Sutton, Newland Archer. Sutton will soon be seen in the Universal International production starring Maureen O'Hara. Our cast included Frederick Ravenel, Gloria Ann Simpson, Myra Marsh, Gretchen North, Norman Field, Stephen Chase, Carl Ter, and your announcer, The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. Directing NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the theater dramatization of Henry James' classic novel, Ambassadors. The NBC University Theater, which is on in the Age of Innocence, came to you from our shows in Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of Henry James' great novel, The Ambassadors, starring Henry Daniell. We bring you a novel by one of the grand masters of American literature, Mr. Henry James. This book, The Ambassadors, is in the best later Jamesian style, infinitely detailed in its consideration of the European environment and its influence on the American abroad. Mr. James himself, a New Yorker by birth, fell under the spell of Europe in his adolescence and went to the continent to establish permanent residence in his late 20s. He did his most mature work in England and France, work that was exquisite in manner and fine to the extreme in its ethical approach. These virtues are well exemplified in today's University Theater broadcast of The Ambassadors, prepared for radio by Leslie Reed. In the starring role of the Ambassadors, you will hear the distinguished actor Henry Daniell. And at intermission, a recorded commentary on the writings of Henry James by the British novelist E.M. Forster. Here, then, The Ambassadors, starring, as Mr. Louis Lambert Strether, Henry Daniell.
In the early spring of 1898 that I met Maria Gostre. She affected me as almost insolently young. But an easily carried 35 could still do that. I myself was 55 then, a widower and a pilgrim to Europe, the note of which for me was such a consciousness of personal freedom as I had not known for years. Not for all the years I'd spent in Woolwich, Massachusetts. Miss Gostre was what she herself termed a superior courier maid. She formed for me a continuous revelation of enchantment. I remember particularly one evening in London, we were driving home from the theater in a four-wheeler.
Already you begin to recognize me, Mr. Strether. I'm a general guide to Europe, although I don't do it for money. I just try to help Americans over Europe. It's wonderful they come when they enjoy themselves not at all.
Well, I'm enjoying myself, Miss Gostre. I think.
Dear me. But, Mr. Strether, you told me at the theater you had come out on some serious business for your Mrs. Newsome, your admirable widow of Woolwich.
And admirable Mrs. Newsome is. Her money is spent, her life conceived and carried on with a large beneficence. She's a delicacy and a discretion.
Oh, I don't underrate her.
I owe much to Mrs. Newsome. There's the Woolwich Review, for instance, which she magnificently pays for, and I not at all magnificently edit.
But presumably, Mr. Strether, your serious business in Europe does not concern the Woolwich Review.
No. My mission concerns Mrs. Newsome's only son, Chadwick. We call him Chad, of course. He's 28 and he's been living in Paris for more than 5 years.
I see. I see the problem.
What do you see?
I know Paris, and I can guess you're Mr. Chad without difficulty. Is he not the young man on whose head at Woollet high hopes are placed, whom a wicked woman has got hold of, and whom his family have sent you out to rescue?
To the life, Miss Gostre. How did you guess?
Do you think it's an uncommon story? But are you quite sure she's very bad for him? She may be charming.
Charming? She's base, venal, out of the streets. Wretched boy. His poor mother. Chad has darkened her admirable life.
Has he only his mother?
Chad has also a sister, older than himself, married. And they're both remarkably fine women.
And Mrs. Newsom evidently has money.
Oh, plenty. There's also a big, brave, bouncing business, with a big chance now, but not later, for Chad. And to see that he doesn't miss it is, in a word, what I've come out for.
What you've come out for, then, is simply to render him an immense service. Does your young friend in Paris dislike you?
Oh, I hope not. But he practically ignores me, or spares us. He doesn't write. Chad needs to be protected from life.
All the same, given the wonderful city he's in, given Paris, two quite distinct things may have happened to him. One is that he may have got brutalized. The other is that he may have got refined.
Is it a refinement not to answer his mother's letters?
I should say the greatest of all.
Well, as I see him, Chad needs another kind of refining.
What you really want to get him home for is to marry him off.
Well, that's about the size of it. And to the prettiest, brightest girl in Woollet.
Poor Chad. Well, you'll save him, Mr. Strather. But you've not spoken to me of what, by your success, you stand to gain.
Well, Miss Gostre, the fact is, I am engaged to marry Chad's mother, Mrs. Newsom. So my failure would mean the loss of everything.
So I thought. Then you shall succeed. And to that end, I'm yours.
We shall have the pleasure of your company in Paris, then.
As you wish it.
I go across next week in the company of Mr. Waymarsh, also an American, and a good friend.
Is he, too, of Woollet?
He is a lawyer, formerly of Milrose, Connecticut. But you shall meet him in Paris. I'm afraid you'll find him joyless.
But not young Chad, I'm sure.
The prompt Paris morning struck its cheerful notes. In the Luxembourg Gardens, with 4 letters from Mrs. Newsom to read, I sat for an hour. Mrs. Newsom wrote at length and was actuated by the desire that I should be worried by nothing that was not of the essence of my task. I felt strangely free, and yet uneasy, because of the impression that any acceptance by me of Paris, of which Chad was fond, might give my authority away. Was it at all possible to like Paris enough without liking it too much? I went to Chad's rooms, but alas, he was not there. Rather, he was off in Cannes, which made it the worse. I returned to my friend Waymarsh and told him the news, and it served only to set him off on a philosophical turn.
Europe, Strether, Europe is rank with feudalism. Europe is just an elaborate engine for cutting us Americans off from what's going on. I want to read the papers from home.
Do you know, Waymarsh, I don't really miss them.
I want to go home. And so should you, Strether.
And forsake my mission? It would make me a poor ambassador.
Well, I suppose you'll have to wait till he gets back.
His apartment, Waymarsh, I confess, it was filled with exquisite and valuable things. It seemed the reflection of a life more admirable than my expectations. But, of course, he's a disgrace to Woollet.
I suppose he lives there with a woman, Strether.
I don't know.
Has he taken her off to Cannes with him?
I don't know.
Then what the devil do you know, Strether?
Well, I guess I don't know anything. Except that is what little I found out from the young man who is now occupying Chad's rooms.
And who is this young man?
His name is John Little Billum. He's an American studying in Paris. He refers to himself as a little artist man and assures me that everyone calls him Little Billum.
And how old is this Billum?
Well, I guess not 30.
Why doesn't he go home?
Because he likes it over here.
Then he ought to be ashamed of himself. And he does doorkeeper for your precious pair. Doesn't he know what she is?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Look here, Strether, quit this. Quit your nosing round. Quit the whole job.
But I intend to go on nosing round, as you call it. So I'm going to déjeuner with Little Billum. And you're coming with us, Waymarsh. I saw little Billum again, in his own milieu, and in his own odd little dignity, and he held for me a certain fascination. But in spite of my urgings, he provided little more information about Chad, except that Chad was a most admirable young gentleman. When Maria Gostry arrived in Paris, I told her of my encounters with little Billum, and she saw the situation immediately.
I see it, Strether. Little Billum has every day his little telegram from Cannes. He acts on his instructions from Chad for your entertainment, your amusement, and so has floated you to where you are now.
And where the devil is, Strether, Miss Gostry?
As Mr. Waymar says, where the devil, Strether, are you?
Quite already to a degree in Chad's hands, it would seem. So it's through little Billum that Chad will bring me to an acceptance of his situation.
It won't be all through little Billum.
Through whom else, then?
That's what we shall see.
And we did see, the night that we went to the Théâtre Français. Miss Gostry, Waymarsh, and myself. I had invited little Billum, but for some reason he had not replied. He had not shown up at the theater. We were in our box, and just as the curtain went up, the door behind us opened, and a figure entered. It was not little Billum. He turned to me quickly, and I knew.
My dear Strether, I'm delighted to see you.
What? I say... Oh, Chad, why, it's you.
Voila, Mr. Chad.
After the play, Strether, there'll be plenty of time.
After the play, alone with Chad in the night time of Paris in a cafe in the Avenue de l'Opéra, I at last came to the point. The opportunity came when he remarked...
Well, it's obvious that you find me changed, Strether. Do you find me improved?
I haven't the least idea.
It's good of you to be so candid.
Now, see here, Chad. I've come to make you break with everything and take you straight home. Of course, I'm a busybody, but after all, I've known you since you were in knickerbockers. You better hear the worst at once. It's a question of an immediate rupture and an immediate return. Your mother's heart is passionately set upon it.
Your engagement to my mother has become, then, what they call here a fait accompli?
Yes. You see, therefore, to what tune I'm in your family.
I understand you want to do something to commemorate an event so, what do they call it? So auspicious. Not unnaturally, bringing me home in triumph as a sort of wedding present to Mother would commemorate it better than anything else. In fact, you want to make a bonfire and you pitch on me. Thank you.
Listen, it's no joke. If you'll give me your word of honor here on the spot to break straight off, you'll make the future the real right thing for all of us.
You and Mother must have imagined things.
Imagined what?
Well, horrors.
Where's the harm if we haven't been wrong? Perhaps, Chad, you'll walk me to my hotel.
Oh, with pleasure. Garçon, l'addition, s'il vous plaît. Well, I've no doubt your imaginings have come near enough, but I'm not so bad now.
Voilà, monsieur. Merci, monsieur.
You should have allowed me to pay, Chad.
Next time.
Do you mean to tell me that there isn't any woman with you now?
But pray, what has that to do with it?
Well, it's the whole question.
Oh, my going home? No, not much. Do you think when I want to go, anybody will have any power?
To keep you? Our idea has been that somebody has kept you from wanting to go. You don't answer my question. But if you aren't in anybody's hands, so much the better.
One doesn't quite know what is meant by being in women's hands. One is when one isn't. One isn't when one is. I've never got stuck. Don't you know how I like Paris itself?
That's not enough for your mother. Permit us to have our theory. But if you are so free, you're inexcusable. I'll write in the morning. I'll say I've got you.
How often do you write?
Oh, perpetually.
And at great length?
I hope it's not found too great. Really, Chad.
Oh, I'm sure not. And you hear as often?
As often as I deserve.
Mother writes a lovely letter.
It's more my boy than you do. But our suppositions don't matter if you're actually not entangled.
I never was that. Let me insist. I always had my own way, and I have it at present.
Then what are you here for? What has kept you? If you've been able to leave?
Do you think one's kept only by women? Is that what they think at Woollet? I must say, then, you show a low mind.
We left on that note, and I returned to my hotel and my reflections on Chad. Physically, he had changed greatly since our last meeting. His inscrutable new face was that of a man of the world. In gleams, in glances, the past of Woollett did perhaps peep out, but such lights were faint. Chad had been made over. He had a way that was wonderful, and I saw him, in a flash, as the young man marked out by women. As usual, I told all to Miss Gostry. I had, of course, written to Mrs. Newsom about my alliance with her, but I deemed it well to explain Miss Gostry also to Chad, who might now take up his disused pen for his mother's benefit. I had wondered if the boy weren't a pagan, and soon I found myself wondering if he weren't by chance a gentleman.
And is that what you've written home, that you find a gentleman?
Oh, dear, yes. And I've said he'll go back. Chad's astounding. I'm 55. He's 28. Yet he seems to lead me.
If you don't look out, you'll have them all landing in Paris. Mrs. Newsom's daughter, or what's her name?
Sarah? Mrs. Pocock? Well, Sarah always believed in my essential ineptitude for this mission. Sarah never thought I could find Chad's woman, or any woman.
Still, Chad's not free. I'm sure there is a woman, some woman or other.
Then why does Chad deny her?
Perhaps because she's too good to admit. In Paris, such debts are tacit. Don't make up your mind. You haven't seen him all.
But the more I see, the better he seems.
Take time, then you'll see. Take time, my poor Strether, take time. That's the only way not to make some mistake you'll regret.
Little Billum, I really must know this. And I can't make out the fact from Chad himself. Is there some woman?
It's awfully charming of you, Mr. Strether, not to have asked me that before. The fact is that Chad is not free.
Then there is a woman.
But be assured, Mr. Strether, it's a virtuous attachment.
Bolstered by Billum's assurance, Miss Gostry, I told Chad I should like to write home about the date of our sailing. Then he mentioned two particular friends, two ladies, mother and daughter, about to arrive in Paris, whom he wants me furiously to meet, and to know, and to like. And so I shall oblige him by not bringing our business to a crisis.
Two ladies. An attachment to them both, then, would almost necessarily be innocent.
Mayn't he be still in the stage of not quite knowing which of them, mother or daughter, he likes best?
Must be the daughter at his age.
Perhaps it's the mother. Perhaps she's but 25, a charming young widow.
She is a widow, then?
I haven't the least idea. But whichever it is, dear old Woollett will still want him to marry Mamie Pocock.
Mamie?
You know, Chad's sister's sister-in-law. And perfectly lovely, too.
Well, first we must find out more about this attachment.
Oh, must I find out any more?
Didn't Mrs. Newsom send you to find out everything?
On a wonderful Sunday afternoon, he had me invited to a reception at the house of the great sculptor Gloriani in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. There I was to meet the woman. She was, I was finally informed, Madame de Vionnet, not a widow, but living apart from her husband. With her was the daughter Jeanne, a gentle, charming creature. The object, I now felt sure, of the virtuous attachment. In the garden, Chad brought Madame de Vionnet to me, and I was disconcerted at first by her air of youth. She was slim and dressed in black. Her eyes were far apart and a little strange.
Here you are, then, face to face at last.
Mr. Strater, I have heard a great deal about you.
Well, about you, Madame de Vionnet, I've heard, I'm bound to say, almost nothing.
Has not Miss Gostry said a good word for me?
I didn't even know of her knowing you, Madame de Vionnet.
Well, now she will tell you all.
As the afternoon wore on, I saw that Chad Newsom, formerly of Woollett, was on terms with illustrious spirits, was sought out by Gloriani himself, Gloriani of the great name and the fine, handsome face. The shadows lengthened and the last call of the birds sounded from the high trees in the gardens of the noble quarter. I sat alone, thinking. And then little Billum came, wanted to introduce me here and there. But it was too late for me. Too late in many ways.
Better late than never, sir.
It's not too late for you, Billum. You're young and be glad of it. All my impressions of Chad and of people I've seen at his place and of Paris have had their abundant message for me. I see now my own meagerness. A meagerness that sprawls back like some unmapped hinterland from a rough coast settlement. I'm old now. It's as if the train had fairly waited at the station for me without my having had the gumption to know it was there. Now I hear its faint, receding whistle miles and miles down the line. One has the illusion of freedom, but I was either at the right time too stupid or too intelligent to have it. Don't miss things out of stupidity. Do what you like so long as you don't make my mistake. Live.
Oh, sir, I don't know, but that I want to be at your age too different from you.
Prepare while you're about it, Willem, to be more amusing. But if we talk about that, I know whom I should enjoy being like.
Floriani?
No, not the famous artist, but the wretched youth I came out to rescue. The young man Willett considers to have succumbed to the sins of Europe. The happy fellow who has found out how to live. Chad would be my model.
If I had known her name, Strether, I could have told you much. Marie de Vianney and I were at school at Geneva 23 years ago, so she can't be today an hour less than 38, 10 years older than Chad. The Comte de Vianney's a brute. Oh, yes, Marie's a countess, and there's a separation. You can see what she's done for Chad, but as a mother, she's French, and she has brought Chad up for her daughter.
But surely, what does the daughter say?
Here is what the parents say, even the best of them.
I didn't come out to see this sort, I must say.
Are you disappointed she isn't worse?
It would be simpler.
Perhaps. But won't this be pleasanter?
But, my dear Strether, I'm not engaged to Jeanne. I should like you to go and visit Madame de Vianney. She won't do anything worse than make you like her.
It's just of that I'm afraid, Chad. You say your relations with Madame de Vianney are awfully good. Excuse me, but I must really know where I am. Is she bad?
Bad? Is that what's implied when relations are good?
Is our life without reproach, Chad?
Absolutely without reproach. A beautiful life. Allez donc voir.
The Comtesse de Vianney occupied the first floor of an old house in the Rue de Bellechasse, an apartment to which entrance was requested by the grave rumble of an old bell. An apartment wherein medallions, old books, pictures that one felt had been transmitted to her and not collected, bespoke as her background some glory of the Napoleonic Empire, all of which in the removed quiet composed a supreme respectability about the woman I'd come out to Europe to thwart. She received me with simple grace.
Of course, Mr. Strether. Chad has told me about you and his mother. All I ask of you is that you tell Mrs. Newsom the simple truth about us, little Jeanne and me.
But what good will that do me, Madame de Vianney? Or you, I should say.
Has Mrs. Newsom given you up?
Not yet. Do you want Chad to marry your daughter?
Oh, no, not that. Just tell his mother that I have been good for him. Don't you think I have?
You've been very wonderful.
Well, for that, don't you think that you ought to save our friendship? It means so much to us. So much.
Yes, I'll save that, if I can. Little Billum, tell me, you know everything. Why has Miss Gostry gone to Mentone so suddenly?
How should I know, Mr. Strether?
There are things that only you must know. How the situation began with Chad and Madame de Vianney, and when. You are his most intimate friend.
Oh, yes. I've watched it for some 3 years. He liked Madame de Vianney first, but now... And this is for you alone. Now she cares more than he.
And yet the fact remains she has saved him. I'm speaking of Chad as a social animal.
Yes. Chad has changed. He ought to marry...
You mean marry the daughter Jeanne?
After being in love with her mother?
In love with her mother, who is already married.
I told you. It's a virtuous attachment.
Yes. I've seen her now. I understand what a relation with such a woman may be. It can't be vulgar or coarse, but still I can't be concerned with her.
You came to save Chad by removal. They've accepted their situation, hard as it is. But Monsieur de Vionnet may live forever, so they can't marry. A woman may stand that strain, but can a man?
Not without a very high ideal of conduct. That's what I attribute to Chad.
But wouldn't distance lessen the torment? Out of sight, out of mind?
When it's for each other that people give things up, they don't miss them. Let Chad and Marie de Vionnet face the future together.
You say that? You mean that, after all, he shouldn't go back to Woollet?
I mean that if he gives her up...
Yes?
Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself. The situation was running away with me, and I dropped into a seat at Notre Dame to think. In one of the chapels rested a lady of supreme stillness. The composed gravity of her dress, in which a dull wine color gleamed faintly through black, her folded gray-gloved hands, her veil, all indicated Madame de Vionnet. When she turned, I saw that indeed it was she. We met outside the church, and for the first time, I proposed something outside my mission. I invited Madame de Vionnet to déjeuner. We went to a delightful house of entertainment on the left bank, and there we sat, on either side of a small table at a window, adjusted to the busy quay and the shining barge-burdened Seine.
A man in trouble, Mr. Streeter, must be possessed somehow of a woman.
Yes, I suppose I'm in trouble, Madame de Vionnet. After my visit to you, I rode straight off to Mrs. Newsom.
Oh?
Now I'm expecting her answer. I've told her all about you, what she owes you.
No woman ever enjoys such an obligation to another woman. Wouldn't she come over?
Oh, no. I think I should go home first to give my account.
Oh, no. Stay with us. Stay with us. It's the only way to make sure that Chad does not break up.
I've put our case before him, and my work is really done. But I shan't say her before I get Mrs. Newsom's reply. Then let Chad go over too and show Mrs. Newsom what you've done for him.
It's when she sees for herself what he is that she'll most want to marry him off. There's this girl, is there not? Miss Mamie Pocock?
Yes. But the question will come up of the future that you yourself offer him. And that's for Chad to make of what he can. It's not my affair.
I beg your pardon. You are not saving me, I take it, for your interest in myself, but for your interest in our friend. You can't in honor not see me through, because you can't in honor not see him.
No, I suppose I can't.
You will, then.
I will, Madame. I will see you through, on my honor. Chad, I've just had a cable from your mother. She sends me an ultimatum. If I can't bring you, I'm to leave you. I'm to come at any rate myself. And if I don't immediately sail, the Pococks will come out. Your sister Sarah, her husband Jim, and his sister Mamie.
So, Mother's turned to the Pococks. Well, I've been ready to go this last month.
I know, Chad, but...
Are you tired of Mother?
Never. Of course not. Never.
I understand. You feel the charm of life here.
Immensely. I'm having enough fun now to last me the rest of my days. Stay on with me, Chad.
And you were sent to take me home.
I've never been free in my life before, Chad. I've never had any life. Stay with me for a time anyhow. Let the Pococks come. Let them do their worst.
All right, let them then.
Marchons, marchons.
Passons un peu.
Abreuve en océan.
Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Henry Daniel in a radio version of Henry James' The Ambassadors. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of British and American literature. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the outstanding British novelist E.M. Forster, author of A Passage to India and aspects of the novel. Now, from New York, here is E.M. Forster.
In the course of my life, my feelings about Henry James have gone up and down in a very uncritical way. Sometimes I've got pleasure from him, sometimes not. Sometimes I've enjoyed the earlier James and not the later, or vice versa. There is nothing admirable in this instability of mine, but it may explain my reaction towards the Ambassadors, the novel on which I'm commenting. The Ambassadors is late James, and I happen, during the last few months, to have concentrated on the earlier James, Washington Square, the Bostonians, and above all, the Princess Casamassima, that astounding excursion into social and economic misery, which suggests that James might have become a second Balzac had he wished. To turn from the Princess Casamassima to the Ambassadors is to turn from the noises and dangers of the street into a drawing room. But into what a drawing room? How exquisitely is the scene set. It is Paris, and in the elegancies and subtleties of that notorious city, a good young American has been entangled. He must be rescued. He must be brought back to marry the good, if rather mature, American girl of his mother's choice. Consequently, the action takes the form of rescues, embassies from the new world to the old, embassies conducted with varying skill and unexpected results. The chief ambassador, Strether, turns traitor. He deserts over to Paris, the enemy. He fails to rescue his young friend, and in the end, he realizes Paris more fully than his young friend can, by reason of his superior delicacy, superior subtlety, and depth. He passes from material pleasure and the enjoyment of beauty to ethical comprehension. And it is this ethical comprehension which raises our drawing room from a well-ordered apartment into a place for the spirit. Strether gains nothing personally. As he says, I have lost everything. It is my only logic. But he grows in understanding, and guided by James's art, the reader grows also, and becomes, within the ordained limits of the Ambassadors, a bigger man.
Thank you, Mr. Forster. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
I persuaded Chad Newsom to remain in Paris. In short, I abandoned my mission. Then did Mrs. Newsom send out her daughter Sarah Pocock, her son-in-law Jim Pocock, and Jim's sister Mamie to rescue me. Chad and I went together manfully to the Gare Saint-Lazare to await the arrival of the American reinforcement.
Well, Strether, I shall do my best besides to give them all a good time. I'm sure your friend Waymarsh will help with Sarah.
Chad, I know very well it was Waymarsh who wrote home to say I had fallen victim to the evil charms of Europe.
Then he deserves whatever may befall him.
I feel like the outgoing ambassador doing honor to his appointed successor.
Sarah and Mamie and Jim Pocock.
I wonder how Jim will take to Paris.
We'll soon know. Train seems to be coming in now.
It's really been very pleasant here, Jim, and I hope you'll find it so, too.
I feel with you, Strether. Oh, you've been grand, old man. I owe this trip to you, and I'm much obliged. But look out for Sarah. She means business. And Mrs. Newsom sitting up all night, my boy, for you.
Jim Pocock, leading Woollet businessman, small and fat, devoted to light clothes, white hats, very big cigars, and very little stories. And Sarah, Mrs. Newsom's loyal and determined representative, sent out to rescue me as well as her brother. Pretty Mamie Pocock, like the happy bride. The bride after the church and just before the going away. She had been sent to show Chad the charms of Woollet as against the evils of Paris. Charms of Woollet came off poorly when Madame de Vionnet called on Sarah Pocock.
I have taken the liberty of calling on the very morrow of your arrival, Mrs. Pocock. Isn't there anything at all I can do for you?
Oh, you're too good, Countess. But you know I've been to Paris. I know Paris. Oh. And then I have my brother and these American friends, Mr. Strether and Mr. Waymarsh.
The great thing, as Mr. Strether will tell you, is just to let oneself go.
I've not let myself go very far, Madame de Vionnet. I've done what I came out for.
You've renewed acquaintance with your friend, Mr. Strether.
Oh, yes, Countess. He has renewed acquaintance with me.
Oh, Mr. Waymarsh, I was thinking of Mr. Newsom. And now, happily, Mrs. Pocock, too, has given herself the opportunity to take up threads.
Well, I've never wanted for opportunities to see Chad, Countess. I think it probable I shall see him here in Paris.
Then the common ground of the Boulevard Malherbe gives me the best prospect I see for the pleasure of seeing you again, Mrs. Pocock.
Oh, I shall come to see you, Countess, since you've been so good.
There was a red flush in Sarah's cheeks as she fenced with the woman she believed had enslaved her brother. Poor Madame de Vionnet, striving to be friendly, invited me to call on Tuesday. She eagerly expressed the wish that Jeanne might meet Mamie Pocock, whereat Waymarsh burbled his patriotism.
Yes, Countess, the American girl is a thing that we can show you.
You know, Mr. Strether, we are marrying Jeanne.
What, madame? Marrying Jeanne? We?
My husband and I. It is really all one could wish. Monsieur de Montbron is quite a combination.
But, madame, does nothing depend on her wishes?
Oh, she's as pleased as Punch. Do I seem to you very awful?
Awful? Why so?
Our arrangements are so different from yours. And do you know to whom we owe it all? Who introduced this adorable young man to us? Chad himself.
In another week, Maria Gostre returned to Paris, and we agreed on an interpretation of Chad's part in the marriage of Madame de Vionnet's daughter.
I told you, as a mother, Marie de Vionnet is a Frenchwoman. The interest in it is Chad's part.
That, I've decided, is his answer to Mrs. Newsom's demonstration.
And Sarah?
Chad doesn't care for Sarah, and Sarah doesn't appreciate him. Madame de Vionnet has infinitely more comprehension.
But I haven't seen Chad, Mr. Strether, since his sister's arrival.
He's busy with them, Madame de Vionnet. I can't surprise the Pococks into the smallest sign that he's not the same old Chad.
And that torments you.
Yes. Sarah has an advantage over me. She hasn't mentioned her mother, and Mrs. Newsom herself has stopped writing to me. Sarah has answered my inquiries as if I were a polite, perfunctory, poor relation of distant degree. But forgive me. All that is my case, not yours.
With Chad absent, where is my case? Of course, I begged him to be beautiful to them, but I miss him.
Do not worry, madame. Chad at present is busy with Jim. From what Chad tells me, I think Jim's vulgarity may settle Woollett for good.
Mademoiselle. Gosh, Chad, this is the life. Hey, my boy, if your ma could see us now. Encore! Encore, mademoiselle! Hurrah for Paris!
While Jim was sniffing up what he supposed to be Paris, Sarah was passing unforgettable days wondering if she hadn't fallen in love with Waymarsh in a supremely innocent and Woollett-like way. And young Mamie was spending most of her hours alone in the Pocock's Hotel. I surprised her there once, standing on the balcony and staring intently down at the Rue de Rivoli.
Oh, Mr. Strether, I thought you were Mr. Billum.
What, Mamie, have they all abandoned you?
Oh, I'm expecting Mr. Billum. And this very afternoon I've been with Sarah to Madame de Vionet's.
Oh, so Sarah finally returned her call.
Yes, she's wonderful. And I was dying to see Jean. Her fiancé, Monsieur de Montbrun, was there, too.
Was he nice?
Any man's nice when he's in love. And Jeanne is just too sweet. If only she didn't so much want to please.
To please her mother, do you mean?
Her mother first.
And then?
Well, then, Mr. Newsom.
And last only, Monsieur de Montbrun.
Last only.
So that everyone, after all, then, Mamie, will be suited.
I think I can speak for myself. I shall be.
Mamie was splendid. She was a deep little girl. And she alone of the Pococks had taken to the last fraction of an inch the measure of the change in Chad. Mamie would be fat, too fat at 30, but she'd always be the person who, at the present sharp hour, had been disinterestedly tender. And 3 evenings later, at a party in which Chad was presenting to Sister Sarah the whole circle of his society, I pleaded Mamie's cause with little Billum.
So, Strether, you want to marry me off to Mamie?
Mamie doesn't want Chad, and Chad doesn't want Mamie. It's a thread we can wind up and tuck in.
Mamie came out to save our friend.
Like me.
But it was very soon distinct to her that alas, Chad was... he is saved.
Does Sarah think so now?
No, on the contrary. Sarah's pleased with his capacity to give a party like this, but she wants him to show that capacity in Woollett. He had no right to waste it on the likes of us.
Well, little Billum, you should marry Mamie. And Chad, I suggest, when he can, Madame de Vionnet. One morning, 3 weeks after the Pococks' arrival in Paris, the whole thing was really at last upon me. Sarah had been shown everything, the development of Chad, the charm of Marie de Vionnet, the beauty of Paris itself, but she saw nothing, and believed not at all in Chad's virtuous attachment. It was Waymarsh who signaled Mrs. Pocock's departure.
We're all leaving for Switzerland tomorrow, Strether. And although I know nothing whatever about Mrs. Pocock's private communications with Mrs. Newsom, I believe her to be acting in conformity with things that have my highest respect. I greatly hope you'll not do anything you'll be sorry for.
I know what I'm about, Waymarsh.
Now, see here, Strether. In your own interest, as an old friend, I have but one thing to say. Quit this.
It was the demonstration, if not the words, of Mrs. Newsom. It had reached Waymarsh from Sarah, but it had reached Sarah from her mother. And there was no break in the chain by which it reached me. An hour later, in the salon de lecture of our little hotel, Sarah sat in aggressive repose, her parasol stick upright and at arm's length, to receive my submission.
Chad will return home in a moment if you give him the word. He assures me on his honor he'll do that. And so I should like you to be good enough to give him the word. And within 24 hours.
Well, Sarah, first I must see Chad.
Is it your idea, then, that I shall keep on meeting you only to be exposed to fresh humiliation?
Are your instructions from Mrs. Newsom that you shall absolutely and irretrievably break with me?
My instructions from Mrs. Newsom are, if you please, my affair. You know perfectly what your own were. What is your conduct but an outrage to women like us? I mean, you're acting as if there can be a doubt of Chad's duty.
You mean his duty to Madame de Vianney?
Duty to her? Do you consider her even an apology for a decent woman?
She has struck me from the first, Sarah, as wonderful. I've been thinking, too, that even for yourself, she represented something rather new.
Rather new. I hope so, with all my heart.
I mean that she might have affected you by her exquisite amiability, her high rarity, her distinction of every sort. A real revelation.
A revelation to me? I've to come to such a woman for a revelation? You talk to me about distinction. You, when the most distinguished woman we shall either of us have ever seen in this world sits there insulted in her loneliness by your incredible comparison.
If your mother does really sit there insulted, it's, of course, very, very dreadful. I've given sufficient proof, one would have thought, of my deep admiration.
And pray, what proof would one have thought you'd call sufficient? That of thinking this person here so far superior to her?
Ah, dear Sarah, I only know that this person here is incapable in her relation with Chad or anybody of anything coarse or wrong or vulgar. You must leave me this person here.
Heaven knows we don't want her.
You shut your eyes on all she's done for your brother.
Can you even speak of their life?
You don't, on your honor, appreciate Chad's fortunate development?
Fortunate? I call it hideous.
Oh, if you think that.
Then all's at an end. So much the better. I do think that. I do think that. Goodbye.
Sarah.
Do you still want Mrs. Newsom after such a way of treating you, Mr. Strather?
I've gone a long way to meet her, Miss Gostray. She, on her side, hasn't budged an inch.
Yes, I suppose you have been disappointing to her.
She had worked the whole thing out in advance and worked it out for me as well as for herself. I see it all now. It's magnificent.
There's nothing so magnificent for making others feel your power as to have no imagination.
Anyhow, the Pococks don't sail from Liverpool for 5 or 6 weeks, so it's still open to Chad to join them.
Or you. Don't tell me what now holds you here is the pleasant prospect of the empty town and our wonderful women all to yourself.
Oh, Chad will be here. And you.
Me? Would you positively like me to stay?
Yes, Maria, I would. I need you.
Then I shall stay. Thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, are you really in love with Marie de Vianney? Are you?
Does it matter? It has nothing to do, practically, with either of us.
I see. Then there we are.
Chad, I tell you something. Sitting out here on your balcony at midnight with the great flare of the boulevard rising up, I see the whole thing. It wasn't for you, Chad, the Pococks came out, but for me. It wasn't to see what you're doing, but what I'm doing.
Oh, all the same, Strather. Oh, pardon me for putting it so, but ought you not to think, well, at your age, what Mother might do for you and be for you?
Of course. Of course, there are those sharp facts. I know, Chad.
So, I'll go home if you'll say you now consider I should.
Don't you care about a certain person?
Oh, I try not to. That is, I have tried.
But our friends in Woolwich demand you on the basis, as it were, of repudiation and ingratitude. And what has been the matter with me is that I haven't seen my way to working with you for repudiation.
Exactly. Now do you see how she hates me?
She, Chad?
Yes, Mother. Oh, we called it Sarah. But it seems to the same thing. If they hate Maria de Vianney, that comes to the same thing. Mother hates me.
Ah.
My dear old man. What I don't for the life of me make out is what you gain by what you've done.
We had never before, Chad and I, been so alone together. And of the many things that passed between us, the striking truth about Chad was that everything came happily back with him to his knowing how to live. It was his lack of imagination alone which stopped him, in all his other and generous qualities, from understanding what I had gained from my mission. Time for me now was a bag of gold, into which I constantly dipped for a handful. That same week I went to the country for a long day of loitering. In the calm evening I came to an inn, and while my dinner was preparing, I sat at the bottom of the garden by the bank of the placid river. Suddenly a boat came round the bend, a boat with two persons in it, a young man in shirt sleeves and a woman, easy and fair at the stern with a pink parasol. It was a chance in a million that I recognized them. They recognized me, too. Yet I had the odd impression they would have rowed by and cut me. So I waved my hat and stick. Chad! Hi there! Chad! Madame! Hi!
Hello! Hello, Streeter!
I'll meet you down on the shore. We met. We dined together, and while Chad sat silent, Madame de Vionnet expressed her surprise and amusement at the miracle of our encounter, speaking as it happened wholly in French.
Comme cela se trouve. Quelle invraisemblance, mon Dieu, mais c'était pas tant, c'est vraiment...
Isn't it just that? A wonderful accident as queer as fiction.
We left Paris only this morning, Chad and I, just for the day. And of course we are going back tonight.
You'll join us, Strether? The three of us will go back together.
We took a slow train back, the three of us. Then, for an hour or two past midnight at my hotel, I sat back on my bedroom sofa and stared at nothing. Madame de Vionet's manner had been a performance. There had been a lie in the charming affair. It was impossible to blink at the evident fact that if they had come only for the day, she would have had at least a shawl. Chad's overcoat and their luggage must have been at the place best known to themselves, where they had been spending the 24 hours. I came back to the feature of the show, which was the deep, deep truth of the intimacy revealed. In the end, it seemed that Sarah had been right. I was mixed up with the typical tale of Paris.
To see you again, Streeter. How can I be indifferent as to how I appear to you? Before yesterday in the country, didn't you think...
I didn't think anything, madame. You've been making the most precious present I have ever seen made.
No, it's not. It's never a happiness to take. The only safe thing is to give. But we've thrust upon you appearances that you've had to see, and that's where we're detestable. And you've done everything for me. Everything.
I understand. You're afraid for your life.
No.
And you're wonderful.
No. I'm old. I am 10 years older than Chad. The only certainty is that I shall be the loser in the end.
That's not very cheerful for your benefactor.
What's cheerful for me is the thought that we might, you and I, have been friends. I've wanted you to.
Ah, but you've had me.
I know what little Billum told you, Strether, of that virtuous attachment. And I spoke to you originally only as I had to speak.
I understand, Chad.
I've been to England getting information. You know, the business at Woollet seems to offer tremendous scope.
Chad, you astound me. Let me tell you, my boy, it's not a question of advising you not to go home, but of absolutely preventing you. You'd not only be a brute to leave her, but a criminal of the deepest dye.
Oh, don't be afraid. I'm not a bit tired of her. Not a bit, I assure you.
I never saw Madame de Vionnet again. It was pressed upon me soon that their eminent lie, Chad's and hers, was, after all, such an inevitable tribute to good taste as I could have wished them to render. And when I went to Miss Gostry to say goodbye, she made the final revelation.
I knew it all from the first, but I believed if you knew it, you would have suffered a sharp revulsion in favor of Woollett. Traditions, disparity in age, those things are nothing when a woman is hit. It's very awful. Marie was hit, but I didn't want to lie for her. That's why I fled to Mentone.
I believe it's possible, after all, that Chad may go home.
To patch it up with Mrs. Newsom for you?
No, that's over. Over for both of us.
What then do you go home to?
A great difference, no doubt.
You alone of all of us had your ideal, and the plain facts have not embittered you. I love your integrity, Strether. There's nothing in all the world I wouldn't do for you. Nothing.
I know. But all the same, Maria, I must go. To be right.
To be right?
That is my only logic. Out of the whole affair, not to have got anything for myself.
But with your wonderful impressions, you'll have got a great deal.
A great deal. But nothing like you, Maria. You offer me exquisite service, light and care for the rest of my days, understanding. It's you who would make me wrong.
Oh, dear. I can't resist your puritanical logic. And so flattering. Poor Strether.
I held her hand in farewell and then walked to the street. The far-spreading presence of Paris of summer came up to me. In the flutter of awnings as wide as avenues, in the unceasing, soft, quick rumble of the little carriages, in its happiness, in its love of living. Woollett next month would be very different.
You have been listening to The Ambassadors, an NBC University Theater production of the Henry James novel starring Henry Daniel. If you wish to expand your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Be with us next week at this same time for a repeat performance of one of the most successful broadcasts of last season. A broadcast which was instrumental in winning for the NBC University Theater both the Peabody Award and the award given by the Institute for Education by Radio at Ohio State University. Next Sunday, then, we will bring you The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber by Ernest Hemingway, starring Preston Foster. Was adapted for radio by Leslie Reed. During the intermission, you heard E.M. Forster, whose commentary was recorded. Our star in the role of Louis Strether was the distinguished star of screen and stage, Henry Daniel. Our cast included Monty Margetts, Ted Von Eltz, Grace Stafford, Tom McKee, Alma Lawton, Charles Seal, Lynn Whitney, Miriam J., and your announcer, Hal Gibney. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. Tonight, we know you'll enjoy the NBC Theater presentation of Trade Winds, starring Frederick March. It's the screen director's assignment on NBC Theater, heard tonight on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of the Thomas Hardy novel, The Mayor of Casterbridge, starring Reginald Gardner as Michael Henchard. Today, one of England's giants of literature, Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge. Its setting is that part of England known as Wessex. Its concern is with grain and weather, with strong men in conflict, and with women fully dependent. Thomas Hardy was a vigorous dramatist, yet he rarely chose up sides. Rather, he was a determinant, a man of suspended judgment who recorded the workings of fate and law with a deep compassion. He was also a poet of the English countryside, a celebrator of the heath, the woods and the fields, and the village with its peasants. No condensation can preserve all the elements of a complex novel, but we feel that the essence of Thomas Hardy is well represented in today's radio adaptation by Max Ehrlich. Here, then, The Mayor of Casterbridge, starring Reginald Gardner as Michael Henchard.
This is the story of a man of character, strong and yet weak, turbulent yet calm, hard and yet sentimental. He lived by his deeds and died by them, and was judged for them. And his name was Michael Henchard. One evening of late summer, some 100 years ago, a man walked along a dusty road in Upper Wessex. He was shabbily clad and powdered with the thick dust of a long and weary journey. He carried the tools of his trade with him, and his measured walk was the stride of a skilled countryman. And then, at a turn in the hedge-bordered road, he spied a man owing turnips, and hailed him.
Ho there! Thou! Aye? What is it? Any trade doing in that town up ahead?
What kind of trade?
Well, you see me hay knife and basket, don't you? Is there anything in the hay trussing line?
Well, there's always a trade for a strong and sober man.
Well, as to that, Michael Henchard will match muscle and stack hay with the best of them. And I've sworn by the Holy Book never again to touch a drop for 20 years. If it's strong and sober they want, that's me. What might be the name of the town ahead, then?
Why, everyone hereabouts knows it.
I'm not from hereabouts, and where I come from or what I was is the business of none but myself. Tell me the name of the place and I'll go about my business. What town is it?
Why, yonder town is Casterbridge.
18 years passed, and Michael Henchard rose to be the richest and most powerful man in Casterbridge, the foremost dealer in corn and wheat, and finally the mayor of his adopted town. And now, as he sat at the council table, he was under attack.
Mr. Henchard, you're mayor of Casterbridge, aye. But you're also the corn factor. It's your responsibility.
Yes, well, Grubbins, come to it. Come to the point.
You've always done big dealings in wheat, barley, oats, and the like, and always well done. But this year you've supplied bad wheat in your contracts.
Aye, why the wheat is so grown out it's almost like mold.
Aye, and the bread it makes has a list at the bottom of the loaf as thick as the sole of my boot.
Well, now, sirs, I'm an honest man, and I admit the wheat turned out badly. But you'll have to believe me when I say I was taken in as much as the millers I sold it to.
Aye, and so were the poor folk of Casterbridge, Mr. Henchard. The good wives and their poor children. Aye, that's what they...
Gentlemen, you must make allowances for the size of my business.
What allowances?
Aye, Mr. Mayor, what allowances?
It's so big I can't look after it myself. That's why the bad wheat slipped my eye, gentlemen. That's why I've advertised for a thorough good man to manage my grain department.
Well enough, Mr. Henchard, well enough. But are you going to pay us for the bad wheat you sold us? Will you take it back again?
Gentlemen, if any of you men of wisdom will tell me how to turn grown wheat into wholesome grain, I'll take it back with pleasure.
Well, now, Mr. Henchard, there's a Scotchman newly arrived in town. Farfray's his name, Donald Farfray. Aye, and he says he has a process to renovate the grain.
Oh, he does, eh? Well, there's a long draught between saying and doing, but any chance is better than none. Where is this Scott Farfray? Where can I find him?
You'll find him at the Three Mariners Hotel, Mr. Henchard.
Aye, and if he's a sound man, possibly he'll be staying in Casterbridge.
No, Mr. Henchard, I'd not thought of stopping long in Casterbridge. I'm on my way to Bristol, and from there to the New World to try my fortune in the great wheat-growing district of the West.
Well, to America, eh? Well.
But hearing of the trouble you're in, I can't resist offering my services.
Aye, I'm in trouble indeed, sir, dire trouble. And if your renovating process is what you say it is, I shall be glad to pay you handsomely.
Oh, no, sir, I'll take no pay. After all, this new process of mine will be no good to me in a foreign country where the wheat climate is more constant than here.
Still, you'll be doing me a great service.
I'm delighted to be of help. And now, Mr. Henchard, let me show you how this process works. You see here. Now, I take a few grains. Yeah, Mr. Henchard, there's your wheat. As good as new.
Aye, you've done it, lads, you've done it.
The process is yours, sir. Free and clear.
Aye, lad, hearken to me. You've saved me from a world of trouble and anguish this day. Forget your boys to the New World and come work for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Henchard.
Look, if you'll accept the place, you shall manage the corn branch entirely with salary and commission besides.
You're a liberal man, sir. Very liberal, but... No, I've got my mind set on America.
Mr. Farfray, reflect and consider. I'm a lonely man without wife or child, and have been for years. And you've struck my fancy. You're the kind of lad I could look upon as my son. For when I like a man, I like him hard, and that's the way of Michael Henchard.
Well, believe me, sir, I'm honored.
I hate to be persistent, Donald, but you were sent to me by Providence and meant to stay. I'm not a man to let a cause be lost for want of word. Come, stay with me, and name your own terms, for hang it, Donald, I like thee well.
Mr. Henchard, well, there's much in what you say. Perhaps it is Providence, as you say. But I, too, like thee well.
Then you'll stay, lad, you'll stay?
Yes, I give it much thought. Should anyone go against Providence? Now, will you not have a drink with me, Mr. Henchard, to seal our new association?
No, lad, I'd like to, but I cannot. I've sworn an oath to forsake drink. A long time ago, it almost ruined me.
Then here's my hand on it, sir.
Done.
Done, sir.
Thus, Michael Henchard took into his life a young man whom he loved as a son. Dreaming of the future, he little knew that the ghost of his past was already rising up to plague him. At that moment, in the distant Wessex town of Weydon Priors, a fair was in full swing. Among the stalls for tailors, osiers, linen drapers, and coopers, through the roundabouts and high-flyers, walked two women. One of them was a girl of 18 called Elizabeth Jane, and t'other was her mother, dressed in the mourning clothes of a widow. and her original name was Susan Henchard.
So this is where you first met Father?
Yes, Elizabeth Jane, 'twas here. And on a day like this that Richard Newson and I met.
Poor Father. To think that he's gone from us now, drowned at sea. But, Mother, why have we come here at all?
'Twas here that I last saw the relation I'm looking for.
Mr. Henchard?
Yes.
I suppose he never knew me.
No, Elizabeth Jane, he never really knew you. Now, I must go over to that tent.
The one where that wrinkled old woman is stirring the pot?
She I wish to speak to. Elizabeth Jane, you stay here.
Oh, but why?
I want to speak to her alone.
Good furmity sold here. Good, nourishing, hot furmity. And only halfpenny a cup.
Good evening.
Eh? You speak to me?
Yes. We've met before. 18 long years ago.
I don't recall it.
Can you not call to mind the sale of a wife by her husband in your tent 18 years ago today?
I've seen so many things. But ye say a man sold his wife?
Yes, a hayrigger named Henchard. I was his wife, and there was a child with me. He was in his cups, and he sold us to a sailor named Newson for 5 guineas. You recall the man now?
Aye, now I do. He came back to the fair the following year.
He did? Why? Tell me why.
Looking for his lost wife. And he told me quite private-like that if a woman ever asked for him, I was to say he'd gone to...
Yes? Tell me where.
Oh, I'm an old one, I am, ma'am. And my memory's creaky. If I had a wee bit of encouragement, maybe...
Here's a shilling.
Now I mind. Aye, 'twas Casterbridge. That's it. He's mayor of a town called Casterbridge.
And so it was that the mayor of Casterbridge received a letter from the wife he had sold some 18 years before. And shortly after, he met her by night at a place called Budmouth Road.
Michael.
There now, Susan, my dear. There's no need for tears. We're together again.
I was afraid you wouldn't see me.
I not see you? Oh, Susan, my dear, since the day I shamefully sold you, I've wanted you back. It was the rum that made me do that terrible deed, that old hag's furmity. And since then, I haven't touched a drop. You hear me, Susan? For 18 years, I've kept my oath.
Michael, what can I say?
I searched high and low for you and for my daughter, for Elizabeth Jane. I traveled, advertised, did all I could. Finally, I decided that you and the child must be dead. Susan, why did you keep silent so long? Why?
Because of Newson? I thought I owed him faithfulness. And now I meet you as his widow. I consider myself that, and I have no claim on you.
No, Susan, you meet me as my wife.
Michael.
As my lawfully wedded wife. I brought with me here the wedding ring you threw into my face when I took the 5 guineas from Newson. Will you wear it, Susan? Will you wear it again?
Oh, Michael. Michael.
Now then, what does our daughter know about us?
Nothing, Michael. I didn't dare tell Elizabeth Jane. She despises us both.
Aye. Well, we must keep our secret dark and yet get matters straight in spite of it. Two cannot return to my house as the wife and daughter I once treated so ill. It wouldn't look well for the mayor and her church warden.
Perhaps it would be better if Elizabeth Jane and I went away.
No, Susan. I want you here, and here you'll stay. Wait a moment. I have it.
Yes?
You and Elizabeth Jane can take a cottage in town as widow and daughter. In due time, I'll meet you, court you, and marry you.
And no one will be the wiser?
No one. Susan.
Yes, Michael?
There's one thing you haven't told me plain and out. Do you forgive me? Do you, Susan?
Michael, I
don't blame you. It was a cruel and miserable thing I did. And if someday you can find room in your heart to truly forgive me, Susan, you'll make Michael Henchard a happy man again.
Michael Henchard was a man of strong conscience. Ends to his wife and daughter would go far toward wiping out the shadow which had haunted him for many years. But Susan's arrival had aggravated another problem. So now, in a rush of confidence, he told the whole story to Donald Farfrae.
Now, Donald, see what injury a man may cause around him. By doing right with Susan, I wrong another innocent woman, Lucetta Templeton.
You propose marriage to Miss Templeton, Michael?
Aye. Before I knew Susan was still alive, and she accepted. She was planning to travel here from her home on the island of Jersey.
That's a problem, to be sure. Since you can't marry both of them, you must bitterly disappoint one.
Aye, that's the curse of it, Donald. And my first duty is to Susan. There's no doubt about that.
I agree.
Donald, hearken to me. You've seen how I've spoke my heart to you on a personal family matter. You can see my trust and faith in you as if you were my own son.
Yes, and I'm honored, Michael.
Well, what shall I do, lad? Advise me now. How shall I resolve what I've done?
Why, I think it's plain, Mr. Henchard.
Then tell me, Donald. Tell me the path.
You'll have to write to Miss Lucetta Templeton. Tell her about Susan and beg her forgiveness and your release.
Aye. 'Tis the honest thing to do, though cruel. But, Donald, as to the letter...
Yes?
I'm a poor hand at letter writing. Will you draw up an explanation and break it to her as gently as you can?
I'll be glad to, Michael, if you wish me to.
Thank you, boy. Thank you, lad. You're a blessing and a comfort to me. It was a lucky day for Michael Henchard when you stopped by in Casterbridge.
Lucetta Templeton released Henchard, and he married Susan. Meanwhile, Michael and his young assistant, Donald Farfrae, were inseparable, and the great corn and grain business flourished under the young Scot's able direction. But then, a seed began to take root and sprout, and finally to cleave the foundation of their close friendship. At first, it was merely the kind of talk that was heard at the Three Mariners Inn.
No, you take this young man, Farfrae. A fine, upstanding lad he is. A catch for any woman, mark you. If I were 10 years younger...
I'm Mrs. Cookson. Begad, a popular one he is around Casterbridge. A credit to the mayor's business he is.
True, Griggs, true. Where would the mayor be without the Scot?
Nowhere, Christopher, nowhere, says I.
Strike me if it's blasphemy. But I say that of the two, Farfrae's the better man.
The lad'll cut Henchard out one day, mark me.
Shh! You fools, not so loud.
Eh?
What is it, Mrs. Cookson?
Lower your voices. Can't you see? That's Albert Jopp, Henchard's foreman, sitting in the corner.
Oh.
Like as not he's heard you. And he's a fine one for carrying a tale.
Gossip, Jopp, malicious gossip. Fools in their cups chattering.
All right, Mr. Henchard, have it your own way. I'm only telling you what I heard at the inn. And not only at the inn, but at the town hall itself.
What? What do you mean, Jopp?
I mean there are those who say you've been mayor and corn factor long enough. They're talking of Mr. Farfrae.
That's a lie.
Is it, Mr.
Blast
Henchard?
you for a meddler, Jopp. Why, Donald Farfrae's like my own son. He wouldn't... Come in.
Are you Mr. Farfrae, sir?
No, what is it, boy?
Please, sir. Me aunt sent me. We have a farm in Durnover, and they be wanting Mr. Farfrae to come out and buy our haystack.
Mr. Farfrae's away, boy. I'll come and look at it myself.
But me aunts be wanting Mr. Farfrae to come to the farm.
Why, Mr. Farfrae? Mr. Farfrae, Mr. Farfrae. Why do people always ask for him?
I suppose it's because they be liking him so. That's what they be saying.
Oh, they do they?
Well, what did I tell you, Mr.
Silence, Jopp. I've had enough of your tongue. Look here, boy.
Yes, sir?
I suppose they want Mr. Farfrae to come because he's cleverer than Mr. Henchard. Is that what they say, lad?
Aye. That be it, sir. Leastways, some of it.
Oh, so there's more, is there? Well, what else? Come, boy, what else do they say? Come, here's a sixpence, if you remember.
Well, sir, They do say Mr. Farfrae be better tempered, the better man by a long chalk. And they be saying they wish he was the master and mayor, too, instead of Mr. Henchard.
Oh, they do they? They wish he was master, eh? Well, we shall see about that. Yes, we shall see about that very soon.
The malicious seed sprouted and grew and became a thing of nettles, and at last came into the open. It happened on a day when Henchard went into an employee's house to discipline a wagon driver who had overslept.
Here, you Abel Whittle, get out of bed, you lazy lout. Begad, I've stood you being tardy for the last time.
Oh, Mr. Henchard, I don't know how it happened. Last night I just closed my eyes and...
4 o'clock and the crew's waiting to go to the fields and you're abed. Rot me, I'll mortify your flesh, see if I don't. Now get out and start moving down Back Street.
But I've got to put my breeches on first.
Breeches? No, you'll go out without 'em, Whipple. You'll drive all the way to Blackmore Vale without 'em. I'll teach you a lesson.
But I'd be disgraced. They'd be laughing.
Out of the door and down the street. Come on, out of the door when everyone can see you.
Oh, Abel Whittle. I was just coming to your eyes here, and I... Why, what's this?
Mr. Farfrae, sir, if you'd only try to make Mr. Henchard relent, I cannot face the shame of walking about unclothed.
I said I'll mortify you, Whittle, and I will. Get out into the street.
Oh, just a minute now. Abel.
Aye, Mr. Farfrae.
You get back into the house and put on your clothes and come to work like a man.
Yes, sir. God bless you, Mr. Farfrae.
Look here, Farfrae. What are you up to?
I'm up to nothing, Michael, but if this is a joke, it's being carried far enough.
It's no joke. I was disciplining Whittle, and I brooked no interference.
Oh, come, Michael. Such conduct's too small for a man of your position. I mean no criticism, sir, but it's not worthy of you.
What? You dare to speak to me like this?
I speak only to your reason, sir. Abel Whittle is a man, and he needs his dignity.
Now, look here, Farfrae. I've had enough. Either Whittle does as I say, or I'll get myself a new manager.
I have taken a position, Michael, and I cannot honorably retreat.
Indeed. In that case, Mr. Farfrae, I have no further need of your services, and you are no longer my manager. Elizabeth! Where is that girl? Elizabeth!
Yes, Father?
I've heard about town that you've been seeing something of Donald Farfrae. Is that true?
Father,
Answer me, child. Is it true?
Yes, it's true.
Well, from now on, that's over. You're not to see Donald Farfrae again. I forbid it.
Michael, what is it? What do you forbid?
It's your daughter, Susan. She's taken up with that young whelp of a Scot, and I won't have it. Do you know what he's done, Susan?
What, Michael?
Why, he's opened up a corn and hay business and set up a trade of his own on Durnover Hill. The gall of that young devil. Why, I befriended him. I helped him make a living, called him friend, called him my son. I'd have given him my last crust of bread, and now he's trying to cut my throat in competition.
Father, Donald means nothing personal. It's the business he knows best.
Ah, do you take me for a fool, Elizabeth? I know what he's up to. He's out to harm me in any way he can. But I'll have a tussle with him, I will. I'll show him what it means to stack up to Michael Henchard.
The rivalry of the two men flared, and they closed in mortal commercial combat. 'Twas northern insight against southern doggedness, dirk against cudgel, rapier against heavy saber. Henchard fought savagely with every trick he knew, trying to beat Farfrae into bankruptcy. But the young Scot took every blow and kept on coming. Then tragedy struck in Michael Henchard's home. His wife, Susan, died of a stroke. And then, and only then, did Michael Henchard reveal to Elizabeth Jane the story of his past. And that he was her real father.
Now, child, don't cry. I can't bear it. I won't bear it. Why should you cry?
I can't help it.
I'm your father, and I'm here, alive. Is this a cause for sorrow, child? Am I so dreadful, so hateful to you?
No.
Oh, listen, don't hate me for what I've done, Elizabeth Jane. I'll be kinder to you than Richard Newsom ever was. Don't you see, daughter? You're all I have in the world, all I love.
May I say good night now, Father?
Of course you may. Go to bed, child. It's been a difficult day.
Good night, Father.
Good night, Elizabeth Jane.
Ironically, a few days after the funeral, Michael Henchard found a letter written by his dead wife to himself. He took it to his room, and there he opened it.
Let me see. My dear Michael, when you read this, I shall already be in my grave. This is a confession of a secret I have kept from you till now. Forgive me, Michael.
I thought it was for the best, but now I must tell you. You see, Michael, Elizabeth Jane is not your child, the child who was in my arms when you sold me. No, she died 3 months after that, and Elizabeth is really Richard Newson's daughter. I christened her by the same name as the other, and she filled the ache of my loss. Michael, Michael, I might have held my tongue, but I couldn't. Please try to forgive, if you can, a woman you once deeply wronged, as she forgives you. Susan Henchard.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Reginald Gardner in a radio version of Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the distinguished author of The Great Tradition and John Reed, The Making of a Revolutionary, Mr. Granville Hicks. Speaking from New York, here is Mr. Hicks.
The Mayor of Casterbridge was published in 1886 when Thomas Hardy was 46 years old. It was preceded by The Return of the Native and followed by Tess of the D'Urbervilles and Jude the Obscure, these four being his greatest novels. After the appearance of Jude the Obscure in 1895, Hardy refused to write another novel, chiefly because his work had been criticized as immoral. He lived on, however, for more than 30 years and added greatly to his reputation as a poet, which eventually surpassed his reputation as a novelist. As you have noticed, The Mayor of Casterbridge is concerned with a group of men and women who can be called the victims of circumstance. In 1885, while he was working on the novel, Hardy thus defined tragedy in his notebook. A tragedy, he wrote, exhibits a state of things in the life of an individual which unavoidably causes some natural aim or desire of his to end in catastrophe when carried out. This is, of course, what happens to Michael Henchard. Not only are his sufferings out of all proportion to his mistakes, they rise often enough out of his good impulses. Because of his emphasis on undeserved suffering, Hardy was generally regarded and often ferociously attacked as a pessimist. In a way, he deserved the epithet. The Mayor of Casterbridge, for example, hastily passes over the rise of Michael Henchard in order to concentrate on his fall. If Hardy had chosen to reverse the emphasis, the same materials could have given a quite different impression. He was not, however, a pessimist in any absolute philosophical sense. He called himself not a pessimist, nor an optimist, but a meliorist. That is, one who believed that things could be made better, and, as far as possible, should be. In one of his poems, he wrote, "If way to the better there be, it exacts a full look at the worst." Many critics have insisted that Hardy looked at the worst rather more fully than he needed to. But the fact remains that he was genuinely concerned to find a way to the better. When you are reading one of Thomas Hardy's tragic novels, you may feel that this is not the way life really is. But you do have to confess that this is the way life sometimes seems to be. Man is not always master of his destiny, whatever we like to think. And no one has shown more poignantly than Thomas Hardy the tragic moods of human defeat.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Our radio version of The Mayor of Casterbridge, starring Reginald Gardner as Michael Henchard, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Michael Henchard wrote Lucetta Templeton, the woman he had loved before Susan had reappeared. He asked Lucetta to come to Casterbridge, and she accepted, taking up residence in High Place Hall. Henchard's plan was to marry Lucetta as soon as Susan was decently cold in her grave. As for his attitude to Elizabeth Jane, he turned from a tender father to a hostile stranger almost overnight.
If you'll bide where you be a minute, I'll get you your breakfast.
Bide where you be? Good heavens, girl, what manner of speech is this? Are you fit to carry wash to a pig trough that you use such words as those?
I'm sorry, Father. I mean, stay where you are.
Elizabeth Jane, come here.
Yes, Father?
Did I see you help Nancy Mockridge carry a load of firewood into her house?
Why, yes. She's such an old woman, and the wood was so heavy.
You're the mayor's daughter, understand, and I'll not have you lowering my position by lending a hand to every clodhopper you meet, where the whole village can see you. Well, Elizabeth, where have you been dawdling this time? Where's my supper?
I'm sorry. I was just at the churchyard visiting my mother's grave.
Will you
Father.
stop calling me father?
But aren't you?
Aye, but there's no cause to harp on the word father. Father. Begad, it's beginning to hurt my ears, and I'll thank you not to use it so free.
Michael?
Aye, Lucetta?
I met your daughter, Elizabeth Jane, in the churchyard today.
She's no daughter of mine, Lucetta. I've told you the story.
Yes, but you've treated her harshly, Michael. It was no fault of hers.
I know. I've tried to be kind to her, but the fury won't let me. I'd like to get rid of her, Lucetta, if you must know the truth.
In that case, let her come in service to me at High Place Hall.
To you?
Why not? The girl has no one to love her. And being a woman, I know what misery that can be. I think she's lovely and charming, and I'd like to have her in my house.
Now, look here, Lucetta. What's the real reason you want to take Elizabeth Jane in service?
You men are so simple. Can't you see? Your wife has only recently died, has she not?
Aye, but...
And as mayor of Casterbridge, it wouldn't look right and proper to visit a lady so soon after your good wife's death, would it?
No, to be sure it wouldn't.
Well, then, what could be more proper than to visit your daughter? And if she lives at my house, what then? Who can object if a father comes to see his daughter as a father should? Now, do you see, Michael?
By gad, Lucetta, I take off my hat to you. Aye, you're a clever minx. I see it plainly now.
Now, it so happened that Henchard, after finding that Elizabeth Jane was really the daughter of Richard Newson, had written Donald Farfrae, giving him permission to resume his courtship if he wished. Vaguely, Henchard hoped that if Donald married Elizabeth Jane, that would be one way to get rid of her. And so it was that Donald Farfrae was calling at High Place Hall. Elizabeth Jane was out, but Lucetta Templeton received him with particular grace.
You know, Mr. Farfrae, I find you a very interesting young man.
And I find you, Miss Templeton, a charming and beautiful lady.
You speak of amenities, of course, but nevertheless it's pleasing to hear them.
Oh, I wouldn't call them amenities. No, not exactly.
But what else could they be, sir? We've only just met.
That's true, Miss Templeton, but I am a man of quick judgment and on the serious side, and I put a good deal of store by first impressions. Still, I have not the right to say things like these.
And why not, sir?
Well, let me put it this way. A struggling hay and grain merchant like myself should limit his thoughts to those in keeping with his station. And you, Miss Templeton, are a woman of wealth and position.
But above all, I am a woman. Never forget that, Mr. Farfrae.
Miss Templeton, I cannot help but read a certain significance in what you just said.
I want you to.
Then I may come another time?
Of course. Come and see Elizabeth Jane as often as you like.
I'm not referring to Elizabeth Jane, Miss Templeton. I'm referring to you.
Mr. Farfrae, I cannot say any more than this. The doors of High Place Hall are open to you whenever you choose to come.
Donald Farfrae chose to come often, and the friendship between Lucetta and himself deepened and grew serious. And Michael Henchard, who saw Donald admitted to High Place Hall again and again, grimly forced the issue.
Look here, Lucetta, you came to Casterbridge to resume our relationship, did you not?
Yes, I did, Michael, I did.
Well, very well, then. I'm ready as soon as custom will permit to give you my name in return for your devotion. I leave it to you to fix the time and date.
I don't know, Michael. Marriage is such a serious affair. Perhaps you ought to regard me just as an acquaintance for a time, eh?
Oh, I see. So that's the way the wind blows, is it?
Michael, what are you trying to say?
I am saying that there is another man, and his name is Donald Farfrae.
Michael, please.
Enough, Lucetta. What manner of fool you take me for? Now then, choose. Who'll it be? Farfrae or myself? Well, never mind. I don't wish to hear the word from your mouth. I can see it in your eyes.
Michael, for the love of heaven.
First the whelp tries to steal my business. Then he tries to steal my woman. Before I'd let him take them from me, I'd crush you both. Do you hear, Lucetta? I'd crush you both like worms under my heavy shoe.
Michael, I've never seen you like this. I didn't think you were capable of...
Oh, you haven't, Lucetta? Well, hearken to me and hearken well. If there's one man I hate in this world, it's Donald Farfrae. Marry him. Only marry him, I say, and you'll find out how Michael Henchard can hate.
The battle hinged on one thing, the weather. Everything in Wessex depended on the weather. A bad harvest would double the price of corn, and good prospects lower it as much. During the early weeks, Michael Henchard forecast the weather with uncanny luck. Later, he became nervous, and to reassure himself, he visited a local forecaster called Wido.
Is it true that you can charm away warts?
Without trouble. Without trouble.
And cure the evil fever?
Aye, if they wear the toad bag by night and by day.
Well, now then, answer me this. Can you forecast the weather?
With labor and time, and, for a consideration.
Then take this. It's a crown. Now then, what is the harvest fortnight to be? Will it be fair or foul?
You asked me, and now I will tell you. By the sun, moon, and stars, by the clouds, the winds, the trees, and the grass, the candle flame and the swallows, the smell of the herbs, likewise by the cat's eyes, the ravens, the leeches, and the spiders, the last fortnight in August will be rain and tempest.
You're sure of this? You're certain?
Aye, as certain as anyone can be in a world where all's unsure.
Look you, Maggie, another hot and fair day.
Aye, husband. and the mares choked with corn.
And the market going down, and corn cheaper every day.
Why, it is sure to be a good harvest, and poor Mr. Henchard will be having to sell his grain at many shillings a quarter cheaper than he bought it.
Aye, Maggie, the weather's fair, yet played him dirty. He called the turn of the flood and got the turn of the ebb.
Did you hear, Mrs. Cookson? Did you hear?
No, Christopher. What?
It's all over town. Mayor Enchard's losing a fortune day by day.
And young Mr. Farfrae?
Ah, he's the shrewd one. He must have a magic glass to foretell the harvest. He bought little and saved his capital.
The sun mocked Henchard, burned him within. He shook his fist at it, cursed it. For weeks it shone with the hue of tin, and later assumed the color of a topaz. And not a rain cloud appeared in the sky. The forecast had been wrong. Now Michael Henchard decided to unload his grain at a staggering loss. Then, one morning in the marketplace...
Oh, Michael! Michael!
What is it, Farfrae?
Well, they tell me the market's put you in a bad corner.
Well, what have you come to do, make a holiday of it?
No, Michael, no. I come to express my sympathy. Believe me, I'm sorry. And I hope that you recoup.
You do?
With all my heart.
Why? Why do you express these sentiments to me?
Because we were friends once instead of rivals. And because I would renew that friendship if I could.
I see. Well, listen to me, Farfrae. What we were never can be again. And don't be too sure of circumstances. It's true I've had a setback, but I've still capital left, and you'll feel the weight of it in time to come.
Then, almost on the eve of harvest, Farfrae suddenly switched into a buying mood, picking up grain at rock-bottom prices. And as if by a signal, the sun was blotted out and the heavens opened in rainy tempest. The price of grain shot up, and Farfrae made a killing. But Michael Henchard stood in the fields and stared up at the wet sky, dazed and heartsick.
Go on, rain! Aye, the forecaster was right. I should have held me grain a little longer. I'd have made the profit, not Farfrae. But now I'm ruined. And even the heavens are laughing at me. My fortune's turned and the Scot did it. He's taken my money and he seeks to take my woman. And he'll try to steal my position. Aye, now he'll try to be mayor of Casterbridge. But Michael Henchard is not through yet, do you hear? I'll fight him as long as there's any fight in me, to the bitter end.
In this, Michael Henchard had the power of prophecy. The next day, he appeared in High Place Hall.
Why, Mr. Henchard.
Aye, Elizabeth. I should like to speak to Miss Templeton at once.
Oh, she's not in.
Then where can I find her?
Why, she's gone to Port Brady with Mr. Farfrae.
With Farfrae? With him? Why, girl? Answer me, Elizabeth Jane. Why? Why did they go to Port Brady together?
To get married, Mr. Henchard.
But the bitter cup was not yet full. The next morning, Michael Henchard, as mayor and town magistrate, sat as a judge in petty sessions. Filthy old woman was up for trial, and just as Henchard was to sentence her, the old hag spoke up.
You cannot sentence me. You up there in the judge's seat? You have no right to sit in judgment upon me.
I have no right, you say? And why not, old woman?
Because you know better than I. And I can be judged only by my betters. You laugh, do you? Well, listen to me, then. 20 years ago, I was a selling of furmity in a tent at Wadham Fair.
We don't care to hear your life's history, old woman.
Wait, clerk. Let her speak. Old woman, you say you sold furmity at Wadham Priors?
Aye, Judge. A man and a woman and child came into my tent. The man, being drunk, sold his wife and child to a sailor for 5 guineas. A scandalous affair 'twas. And the man should be hung for it. Judge?
You know this man now?
Aye, I know him. It was you, Your Honor. You were the man what done this foul deed. And you have not the right to judge me now. No, Your
Honor. Amid the roar of the courtroom, Michael Henchard, his face a mask, tore off his judicial robes and walked out. News spread like wildfire through Casterbridge. Idlers in front of the town hall, merchants along High Street, the toilers in the fields, they all buzzed with it. And finally...
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. By popular vote, counted by the commissioners of the town council, it has been ascertained that the new mayor of Casterbridge is Mr. Donald Farfrae.
Michael Henchard. Wait a moment.
Oh, it's you, Farfrae.
Yes, I've heard that you're leaving town.
Aye.
What will you do? Where will you go?
I came to Casterbridge as a hay trusser. I can leave us, Farfrae, and make my humble way. I still have my knife and wimble and basket, and no man can take them from me.
Michael, listen. I must ask you a question, man to man. I ask you to forget your pride and what has gone before, and believe me, I do not speak out of pity.
Well, what is it, Farfrae?
Will you stay in Casterbridge and work for me?
Work? For you?
Yes, you'll do much better with me than for strangers, Michael. And whatever happens, you still know grain.
No. No, it's kind of you, but I cannot.
You must, Michael. In a way, you owe it to me.
How?
You remember when I first came here? I wanted to leave, and you persuaded me to stay and work for you.
Aye, I remember.
Well, I stayed against my will, and later was happy. You can do the same. Michael, I ask you again, will you stay and work for me?
Very well. Very well, Donald. I'll stay, and thank you for it.
'So Michael Henchard stayed and worked as a laborer in the barns and granaries which once he had owned. He felt a momentary gratitude to the Scot, but now the humility of his position preyed upon him, and his old hatred returned.
There he is, Elizabeth Jane. There he is, sitting in my old place, the mayor's chair, and living in my house with the woman I was to marry, and laughing at me working in the hayricks.
Father, you misjudge Mr. Farfrae. I'm sure he isn't laughing at you.
No? Well, then he pities me. And to a man like me, that's worse. Well, it'll only be 12 days more. Only 12 days more, and there'll be an escape.
Father, what do you mean, 12 days more? What escape?
You'll see, Elizabeth Jane. You'll see.
"12 days later, the denizens at the Inn of the Three Mariners were startled to see Michael Henchard enter the door and advance to the bar. There was a grim, set look in his face and a wild flame in his eyes as he smashed his heavy fist upon the bar.
Whiskey, keeper. Whiskey, and be quick about it.
Whiskey for you, Mr. Henchard? But you've never taken a drink.
Aye. Michael Henchard is a man of his word. I swore on oath never to take a drink of spirits for 20 years. Now that time is over, and my oath is done. Well, keeper, what are you standing there for? You heard me, did you not? Whiskey!
Yes, Mr. Henchard.
That's it. That's what I needed for 20 years. That's what I need to stand me up when I do him in.
Do who in, Mr. Henchard?
Donald Farfrae. Who else? Well, what are you fools staring at me for? Did you think I'd stand by and see him take everything away from me? Did you? By heaven, no. I'm still a better man than he is. Aye, better than he is. I'll break him like I broke that glass upon the floor. I'll break him, mark you, if it's the last thing Michael Henchard ever does. Whiskey, keeper! More whiskey!
Later that night, Donald Farfrae received a message that someone wanted to see him at the North Granary on a matter of urgent business. Message was unsigned, and as Farfrae entered the semi-gloom of the big barn...
Oh, is anyone here?
Aye. I'm up here in the loft.
Oh, where's you, Michael? What are you doing up there?
Come up the ladder, Farfrae. I want to talk to you.
Aye, very well. Now then, Michael, what are you doing up here? What's wrong? I received a message concerning some business, and
Aye. It's business, all right. You and me are going to square accounts, Farfrae.
What do you mean by that?
Now we stand face to face, man to man. Your money and your fine wife no longer lift you above me, and my poverty does not press me down.
What are you getting at, Michael?
You see this loft, Farfrae? It's 4 square and about the size of a wrestling ring. There's the door, open, and it's 40 feet down to the barn floor.
Michael, do you mean that you...
Aye. One of us is going to throw the other out of that door down to the floor. The master, the better man, stays inside.
You're out of your mind. You're daft.
Aye. Daft to hear your bones crack when I toss you through that door. Put up your hands, Farfrae!
The two men fought silently like animals. They traded blows till the blood ran, rocked and writhed like trees in a gale. First one had the advantage, then the other. Then, finally, Henchard slammed Farfrae to the floor so that his head hung over space through the open door.
Now, Farfrae, I've got you. One little push, and down you go.
Aye, you've the advantage.
This is the end. My revenge. Your life.
Well, then, take it. Take it, Henchard. You wanted it long enough.
Donald, No, it isn't true. Once I loved you as my own son. As no man ever loved another.
Oh, enough of your lying words. Throw me down and have done with it and be cursed to you.
Donald, I cannot. I came here to kill you, and I thought I could, but now I cannot. Here, I release you. Do what you will. Only in this, Donald, be charitable, be kind. Never tell Elizabeth Jane what I've done this night. She'd leave me.
Aye, but it doesn't matter whether I tell her or not, Henchard. She'll leave you soon anyway.
What do you mean? What are you talking about, Farfrae? Tell me, man, what is this?
A sailor came to the town hall today, Henchard. He inquired of Elizabeth Jane.
A sailor? A sailor? Was...
Yes. His name was Richard Newson, and they thought him lost at sea, but he wasn't. And now, Henchard, he's come to Casterbridge to claim his daughter.
And so it was that Michael Henchard trudged out of the town of Casterbridge, carrying the tools of an A-trusser, just as he came into it many years ago, down the same dusty road. He walked towards the distant horizon with the slow and dragging steps, and with half-muttered words on his lips.
Here and everywhere, folks are dying before their time, like frosted leaves, though wanted by their loved ones, their families, and their friends. While I, Michael Henchard, who was once mayor of Casterbridge, I, who am an outcast, wanted by none and despised by all, live on against my will.
They found him later, dead upon the road, and buried him at its side. And inscribed upon the stone was Michael Henchard's own last testament and will, written by him as he was dying. And there, standing on the Wessex earth, which Henchard loved so well, Elizabeth Jane read the inscription.
This be my last testament and will, that none be made to grieve on account of me, that I be not buried in consecrated ground, that no
sexton be asked to toll the bell, that nobody is asked to see my dead body, that no mourners walk behind me at my funeral, that no flowers be planted on my grave, and that no man remembers me. To this I put my name, Michael Henchard.
You have been listening to The Mayor of Casterbridge, an NBC University Theater production of the Thomas Hardy novel, starring Reginald Gardner as Henchard. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, The Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Mayor of Casterbridge was adapted for radio by Max Ehrlich. Starred as Michael Henchard, Reginald Gardner, who appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the Technicolor picture Beautiful Blonde from Bashful Ben, starring Betty Grable. Our cast included Ramsey Hill, narrator, Pat Ahern, George Pembroke, Tudor Owen, Eric Snowden, Ben Wright, Eileen Erskine, Margaret Brewster, Norma Varden, Phyllis Morris, Whitfield Connor, John Ramsey Hill, Donald Morrison, Naomi Stevens. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original music score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of the Stephen Crane novel, The Red Badge of Courage. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From the NBC University Theater, Mr. Henry Hull in The Ides of March by Thornton Wilder. We bring you a radio play by Brainerd Duffield and Emerson Crocker, adapted from one of last year's most provocative books, Thornton Wilder's The Ides of March. The Ides of March added new luster to the already glittering reputation of Mr. Wilder and proved a distinguished addition to a list that included such fine titles as The Bridge of San Luis Rey, The Woman of Andros, Our Town, and The Skin of Our Teeth. At the time of publication, it was the subject of much critical praise, and it was a selection of the Book of the Month Club. To star in today's radio version of The Ides of March, we are proud to have with us one of the most powerful actors of the American stage and screen, Mr. Henry Hull. And to comment on the book behind the radio play, Professor Beaumont Brewstall of the University of Tulsa. Dr. Brewstall's intermission commentary is recorded. Here, then, The Ides of March, starring Henry Hull.
We are fortunate in having with us today as guest lecturer Professor Willard, who has come down from State University to speak to us on aspects of ancient Rome. Professor Willard.
Thank you. I must begin by telling you that I have devoted 30 years to a study of the correspondence and memoranda of Julius Caesar. So you can imagine my astonishment when last year a vast bulk of highly interesting, I may say unique documents came to light on the island of Capri. It would appear that they were written by Julius Caesar to his friend Lucius Mamilius Tyrannus in the year 45 B.C., and indeed on into the next year when they were cut short on the Ides of March. Picture with me now, if you can, that blue Mediterranean world in the last glorious days of the Roman Republic. Picture the marble temples, the dark cypresses, the splashing fountains, and so forth. This, then, is the first letter, dated August 20, the year 45 B.C. That's some 1,500 years before Columbus. It was written by Caesar, and it reads, "My dear old friend, prepare your thoughts for my guidance. It is midnight.
I sit alone before my window and look out on the city. I've left my wife sleeping and have tried to quiet my thoughts by reading the poetry of Lucretius. Oh, my friend, every day I feel more pressure upon me, arising from the position I occupy. I am the dictator, but I think a good one. I've pacified the world. I've reformed the calendar. I've extended the benefits of Roman citizenship to innumerable men and women. Next month, torture will be removed from the penal code, yet still I am much hated. Oh, my friend, what are the capabilities of the human being? Man. What is that? What do we know of him? His gods, liberty, mind, love, destiny, death. What do these mean? You remember how you and I as boys, studying in Athens and later before our tents in Gaul, used to turn these things over endlessly. I'm an adolescent again, philosophizing. As Plato said, the best philosophers in the world are boys with their beards new on their chins. I am a boy again. But hush. There's just been a change of guard at my door. The sentries have clashed their swords and exchanged the password. The password for tonight is Caesar Watches.
The password for tonight is Caesar Watches. I think you students will see that this is rather a remarkable letter, revealing, let us say, the meditative Caesar. Yes? You have a question back there?
Sir, I'd like to ask, who was Tyrannus?
Who was Tyrannus? Well, now, we know of Tyrannus mostly from Caesar's history of the Belgian Wars. In the second battle with the Belgians in the year 51, the enemy captured Tyrannus. He had been gone 30 hours before Caesar realized he was missing. They rescued him but he was in a pitiable state. The enemy, in order to extract information from him, had been progressively cutting off his limbs and depriving him of his senses. They had cut off an arm and a leg, perhaps more, put out his eyes, cropped his ears, and were about to burst his eardrums when Caesar rescued him. After that time, by his own wish, he lived alone in a villa on Capri, absolutely walled off. Yes, well, now, I shall go on to the second letter, dated September 3rd. My dear friend Tyrannus, I am putting into this week's packet to you a sheaf of poems.
I want you to tell me what you think of them. They are by a young man named Catullus, and I think the mastership of Rome more worth administering since I have seen these examples of what our Latin tongue can do. This Catullus is as eloquent in hatred as he is in love, and he seems to hate me bitterly. I don't know why. The verses I'm sending are written in praise of Claudia Pulcher, that reckless woman who continues to be a daily scandal. Claudia and that abominable brother of hers have invited us to dinner. Oh, by the way, I need hardly say we are not attending. Wait. Someone's coming. I must lay down my pen a while. Yes, who is knocking?
It is I, nephew.
My dear Aunt Julia.
Oh, dear boy, forgive me for taking the time of the master of the world. But may I ask you one question?
As many as you like.
It's about this invitation. Claudia Pulcher and her brother have invited me to dinner on the last day of the month. And they tell me, dear boy, that you will be there, too.
My dear Aunt, I've no intention of going to Claudia's dinner.
Oh? But Pompeia says that you will go.
My wife said that?
Yes, Caius.
Where is Pompeia?
Well, she's out there in the hall.
I thought as much. Pompeia, come in here, please.
You called me, did you, darling? Did you, dear?
Come here. To me.
Yes, Caius.
I thought we had decided, you and I, not to go to Claudia's reception.
Had we, Caius?
I must confess, nephew, it surprised me to hear that you were dining with that wicked woman. Why, while I was in the country, I had scandalized letters every day from Sempronia Metalla and Fulvia Manso and all the other ladies.
I don't care. I want to go to Mousie's party.
Well, really, Pompeia...
I think, Aunt Julia, you'd better let me speak to my wife alone. I thought it had been decided we wouldn't go, but I see we must discuss it further.
Just as you like, nephew. Forgive my presumption.
Pompeia, I'm going to be stern with you.
Oh, Caius.
It makes me unhappy to refuse you anything. You know that. Now, 3 or 4 times you have listened and agreed and accepted my reasons for not going to Claudia's dinner. You really try my patience.
You don't love me.
Darling, don't I return to you daily from my work with the most affectionate expectation? Don't I pass all the time with you that isn't devoted to my official duties? You know I do.
I don't care. I want to go to Mousie's party.
I wish you wouldn't call her by that name.
She's my Mouse.
Call her your panther or your tigress if you like, but in Job's name, not Mousie.
Are we never to have any enjoyment in our life? Any pleasure at all?
You knew very well when you married me that my position did not permit the leisure and freedom that most men enjoy. Many women envy you.
Well, I don't care if they do. Every request I put to you, you refuse. I cannot go to the theater. I cannot go to the temple of Isis and Osiris. I cannot...
It's not suitable for you to be seen in such places.
Oh, every morning we quarrel, and every night you apologize. But I never make any progress. I never get what I want.
My dear, why are you so set on going to this dreadful dinner?
Well, Mousie... That is, Claudia had the loveliest dress sent me from Sorrento, and we're to dress as twins at the party, she and I. Oh, I've tried on the dress, and it's divine. It just matches my Etruscan tiara.
What other reason do you have for wanting to invade that serpent's nest?
Well, Mousie's promised to serve that Egyptian ragout of seafood, and I'm to have the sheep's head with roast apples and peaches soaked in Albanian spirits.
There is no other reason?
Why, yes, Caius, of course. The people. There'll be such lovely people there.
And who will be there?
Well, Cicero is invited, and you know how witty he is. And Mousie's brother Claudius will be there.
Yes, I know he will.
Oh, and he's a terribly attractive person and so sympathetic. Even though he does have such a frightful reputation with the ladies.
Pompeia, if ever I hear of your being more than barely polite to that scoundrel, I shall thrash you, divorce you, and bar you from my house.
Oh, what a thing to say.
I'm sure Claudius has always been a perfect gentleman to me.
He's a beast. He's worse than his sister. Avoid him. Now, what other charming people will be there?
Oh, yes, who else? Well, there's Catullus, the young man that writes such clever poetry, and Asinius Pollio.
Oh, are you sure Catullus will be there?
Of course I am.
Yes.
Oh, I know he writes simply horrifying verses about you, dear, but they're awfully clever. You'll have to admit it.
Never mind, my dear. Since you've set your heart on it, well, we'll go.
May we? Oh, may we, Caius? Oh, I see it all now. Why didn't I tell you in the beginning that the poet would be there?
There. That's enough. Now run along and tell Aunt Julia your news. And write to Claudia and say that we are coming. Go along. I have a letter to finish. Where did I put that pen? Where did I...
Oh, you and your letters. Goodbye, my darling Caesar. I do love you.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, my dear. I have changed my mind. We shall dine at Claudia Pulcher after all. She is a woman of beauty, high birth, and conspicuous intelligence. And when I was young, I was in love with her. Besides, she will introduce me to Catullus.
And here the letter ends. Now, before I go on, are there questions? Yes?
I'd like to ask Professor, would you tell us something about Claudia?
Claudia Pulcher. Well, she was quite notorious, you know. How many here have heard of her? Ah, yes, quite a few. And how many know the name Catullus? Yes, well, for the benefit of those who don't, I shall say that Catullus was a very great poet who addressed his most passionate poetry to Lady Claudia Pulcher, a blasé and dissolute woman. I suppose our modern Freudian psychologists would have an explanation for such a person. She must, sometime in her youth, have had a very unpleasant experience with a man. She led let us say, a highly immoral existence. But at any rate, poor Catullus seemed blind to her faults. And although she treated him most cruelly, he worshipped her and did whatever she told him. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Unfortunately, we do not have Caesar's account of Claudia's dinner party on the 30th of September. But we do have the account set down some years later by Asinius Pollio, who was also a guest that evening. In the words of Asinius Pollio...
We had been awaiting the arrival of the dictator and his party, and a large crowd had gathered outside Claudia's house to watch him pass. Then some terrified servants burst in to tell us the news. An attempt had been made on divine Caesar's life. I must say that Claudia seemed deeply shocked, though from that day to this the people of Rome have believed that she and her brother had hired bullies to waylay and assassinate their guest. I left at once, and I found Caesar sitting in a courtyard being treated for his wounds. The physician was washing and binding these with sea moss, while Caesar sat there jesting.
Good physician, make haste. I shall be late to dinner.
Hail, Caesar, I came as quickly as I could.
Asinius, you are welcome. We shall not be long, I promise you. There, have you finished?
Sire, I now ask of you absolute quiet in sleep. Will the dictator graciously drink this opiate?
Good physician, I shall obey you in 2 hours. But first, Asinius and I have an errand to perform nearby.
Sire, you must not.
I tell you that I must. Asinius, my wife and aunt dare not venture forth again, but you and I must keep our dinner engagement with Lady Claudia Pulcher and her guests.
As you wish, sire.
Here, my friend. Have you seen this leaflet?
Let me look at it. To every Roman worthy of his ancestors, prepare to shake off tyranny. Death to Caesar. Yes, master, I have seen these. They are scattered all about the city.
The men who attacked me have been captured, and with them a dozen of these pamphlets.
Signed, the Committee of 20.
Yes. My secret police, for all their interesting methods, have not been able to arrest this committee, but at least we know the author of the pamphlet. His rooms were searched, and the original copies found there.
Who is this man?
The young poet we are going to meet this evening.
Not Catullus.
That is his name. You understand now why I am so eager to make his acquaintance?
Sire, let me imprison him. Put him to the torture.
No, I have reasons for wanting him alive. Give me your arm, Asinius. Centurion, have your soldiers go before and clear the Palatine way.
As we drew near to Clodia's house, we could see that the police were trying to disperse the crowd. Caesar walked toward them smiling, and when they saw him, a cry went up.
Romans! May the gods preserve Rome and all who love her. Your enemies have attempted to take my life. But I am still among you, capable and earnest to serve your welfare. Return to your homes, draw your wives and your children about you, and give thanks to the gods. Then, sleep well. A measure of wheat shall be given to every father, that he and his may rejoice with me. Go quietly to your homes, my friends.
We went into the house where Clodia and Catullus stood waiting. The other guests, and with them her brother, had fled by the back door for fear of the mob.
Welcome, great Caesar.
My dear Claudia Pulcher, forgive me for being so very late. And I must apologize for the absence of my wife and aunt. They have been unavoidably detained.
I, too, must apologize for the absence of Clodius, my brother. He was unexpectedly called away.
Cheers. And this is Catullus, eh?
Yes, this is the poet. He is still here. He is always with me.
Good evening, Dictator.
Good evening, poet. Claudia, surely the dinner is not all spoiled. You can order us one dish, and while it is prepared, we can begin with our drinking.
It shall be done.
Asinius, fill our cups.
Yes, sire.
I see, Claudia, that you prepared for dinner in the Greek manner. That is well. After we dine, we shall have a feast of talk. Also in the manner of the Greeks, where the company is well chosen, and there is no lack of subjects for discussion.
You are the master, Caesar. Let the music begin.
I poured the wine, and dinner was begun. My opinion of Clodia Pulcher had never been as harsh as that held by the majority of our community, and never did I have occasion to admire her more than on that evening. Her house was in disorder. Her brother had fled, and she herself lay under suspicion of having planned the attempt on the dictator's life. Yet she remained serene. Her famous beauty seemed enhanced by the danger she was in. Finally, the tables were withdrawn, and Caesar arose and placed a garland on his head.
The subject of our symposium shall be whether great poetry is the work of men's minds only, or, as some have claimed, it is the prompting of the gods. And before we begin, let us hear some verses that we may be reminded of the matter before us. Catullus, you are a poet. You will read.
You know my verses, Caesar?
I know them all by heart.
They are not always kind to Caesar.
No.
You are not angry?
I am not angry. Come, boy. Recite to us.
What shall it be, then?
Well, speak for me the verses that begin, O immortal gods, if pity be...
O immortal gods, if pity be among your attributes, or if ever you have brought supreme aid to one already at the point of death, turn your eyes upon me, a most wretched man. And if I have lived a pure life, tear out from my heart this plague, this pestilence which, stealing like a lethargy throughout my deepest fibers, has driven all joy from my breast. I no longer ask that this woman return my love, nor, for that is impossible, that she be chaste. All I aspire to is that I be healed, and that this black malady be removed. O immortal gods, grant this in return for my devotion.
Well done, my boy, well done. You speak most movingly. And now, dear Claudia, the first speech of the evening falls to you.
So be it. If it be true, O Caesar, that poetry comes among us at the prompting of the gods, then we are indeed miserable. For poetry puts a fairer face on life than life can claim to. It is the most seductive of lies and the most treacherous of counselors.
No. Be quiet, boy. Let her speak.
Without poetry to beguile them, men would go into battle,
Brides would enter marriage. Wives would become mothers, and men would bury their dead and themselves in misery and discord. But drunk on poetry, men and women rush toward these events with I know not what unbounded expectations. Now it is very certain that poetry is only flattery. It puts to sleep the springs of action. It is an evil. It weakens weakness and it redoubles misery.
I will not allow you to say such things.
Hush, boy, let her speak.
And, as be the poets, feverish dreamers. Poets are men like ourselves, but they are ill and suffering. I pity and despise them.
I must praise you for your eloquence, Claudia. But you have made our young friend angry. And since I disagree with you, I shall answer for him by telling you the legend of Alcestis. Now, everyone knows that Alcestis, wife of Admetus, king of Thessaly, was the golden pattern of all wives. As a girl, however, marriage was the last thing she wanted. Her heart was filled with one ambition, to become a priestess of Apollo at Delphi. One day, the soothsayer revealed to her that by the will of Jupiter, Apollo had come to live on earth as a man among men. And Apollo had chosen to live as a herdsman outside her very gate. Toward the end of that day, when the stars were first appearing, Alcestis slipped from the palace and went to where 5 herdsmen were sitting about a fire. She stood at the edge of the firelight and besought Apollo to speak to her and answer the question that was her very life. The shepherds were bewildered. Finally, the oldest of them spoke and said, "Princess, if there be a god here, I do not know which it is. For 30 days we have walked together, drunk from the same wineskin, slept by the same fire, yet, lady, this I shall say, these are no ordinary herdsmen. That fellow there that's asleep, there's no illness he can't cure, snake bite or broken bones, yet in one town a child lay dying, and he would not cross the road to save her. So I know well that he's no god. And that fellow beside him, that one, you there, can't you stop drinking while the princess is looking at you? He never loses his way. In the darkest night he knows his north from his south. But that is his only talent, and I know well that he is not the god of the sun. And the red-haired one, he is no ordinary herdsman either. He performs miracles and wonders. He makes water fall from the treetops, and balls of fire race along the ground. But he is ashamed of his tricks and knows not how he does them. Would a god be ashamed of his miracles? But Alcestis would not be put off so easily. She pointed to the 4th herdsman. "That man," said the old one, he is our singer. Believe me, when he plays his lyre and sings, lions hang suspended in their leap. He can fill us to the brim with joy or sorrow when we have no reason to either rejoice or grieve. He can make the memory of love more tender than love itself. And then...
Yes, Caesar, go on. What happened then?
Caesar, are you ill?
The herdsman said, but he soon rejects the song he has made. He loses joy in the thing he has done. And Alcestis cried, This is Apollo! This is the god! I can't go on. I'm ill as sin is. Please take me home. Take me.
Master.
He had scarcely said the words when Caesar fell to the floor in a convulsion of pain. Whether from the wound he had had or from the fevers that his brain was sometimes subject to, I cannot say. When the agony was over and he fell into a deep sleep, I heard the poet say,
"Why did you lie to me about this man? Why did you teach me to hate him? I know him now, and he is a different man than I thought him to be."
We watched beside Caesar for a time, then placed him in his litter, and the poet and I accompanied him to his home.
And the poet and I accompanied him to his home. That is the account of the banquet as set down by Asinius. And now, before I begin the second part of my lecture, I should like to put my notes in order. So, if any of you would care to take a moment or two and step outside for a smoke, you may feel free to do so.
Yeah, he's a funny old coot, but it's an interesting lecture.
You think so? Yeah. Frankly, I'm bored to death. I don't know why I ever took this course. Let's go out and have a smoke.
Okay.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Henry Hull in a radio version of Thornton Wilder's The Ides of March. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC University Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Dr. Beaumont Brewster, poet, playwright, and professor of English at the University of Tulsa. Dr. Brewster.
It is inevitable that writing men should have been and should be concerned with the complexities, the monumental and legendary complexities of the greatest dictator the world has ever known, Julius Caesar. Almost from the time of Caesar, this has been so. The two greatest English dramatists have tackled Julius Caesar. These two are Shakespeare and Shaw. Shaw has come off brilliantly from the fray. Shakespeare with only mediocre success. His play about Caesar doesn't belong to Caesar at all. Now, a contemporary American writer, Thornton Wilder, has undertaken to tell the story of Julius Caesar in a novel titled from Caesar's death day, The Ides of March. The novel first appeared in 1948 and has since been something of a field of controversy for Wilder fans. Whether or not The Ides of March is Wilder's greatest novel is of little importance. What matters is that it is one of the most philosophically profound of the studies of Julius Caesar and one of the most sympathetic. Wilder has shown us that Caesar is fierce, kind, gentle, theatrical, wonderfully self-controlled in spite of his desperate epilepsy, wistful, religiously skeptical, a man philosophically accustomed to being hated, and a profound lover of great poetry. To Caesar, the best of life is the poetry of life. As a result, this man is a practical man who is also a kind of mystic. Next in importance to Caesar in the book is Claudia Pulcher, who is not customarily associated with Caesar in our minds. The genius of Wilder makes her into a remarkable woman, a woman who suffers a poisoned life, a woman with a snake in her soul. Cleopatra is slightly third-rate after this, but in a lesser study, she, too, would seem extraordinary. Caesar's wife is all that is to be expected, silly and inadequate, and indulged by Caesar. This is the more remarkable when we consider that, as one of Caesar's servants truthfully says, quote, he is always right and she is always wrong. The Ides of March is, in but little sense of the word, a theatrical book, but it is a dramatic book, dramatic in its search under the skins of the characters for the torments and the doubts and the self-seekings that battle there. There are, as a result, few great scenes in the book in the theatrical sense, but the entire book is filled from page to page with the inner turmoil of people, some of whom, Caesar, Claudia, Caesar's aunt, briefly seen, are great people. It is because of the characters that we are able to get excited over the Ides of March, but it is also because of the beauty of speech in which the book is written. Few writers today have Wilder's wonderful gift for putting together words with equal grace and meaning, and Wilder has rarely put words together more gracefully or more meaningfully than in the Ides of March, which may turn out to be, after more years have passed over it, one of the great books of our time.
Thank you, Dr. Brewster. Our radio version of the Ides of March, starring Henry Hull, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
No, Caesar's mind was still occupied with the poet Catullus, for whom he had conceived a special fondness. For example, take this passage. Tyrannus, word has reached me in a very indirect way that the poet has been ill, or at least in extreme distress of mind. Now, isn't that an interesting comment? Few politicians nowadays are much concerned about the welfare of poets. But further on we find him saying, I think at last we have found in this Catullus the greatest of Roman poets. And I say to you in
all gravity that one of the things in this world that I most envy is the endowment from which springs great poetry. I count great poetry the topmost achievement of man's powers. Oh, to be understood by such an one as Catullus, and to be celebrated by his hand in verses that would not soon be forgotten. And yet he has chosen to glorify Claudia Pulcher, to waste his life and his song for the favors of a harlot whose beauty now, because of him, shall be immortal. Not long ago, there was a plot against my life, and since that time, although against my wishes, the secret police have posted spies within her house. Thus I have come to see reports about their quarrels. She upbraids him constantly and treats him as if he were a child. She has often called him to his face an hysterical child.
It is too boring to have to deal with an hysterical child. Never try to see me again.
You have betrayed me. Broken your promise.
I will not be spoken to in such a fashion. I have broken no promises because I made none. I shall live as I choose.
You have always been unfaithful. You have always lied to me.
You know that I never lie, and that I do not permit people to tell lies in my presence. I've been, as you call it, unfaithful to you on numerous occasions. I do not sleep well at night, and so I arrange for companionship.
Oh, Claudia, forgive me. Listen to me this once. Let us go to the country together. We'll be happy there. We shall read, we shall walk by the sea, and there'll be no others there.
I tell you that there shall always be others. So let us say goodbye. Goodbye, Catullus. Put me forever out of your mind. Go and do not come to see me again.
No.
All I ask of you is that you go. I want to be rid of all poets and weaklings. Love is a sickness with you, and I have no patience with the sick.
Yes, I am sick with love. A love like mine must speak. It must cry out. Claudia, I have worshipped you, made a goddess of you.
Are you insane? From now on, I forbid you my house. You are not to come here again.
Oh, please. Please, we'll speak no more. I did not mean to make you so angry. Forget the cutting things that we have said to one another. You call me sick. I am. I have been ill. Despised lovers pretend that they are ill, but this is no pretense. Claudia, do you wish to kill me? If you no longer give me your love, then I shall surely die.
Die, then, die. I shall be glad. I shall be glad to see you die.
Then there is one thing I have left to do. I will insult the universe. I will insult it by making a beautiful thing. That I shall do. And then I'll put an end to this crucifixion that has been my life.
When you have done this, I shall think that you were a man.
I have seen reports of what has been said there in that house. Poets before have told us of their sufferings and have been cured. But I have reason to believe that Catullus cannot be cured. He has resigned all hope of health and is letting himself drift into death.
He is letting himself drift into death. Now, students, doesn't that suggest to you that the dictator of all Rome was a man of pity and compassion? But now, a word about Cleopatra, the witch of the Nile. As I have said, she and Caesar were something more than friends. Cleopatra, although a deceitful, intriguing person and a light-hearted murderess, was nevertheless a remarkable girl with an active mind, a nimble wit, and a genius for administration. It was therefore altogether proper that her arrival in Rome should be celebrated with a magnificent reception. But there was, so to speak, one fly in the ointment. Julius Caesar did not arrive at his appointed hour. We have the word of Asinius Pollio, who says, "The dictator was late to the reception for the Queen of Egypt, and I observed this made her angry."
How is it that the great Caesar does not attend our banquet?
Majesty, I cannot say. I have no doubt that affairs of state have kept him at the capital.
If Her Majesty wishes. Yes. Who is this?
Allow me to present your Majesty, the Lady Claudia Pulcher.
Yes, your ladyship. If Her Majesty pleases, I can tell her where Caesar may be found. Oh, and can you indeed? Yes, Majesty. A servant of mine has brought word that the dictator was seen an hour ago, sitting beside the sickbed of Catullus. And who is Catullus? He is a poet, your Majesty. A revolutionist who has sometimes written verses against our Caesar.
I find it hard to credit this report, my lady. That your leader should be in attendance at the sickbed of some versifier while I expect him here. This is discourteous of Caesar.
Your Majesty, doubtless there is some other explanation. Our great leader himself will be here soon, I'm sure, to offer his apology.
It is growing late. They've lighted all the torches. Who is to escort me to the water pageant? I am a queen. I am not used to this waiting.
Your Majesty, if I may suggest, Caesar's nephew is close by. He has asked me to present him to you. He has been a great admirer of your Majesty's beauty.
Caesar's nephew, did you say?
Yes. He is here, Majesty. Let me present him.
Come forward, young man.
Your Majesty.
Yes. He is a fine young man. I am very glad to know him.
Your Majesty is most kind.
Will you take your uncle's place tonight and sit beside me on the throne?
I should be greatly honored.
Then you shall do so. What is your name, young man?
My queen. In Rome, they call me Mark Antony.
I will remember. Take my arm, young man.
I'm watching beside the bed of a dying friend, the poet Catullus. From time to time, he falls asleep. I then take up my pen and write, not as much to record my thoughts as to avoid reflection. Death is inevitable, and I can now tell at a glance those men who have not yet foreseen their death, and I know them for the children that they are. They think by evading the contemplation of death that they are enhancing the savor of life, but the reverse is true. Only those who are constantly aware of death and darkness are capable of praising the sunlight. Each year I say farewell to the spring with a more intense passion because I know my death is certain, nay, momently possible. Wait, Catullus is stirring. He's opened his eyes again. Now he will speak.
Caesar.
Yes, my friend?
Will you read to me my mother's letter? It is by my bedside.
I should be glad.
She is a very simple woman, my mother. A good woman.
I understand, my boy. I'll read it to you. It says, your father has taken on many new duties in the town. He is busy from morning to night. The crops have not been what was expected. Your sister Ipsithia had a very bad cold, but is better. Your dogs are well. All Verona knows your poems by heart. Why do you never send them to us? Sicinius' wife brought over 20 of them to us. It is strange that we must receive from a neighbor's hand the one you wrote about your dear brother's death. Your father carries it with him wherever he goes. I pray daily that the immortal gods may protect you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another hour has gone by. He is asleep again. You know that I am no stranger to deathbeds. I know what one must do. To those in pain, one talks about themselves. To those in clear mind, one praises the world that they are quitting. There is no dignity in leaving a despicable world, and the dying are often fearful lest life were not worth the effort it would cost them. Yes, I never short of subjects to praise. He is awake again.
Caesar?
I am here.
Caesar, have I lived in vain? Have I wasted my life?
No. No, you've written great poetry, Catullus. And the true poet is a country's highest ornament. You have not lived in vain.
Caesar, that night, do you remember? When she wounded me, when she made mock of my verses in front of you. In front of you, Caesar.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes, Catullus. I know she is no ordinary woman. There is a greatness about her, and she will be remembered because of you.
I have done well to praise her.
Yes, you have done well.
She has been badly hurt. When one has been hurt very badly, one can do cruel things.
Who has hurt her?
You, Caesar. Yes.
I?
Yes. I've always known it. It's you she loves. She has not forgotten that you loved her once. And so she sought revenge through me.
Can this be true?
That is why I've hated you. That is why I wrote the things I did denouncing you. I have been jealous of you, Caesar.
Oh, no.
I, jealous of you. Oh, it was foolish.
Tell me, Catullus, who are these friends of yours? Who is this committee of 20?
All those letters were written by me alone. There is no committee of 20. I have failed in all things.
No, my boy, I assure you. There, you did not fail. Those bulletins of yours have done their damage. Hundreds of thousands have been aroused to patriotic hatred of me, the oppressor. My secret police arrest them every day.
Oh, forgive me. I am sorry for this, for I respect you, Caesar.
You must rest now, my poor friend.
You will not go away?
No, I shall be here. He is sleeping. And during this last hour, I have paid my debt. He has been comforted at least. I have emptied my heart of thanks and praise to him. But if only I could communicate all that I owe to men like this, all my life long, boy and man, soldier and administrator, lover, father, son, sufferer and rejoicer, all the happiness I owe to the genius of poetry, all the wisdom and courage such men have given me, sustained me in despair, kept me alive to beauty and the joy of life. These are our poets. Many things remain unspoken. And now, Catullus, too, is dead.
And now Catullus, too, is dead. Historians have demonstrated that Caesar arrived quite late to Cleopatra's reception. So late, in fact, that he surprised the Queen of Egypt in the arms of Mark Antony. The Ides of March are drawing on apace. On December 12 of the same year, Julius Caesar divorced his wife Pompeia, and the circumstance came about in this fashion. Note the following letter sent to Tyrannus on the 10th day of the month. I emerged from my bedchamber this morning to the music of women's voices. Last night, as you know, had occurred the
ceremonies of the sacred mysteries of the good goddess. From time immemorial, the exclusive annual religious function conducted and attended by our Roman matrons of high birth. No man, not even I, has ever been allowed to see these secret rites or to penetrate the sanctum of this holy ceremonial. Of course, the ritual goes on most of the night, so I wasn't in the least surprised that my wife and aunt had visitors this early in the morning.
This is the end. Really, our most beautiful and sacred ceremony dragged into the mud. I know, my dear Alina. If I hadn't seen him there with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it.
Well, personally, I think it's rather funny.
Pompeia, dear, you mustn't say such things. Julia, if your nephew Caesar had any proper respect for religion or the old Roman way of life, instead of wasting his time on these newfangled irrigation projects and flood control... Now, Alina, we all know your views on those subjects. The question now is, what shall be done with Clodia Pulcher and her brother?
Good morning, ladies. What of Clodia Pulcher?
Oh, Kyle.
Good morning, nephew. Good morning, great Caesar.
What is all this excitement? Don't tell me. Don't tell me that someone has abducted the Vestal Virgins.
Oh, a most terrible thing has happened, nephew. Last night, Clodia Pulcher introduced her brother, dressed as a votary, into the ceremonies of the good goddess.
What? Do you mean in woman's costume?
Oh, you should have seen him, dear. Really, he made quite an attractive woman.
It has set religion back 1,000 years. It's an outrage to Roman motherhood.
Now, tell me quite calmly, Aunt Julia, exactly how it happened.
Why, Caius, our singing had been going on for an hour, and the responses. Then suddenly he was recognized. Some women flew at him and tore off his turban and veil. Soon women were striking him from all sides. Others dashed about covering up the sacred things.
Poor Clodius. The way they scratched his pretty face.
Now, really, Pompeia, the way you keep pitying the brute, one would think you were on his side.
Well, Clodius didn't mean any harm. It was just his idea of a joke.
It is not a matter to joke about, Pompeia.
I quite agree, Aunt Julia. I promise you that I shall start a thorough investigation of this matter as soon as I get to the capital. Goodbye, ladies.
Good day. Goodbye, nephew.
Goodbye, my wife.
Oh, bye-bye, Caius, darling. Bye-bye.
Asinius, I suppose our secret police have kept the usual day-to-day reports on the activities of Claudius Pulcher?
Yes, Dictator.
Bring them here to me.
I have them ready. I was afraid that you would ask for them this morning.
Why do you say you were afraid?
Read them, Caesar, and you will see.
Yeah. The 48th. Yes. Yes, I do see Asinius. Why wasn't this sorry matter pointed out to me before?
Great Caesar, none of us has dared to tell you.
And it is verified that Claudius has visited my house in my absence on each of these occasions?
It is verified, and he wore the disguises provided for by his sister, as it is reported.
Well, Asinius, I have survived the Gallic Wars and the campaigns in Africa. I dare say I can survive the faithlessness of woman. I've known a great many women in my life, Asinius.
Yes, Dictator.
One marriage in 100 is happy, my friend. This is one of those things which everyone knows and which no one says.
Yes, Dictator.
Given the nature of women and the nature of the passion which draws men and women together, what chance does marriage have of being happy? By marrying, we place our households into the hands of women, and they extend their control, as far as they are able, over all our goods. Women wish only the warmth of a hearth and the shelter of a roof. And to protect this property, there is no deception or rapacity to which they will not resort. All that they ask of a home beyond its shelter is that it be more ostentatious than that of a neighbor's wife. All that they ask for their children's happiness is that they be wealthily married.
There is much truth in what you say.
Asinius, I believe wives consciously dread and despise their husbands, and bring up their daughters to live in such fear and contempt of men that most girls remain ignorant, joyless, and brutified all their days. Look at me. I've constantly been victimized by women who have been made stupid by the greed and prejudice of their mothers. A man may have saved the state, directed the affairs of a world, and acquired an undying fame for wisdom, but to his wife he is still a witless fool. Oh, Pompeo, why did you do it?
I am full of sadness, Caesar, that I should have been the bearer of these tidings.
Yes, well, I'm rid of her. You may issue an edict in my name saying that I shall divorce my wife tomorrow afternoon.
It shall be done.
My friend, let us console ourselves with philosophy. That is a realm which women have never entered, indeed, in which they have never taken the faintest interest. And let us welcome that old age which frees us from the desire for their embraces which must be paid for at the cost of all order in our lives and any tranquility in our minds.
Fortunately, I have reached that age.
Well, alas, I have not. Now, what further business do we have before us?
The woman, Claudia Pulcher, has been brought as you directed.
Let her come in.
Yes, Dictator.
Please step inside.
You sent for me, mighty Caesar?
Yes. It is with regret that I must tell you, Claudia, that appeals have been lodged with me which urge that you and your brother be excluded from the city of Rome.
Where is my brother? What have you done with him?
Well, he's under the care of my physician and unable to be moved at the present time. As you know, he happened to get into the path of some angry women. And you know what cruelty women are capable of.
The cruelty of women. That is a slur at me, isn't it? Because of Catullus,
You're touchy on that subject.
The only reason for which you punish me is that I refuse my love to the poet.
No blame attaches to a woman who, being loved, is unable to love in return. But a woman knows well the ways in which she may intensify or mitigate the sufferings of her lover. And neither the persuasion of reason nor the appeal to mercy altered your conduct toward him. His gifts to Rome were of no less consequence than mine.
Punish me, then.
You and your brother hereby are banished from Rome. You are not to return under penalty of death.
I loved you once.
And I was once in love with you. Your real punishment, Claudia, is yet to come, and Exile is the least of it. In a year or two, your beauty will be gone, and that, for a woman of your kind, is the hardest punishment of all. You may go now.
This is goodbye, then. You despise me. I understand that. But you have a responsibility toward me. You made me what I am. You, a monster, have made me a monster. I can endure my life in exile because I know that I shall be revenged. I have planted the seeds of rebellion. I've sharpened their knives, and I shall be revenged. And it will not be long. Hail and farewell, great Caesar. Health and long life to the dictator. And so I say, goodbye.
Phineas, what other business do we have?
There is a gift that has come, and with it a note from the Queen of Egypt.
Another note? Here, let me see. Oh, yes, the usual. She begs my forgiveness. It was not her fault. The ardent Antony compromised her by blandishment and force, and so forth and so forth. Oh. And where's the gift?
Here, Dictator.
Oh, yes. The juice of juniper berries mixed with wormwood and honey. It's an old Egyptian remedy, and Phineas guaranteed to cure baldness. It will keep your head purple for a week. Do you have your stylus?
Yes, Caesar.
And write me down a note to be delivered to the Queen of Egypt. My dear Cleopatra, you are long since forgiven for your indiscretion. I know my nephew's habits very well, and thank you, my pearl, my lotus, for the magic salve you have sent me. Now, I am neither a doctor nor a magician, but this one thing I know. A man can have either hair or brains, but he can't have both. I'm quite handsome enough as I am, and since the immortal gods gave me good sense, I think they didn't mean for me to have curls. I'm sending you my star and Felix a bottle of Syrian perfume, and since I am disengaged, I shall call at your villa later in the evening. You still have my heart. There is no woman in the world who can compare with the great Queen of Egypt.
There is no woman in the world who can compare with the great Queen of Egypt. And now a fragment of the last letter written to Turnus on the morning of the 15th day, the Ides of March, in the year 44 B.C. It begins, by the immortal gods
I am angry. Each day new plots against me are discovered. It is charged that I am a thief of liberty, monster of greed and murderer of the Republic. In the eyes of my enemies, there is no good in me. I had a dream of death last night, the same dream that has come to me many times before. In it, the dead call out to me in mockery from their grave clothes, and generations still unborn cry out in agony and pain. Life has this mystery that we dare not say whether it is good or bad, senseless or controlled. When I regard the clownish parade of mortal life, I sometimes wonder if the universe knows that we are here. Flood, a folly, fire, a madness may destroy us at any time, and yet there is a pattern. I have for many years, dear friend Turinus, had your example to profit by. Since the day that you were wounded, I have been nourished by your wisdom and your patience and your gaiety of heart. There must be purpose in a world that can provide us with examples of such courage. My wife Calpurnia, has advised me not to go to the Senate today. The wild winds of March are blowing, and with them fly the customary rumors of plots and counterplots. But I shall go to the Senate. I am expected there sharp on the hour, and I must not be late.
Here Caesar's last letter breaks off. We have the account of his assassination, of course, handed down by Suetonius. When he saw that he was surrounded on all sides by drawn daggers, he wrapped his head in his robe, at the same time drawing the folds about his feet with his left hand. One of the cascers plunged a dagger into him just below the throat, and when he tried to rise, he was held down by another stab. In this manner, then, he was stabbed 23 times. He said no word, merely groaned at the first stroke. But when Marcus Brutus fell upon him, he said in Greek, "You too, my son." All the conspirators took themselves off and left him lying there, dead. Well, as I said to begin with, it is by no means certain that these letters are genuine. But they are interesting, and I offer them for what they are worth. Thank you for your attention.
I am sure we're all grateful to Professor Willard for coming here today. May I remind you to pass out to the rear of the hall. Oh, yes, the administration wishes me to announce that there will be a football rally tonight in the gymnasium.
You have been listening to The Ides of March, an NBC University Theater production of the novel by Thornton Wilder, starring Henry Hull as Caesar. If you wish to expand your knowledge, you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. These courses are offered by the University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Kansas State Teachers College, and the University of Louisville. For full information as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these home study courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Let me repeat that. For full information, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Next week, be with us again at the NBC University Theater. At that time, we will bring you a dramatization of one of the best-loved books of our time, James Hilton's gently beautiful novel, Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring as Mr. Chips, Herbert Marshall. And the following week, a radio version of J.P. Marquand's current bestseller, Point of No Return. The Ides of March was prepared for radio by Brainerd Duffield and Emerson Crocker. Starred as Julius Caesar was Mr. Henry Hull. Our cast included Charles Seal, Harley Bear, Georgia Backus, Doris Singleton, Jan Arvan, Lynn Allen, Ben Wright, Maya Gregory, Larry Dobkin, Ida Reese-Marin. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was Dr. Beaumont Brewster, whose commentary was recorded. The original music score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And the wind shall say, here were decent, godless people. Their only monument, the asphalt road and 1,000 lost golf balls.
From the NBC University Theater, a radio first, a dramatization of J.P. Marquand's latest novel, Point of No Return. Our star on this occasion, Mr. Kent Smith. For more than a decade now, J.P. Marquand has been writing some of America's most civilized novels, such estimable works as Wickford Point, the late George Apley, H.M. Pullum, Esquire, and B.F.'s Daughter. His latest book, Point of No Return, has been heading the bestseller lists for several months now. We're proud to bring it to you in a radio version by Milton Wayne. We bring you also an editorial comment on the writings of J.P. Marquand by one of America's most distinguished editors, Mr. Edward Weeks of the Atlantic Monthly. His commentary was recorded earlier and will be heard at intermission. Today's adaptation of Point of No Return focuses on the contemporary aspects of the book and stars one of Hollywood's most mature performers, Mr. Kent Smith. Here, then, Mr. Kent Smith as Charles Gray in Point of No Return.
The day begins at 7. Life begins. Life begins at 40, so they say. But what about 43, Mr. C? What happens to a man's life at 43? The life in question being that of myself, Charles Gray, husband, father, homeowner in Sycamore Park, Connecticut. Also one of the assistant vice presidents of the Stuyvesant Bank on Upper Fifth Avenue, New York City. I know what happens. And I don't like it a bit. I've been seeing it like a trailer for an unpleasant coming attraction. Nothing's changed yet. Probably won't till Friday. 4 days from now. 43 years against 4 days. Everything's still the same. But now, summing up different. Because something different in me. I'm off my heels now and all tiptoeing, uncertain as the pitch of a $10 trumpet. Charlie, my boy, let's face it square and say it right out to ourselves. We're afraid. Suddenly I'm afraid. Often that way before an unhappy thing. It's been a long and fairly merry flight, but now it's here. I've come to it. The point of no return.
Charlie, wake up.
Oh, I'm awake. Nancy? What's it doing out?
Raining.
Terrible morning, isn't it? I have a headache.
Oh, if you'd only remember not to drink after dinner.
Oh, I hate sitting around with a lot of people just talking after dinner.
Oh, darling, who was it who wanted to go to the Cliffords?
Well, she gets me down, and I can't help feeling sorry for Brad.
Oh, everybody's always sorry for him. We should start feeling sorry for yourself.
I do. And right now.
Now, we should feel sorry for me.
I do, for you and for everybody else who lives in this bedroom town. And, in fact, for everyone else in the world. That's the way I feel right now.
Darling, don't be so broad-minded. You'll make me cry.
All right.
And don't go to sleep again. I have to go down and cope with the coffee.
All right. Still raining?
Hard now. The windshield wipers on the car hardly ever work.
Well, that's swell. That makes it just swell. It's nice it's come to our attention.
I thought that might get you up. You'd better wear your herringbone suit. It's been cleaned. I've put your discharge button on it.
Oh. Well, take it off, will you? I'm not running for any office.
Oh, yes, you are. Don't you keep forgetting it. You're right in there polishing apples. Hear me?
All right. Most of my life's been spent polishing some apple or other. If you have to earn your living, life's a series of apples. I guess I'd better get dressed.
Now, don't forget, wear the herringbone. And don't take that thing out of the buttonhole. No matter how well Roger Blakesley looks, he hasn't got a duck.
Nope, that's right. He was too bright to get one. And maybe he's just bright enough to get the vice presidency.
Which reminds me, we're going to the Burtons Friday night. Now, don't forget to tell Mr. Burton you're looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it, all right. I think it'll be D night.
What's that?
D for decision.
Darling,
What?
you know, it's nice driving you to the train again. It's sort of like coming back to where we started.
Yes, I know what you mean. It's funny, but when I came down to breakfast this morning, the whole place seemed ready-made.
Ready-made?
Yes, just as though I'd never done anything about it.
Oh, I know. I'm too efficient.
That isn't what I mean.
Well, it's all right, as long as you don't mind. I wish I could stop coaching from the sidelines, but I can't help it, can I?
No, of course you can.
You know, someday you're going to say you don't like it. I'm afraid of that. Darling, why don't you ask Tony Burton what the score is? Aren't you tired of waiting?
It'll get over. Everything does.
Well, if we just had the cards on the table, if you just said to
Now,
him...
don't tell me what to say to him, because I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, I hope Roger Blakesley likes it. Do you know what Molly told me yesterday? She said, Roger's so glad you're back at the bank and settled down.
Well, that's swell. I just wish Roger'd get over acting as if I'd just gotten out of the service and was still adjusting. If the officers and directors want him for the job, they'll take him.
And you'll have to resign. Didn't Walter Gibbs once tell you, if they don't like you well enough to move you up, it's time to get out? You'll have to get out.
The next thing you'll be asking me to think of the children.
Well, what's so funny?
Not funny, just contrived. Like something out of Tennyson or a Victorian novel. The little woman kissing her husband goodbye. Everything depends on this moment. He must get the big job or Junior can't go to boarding school. And what about the payments on the new car? So goodbye, darling, and don't come back to me without being vice president of the trust company. That's all I mean.
Don't say that.
Why not?
Don't say it. Because maybe you're right.
Now, wait.
Because if you say that, if you mean that, well, maybe it isn't much, but it's all we have. Maybe it isn't much, but then maybe we aren't much. And if you feel that way, why, there won't be anything anymore.
Now, listen, Nance. Let's not get so emotionally involved.
Involved with what?
With each other. Let's get some sense of proportion.
Oh, don't talk about proportion. There isn't any time. If you're not taking the 5:30, call me up. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll make the 5:30 all right.
Morning papers.
Times.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Why, hello, Charlie.
Hello, Roger. Lousy morning.
The radio says it'll clear up by noon. Hope so. Hey, listen, Charlie, will you have any time on your hands today?
Not much. How about lunch?
Oh, I can't make it. I have a date with Tony at the University Club. After that, Mapes is coming in. But we've got to check up on that Catlin thing before we meet with the attorneys.
We can go over it on the train if you want to. I've got the papers here.
Boy, I simply can't. Tony wants me saving me a seat.
There's a lot more to banking than you think, isn't there? It's an art, isn't it?
Charles, you're always so subtle in the morning. Well, I'll see you in the studio.
All right. Don't mix your colors wrong, Roger. Roger doesn't answer. He's already bounding up the steps of the third coach. He's always been quick on his feet, and this sort of thing's been going on long enough for me to understand all the shades of meaning. I'd give odds that Tony Burton, coming down from Stanford, hadn't asked Roger to sit with him. And I'm not even completely sure that Tony Burton asked Roger to lunch at the University Club, though Tony tries to lunch there when he can on Tuesdays. Find a seat by a window and open the Times to the financial page. In this corner, weighing 172, wearing rimless glasses and a blue Brooks Brothers pinstripe number, and carrying a degree from the Harvard Graduate School of Business Administration, Roger Blakesley, my fellow assistant vice president in the trust department, and my mortal competition. We've both worked almost everywhere in the bank. Very bright boys, both of us. But I just shade Roger, and Tony Burton undoubtedly knows it. I guess. I hope. Tony Burton. It was a great day for the Charles Grays back there just before Pearl Harbor when he made the great suggestion.
Look here, fella. Why not cut out this sir business? Why not just call me Tony?
Great joy and relief. Mostly relief. And after only 11 years in the bank, too. I could hardly wait to tell Nancy.
Darling, we ought to have a drink of something, shouldn't we? I knew it would happen sometime. Oh, I'm pretty proud of you, Charlie.
A week later, we found out that Mr. Burton had also asked Roger Blakesley to call him Tony. And we never did find out which one of us he'd asked first. Bubble, what's on the agenda?
Nothing on your calendar before the meeting. But Mrs. Whittaker has just called you.
Oh, all right. Get her for me in 5 minutes.
Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Tony.
I didn't see you on the train.
I didn't see you either. Mrs. Whittaker is after me.
Well, as long as she's after you and not me. We'll see you at dinner Friday, won't we?
You count on it, absolutely.
Yeah, I suppose we can, Charlie. You boys getting together at 11, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be there.
Did he just weigh every word the way I did? Why should he have? But maybe it was there between the lines and I muffed it. No. Just a bland, routine conversation. Friendly, all right, and nothing more. What else could it be with Roger's desk right beside mine? Forget it.
Mrs. Whittaker's on the telephone now.
Good morning, Mrs. Whittaker. This is Mr. Gray.
Oh, Mr. Gray. It's so nice to hear your voice. Hewitt and I are so dreadfully worried, Mr. Gray.
Why, I'm sorry. What have you to be worried about?
Well, we have to sell something, Mr. Gray, and right away. We literally haven't got a cent of money. We simply don't know what to sell. Everything shows a profit.
Well, most of our friends like it better that way. Let me see. You have a number of short-term governments.
Oh, Mr. Whittaker doesn't want to sell those. His father always said, you mustn't be a bear on the United States. He says we must back up the government no matter what it does. I believe that, don't you?
Well, I wouldn't say it would be disloyal to sell. Short-term governments are about the same as cash.
Well, suppose we try to think of something else.
Yes. I'd better get a picture of the whole situation. If you're not well enough to come in yourself, I could send Mr. Joyce over to see you.
I don't think Mr. Joyce has the experience. Do you? And, Mr. Thingamajig, what's his name? The one Mr. Burton turned me over to last time when you were out. He was indefinite, too, and besides, I thought he was a little chétif. Oh, that round-faced pussycat man with the glasses.
You don't mean Mr. Blakesley, do you?
Yeah, that's it, Mr. Blakesley.
I know him pretty well. I wouldn't say he was a pussycat.
It's a compliment to you, Mr. Gray, that Hewitt and I both want you to help us. And we simply have to find $100,000 somewhere.
All right. I'll see you at 5, Mrs. Whittaker.
Goodbye, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Gray, there's a gentleman to see you.
Oh, good morning.
Well, if it isn't Charlie Gray. Charlie, don't you remember me at all? Come on, I could tell you anywhere. The child is father to the man.
Did I know you when I was a child?
No, you didn't. You knew me when I was 32 and you were 22. Listen, Charlie, I'm Malcolm Bryant.
Malcolm? Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
You're looking fine.
Here, sit down.
Yeah, I just dropped in to cash a government check, and the cashier asked if anybody could identify me. I looked around, and there you were.
Oh, let me have it. I'll initial it. Joe, will you get this cash, please?
Right away, sir.
Well. How's Jessica?
I don't know. I haven't seen her for quite a while.
What? Didn't you marry Jessica?
No.
Well, how's Clyde?
I don't know, Malcolm.
Aren't your family still living there?
Well, my father's dead, and my mother's living with Dorothea in Kansas City.
Oh, so Dorothea's married.
She married a man named Elbridge Stern, a metallurgist. He's in Kansas City.
Oh, yes, Elbridge. What about the old house?
I guess it's still there. We sold it. I haven't been there for a very long time.
Massachusetts ghost town. A vital sort of ghost town. That's the way I described it in the introduction.
Introduction?
Haven't you seen my book on Clyde?
No.
It's the best thing the Foundation ever got out. I'll give you one.
Why, thanks, Malcolm. What's it called?
Yankee Persepolis. That's what I called Clyde.
Well, why Persepolis?
Well, that's where the Persians worshipped memories. I stopped off there in 35 on my way to India. I was studying some dog worshippers there.
So you're still on primitive man.
Yes, but don't forget, all man is primitive. Well, you ought to know that. You're primitive.
Yes, I suppose I am.
And so is Clyde. Primitive, like any other social structure.
Here's your cash, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, Miss Marble?
It's 11 o'clock, Mr. Gray.
Well, thanks. Here's your wampum, Malcolm. You better count it.
Well, it's only paper and has less intrinsic value than shell money. It's symbolism. Where are you going?
I have to go to a meeting.
Well, how about lunch? Come on over to the Harvard Club.
Miss Marble, have I a luncheon engagement?
Why, no, not today, Mr. Gray.
I'll see you there, then, at 12:30. Goodbye, Charlie.
Ready to go down for the meeting, Charlie?
Just let me get these papers away, Roger.
Now, this matter of the Eastern loan, gentlemen. Are there further questions or suggestions?
Why didn't he go to his own bank? Not that it's any of my business.
May I say something on that, Tony?
Why, go right ahead, Roger.
It was because I met him first, Charles, and I'm selling him on the personal service of a small bank. I met him playing golf. I've seen quite a good deal of Godfrey Easton. He's a friend of Sam Summerby. You know him, Tony, Sam Summerby from Baltimore.
You made a good point there, Roger. A very good point, old boy. Maybe it's my imagination. Maybe I'm getting as sensitive as a knock-kneed maiden, but it seems they're all watching Roger and me. He didn't have to say it, but nobody's missed it that he's promoted a nice piece of business with his Stuyvesant, which is more than I've done lately. And he did it because he gets around and sweetens contacts and plays golf with people like Samuel Summerby. And nobody here's missed that Roger as good as said it's too bad Charlie plays such a rotten game of golf. And they're waiting. I've got to say something. Are you on a first-name basis with him, Roger?
Well, of course I am. I've known Godfrey Easton for a year. Everybody at the club knows Godfrey.
Well, I rather liked him myself. He's breezy, but he has an agreeable personality. But Charles has put the finger on it. Why should he come around to us?
Because he liked us, Tony. He told me he liked you very much personally.
Why shouldn't he? I'd love Tony myself if he'd lend me $300,000. That's the way it is. Love and money.
You're so right, Charlie.
As a matter of fact, gentlemen, Easton's putting up enough collateral. There's only one security I question. Now, here's an unlisted company from a place called Clyde, Massachusetts, the Nickerson Cordage Company. But has anyone ever heard of the Nickerson Cordage Company? Oh, wait a minute. Clyde, let's see. Let's see, Charles, don't you come from a place called Clyde?
Yes, sir. I was born there, but I haven't been there in quite a while.
Well, what about the Nickerson Cordage Company?
They used to make rope and twine and fishnets. I didn't know the firm was incorporated. Must have grown.
Well, if Godfrey Easton has money in it, it must be good.
Well, gentlemen, we'll leave this for now. It's getting on toward lunchtime.
What am I doing in this conference room? How did I get here? Do I really want to be here? I guess we're all here by some sort of accident because banking is dignified and fashionable, and there isn't much else but business when you finish college. 12:10. Out of here soon, and that's a break. Roger's getting a little difficult. Both of us assistant VPs and showing off before the bank officials like college boys bucking for manager of some team. Doing it in a nice way, of course. Both of us justified. It's warfare every minute. Maybe I'd better join the bunch around Tony Burton and show some eagerness and zeal. Not too much. Just the right touch of each.
Well, you can't always tell beforehand. It may sound a little strange, but when I was a sophomore at Yale, I studied Greek. And, gentlemen, I can tell you that Greek verbs have taught me more about corporate figures than anything else I ever learned at Yale.
It's pretty clear, as you've often said, Tony. Everything fits into banking somewhere.
Exactly, Charles, everything. Banking, basically, is only knowing how to use extraneous knowledge, for it deals with all the most fundamental hopes and aspirations of human beings. In fact, honestly, I don't. I don't like to think of banking as a business or even as a profession, but as an art. The last of the arts, perhaps, but the oldest of the professions. Let's get some lunch, gentlemen.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Charlie. Let's go in the dining room and have some lunch. I see you've been looking over my opus.
I was just glancing through it while you were on the phone. It's funny. I never heard of it before.
Oh, well, it's a professional sort of book. Everybody has to publish something.
There's a lot of facts. But it doesn't sound much like Clyde.
Oh, well, good Lord. It isn't meant to be Clyde. It's only meant to represent a characteristic social unit. Charlie, let's not wait on ourselves. Let's get a table at the end.
All right, Malcolm, you're paying for it. I can't. I'm a likable Dartmouth boy.
Oh. So you read that piece, did you?
I just glanced at it. There wasn't much time.
Oh. Well, what'll you have? Order anything you like.
Oh, the regular lunch is fine, thanks. I haven't much time.
That book. I thought everything was pretty well scrambled in it, but you picked yourself out, didn't you?
Yes. The Smith family.
I'm afraid it made you sore. Well, you get it out of your head that it's personal.
I wouldn't say I was sore, but of course it's personal, and I can't say I like the idea.
What idea?
Well, you know, you might have put our family in the middle upper classification instead of the lower upper. Did you ever get married? You were always talking about marriage.
Oh, never mind it. Women always forget me when I go away. What happened about you and Jessica?
Never mind it now.
All right. And what's happened to you since? I mean, since I used to know you.
Well, that's quite an order. Why do you want to know?
Because I always liked you, Charlie. And I'm interested in people, academically.
That's just it. Academically. You ought to fill in the end of a case history about likable Tom Smith of Dartmouth. I don't mind. I rather like being part of a case history.
You've got a tough mind, Charlie.
I have to have one. I've cultivated it, I suppose. There are a lot of tough minds in New York.
No. You haven't cultivated it. You've always had a tough mind, Charlie, and a sensitive disposition. Clyde was full of minds like that.
Well, never mind Clyde. Go ahead and ask me some questions.
All right. Never mind Clyde. Well, what have you been doing, Charlie?
Well, in 30, I got a job in the statistical department of the Stuyvesant, and I did it well enough, so I held it through the Depression. Married a girl who worked downtown in a law office. We have 2 children. We built a house in Connecticut that I'm still paying for. And now there's a vice presidential vacancy at the bank. It rests between me and another man who has a tough mind, too. That's about all I've been doing.
Oh, well, of course you haven't filled in many details. For instance, do you love your wife?
I thought you'd ask that. And the answer is yes. I love my wife. I love my home and my children.
I thought you would. You're an essentially monogamous type. So you've been to the war.
Oh, yes. I've forgotten about the button.
Yes, I was in 2, OSS.
I was with the 8th Air Force. Only good for staff work.
And now that you're back, don't you ever feel restless?
No. I'm not restless. I didn't like the Army. Most civilians don't.
Well, let's put it another way. Don't you ever get to wondering what everything's about, whether everything is worthwhile?
It's a little tough to answer that one. I'm just Tom Smith from Dartmouth trying to get along. Someday you ought to take a trip to the USA and do a study on the race of bankers.
That's not a bad idea at all. What are they like?
Well, my father used to say that it was as easy for him to spot a banker as a clergyman. They have a slightly antiseptic, sanctimonious look, he said. And yet they don't look like lawyers.
And what do you say?
Well, I could only speak about the employees of the Stuyvesant. We're all specialists in understanding rich clients. We know all the pains and drawbacks of being rich, although we're not rich men ourselves.
Well, let's hear some more.
You find yourself spending the working day discussing investments of hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to get home yourself and worry because the butcher bill is up $20 over the last one, and whether you can afford to have your kids' teeth straightened. In time, this gives you a split personality. In time, you can't ever change from being a banker. Stuyvesant's president likes to talk about the banker's responsibility to society. Personally, I've never felt like a social worker, but I do feel that responsibility. Oh, it's 2:15. I've got to go now.
Oh, no, not yet. We've only just begun to talk.
I wish you hadn't made me talk about myself all the time.
Charlie, you've got a lot of guts.
How do you mean, guts?
Saying what you do, doing what you do. It takes guts to be your type these days. Goodbye, Charlie. Good luck.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Kent Smith in a radio version of J.P. Marquand's Point of No Return. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC University Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the end of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the editor of the Atlantic Monthly, Mr. Edward Weeks.
I think John Marquand is a novelist who gets better with every book. In 1943, Secretary Stimson sent Mr. Marquand on a series of missions to Africa and Italy, and in 1945 he went out again as a war correspondent in the Pacific. He lived aboard some of our big carriers. He flew a good many thousand miles to report on the islands which we'd liberated from the Japs. I mention this war experience of John Marquand's because of its bearing on his new novel, Point of No Return. In his bull sessions with the officers and men in Europe and in the South Pacific, Marquand observed the impact of the war on men of middle age, men only a little younger than himself. Our army was made up of civilians, and every one of us know of married men who have come back from the war, intent on finding something better, something bigger to do than they were doing before they went into uniform. That's the theme which Marquand is revealing to you in Point of No Return. Charles Gray, the hero of Point of No Return, is in his early 40s, working in a New York bank. At his age, he didn't have to go into the army. His wife thought he was a fool to sign up. She thought he'd lose his chance to be the head of the bank. But Charles went out. He saw action with the Army Air Force in Africa and Italy, and now as the story opens in the year 1947, Charles is back in the bank, but much more quizzical about himself and his job. The war, you see, has given him a fresh hold on himself and a fresh, disquieting slant on his old values. Now watch the skill with which Marquand brings his hero, Charles Gray, to the point of decision, the point of no return. The story begins on a Tuesday in April, and all that day, we see Charles going through his human, rather exasperating routine at the bank. We meet Charles as he goes to work that Tuesday morning. And then on Friday, he and Nancy, his wife, are to dine with the president of the bank, and Charles knows that he's to learn his fate that evening, whether or not he's to be made the vice president. Tuesday to Friday, just 4 days in the life of a middle-aged banker. Yet in that time, Charles has grown deeply into your affections. You see him against the ironical background of the bank. You see him at the country club dance. You see him squabbling with his wife. You see him at the dinner party, and you see him alone. I think it's one of the best stories of the wear and tear of being on a payroll and of trying to get ahead that I've ever read. I think the characterization of Charles is lifelike and endearing and identifiable. I know a good many veterans who feel the way Charles does. And I think the 3 women in the book, Nancy, the girl he married, Jessica, the girl he should have married, and Mrs. Burton, that dreadful dinner party at Mrs. Burton, I think those 3 women you won't soon forget.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Our radio version of Point of No Return, starring Kent Smith, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Seelig? The matter that Mr. Burton asked you yesterday to handle. He's not back from lunch.
Which makes it natural to Mr. Seelig, we hope, that I do the dusty work.
Here's the memorandum.
Thank you. Bert J. Seelig is part owner of the Teddy Club and the La Casita nightclub, owns real estate at Palm Springs, also in Miami. He was indicted for income tax fraud, but indictment was quashed. Well, what's the use of going on? It's all decided. It could have been handled by letter, but Tony Burton disapproves of anything so permanent. Tony Burton approves, and Tony Burton disapproves. A jaunty, white-haired guard at a roll-top desk, indefinite about yes or no, very positive about maybe.
Excuse me, Mr. Gray.
It's all right, Joe.
Mr. Seelig, this is I, Mr. Gray. He will take care of you.
I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Burton asked me to see you. I have all the details. Won't you sit down, Mr. Seelig?
Nice little place you have here. Very nice.
It's just a small bank.
Well, that's what draws me to it, Mr. Gray. I know some lovely people banking here, some of my best friends. Well, I suppose you've looked me over. I hope I've passed through the lineup by now. I'm used to being looked over in my position.
Anyone in business gets looked over.
That's right. Now, what's the story? Do you people want my account or don't you?
Well, our officers have been over the question very carefully. We would value your account in a great many ways, Mr. Seelig. But we really feel you'll be better off in another bank. I hope you'll understand, Mr. Seelig, sorry as we are to turn away profitable business. Mr. Burton asked me to tell you personally that this is a purely business decision.
So the answer is no, is it?
I'm afraid so. We're very sorry.
So I'm not a nice enough guy to play with your crowd. Is that it?
There's nothing personal intended. We often find the needs of some depositors are better filled by other banks.
I'm not used to being given the runaround. Why didn't they say that the first time I came in?
I'm sorry you put it that way. Mr. Burton was impressed by your references.
So you're fronting for the crowd, are you? How much did they pay you? 10 grand a year? Guys like you fascinate me. How would you like 25 grand a year?
What for?
For what you're doing here. Fronting for the crowd.
Thanks. I'm afraid I couldn't use it. But I appreciate your asking.
You guys fascinate me. Money everywhere, and you don't want money.
Maybe we get too used to it. Maybe we get tired of seeing so much of it around.
Well, that's just what fascinates me. All of it around, and you don't take it. Well, no hard feelings?
Oh, no. Not at all. We're very sorry, Mr. Seelig.
Yeah, that takes poise. I wouldn't have the poise.
I wouldn't call it poise. I'd call it temperament and timidity. Goodbye. We're sorry, Mr. Seelig.
How was he, Charlie?
A perfect gentleman, Roger. He asked me if I was fronting for the crowd.
Oh, Charlie, is Seelig called?
Oh, yes, Tony. He's just left.
Well, I'm glad I missed him. How'd he take it?
His feelings were hurt, but then mine would have been, too.
Oh, there aren't any complications, then?
No, Tony, I don't think so.
Oh, this sort of thing always worries me.
Oh, Mr. Burton.
Yes?
Have you got time to see me for a minute?
Yes, if it's only for a minute, Roger.
Easy now. Stop sweating inside. Keep yourself blank and busy. But it might have implications. Why should Roger ask to see him now? Why didn't he just go over to his desk without any appointment? We always do. He wants to see Tony privately. Maybe Roger's getting tired of waiting, too. How many times have I dreamed of doing it in the last few weeks? He'll step right over and ask right out, how about the vice presidency? And on good grounds, too. This sort of waiting, Tony, is bad for general morale. All right, so he does it. What's the point of getting my stomach all knotted and hanging by my fingernails? What use is it? But what else? Nothing. No way to stop it. It might be different if Tony knew somebody else wanted me for the same salary. Instead, he knows the times are tight and uncertain. And Tony's stalling. 6 months now. And Tony's mulling and weighing, balancing, vacillating.
Speak to him, Charles. Ask Tony the score.
Oh, poor Nancy. That would tear it, but good. Still, it's something to think about. To walk right over and be upright, downright, straightforward. Listen, Tony, let's face the facts. Maybe you're removed from office politics, but everybody here in the bank knows you're considering proposing either Roger Blakesley or me for this vice presidency. They're making bets on it in the washroom. It isn't dignified. We're both making monkeys of ourselves, running around and polishing apples. You know everything about me, Tony. I've been around here long enough. I know it's hard to step on somebody's face, but this thing's been going on for months, and I'm tired of staying awake at night. And Nancy's getting tired, too. How about it, Tony? Yes?
Mr. Gray, Mr. Burton wants to know if you can see him for a moment.
What? Oh, yes. I'll be right over.
Well, sit down, Charlie. Have a cigarette and relax.
Well, what's on your mind, Tony? Say, that's a handsome cigarette case. To America's most representative daddy, Gladys Olivia Babs.
The girls gave it to me on Father's Day. I didn't know I was a representative dad.
I didn't know you were either. But it must be nice to know.
Well, I don't like being representative of anything.
Sitting where you are, you've got to represent.
Well, I was thinking the other day that you're pretty representative yourself, Charlie.
Well, I hope I am, Tony. I try to be in business hours.
Well, speaking of representatives, how did you represent things to Selig?
I told him he'd be happier elsewhere.
Why didn't you tell him we'd have room for him in the quite near future?
Because he wouldn't have believed it.
Well, he has a lot of good connections. That's the trouble with life these days. There's no pattern. You don't know where you're at anymore. My girls keep going to La Casita, but we can't handle Selig's account. Oh, well, let's forget it, Charlie. There's one other thing.
Yes, sir?
About the loan.
Which loan, sir?
Oh, the one we were discussing this morning. That cordage company. You said you were born up there. What's the name of the place?
Oh, you mean Clyde?
Yes, that's it, Clyde. Now, somebody ought to see that company, and it just occurred to me, since you lived up there and know the background, you'd better go up for a day or two and look things over. Just quietly. Oh, I envy you getting away for a while. You're looking a little tired, Charles.
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Tony?
Why, no. Of course not, Charlie.
Did you think up this idea yourself?
Why, no. Now that you mentioned it, it wasn't entirely my idea. I suppose Roger ought to go. It's his responsibility, but he doesn't know Clyde. Let's see. You'll be back by Friday, won't you? Remember, you're coming to dinner on Friday.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, well, relax and have a good time, Charlie.
Well, that's the second time you've told me to relax.
Well, then do it. I'll see you Friday. Just you and Nancy are coming. You and I'll have a good long talk about the whole situation here on Friday.
Hello, Cyril.
Charles.
Mind if I cut in? I'm going to take Nancy off your hands.
Give him the devil for being late, Nancy. Have fun, Charles.
Thank heavens you've come. Been dancing with him for ages. Is there any news?
Nothing much. I can't talk about it here, Nancy.
Well, what have you been doing all day?
I was stuck in the Whittaker's apartment.
Oh, Whittaker's. Did anything else happen? Did you say anything to Tony Burton?
No, not exactly.
How do you mean, not exactly?
Just that, not exactly.
Roger Blakesley's here tonight. Have you seen him?
Not yet. But I've seen him all day.
He looks exuberant.
Oh? Does he?
You look a little tired, darling.
Well, I am tired.
Did the children get you your supper?
Yes. Thanks for leaving the car.
Charlie.
Yes?
Before we go, be sure to dance with Molly Blakesley.
Aye, aye, sir. Well, to answer you truthfully, Molly, no, I don't know what Roger was saying the other night.
Roger was saying how fond everyone is of you at the bank. And he was saying how wonderful it was that we were all such good friends. And he hoped we always would stay friends, no matter what happens at the bank. Well, you know what I mean. It's so embarrassing, isn't it?
Well, it needn't be embarrassing, Molly. Roger and I are grown up.
You know, I think the war did you a lot of good, Charlie. Roger thinks so, too. I think it was pretty splendid of you, with a wife and 2 children, to give up everything and go to war. Roger thinks so, too.
It was just a sort of compulsion. It wasn't wise, and I wasn't much use when I got there.
May I cut in?
Well, see you later, Charlie. Perhaps we can do something Sunday. Roger would love it if we could.
Charlie, it's a lovely house. Our house.
Yes. It's a swell house.
Oh, I know it's got odds about it, but don't forget one thing. You and I did it by ourselves, without any so-and-so to help us. I suppose you think it's a corny thing to say, but that's why it's a nice house. Now, come in. See what a nice job they did waxing the living room floor. We ought to use this room more, shouldn't we? I wonder why we don't.
That's easy, because we're afraid of it.
Well, let's not be afraid of it. Charlie, take off your coat. Sit down on the sofa. I'll get rid of my slippers. There. Now, don't say we're afraid of this room. I don't like it.
Why not?
Because I don't like being afraid. I don't mean that I'm afraid of anything. I only mean I don't like the idea. You know what I mean.
Nance, we didn't used to be afraid.
Oh, are you afraid, too? Well, you might have told me.
It's all relative.
What's relative?
The more you get, the more afraid you get. That's all I mean. Maybe fear's what makes the world go round.
Not love. I used to hear that it was love.
Everyone's afraid of something. Afraid of living, afraid of dying. Maybe it's better than being afraid of losing money. That's what the boys are afraid of downtown. Do you know what I wish? I wish we weren't always being pushed around. I'd like for once in my life to be able to tell someone where to go.
Darling, basically, you have the most expensive tastes. You better just tell me where to go and let it go at that.
But it isn't the same thing, is it?
Maybe not. But I'm awfully glad we're afraid of the same thing. It's healthy to have things in common. I'm awfully glad we're in the same boat, darling.
That's what Roger said tonight. Oh, wait, there's something else I've got to tell you. I'm taking the plane to Boston first thing in the morning. I'm going up to Clyde for a day or two on business for the bank.
Oh, how did Clyde get into it?
Why do you always get edgy whenever I mention Clyde?
Well, you know very well why. Clyde makes you difficult. It's a queer place, full of ingrown people, and you say so yourself.
I can't help it if I was brought up there, and I didn't ask to go up there now.
Roger will make time at the bank while you're away.
I don't think it'll make much difference. I think Tony Burton's about made up his mind which of us he wants.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, why doesn't he tell you instead of letting us just...
Because perhaps he doesn't like to do it. Tony's quite a nice guy as far as anyone like him can be nice. I think we'll get the news Friday when we go there to dinner. He almost said so. Besides, maybe it's just as well for me to be away. Tony knows Roger worked it. At least I think he knows. Maybe Roger will try a little too much. Tony's rather bright sometimes.
If he picks out that darn fool, he isn't too bright.
I only said that he's pretty bright sometimes.
If you'd only get mad.
You were just saying it's a luxury. There's no use getting mad at a system. We're part of a system where there's always someone waiting to kick you in the teeth in a nice way.
What'll you do if he takes Roger?
Nance, let's not think about it now.
Why not? Let's dig in. It has a nice, ironic flavor. After years of proud work, you become specialized. You become used to the ways of one organization. You become too old to start again in a new one. You've seen plenty of men your age looking for a job. There. I haven't solved anything, but at least I've said it.
Sure. Why not?
Well, guess we'd better go to bed.
You go ahead. I'll be up in a little while. Good night, Nance. Don't, Nance. The show isn't over.
I'm sorry, darling. I'm all right now. You always hate having me cry, don't you?
Yes.
Are you sorry you married me?
Of course not.
I'm sorry we had the children?
No, of course I'm not.
They were my idea more than yours. Are you sorry we built the house?
Listen, Nance, it happened like the children. Now go on up.
What are you going to do, just sit here and worry? Because if you are, we might as well do it together.
I'm going to read. I'm pretty well worried out tonight. Good night, Nance. I'll be in the library.
Don't be long. Won't be able to get to sleep till you come up.
Let's see. Where's that book? Yankee Persepolis, a social study by Malcolm Bryant. A final and considered summation of a study made some years ago of a typical New England town, its culture and its social implications. Typical of a lower-upper family are the Henry Smiths, father, mother, son, and daughter. Like other lower-upper families, they dwell on a side street, yet are received on Mason Street. Mr. Smith, with investment interests in Boston. Mr. Smith, alias John Gray, father of Tom Smith, alias me. Father, the big-time stock market operator at the end, and on his way to $1 million and finally quitting. But that was October of 29, and he was just a week too late in getting out. I found him asleep forever, and the Bible and a bottle of sleeping pills in the chair by his bed. Father, I loved. Father, I never wanted to be like, and yet I am.
You can't beat the system, Charlie.
What system, Father?
One under which we live, the order. There's always some sort of order. There's always the bundle of hay out ahead for any ass that wants to get on. And they make it look like a very pleasant bundle.
Who are they?
Well, that's an intelligent question, even for a recent Dartmouth graduate. They are the people who own the hay. They're the people who run the system. They tell you there's plenty of hay for anyone who can get it. But the main thing, Charlie, is they don't really want you to get it. Might be some of their hay. If I were you, I wouldn't try too hard for the hay. You might be disappointed, Charlie.
You were right, old man. I didn't have what it took to beat the system. That said, there's a Grand Canyon between Spruce Street and Johnson Street. We should have remembered we were Spruce Street, and I should have remembered Jessica Lovell and her father were Johnson Streeters. Why do I think of it now? Why can I still be hurt by Jessica's father?
I've thought this over carefully, Charles. I've been over it thoroughly with Jessica. We've been most unhappy. It's an impossible situation, Charles. We must end it. It can't go on.
And here I am in Clyde again, walking the streets in the rain, reviving old ghosts, and yet enjoying their presence.
You've got to beat the system, Charlie. The harder you pursue happiness, the less liberty you have. If you pursue it hard enough, it might ruin you.
I never did beat the system called Johnson Street. Never did catch up with the happiness called Jessica Lovell. The old small-town story. A likable lad trying to climb higher and being snapped down nicely. I got up off the canvas, hurt and ambitious, and left Clyde to beat the system.
It was all very good for you. It's made you into a very nice guy. Maybe it's made you too nice.
And now I'm back here in Clyde, 17 years later, still trying to move from lower upper. But now there's no stopping and no turning back. I'm the airplane pilot on a long flight, steadily approaching the point where it takes more gas to get back than to go on to my destination. Distant as it is and stormy, I've passed my point of no return.
Well, tell me about it, Charlie. What was it like back in Clyde? Was it good?
It was quite an experience. Jackie Mason's got everything now.
Who?
Jackie Mason. I told you about him. He used to live next door to us.
Oh, yes, of course. What about him?
Well, he's a director of the Dock Street Savings Bank, a trustee of the library, and he's in the Tuesday Club. And he's going to marry Jessica Lovell.
Well, you could have done all that, too.
I'm glad I didn't. But at the same time, he hasn't got anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
Who hasn't got anything?
Jackie Mason.
Oh, to the devil with Jackie Mason. He hasn't made a touchdown.
All right. Never mind it, Nancy.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I just can't concentrate. Let's stop trying to talk as though we both weren't thinking about the same thing.
Yes, I know.
Charlie, what's the matter?
Oh, Lord. I wish everything weren't so contrived.
Contrived? What do you mean, contrived?
Just that. The bank president and the big job and what will happen to Junior and whether a boiled shirt will help. The values of it are childish. It hasn't any values at all. Nance, don't be so tense. This isn't as important as all that. I've done everything I can. Now, let's change the subject.
You're acting licked already. I hate it when you act that way.
All right. Maybe I am licked, and maybe I don't give a rap. Roger Blakesley's pretty fast on his feet. Faster than I am.
Charlie, if... What are you going to do? Haven't you even thought what you're going to do if Roger...
I'm sick of thinking.
It isn't fair. It isn't fair.
Never mind, Nance. Never mind. It doesn't matter if we're late.
I'm all right now. I didn't mean to let you down.
You haven't let me down.
I'm all right now. We'd better be on time at the Burtons. Don't look at me, Charlie. Don't say anything. And darn everybody.
Tony, I don't know what you're talking about.
Perhaps I'm being cryptic now, Althea, but all I'm saying to you and Nancy and Charlie is that I wish we might all be friends.
Well, of course. We'll always be friends, Tony.
I really hope we can be, in spite of anything that may happen in the future. That's all I'm trying to say. Now, if you girls will excuse us, I'm going to take Charlie into the library. Charlie and I want to have a little talk, but we'll be back as soon as we can.
Now, don't stay too long and don't get too interested.
Come along, Charlie.
Friends. Ever since we came in, he's been harping on that. The needle's all the way in now. This is the bad news. It's all ending now in this little walk across the hall. Well, I can sell the house. Real estate's still high. Of course, there'll be money enough to educate Bill. But I'll never again be where I am. I'll have some commercial value as an educated wheel horse. And if I'm nice and know my place. But I'll never have to try so hard again. It's over. Thank God. It's over.
This friendship in business. It's always bothered me. They shouldn't be mixed together.
Well, they don't mix together. Don't try to make them, Tony.
And yet they must mix. None of us can help it, Charlie. If you see somebody every day, if you have any human instincts at all, you get interested in him. Now, take Blakesley. What do you think of him, Charlie?
What do you want me to think?
Well, it isn't what I want. You and I are alone here. You don't have to be so careful. I want your opinion. Do you like him or don't you?
All right. As long as it doesn't matter anymore, Tony. He's conscientious, energetic, and well-trained, but I don't like him much. Why should I?
Well, I rather like him. He's been on my conscience lately. He's so very anxious, so very much on his toes. He's always in there trying.
What else do you expect? I've been trying pretty hard myself.
Yes, but not in the same way, Charlie. You're subtler. You've developed. You've matured.
Thanks. But I wouldn't say I've been very subtle.
Oh, of course, I'm out of touch with things, being where I am, but... Well, it seems to me that Roger's got some idea we're considering him for the vice presidency. Do you know anything about this?
Lord. Oh, good Lord. Well, what did you think Roger was considering?
Well, I didn't give it much thought until about 10 days ago. I'm glad it amuses you. It doesn't amuse me. When anyone gets ideas like that, it's a problem what to do with him later. He was useful while you were away, but he's not the right material. It had never occurred to me you'd have any doubts about it. Your name's coming up before the directors on Monday. Now, what do you think we'd better do about Blakesley?
Well, you'd better tell him something, Tony, instead of teasing him to death.
Oh, I'm sorry about the whole thing. Perhaps he'd better resign. That was all I meant in the dining room. Now that we'll be working together more closely, Charlie, I hope that we'll always be friends. Yeah. Well, we'd better join the girls. Well, I don't suppose this comes as any great surprise, Nancy.
No, I can't say I'm surprised. But it's nice to know definitely. Tony.
As long as we're all in the family. I was just telling Charlie that I've been worried about Roger Blakesley. Do you suppose he really may have thought he was being considered?
Well, now that you mention it, I think perhaps he did. A little.
Here it is, Charlie. You're a vice president now. It's what you dreamed of long ago. And yet, it's a strangely hollow climax. I suppose it was written in the stars, and I couldn't have changed a line of it being what I am. At least Nancy will be pleased. We'll sell the house at Sycamore Park and get a larger place, turn in the Buick for a new one. The children will get their sailboat. Mel. May not be what you dreamed of, Charlie, back in the Clyde of your father and Jessica Lovell. But it has its compensations.
Oh, Charlie.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying, Tony?
I said I don't think I've ever seen you smoke a cigar before.
I don't often, but I rather feel like it tonight.
You have been listening to Point of No Return, an NBC University Theater production of the novel by J.P. Marquand, starring Kent Smith. If you wish to expand your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you write to the NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Next week, be with us again at the NBC University Theater for a dramatization of one of the richest flavored books of our time. Richard Llewellyn's How Green Was My Valley, starring Donald Crisp. And the following week, an engaging period piece, F. Scott Fitzgerald's first novel, This Side of Paradise, starring Guy Madison. Point of No Return was prepared for radio by Milton Wayne, starred as Charles Gray, Kent Smith, who will soon be co-starred with Helen Hayes in Good Housekeeping for the Theater Guild. Our cast included Lynn Whitney, Frank Gerstle, Ted Von Eltz, John Daner, Larry Dobkin, William Lally, Lois Corbett, Stephen Chase, Margaret Brayton. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was Edward Weeks, whose commentary was recorded. The prologue to the broadcast was from Choruses from the Rock by T.S. Eliot. The original music score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, starring Brian Ahern. Today, a story by one of the most exciting writers of the last century, Joseph Conrad. He knew wherever he wrote, for he had been there. He was born in Poland. At 17, was a sailor of France, and not many years later, was a master mariner of the seven seas. He knew the world and its wickedness, and put both down on paper with great zest. Conrad is known as an English novelist, but he drew his imagery from the richness of 3 languages. The Heart of Darkness is one of his most masterful stories, drawing heavily on personal experience in the Congo. Its hypnotic style and intensity of mood have been well captured in today's adaptation for radio by Morton Friedman. Here, then, The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, starring one of Hollywood's most articulate gentlemen, Mr. Brian Ahern, as Marlowe.
We are well separated, Kurtz and I. We are separated by life and death. I live, and Kurtz does not. We are separated by a year. Exactly 1 year ago, I saw his body swallowed by the mud of a river bank in Africa. We are separated by thousands of miles. We are well separated, Kurtz and I. And yet, less than an hour ago, I saw him again. And again I heard him. His magnificent voice, whispering, pealing, proclaiming, begging. And again I heard the beat of the drums, regular and muffled like the beating of a heart. The heart of a conquering darkness.
I trust you will pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Marlowe, but I have come to see Captain Marlowe on business, company business.
Oh, dear, how awkward. I'm afraid you can't see my nephew, monsieur.
Can't?
I mean now. I believe he's taking a nap.
I must insist, mademoiselle, upon seeing your nephew, the captain, now. He is involved in a matter of the utmost gravity. The company is quite perturbed.
But if he's napping, I can't wake him.
That won't be necessary. He is awake. There is a light in his room, the corner room.
Well, really now.
You smell it? Tobacco. The captain is smoking.
I'll tell him you're here, if he's awake. Charlie?
I'm awake, Auntie.
The director of the company.
I know. I heard you talking. Tell him to go away. I don't want to see him.
Charlie, don't you think you ought to get it over and done with? You know...
I coughed twice. You both were so engrossed, I'm afraid you didn't hear.
Monsieur Director.
I'm so very glad to see you, Captain. You can't imagine how anxiously I have looked forward to seeing you again.
And to talk to me, Monsieur Directeur, to ask some questions, Monsieur Directeur. Some questions about Kurtz.
I see you are an intelligent man, Captain. I am pleased.
Oh, can't we dispense with the sham? You're not here as a friend, but as a representative of the company.
Say rather both. As a friend and as a representative, as you put it, of the company. Both.
If you don't mind, I think I'd like to go to my room.
I think that's wise, Auntie.
Oh, there is no real need for you to go, mademoiselle. Whatever we have to say, your nephew and I
think I shall be able to like you both better if I don't hear what you have to say to each other.
Perhaps. Who knows? Now, Captain, about Kurtz. Shortly before this unfortunate death, Mr. Kurtz gave you a package containing some papers of his, did he not?
Some papers and a photograph. In a shoebox.
Oh, you still have them. Where are they? Let me have them.
I still have them. I have them with me. And I will not let you have them.
I beg your pardon. I meant to say, if you had them, might I see the documents Kurtz left in your care?
Look here, when the manager of the central station told you I had the documents, he must also have told you that he tried to get them and couldn't.
He did so report.
Now, what makes you think I would change my mind because you asked me?
Because they concern company territory. Very valuable territory. A completely unexplored portion of the Congo until Mr. Kurtz...
They have nothing in them in reference to commerce. They're all purely personal.
There may be much of great value to science, geographers, anthropologists.
I doubt very much if you're concerned with any values or any other profit than to yourself and the company.
I confess I do not understand your obvious hostility. But you would do well to be civil.
Oh, you're being ridiculous. After all, you insulted me first. You insulted my intelligence with your prattle about science.
I do not make idle threats, Captain Marlowe. So believe me, I shall...
You'll do nothing. Remember Kurtz's papers. There may be lots of profits in them. And I've got 'em, remember?
Let's be sensible. What do you want for those papers? How much?
Oh, so that they may be used for the promotion of science, of course.
Oh, of course. How much?
I'll match your generosity, monsieur. Take it. For science. Free. Here, this little pamphlet on the bed table.
This is it? Been in front of me all this time?
Right. A report written by Mr. Kurtz entitled The Suppression of Savage Customs.
Oh, nothing. This is nothing. Not at all what I had expected. Keep it!
2 days later, I had another caller, a man who said he was Kurtz's cousin. This self-identified cousin was a musician.
Yes, a musician, an organist. I have studied music for years. But did you know, sir, that my cousin Kurtz was essentially a great musician?
No, I didn't. In plain truth, I couldn't tell what Kurtz's real profession was. He painted well, wrote well. I couldn't tell which of his many talents was the greatest.
Oh, yes, you are quite right, sir. Yes, quite right. My cousin Kurtz was undoubtedly a universal genius.
I agreed with the old chap. Kurtz undoubtedly was just that. Well, he left after a while, taking with him some family letters that had been among Kurtz's papers. Why couldn't I be done with it all? I wanted to forget, to wipe my mind and memory clear of Kurtz and the horror, to use his own word, that was inextricably associated with him in my mind. The horror and the darkness and the death. But mostly the darkness. Another caller. This time a journalist, a self-proclaimed colleague of Kurtz.
You should have heard him address large meetings. He could electrify them. He had the faith.
Faith? Faith in what?
Anything. Kurtz could get himself to believe in anything. And anything he believed in, he could get anyone to believe. He would have had a great career in politics. What a splendid leader of a party he would have been.
What party, for example?
Any party. So long as it was an extreme party. He was himself an extremist. Don't you agree?
I evaded the answer, or rather the true answer, and gave him instead Kurtz's pamphlet. The journalist took it most eagerly and left with it, saying it would be published at once. So now I am left with a slim packet of letters and the girl's photograph. All that had been Kurtz's, save these, have passed through my hands. His soul, his body, his station, his plans, his ivory, his career. There remains only his memory and his intended. I have gone to see Kurtz's intended, the girl of the photograph, to return the letters and the picture, to surrender to his memory, and to wipe my memory clear of all that oppresses it and me. We sit in the formal drawing room of her house. We sit and talk, sporadically. She is still in deep mourning, although a year has now passed since his death.
You knew him. You knew him well, didn't you?
I knew him as well as it is possible for one man to know another.
And you admired him. Oh, it was impossible to know him and not to admire him, wasn't it?
He was a remarkable man. As you say, it was impossible not to...
Love him? Oh, how true, how true.
She talks about Kurtz. I hardly listen. For her words in the twilight gloom have conjured up for me again a vision of the man. I see him again, and only occasionally hear snatches of her voice as it pierces the phantom that besets my mind and my eyes.
He drew men towards him by what was best in them. Oh, it is the gift of the great, and he had it.
It's unbearable, the burden of observing her grief. A noble grief that comes from her core with nothing of pose or convention in it.
And at the end, he whose goodness shone in his every act, he died as he lived.
His end was In every way, worthy of his life.
And I was not with him. No one near him who understood.
I was with him
To the very end.
to the very end.
Oh, please. Please, his last words to live with. Don't you understand? I loved him. I loved him.
She is begging, with her eyes and her heart in her eyes, she's begging, making the silence clamorous with the begging words she restrains, refusing to give them utterance. I cannot answer her.
Please. Just his last words. Just tell me his last words.
She bows to my silence. She sits, immobile, grave. She has long since learned to accept silence and to bear. And I sit, and I cannot reply. I cannot tell her at the last, for I am caught up once more in the beginning. And in the silence it begins again, from the beginning, almost 2 years ago. 30 days from the port in Europe to the coastal station of the company in Africa. The station where I first heard of Kurtz.
Your boat, Captain Marlowe, is at the central station, 200 miles up the river.
Oh, then I should be on my way there.
You shall have to walk.
What, 200 miles?
Yes, I know it sounds ridiculous, but everything here in this foul country is ridiculous, or fatal, or both. And you shall leave with the next caravan for the central station. As I said, that will be in 10 days. Maybe longer. The caravan will leave the day after tomorrow, Captain.
Well, I can't say I'll be sorry to leave.
You have one interesting prospect. In the interior, you will no doubt meet Monsieur Kurtz.
And who is this interesting Mr. Kurtz?
Oh, believe me, Captain. Monsieur Kurtz is a remarkable person. A most unusual man.
Oh, is he in charge of the central station?
No. He is much further out, in the very bottom of the Congo. His trading post is in the true ivory country. He sends in as much ivory as all the others put together.
"15 days after leaving the coastal station, I hobbled into the central station, where I was immediately taken into tow by a bearded young man who informed me that his name was Malapert.
Marlowe? Captain Marlowe. Oh, you are here to take charge of the boat, huh?
To run the boat, to wherever it is I'm supposed to run it.
Ah, that's too bad, Captain. How are you to run a boat that is at this moment at the bottom of the river? Too bad.
What? How did this happen?
Oh, no,
When?
it's quite all right. I assure you the manager himself was there. All is quite all right.
All right? What, my boat sunk and you say it's all
please,
right?
The manager
what the
will
devil?
explain. He's waiting. You must go see him at once.
You're a very long time getting here, Captain Marlowe.
The delays were beyond my control, Monsieur Renard.
I could not wait. As manager of the central station, I'm responsible for the agents at the upriver stations. I had to start without you.
But without a captain, why, the risk to the boat was enormous.
Are you questioning my judgment, Captain? Ah. There were rumors that a very important station is in danger, that its chief, Mr. Kurtz, is ill. I do hope the rumors are false. Mr. Kurtz is...
I know all about Mr. Kurtz.
Oh? Well, then, you can understand my anxiety. Tell me, Captain, how long will it take to get the boat off the bottom and repair it?
Well, how the devil can I tell? I haven't even seen the wreck yet. Besides, I'm hungry and tired. I've walked 20 miles today, and I haven't eaten or sat down yet. Oh, it probably will take months.
Months? Yeah. Let's say 3 months. That ought to do it perfectly.
The next day, I began operations to raise the boat from the bottom. Fasten that stern line and keep bailing.
Well. Well, Captain Marlowe, you're an example of industry.
Eh? Oh, hello, Malapert. Keep those pumps working.
You will be able to repair the boat.
Oh, worry about that later. Right now, the problem is to get her on the bank to work on her.
Well, of course, you know all about these things. Tell me, Captain, confidentially, what do you think about our manager, Renard?
I haven't thought about him at all. Why?
Oh, nothing. No reason, just curious. I was wondering if you did not find it strange that one so obviously mediocre as he should be manager.
I said I haven't thought about him at all.
I must tell you, in confidence, of course, that I used to find it strange when first I came out here.
You're doing the talking, Malapert. I'll listen.
You are most discreet. Very wise. However, do you know that I no longer find it strange that Renard is manager? He is manager because he is never ill. He inherited his position. Think of that. 9 years out here, and never once ill.
That's very interesting. So what?
Oh, nothing. You know, you cannot imagine how many men have come here from Europe hoping to replace Renard as manager. And every one of them has failed. And do you know why? It's of a magnificent simplicity, the answer. Renard outlives them. They die. Renard remains the manager.
What are you getting at?
Getting at? Oh, Captain Marlowe, I'm amazed. One might think that you suspected me of giving you a warning.
I suspected Malapert of something, but of what I didn't know. Certainly I couldn't credit the obvious inference that I'd come out to oust Renard from his job as manager. There were 18 or 19 other white men at the station besides Malapert, who whiled away the time with backbiting and petty intrigue. And it was not long before I learned that Malapert was the manager's spy. He had indeed been warning me. But why? Why?
I do hope you don't mind my coming aboard the boat, Captain Marlowe.
Oh, you're aboard already.
I brought something I thought might interest you. Painting. It's small, but interesting, I think. Here, look for yourself.
Subject's interesting. Native girl holding a torch, looks like. Hey, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Who painted it?
Mr. Kurtz.
Huh. Tell me, who is this Mr. Kurtz?
The chief of the inner station.
Much obliged. And you are the manager's spy. Everybody knows that, too. Come, talk.
Kurtz is a prodigy. Today he is chief of the best station. Next he will be assistant manager. In a year or two... But I dare say you know what it'll be by then. You are of the new gang. I know.
You know? Malapert, you've been reading the company's confidential correspondence. When Mr. Kurtz is general manager, you won't have the opportunity. The last repairs were being made on the steamboat when the station was invaded by a mob of pack animals, porters, and white men, calling themselves the El Dorado Exploring Expedition. The uncle of our manager Renard was the leader. I found them so distasteful that to contain my temper I took to staying aboard my steamboat. Well, the evening before the expedition left, I was stretched out on the deck when I heard the voices of the manager and his uncle on the bank against which the boat lay.
I know I'm the manager, but I was ordered to send him there. Ordered.
It is unpleasant, but the man has great influence.
Influence enough to jeopardize my position and yours, my dear uncle.
Is he alone there?
Yes. Sent his assistant down the river with a note to me. I remember it word for word. Clear this poor devil out of the country, and don't bother sending more of this sort. I'd rather be alone than have the kind of men you can dispose of with me. That's the note he sent me, the manager, me.
Anything since then?
Ivory. Lots of it. Prime stuff. Lots.
But how? He's been without supplies for over 9 months now. No goods, no store.
Perhaps some wandering white man who gets ivory from the natives.
Well, perhaps the climate will do away with your problem, Renard.
Yes, I know that.
Don't worry, then. Trust to the jungle, the river, the fever, the savages. Trust to this. And your magnificent health. You stand the climate. You outlast them all. And at the worst, here, anything can be done.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Brian Aherne in a radio version of Joseph Conrad's The Heart of Darkness. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Mr. Granville Hicks, author of The Great Tradition, Small Town, and John Reed, The Making of a Revolutionary. Speaking from New York, here is Mr. Granville Hicks.
The process by which Joseph Conrad became a master of English fiction was as full of coincidences as one of Thomas Hardy's novels. In the first place, he was not a native Englishman, and in the second place, he chose for himself a career that was far removed from literature. He was born in Poland in 1857, and when he was 17, he went to France to become a sailor, in itself a surprising decision for a youth who had grown up in an inland country. In 1878, quite by accident, he signed on a British ship. This led to other voyages under the British flag, and eventually to his becoming a British citizen. While he was recuperating from a fever contracted in Africa, he began his first novel. He intended to return to the sea, but his health had been impaired. The periods between voyages grew longer. He finished his first novel and began another. And so, without conscious intention, he drifted into the literary career that was to last until his death in 1924 and was so full of distinction. Like Herman Melville, Conrad based most of his novels on personal experience, and his most inspiring experiences, like Melville's, were associated with the sea. Heart of Darkness, of course, is not a sea story. But so far as the setting goes, it is autobiographical. Conrad did go to the Congo. The diary that he kept on that trip makes no mention of a Mr. Kurtz, but it demonstrates that he knew at first hand the heart of darkness. In a passage that has often been quoted, Conrad wrote, "My task which I am trying to achieve is, by the power of the written word, to make you hear, to make you feel. It is, before all, to make you see." The reader of Heart of Darkness does see the Congo and the impenetrable African jungles, but feeling is for once more important than seeing. What makes the story great is the overwhelming power with which Conrad creates a mood of terrified anticipation and realized horror. But there is something more in this tale than the evocation of a barbaric continent. Where is the heart of darkness, anyway? In Africa or in Mr. Kurtz? That is to say, in man. Today, after what we have known of concentration camps and human slaughterhouses, the story has a new meaning. Where does Kurtz's ambition lead for all his idealistic professions? To participation in obscene rites and to that devastating postscript to his official report, "Exterminate the brutes." It is in more senses than one that we can say that Conrad knew the heart of darkness.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Our radio version of The Heart of Darkness, starring Brian Aherne, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
El Dorado expedition plunged into the patient wilderness the next day. And 9 days later, the stern wheel of the steamboat began to churn the treacherous waters of the river and started upstream. It was 2 months to the day when we came to the bank below Kurtz's station. It was like a particularly torturous dream, that journey. The sort of dream one recognizes in the dreaming as a dream, and yet is unable to escape by awakening. A great silence enveloped us, and all about us, over us, beside us, beneath us, was darkness. Ever darker as we penetrated further, until it seemed that we would soon be within the very heart of darkness. Trees, millions of trees, massive, immense, running up very high, and at their foot, hugging the bank, puffing feebly against the stream, crept the little steamboat, like a small beetle crawling on the floor of a lofty portico. Where Malaparte and his fellow seekers of trading posts imagined it crawled to, I don't know. Some place where they expected to get something, I bet. But for me, it crawled toward Kurtz, exclusively. Some 50 miles below the inner station, the manager yelled up to me in the wheelhouse from the deck below.
Captain Marlowe, look over at the right bank. A flag of some sort. Can you make it out?
No. Shall we put into shore and take a look?
Yes. It may belong to one of our traders.
There's a nice stack of wood all piled up. We can use it.
Yes. Hut seems deserted. No signs of a struggle. Hello. Some message of some sort on that flat piece of board.
Can you read it, Renard?
Not without my glasses. It's so faded. See what you can make of it.
It is faded. Wood for you. Hurry up. Approach cautiously. There's a signature, too, but it's too faded to make out.
It's a foolish message. Hurry up. Where? Approach cautiously. Where?
Obviously not here. We weren't very cautious approaching.
Idiot. Writes a message as if we were writing a telegram. The devil with it. Let's load the wood aboard and get on our way. This looks like a good place to anchor for the night, Captain.
According to my calculations, Renard, we're only 8 miles from Kurtz's station. Let's keep going, eh?
No. I'm afraid it would be too risky. Waters here are quite dangerous. Less than an hour of sunlight left.
But we're so near.
Besides, recall the message. Approach cautiously. Now, I think we'd best wait for morning.
The manager was right. 8 miles meant 3 hours steaming for us, and the water had many suspicious ripples. It was sensible. Still, I was annoyed beyond expression at the delay. When the sun rose, there was a white fog, hot and clammy, more blinding than the night. It just lay there like something solid. At 8 or 9, it lifted all at once like a shutter lifts.
Well, thank heavens for that, Captain. I thought that fog was going to lay in all day.
You spoke too soon, Renard. It's rolling down on us again. Forget it. Drop anchor. Drop anchor.
What was that?
Savage. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Malaparte, get the others. Get your rifle quickly. Cover all sides of the boat. Keep your rifles ready. Fire as soon as you see them.
Finally, the fog lifted, and the boat headed into the western passage. It was narrower than it had seemed, and shallower. The deeper water was nearer the bank. I ordered my steersman, an athletic-looking native whom I called Boy, or various of the more pungent names a sailor learns, to steer inshore, whilst I kept a sharp eye ahead for snags and rocks. Hard right, Boy.
Yais, Bwana.
Hard, I said. Blast you, hard.
Yais, Bwana.
Steady now, steady. I looked below me where I could see the fireman, and suddenly he stretched himself out, prone on the deck. I was amazed. But then I had to look at the river again mighty quick. There was a snag dead ahead. And sticks, little sticks were flying about, thick. Hard left, boy! Hard left! Arrows. The little sticks were arrows. We were being shot at.
Boy, where are you? That fool native had left the wheel, grabbed the heavy rifle that was on the wall of the wheelhouse, opened the side shutter, and was shooting. I grabbed the whistle cord and jerked out screech after screech, while with the other hand I held the wheel. The whistle checked the tumult, and the attack ended as it began, abruptly. Boy, the steersman, was on the floor with what appeared to be a long cane sticking out of his back. It was the shaft of a spear that had pierced him through. He was gashed horribly. A pool of his blood gleamed dark red under the wheel.
Captain, the manager wants you. Oh, no. Is he dead?
I suppose. Here, hold the wheel.
But I can't. I don't know.
Hold it, blast you. Just hold it steady. I reached over, shut my eyes, pulled the spear out of him, and put him over the side with a single movement. The greatest strain was on my stomach, not my strength, as I put my arms around that body.
Marlowe. Good heavens, Marlowe, you're not going to...
What do you want to keep the body hanging about for? To embalm it? The manager and Malaparte and the other whites were scandalized. And so was my crew, and for a better reason. Though I admit their reason was inadmissible. Besides, I'd made up my mind that if my late steersman was to be eaten, it would be by fish only.
There is really very little point in going ahead. These savages have surely burned the station to the ground.
Most probably. Kurtz, too, then, is undoubtedly dead.
Now, what do you want to do, then? Shall I turn the boat around and go back downstream?
Oh, no, not at all. We must examine the remains.
If we can, give poor Kurtz Christian burial.
Marlowe, fire does not always destroy ivory. The ivory he collected may still...
The ivory.
I felt sick. I felt like crying. All I could think was I will never hear Kurtz speak. I felt somehow as if I'd been robbed of a belief or had missed my destiny in life. I was gripped by the sense of tears in my being. I was mourning within me, for I'd lost the inestimable privilege of listening to the gifted Kurtz.
At least we're safer here, Captain. Channel is well in midstream.
Here, what's that up ahead?
The station. It's Kurtz's station.
What? Not burned.
Here, hold the wheel, Renard. I want to take a look through my glasses. As I adjusted the glasses, a long, decaying building, perched on the summit of a naked hill, swung into focus. There was no stockade or fence around it, but apparently there had been one, for near the house half a dozen slim posts remained, roughly trimmed and ornamented on top with round, carved balls. On the bank, I saw a white man wearing a hat like a cartwheel, waving his arm in frantic circles. As we pulled in close to the shore, I could see him clearly. Ahoy! You're there ashore! Are we in time?
Yes, I think so. He's up there in the house.
We've been attacked.
I know. It's all right. Come ashore. It's all right.
You stay here with the boat, Captain. The rest of you, come with me and bring your guns.
The manager and the rest of them went ashore, up to the hill and to the house. And the other chap came aboard.
They are simple people, but I'm glad you have come.
It took me all my time to keep them off.
Oh?
They meant no harm. That is not exactly... You see, you just can't tell when they mean harm or no harm, or then again...
You rattled away at such a rate he quite overwhelmed me. He seemed to be trying to make up for lots of silence.
I'm afraid I'm talking too much, but I can't help myself. I've got so much talk bottled up in me.
Why, don't you talk with Mr. Kurtz?
With Mr. Kurtz? No, my friend, you don't talk with that man. No, you listen to him. And I tell you, this man has enlarged my mind. Not just me, no. The natives, too. Not that I mean they have minds, but whatever it is they have, he has captured it.
Then why did they attack us?
Oh, they don't want him to go.
Oh, don't they?
No. But you must take Kurtz away quick. Quick, I tell you. He is very badly off. Very badly. I have been doing my best to keep him alive.
Calm yourself. I'm sure you've done very well.
No, I have no abilities, and there isn't a drop of medicine or invalid food. There hasn't been for months. So shamefully abandoned. A man like this with such ideas is shameful. I can't do any more. I haven't slept for the last 10 nights.
I gave him a tot from the brandy flask. Medicinal. After a bit, he began to talk again. His words were satellites, revolving about the sun that was Kurtz.
We met by accident in the jungle.
And ever since you've been with him?
Oh, no, hardly ever, except twice when Kurtz was ill. Most of the time he'd be wandering through the jungle looking for ivory.
But he's had no goods to trade for well nigh a year now.
There's a good deal of cartridges left even yet.
Oh. Let's speak plainly. You mean Kurtz raided the country?
Yes.
But he couldn't do it alone, surely.
They came from the villages around the lake.
Kurtz got the tribe to follow him, did he?
Well, you see, they adore him. What can you expect? He came to them with thunder and lightning. And don't you see, they had never seen anything like it before. He was terrible. He could be very terrible.
He sounds vile and horrible.
No, you can't judge Mr. Kurtz as you would an ordinary man.
He finally subsided into silence. I picked up my binoculars and looked more carefully than before at the fence that had once enclosed the house and at the round carved ball that ornamented the top of the pole. I felt my stomach drop. Quickly I examined the top piece on each of the bowls. They were all the same. Not ornaments, not round carved wooden balls, but black, dried human skulls.
I should have taken them down, but I didn't dare. Not that I'm afraid of the natives, you understand. No, they wouldn't stir until Mr. Kurtz gave the word. He controlled them completely. Why, when the chiefs of the tribes come to see Mr. Kurtz, they would crawl.
Stop! I don't want to know anything about the ceremony of approaching Mr. Kurtz.
No, don't judge him, Captain. You don't know how such a life tries a man like Kurtz.
No? Well, then how has it tried a man like you?
Me? What am I? A simple man. I have no great thoughts. I want nothing from anybody. How can you compare me to... Me, nobody, nothing. How can you compare me?
We were silent, he and I. We watched the sudden tropic nightfall. It shadowed the house, and the shadows were lengthening down the hill toward the river, which still glittered with a dazzling splendor. Not a living soul was to be seen on the shore, Not a single bush rustled. Suddenly, around the corner of the house, a group of men appeared, bearing an improvised stretcher in their midst. And instantly, in the emptiness of the landscape, as if by enchantment, streams of human beings, naked human beings, seemed to rise from out the very ground to surround the group of men bearing the stretcher.
If he doesn't say the right thing to the natives now, we are all done for.
Well, let's hope that the man who can talk so convincingly will find some particular reason to do so and spare us this time.
Oh, they're so far away. If only I could hear him. He's done it. They're gone.
Gone? They disappeared. I was watching, and they never moved, and they were gone. As if the jungle had drawn them back with a single enormous sucking breath. They brought Kurtz aboard and put him in the little cabin next to mine. We brought along his mail, a year's worth of torn envelopes and open letters, now littered his bed. He waved one of the letters and, looking at me, spoke.
I'm glad to see you, Captain. They write fine things about you.
Gentlemen, would you leave us? Mr. Kurtz and I have some matters to discuss.
Did I describe his voice truthfully, Captain? Huh? Did I?
It's amazing. Such strength. And the sound of it. Why, he doesn't look strong enough to whisper.
Hey, there's something on my heart. I feel you should know, yet if it were known, it would affect Mr. Kurtz's reputation gravely.
He couldn't see that Kurtz was already as good as in his grave. To him, I suspect, Kurtz was one of the immortals.
I don't want anything to happen to you or the others here, but I must consider Mr. Kurtz's reputation.
All right, I promise you, Mr. Kurtz's reputation is safe with me.
The attack on your steamboat, Mr. Kurtz ordered it. He had sometimes the idea of being taken away. And then again, I don't quite understand it. I'm a simple man. He thought it would scare you away, that you would give it up, thinking him dead. I have had an awful time of it this last month.
He's all right now, though, isn't he?
Yes.
Thanks. I shall keep my eyes open.
And your promise, too. Keep that.
As you would yourself.
Thank you, Captain. Goodbye.
Before I could quite catch the full significance of his goodbye, he was gone, and I never saw him again. I stood there in the darkness, and suddenly, like a clarion, Kurtz's voice rang out, although I was some considerable distance from the cabin where he and the manager Renard were closeted.
Save me! Ha! Save the ivory, you mean? Don't tell me you've saved me. I had to save you. Now you're interrupting my plans. Sick? Not as sick as you'd like to believe. Never mind. I'll carry my ideas out yet. I'll return. I'll show you what can be done. You and your little peddling notions. You're interfering with me. I'll return.
It was well after midnight when I awoke. I don't know why I should have, but I did. I walked out of the pilot house onto the deck. On top of the hill, a big fire was burning. And around the fire were several of the boat's crew and Malapart, or one of the manager's other jackholes, keeping guard over the enormous store of ivory that Kurtz had assembled. I turned away from the rail for a moment and glanced casually into the little cabin. A light was burning in it, but Kurtz was not there. In that moment, I knew pure terror. Kurtz was going back to the jungle. And once he reached the natives, he would order our massacre. He would never allow us to return to tell. I went ashore quickly, and as soon as I got on the bank, I saw a broad trail through the dew-soaked grass. It was obvious. Kurtz was crawling on all fours, too weak to walk. I ran rapidly, bent close to the ground, following the trail. And suddenly, so suddenly that I almost fell over him, I was upon him.
Go away. Hide yourself.
Come back to the boat, quietly with me.
I was on the threshold of great things. Now this stupid scoundrel, this Renard...
Doesn't matter. Your success in Europe is assured in any event.
I already have it here. Look there by the fire. See him?
I looked. Not 30 yards away was a fire, and striding up and down before it, a black figure, majestically erect, wearing horns, antelope horns, I think, on its head.
He is a witch doctor, a priest, and I am the god he worships, and all the rest of them, it is I.
The love of your own, your family, the girl you're to marry, the awe and fear and respect of your own goods. Don't you want that?
What more have I ever wanted? And yet...
And your mind, Kurtz, your mind and your talents, your genius. Where can they receive proper recognition here? Who can appreciate them here?
No one. And I am a great man. I am.
It was a terrible contest. I couldn't appeal to him in the name of anything high or low. I had, even as the savages who worshipped him, to invoke him himself, his own exalted and terrible degradation. I struggled with him, and he struggled with himself too. I saw the inconceivable mystery of a soul that knew no restraint, no faith, and no fear, and yet struggled with itself blindly. I had to half carry him back on the boat. The brown current ran swiftly out of the heart of darkness, bearing us back with twice the speed of our journey into the jungle. And Kurtz's life was running swiftly, too, ebbing out of his heart into the sea of inexorable time. And I saw it. For he was not in the little cabin, but in the pilot house, where there was more air. And Kurtz would talk, discourse, abruptly, without preamble or explanation, much as a gramophone record blares out music from whatever spot the needle is put to it.
Did you know, Captain Marlowe, that I have been commissioned by the International Society for the Suppression of Savage Customs to write a paper on the subject?
Why, I'm afraid I...
No, of course not. I hadn't told you before. Well, here, Captain. Read it for yourself.
I read it. 17 pages of it. It was magnificent. It gave me the notion of an exotic immensity ruled by an august benevolence. It had unbounded eloquence, noble, burning words, but no practical suggestions to interrupt the magic current of phrases, unless a kind of note, scrawled evidently after the report proper had been written, that appeared at the foot of the last page. It was just this: exterminate all the brutes.
Why have we stopped, Captain? It's only mid-afternoon.
The engine's broken down. It'll be a few days before they're repaired, I'm afraid.
Close the shutter. The jungle is looking in at me. Close it, please.
All right. Don't get excited, Kurtz.
I can't bear to look at it. It laughs at me. It listens to me talking of my ivory, my station, my river, my career, my intended. It listens and it laughs. It knows all these belong to me. It knows. But it laughs because it knows that I belong to its own infernal powers of darkness. I'm sold to it. I was bought by... Never mind the vile purchase price. I know the price, and the jungle knows.
Oh, come now, Kurtz. Your nerves are getting a little low. Here, get some sleep. You'll feel better.
No, Captain. It won't be too much longer. That much is plain. I know it. You can see it. There's a shoebox under my bed. Take care of it for me. It's got some private papers and my intended's photograph. That stinking fool Renard is capable of prying into my things, and I want you to see he does not.
All right.
Please, would you mind leaving me alone for a bit?
No, not at all. Not at all. I spent the rest of the day working on the engine. It was evening before I returned to the pilot house. Kurtz lay on his bed, staring straight ahead, unblinking, immobile.
I'm lying here in the dark, waiting for death.
Oh, stop talking nonsense, Kurtz. Why, there's a candle within a foot of your eyes. A change came over his face, a change I hope never to see again. It was as if he achieved a supreme moment of complete knowledge, and in that moment lived again every detail, every temptation, and every surrender of his life. And he cried out, twice, "The horror! The horror!"
Pass the salt, please, Malapart.
Here you are.
Thank you. Salt, Captain?
No, it's all right as it is.
Tell me, how is Kurtz tonight?
Oh, all right, I guess.
I think I should pop in, say hello to him.
Ask him if he's ready for his dinner.
Right, I'll do that.
You know, when I get back to Europe, Captain, I'm going to find the man who sells us this tinned beef, and I'm going to shoot him.
Why not torture him? Make him eat some of it.
That's very good, Captain. That's very good.
Kurtz! He's dead.
Oh. Come on, let's see. Coming, Captain.
No, I haven't finished my dinner. I didn't eat any more after they left. I hadn't gone because it was light in the dining room and so beastly dark out there. And besides, the voice was gone. Kurtz's voice was gone forever. And what else had there ever been?
His last words, please. Oh, you must tell me, Captain. Please, won't you? Won't you tell me his last words?
Kurtz's intended. I'd quite forgotten. I was in the drawing room of a house back in Europe. The house of Kurtz's intended.
You've been thinking of him, of Kurtz, haven't you?
Yes, Oh, forgive me, most impolite.
I understand. Often I sit and I think of Kurtz. Remember him. Miss him. And never miss the hours that go by.
Had I been remembering Kurtz for hours? I don't know, but the dusk is gone, and night and darkness fill the room.
You will tell me, won't you? You will tell me his last words. Oh, you must.
The last word he pronounced was your name.
I knew it. I was sure. I was so sure. So sure.
I fled the room and the house. She was weeping. She didn't notice. I didn't matter. But I thought the house would collapse on me before I could escape. That the heavens would fall upon my head. For I had lied. Lied completely. I couldn't tell her the truth. I couldn't. It would have been too dark. Too dark altogether.
You have been listening to The Heart of Darkness, an NBC University Theater production of the Joseph Conrad short story starring Brian Ahern as Marlowe. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, The Age of Innocence by Edith Wharton. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Heart of Darkness was adapted for radio by Morton Friedman. Our intermission commentator was Granville Hicks. The part of Marlowe was played by Brian Ahern, internationally celebrated star of stage and screen. Our cast included Rolf Sedan, Doris Lloyd, Tony Barrett, Lynn Allen, Roy Engel, Jerome Sheldon, Ben Wright, Whitfield Connor. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of Edith Wharton's fine novel, The Age of Innocence, starring John Sutton. This program came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Persons attempting to find a motive in this narrative will be prosecuted. Persons attempting to find a moral in it will be banished. Persons attempting to find a plot in it will be shot by order of the author.
You read a book called Tom Sawyer, but I'm hooked in just same. If you did read that book, you'll remember Tom Sawyer and me found some money hid by robbers in a cave. Judge Stafford, he's about the smartest man in all Missouri. Well, he put the money out at interest. Before I was rich, I used to live in the woods, free and comfortable like. But after we found the money, the widow Douglas allowed she'd civilize me. It was awful. Considering how dismal, regular, and decent the widow was in her ways.
Huckleberry, I'll not have you smoking. It's a mean practice and taste clean. Besides, 14's too young.
Well, that's the way it was. What with new clothes, Bible reading, spelling books, I was ready to cut and run. One night she was at it worse than usual.
Huckleberry?
Yes, sir?
Don't squint up like that. Sit up straight.
Yes, sir.
Can't you stop squirming so? Finn, have you got your shoes off?
Yes, sir.
I declare, sometimes I'm afraid you're going to grow up just like your father. Land of Goshen, Huck. You might as well go up to bed. I can't stand your fidgeting.
got so downhearted and scared that I lit up my pipe. Didn't care if the widow smelled it or not. And the twig snapped down the yard. What's this? That you, Tom Sawyer? Yep. Come on down the drain pipe. I'm going to meet him by the graveyard. Over here, Huck. Did I see you?
Who's there?
Blast it, now you woke again, the widow's slave. Come on, Tom.
Who is it? I thought the old wind, that's all. That's the old wind howling around.
You wait inside. Come on. What is all this, Tom? We're going to start a band of robbers. Call it Tom Sawyer's Band. Everybody will have to sign an oath. Blood. Blood. And why? So he won't tell the secrets about who the gang kills and all. If he does, he gets his throat cut and his carcass burned up and has a curse put on it. That's a powerful good oath. And then the gang kills all his family, too. Well, what about me? I ain't got no family. You got a father, ain't you? I just can't never find Pap these days. He used to lay drunk with our hogs in the tanyard, but he ain't been seen for a year. Wait a minute. You could have the widow Douglas to kill. I reckon that'd do. She's most family. What's the line of business for this here gang, Tom? Nothing much. Only murder and robbery. We're highwaymen, real style. We hold up carriages on the King's Highway and kill the people. Sounds all right. What do you figure I'm highwaying first? I've got secret news from my spies that a whole parcel of Spanish merchants and rich Arabs with 200 elephants and 600 camels. Elephants and camels? Wow. I'd sure like to see them. They'll be encamped in Cave Hollow tomorrow afternoon. Now, wait a minute, Tom Sawyer. That's a Sunday school picnic going to be in Cave Hollow tomorrow, and you know it. It'll just look like a Sunday school picnic. It's really Arabs. It's all done by enchantment. If you'd read that book, Don Quixote, you'd know all about it. Tom, don't you get mad now. But I judge all that stuff as one of your book lies. Maybe you believe in them Arabs and elephants, but I'm going back to my room.
New clothes, Huck?
Pop, how'd you get in my room?
Think you're a big bug, don't you?
Maybe.
Now, don't give me no lip. I'll take you down a peg before I'm through. Getting educated, ain't you? Read, write, too. Answer.
Yeah.
Who told you could meddle with that foolishness, eh? Who told you?
The widow. She told me.
The widow, eh? I'll learn her to meddle. And looky now, you dropped that school here. You were putting on airs, letting on to be better than your father. You hear, Huck?
Yes, Pat.
I ain't the man to stand it. Now, let me hear you read. Here, take up this book.
Well, General Washington made his headquarters 3 miles.
You can do it. Look at that, a bed and a looking glass and a carpet. And your own father got to sleep with the hogs in the tanyard. They say you're rich. Got money. Have you, hey?
I ain't got it.
That's a lie. Judge Thatcher's got it, and you're going to get it for your old father, or I'll take him to law. Now, come on with me.
But the widow, she...
You were coming when your pap says so? Are you, hey?
Yes, Pap. Pap picked me up river in a skiff, across their cabin on the Illinois shore. He spent the time getting drunk and licking me with a cowhide strop. He got right handy with a hickory, too, and I was all over well. He locked me in for 3 days running, and then came back drunker than ever.
Call this the government? That's what I said. Just look at it.
Pat, look out for the shore!
Here's the law taking a man's own son away from him. His own son after I had all expense to raise him. And me, what should be the richest man in town. That's what I told him. Me lying in the mud in the gutter. Huck, this jug's empty. You've been stealing my liquor.
You drunk it all, Pap.
There, you see? Call that government when a man can't even keep a full jug. You stay here, boy. Here? I'm going to town for whiskey. And I'm cutting a 3-inch hickory on the way back. I'll learn a boy to say he's better than his pap. When I get back, I'm going to see what color your backbone is. You hear?
Pat was so drunk he forgot to lock the door. And I wasn't going to wait for him to come back. I loaded up a drift canoe we'd hauled in. And I took Pat's gun and shot me a wild pig. Bled him all over the cabin floor. It bloodied up the axe good. Stuck some of my hairs on it. I reckon they'd figure robbers got me and dumped me in the Mississippi. And that'd be the end. Then I cut for the canoe, shoved out into the river. On Jackson's Island. It was gray dawn by now. There was freckle places on the ground where light had sifted down through the leaves. A couple of squirrels sat on the limbs and jabbered at me friendly. I jumped though when I smelled smoke. Somebody had a campfire going on Jackson's Island. I went cautious and slow, but not slow enough. I stepped on a twig and it cracked like a rifle.
Who's there?
Jim? That the widow Douglas's Jim?
Huck? Is that Huck in here? What are you doing out roaming?
I ran away from Pat, Jim. He's about going to finish me. I fixed it so it looked like robbers got me.
No. Say, that's even better than Tom Sawyer could have done.
Hey, what are you doing on Jackson's Island?
Well, maybe I'd better not tell.
Why, Jim?
There's reason. You wouldn't tell on me, would you, Huck? You promise?
Sure, Jim, I promise.
All right. I run off.
Jim, how come you do a thing like that?
Well, old widow Douglas, she said she'd never sell me off down to New Orleans. But I heard her tell Miss Watson she's a goner for $800. And I didn't wait to hear no more. I lit out for the river. And I come over to the island. You won't tell, will you, Huck?
Said I wouldn't.
Old Jim can help you, Huck. Then, see them birds? That's a sign it's going to rain. We'd best find a cave on this island. It's going to rain powerful.
Pretty soon it began to rain fearful. So the birds was right. It rained for about a week. The river was rising fast. All sorts of things began to pile up on the island. We fished out a big piece of raft. Figured we could use it. Once even a house came sailing down and grounded on a snag. Tim looked inside and came out with some old clothes he found. I put on a calico gown and a sunbonnet. Allowed I'd paddle over the Illinois shore and find out what was up.
Come in.
Howdy, Mom.
Well, little girl, and what might your name be?
Sarah Williams from Ockerville, Ma'am. I'm going to my uncle in Dawson.
Well, that's a considerable way. You better stay here and rest a while. Here, take off your bonnet.
Oh, no, I reckon I'll be going out soon.
Uh-huh.
I'm in a scared of the dark. Though I do hear there was a murder still here.
That's right. A boy named Huck Finn. Some think his father done it himself.
No. Is that so?
Old Finn come near to getting lynched, but nobody could find him.
But now folks judge it was done by a runaway slave named Jim. There's a $300 reward. My husband's going to look for him as soon as he gets back from town. Somebody saw smoke on Jackson's Island. Now, here, honey, wind this yarn around your hands like a good girl.
Yes, ma'am. And your husband going over the island?
He went upriver to borrow another gun. What'd you say your name was, honey?
Mary Williams.
Thought you said it was Sarah when you come in.
Well, yes, and I did. It's Sarah Mary Williams.
Oh, that's the way of it. Sarah, catch this yarn in your lap. Here.
Got it.
Come on now. What's your real name?
What, miss?
Is it Bill or Tom or Bob or what?
Please don't poke fun at a poor little girl like
Oh, now you sit down. I ain't gonna hurt you. Now, you tell me your secret, son. I'll keep it. Expect you're a runaway apprentice. Now, tell me all about it.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I run off from the farmer I was found to. It beat me something awful. I've been traveling 3 days.
You're a farm boy, eh?
That's right.
Quick, when a cow gets up, which end gets up first?
Hind end, miss.
A horse.
Far end, miss.
Country boy, all right. Now, what's your real name?
George Peters, miss.
Well, remember it, George. And don't tell me it's Alexander later.
It's George, miss.
And don't go trying to fool a woman in that dress. And mind you, when a girl catches anything in her lap, she throws her knees apart to spread her skirt. She don't clap them together the way you did to catch that yarn. Now, trot along, Sarah Mary Williams, George Alexander, and keep out of trouble.
Jim.
Here, Huck. Here I is in the bush.
Get up and help yourself, Jim. There ain't a minute to lose. We gotta get the raft out on the river. They're after us. So we floated along, arguing, pleasant life. We figured 3 nights or more would fetch to Cairo. Then we'd take a steamboat up to Free State to be out of trouble.
Look sharp, Huck. 'Cause if we miss Cairo, I'll be back in a slave country again. And no more shore freedom. No, sir.
I don't know, Jim. The fog's pretty thick.
The first thing I'll do in a free state, I'll save my money. Never spend a single cent. No, sir. And I'll get enough and I'll buy my wife off old man Parsons' farm. And I'll buy my children free. When we get to Cairo, I'm going to be free.
Listen to Jim.
I'm going to be
I begin to get all feverish.
Save all
Because
my
I begin
money.
to think he's most
Yes.
free and me to blame for it.
Yes. Now steal my 2 children all free with me to the north.
You hear that talk, Austen? Here's his scheme. Coming out flat-footed and say he'd steal his children. Children that belong to a man I don't know. He never done me no harm.
That's it. That's Cairo at last. I just know it.
It don't look right to me, Jim.
Pretty soon I'll be jumping for joy. And I'll say it's all on account of Huck. How's a free man and Huck done it? Jim will forget. No. No, sir. You're the best friend Jim had. The only friend Jim's got now.
We run down river the rest of the night. Jim's strain in his eyes through the fog to see Cairo. The mist came in so thick we couldn't even see the lights on the Illinois shore. We asked the fella. He cussed at us and told us Cairo was way down the river. When the daylight came, I dipped up some water to drink.
Look at that, Huck. That's clear Ohio water, inshore. Not the old muddy Mississippi.
We went by Cairo in the fog last night. Mr. Clean.
Don't let's talk about it, Huck. Poor slave can't have no luck.
Oh, we should have asked again, Jim. I should have.
It ain't your fault, Huck. Don't blame yourself for it.
Hey, that steamboat's coming pretty close.
He means to cave off the stern, old Huck. Them pilots don't care about no rats.
Tell the slave, Jim, boy.
It ain't no use, Huck. James run over us just for devilment.
Hey, you! Sarah! Sarah!
Jump, Huck. And go deep under the paddle wheel. Jump!
Talk about bad luck. Couldn't find Jim the raft till next night. We had to fix the steering seat. And this time, Jim rigged up a wigwam at one end of the raft with bad weather and all. 2-3 days, nights slid by, quiet and smooth and lovely. Then one morning, just as we were getting ready to shove off, we heard a monstrous cry of dogs in the woods. Untie the rope, Jim. There's somebody coming through the brush.
Hey there, boy. Wait. Here. Let us go that raft. It's a matter of life or death. We ain't done nothing. They'll kill us.
Oh, young man, you saved our lives. I'm sure this gentleman is as grateful as I.
What's the matter? Don't you know each other?
Never had the pleasure. We met on the footpath outside town. That's quite a stride you had, old-timer. How come you was a-running? Well, I was conducting a little temperance revival, clearing as much as $5 or $6 a night, when one of the faithful found me chummy with a judge. They had the tar boiling and the rail out, so I didn't wait for breakfast. And you, my friend? Well, sir, I've been selling an article to take the tartar off teeth. It does take it off, too. And the enamel along with it. I stayed about one night longer than I ought to. Old man, I reckon we ought to double team it. Sure. Sounds right to me. What is your line, mostly? Oh, journeyman printer, patent medicine, theater acting, tragedy, mesmerism, phrenology, and a lot of others. What's your line? Mostly doctrine, laying on the hands and such. Preaching and missionary, too.
Look, I hate to butt in here, but I figure if you're riding on a raft, maybe one of you man the sweep for a while.
The sweep? Oh, the sweep.
That's right. We take turns.
Yes, I see. Alas. What are you laughing about? To think that I should be degraded down to this company. What's wrong with this company? Oh, it's all right for you, I guess. Someday I will lie down and my poor broken heart will rest. Well, what are you heaving your broken heart at us for? We ain't done nothing. Oh, you would not believe me. The world never believes. Let it pass. 'Tis no matter. The secret of my birth. What? Gentlemen, I have confidence in you. By right, I am a duke. No, you can't mean it. I am the rightful Duke of Bridgewater, and here am I, torn from my estate by a usurper, despised by the world, degraded to the companionship of felons. On a raft. Now, don't cry. Oh, dear. It would make me a trifle happier if you called me Your Grace. Or even Bridgewater, that's my title, you know. And, of course, gentlemen, I cannot do any manual labor. Aha.
Well, I guess you can't stand watching, your lordship. The other one...
Look here, Bridgewater. Bridgewater. I'm a nation sorry for you. But you ain't the only one been snaked wrongfully out of a high place. I, too, have the secret of my birth. No, look at there, Hook. Bridgewater. Can I trust you? To the bitter death. I am the late Dolphin. The what? The disappeared Dolphin. Louis the 17th, son of Louis the 16th and Mary Antoinette, the rightful king of France. At your age? And I would consider it a kindness if you would address me as your majesty. And naturally, that is, of course, I cannot stoop to menial labor.
Gloria, Huck. Ain't it grand to have honest to goodness royalty on the raft?
Take me long to make up my mind that these liars weren't no kings or dukes, but I never said nothing. We kept your gracing and your majesty in them, and everything got along fine. I told him Jim was my property, and I was taking him down to my Uncle Ben's place below New Orleans.
Now, you're sure he ain't a runaway slave?
Would a runaway run south?
Well, how come you travel at night?
Well, folks kept trying to get Jim away from me, saying he was a fugitive. They don't bother us none at night.
We'll figure something out about that. Oh, speaking of figuring, my dear Duke, it's time we laid out a campaign.
Well, now, just by chance, my dear Dauphin, I have here in my carpetbag several playbills left over from my last engagement in Drury Lane Theater, London.
You mean theater acting?
Have you never trod the boards, royalty?
No.
You shall, fallen grandeur, the first good town we come to. We'll hire a hall and do Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, it's all right with me if it pays, Billswater. I don't know much about play acting, though. I was too small when Pap used to have them at the palace in France.
Yes, well, do not worry. I will learn you. I'll be Romeo, and you will be his pretty sweetheart, Juliet.
Wait a minute. If Juliet's a young girl, Duke, ain't my peeled dome and white whiskers going to look uncommon odd on her?
Don't worry. These country jakes won't ever think of it. Well, gentlemen, I've been up to the village and had quite an afternoon working in the local print shop.
Working?
Well, in a manner of speaking. I took in $10 worth of advertisements for the town newspaper, sold 3 cut-rate subscriptions. Total, $9. Not counting this jug.
But ain't your paper to take ads for?
My boy, you do not have the proper outlook. And what's more, gentlemen, I fixed it so we can travel in the daytime. Here.
It's a slave handbill. Runaway named Jim. St. Jack's Plantation, New Orleans. $200 reward.
Yes, this way we can make out we're taking him down for the reward. And here's my masterpiece. Look at the beautiful typography.
Shakespearean Revival. One night only.
The world-renowned tragedian Edmund Kean, the elder of the Royal Haymarket Theater of Pudding Lane, London.
That's you.
Oh.
And David Garrett, the younger of the Drury Lane Theater.
That is me.
In the sublime Shakespearean spectacle, the balcony scene in Romeo and Juliet. Admission, 25 cents. Ladies and children not admitted.
And if that don't get 'em, I don't know Arkansas. Well, Your Majesty, we got to rehearse some more, and we got to figure out some encore.
Huh? What's encore, Billswater?
Never mind, Dauphin. I've got one for you that'll just set the town right back on its ear. Tonight, Majesty, the play's the thing.
We tied up at the next town. And the Duke went and hired the courthouse, stuck up the bills. Wasn't much of a town, though. The streets was mostly mud. There ain't been any paint on the houses since Columbus's time. The men stood around leaning on something and whittling. They spent most of their time borrowing tobacco. Like this.
Give me a chaw of tobacco, man.
There ain't got but one left.
Lend me one, Hank. I'll give my last to Ben Thompson.
You gov him one? When you pay me back all the chores, I'll gov you ready.
Did pay you back once.
Huh? Barry store tobacco and gov back homegrown.
What's that? Somebody's keeping dogs on the cow. Come on. Let's go slow.
Well, that's the way life went in that town. Turned out there was a circus in town that day. And about noon, it was quite a crowd. Somebody sets up a holler.
Hey, here comes old Boggs in from the country for his monthly drum.
Wonder who he's going to show off this time.
Oh, he never hurts nobody. He's the best-naturedest fool in Arkansas, drunk or sober. Got a jug in each hand.
I'm a ring-tail alligator and I live on by price of coffins is gonna rise.
Who you after this time, Bob?
Follow you all out, one at a time. But I'm gonna get that Colonel Sherburne first. Where is he? Come on out, Sherburne. You're the hound I'm after. Go. He's a stalking it all on me, you hear? And I'm gonna...
Bob! It's the Colonel.
There he is. I'm gonna...
Bob, I'm tired of this. I warned you last week not to open your mouth against me.
I don't care. I'm a mean, tough grizzly, and I ain't...
Bob, stand back.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Colonel. You don't want... Now, wait. You ain't gonna shoot.
He killed him.
Old Bob's never done no harm. He's murdered.
We'd ought to get Sherman. And I got another barrel of that shotgun. The idea you're lynching anybody. If any real lynching's going to be done, it'll be done in proper Southern fashion. You'll come at night and bring your mask and plenty of liquor for quick courage. Now get out before I let go of the other barrel.
That crowd just broke apart and went every which way. A colonel either shouldered his old shotgun and marched away. Later on, I see two little children playing ball from the colonel, shooting each other down. Everybody said they'd done it perfect and gave him pennies. That's the kind of town it was. That night we had our show. To finish Romeo, the Duke made an announcement.
And now, for an encore, Mr. Keene will perform the soliloquy from Hamlet. The what? From cut of ham. Now, sit still and listen.
Oh, Billy. Oh, not too bad. That is the question. Tell Burnham would you come to Dunstable? But that the fear of something after that. Murders the innocent slave. But soft you. The fair Ophelia. Up, not thy ponderous and marble growth. What gets thee to an unring? Go.
$27, $28. Not bad for a one-night stand, eh, Majesty? Now, shall we return to our boudoir and sample this here imperial nectar?
Well, Judge, now you're talking, Billswater. Give me here. Huh.
Yeah, Jim?
Don't it surprise you the way these kings carry on?
No, I reckon it's in the breed.
But, Huck, these kings aren't regular rascals. That's what they is.
That's what I'm a-saying. They always, mostly. Take old Henry VIII. I ought to seen him when he was in bloom.
What did he do?
He used to marry a new wife every day and chop her head off in the morning.
Ooh-wee.
And he'd do it as indifferent as if he were ordering eggs. Fetch up your Gwyn, he'd say. Next morning, wham! Compared to them old-time kings, aren't a bunch of lambs.
I guess kings is kings.
Like to see a pipe, Jim?
Oh. Thank you, Huck. You know, I was thinking, Huck. I was feeling real bad.
Why, Jim?
Well, it reminded me of the time I treated my little Elizabeth so ornery. She was only about 4 years old, and she took scarlet fever. Then one day she's better. And she's just standing there, and I said, shut the door. And she never done it. Just stood there, kind of smiling. I said it again, mighty loud. Shut that door. But she never paid me no mind. Then I fetched her a slap beside the head. But she just stand there. Just then, along come the wind and slammed the door behind her.
Kablam! And she never moved. My breath almost hot right out of me. And that door slammed again. And she don't never budge. Huck, I just bust out crying. And I said, Lord God Almighty, forgive a poor old Jim. 'Cause he's never going to forgive himself as long as he lives. Huck, that little child, she was plumb deaf. And I'd been treating her so. And now I ain't never going to see Elizabeth again. But maybe, Huck, maybe I'll buy her free. That's what I'll do. I'll buy her free.
We was down south now. We began to come on some trees with Spanish moss, hanging down like long gray beards. The king and the duke were plumb out of money again. Finally, one town they tried selling fortunes, but they near got tarred and feathered. Next town after that, they sent me up to buy a jug. When I got back, there wasn't nobody on the raft. Jim, the king of the duke.
You, looking for somebody, Sonny?
Yeah, Jim, you seen a slave somewhere about, big fella?
Well, sir, they caught a runaway.
No. A runaway?
Yeah, down to Silas Phelps' place. They're holding him for the reward. You looking for him?
Nobody got hurt, did they? I mean, when they caught him.
No. $200 reward for him, though. Like picking money out in the road.
Sure is. Wish I had it. Who nailed him, mister?
An old fella. Stranger. Yeah. Sold his chance in the reward for $40 because he can't wait. Has to go upriver.
An old fella, huh, mister?
Yeah, old goat with whiskers. That's right, son. Had a handbill with his slave's picture on it and all. Sold him for $40. Boy, if it was me, you'd bet I'd take that whole 200. Yes, sir. It's like picking money out in the road.
I sat up there watching the river, thinking till I wore my head sore. After all this long journey, them scoundrels had the heart to make Jim a slave again. And all for $40 dirty. I thought maybe I should write the widow where Jim was, so he could be with friends anyway. Then I started to get around and help the slave to get his freedom. I couldn't stand that. Then I got to thinking about our trip downriver. And Jim saying I was the only son he had left in the whole world. I figured I might as well be good and wicked. And for a starter, I'd steal Jim out of slavery again. I started over to Phelps, where the fella said they had Jim. I was all still and Sunday-like. When I got there, the dooryard was empty. And off in the slave cabin, I heard a spinning wheel humming. Waiting along up and sinking down again. And I wished I was dead, for that's the lonesomest sound in the world. Then suddenly the dog was piling out of the house. Here you, get out! Don't, go on up. That's you. It's an afternoon, man, to stop the place.
Why, it's you. It's you at last, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me look at you now. Why, you don't look at all like your mother.
I don't?
Silas, come on out. It's Tom. Lance, sakes, I'm so glad to see you. Come on out here, Silas. It's your nephew, Tom. Come to see us. And us not sitting eyes on it for 10 years.
Well, welcome, boy. We've been expecting you for a couple of days or more. Why's your baggage down to the steamboat landing?
I lost it when the boat went aground.
Boy, that's too bad, but I reckon we can fix you up.
Oh, here we are running on, and you ain't told us a word about the family up the river. And now you just sit down and tell me everything. Just all about it. Every last thing you can think of. Well, the cat got your tongue, boy?
No.
Why, son, you're standing like you don't know your own name.
Well, from what I heard, I never thought I'd see the day when I'd hear stuttering and lollygagging from Tom Sawyer.
Well,
Tom Sawyer?
Went through the floor. So that's who they took me for. And I told them more about my family. I mean, the Sawyer family, than could have happened in a million years. Then I said to myself, suppose real Tom comes down the steamboat landing and sings out my name before I can throw him a wink to keep me quiet. Well, I was all in a sweat, so I told the folks I had to go down and mail a letter. And there, coming up in the wharf, sure enough, I met Tom.
Huck, I ain't never done you no harm. What do you want to come back and haunt me for?
I ain't come back. I ain't been gone.
Honest Indian, you ain't a ghost?
Honest Indian.
Looky here. Weren't you even murdered at all?
Nah, I played on it.
Now, weren't that a grand adventure? Yes, sirree. What are you doing down here, Huck?
Listen. You won't tell nobody, Tom. There's a slave here. I'm trying to steal out of slavery.
Huck.
His name's Jim. Old Widow Douglas's Jim.
What? Why, Jim is...
I know what you'll say. It's duty low-down business. But I don't care. I'm low-down, and, well, all I want you to do is not let on. Will you, Tom?
Huck, I'll help you steal him.
No.
You tell me where he is.
Well... here's your Uncle Sally's estate. And that's another thing. I don't know what we're going to do, but they think I'm Tom.
Well, that is big. But never you mind, Huck. I'll tell him I'm my own brother. Sid, that's me. When it comes to adventures, you just leave everything to me. Looky here, Huck. I bet I know where Jim is.
No.
Where? You leave everything to me, Huck. You meet me down by the ash hopper after dark, and we'll get started.
Huck, I'm right here, Tom.
Look at that old cabin, will you? A fortress waiting to be stormed. Too bad there's no moat.
Looks like a rickety old shed to me.
Hey, that window's only got one board nailed across.
That's big enough for Jim to crawl out of.
I should hope we could find a more complicated way than that. We'll have to dig him out.
What? Don't sir, are you crazy? You could pull that board off in the window with one hand.
If that ain't just like you, Huckson. You never read no books at all? Who ever heard of getting a prisoner loose in an old matey way like that?
All right, Tom. And don't take on. They'll dig you now.
You know, there ought to be a watchman to drug. And a saw to cut off Jim's chain.
Tom, you know right well that chain's only around the bedpost. All we got to do is lift the bed.
Nope, we got to do it right. Saw the bed, swallow the sawdust so no one can tell, and when you're ready, one kick and off you go. But I'll need a rope ladder, Huck.
Tom, how you talk? What in the nation would we do with a rope ladder?
Well, I ain't figured that out yet, but he's got to have one. It's in all the books.
Well, I figured Tom knew what he was doing. It didn't make sense to me, though. But he kept talking about the man in the iron mask and Casanova and other book folks. So I just done what he told me to and kept shut. He gave me a list of stuff to get, though. Well, he called it borrowing, because that's what Pap called it. But Tom said it wasn't borrowing, it was stealing.
Don't you know that, Huck? All state political prisoners steal the stuff to escape with.
But Jim ain't no political prisoner. He's nothing but a runaway slave. You hush up, Huck. We got to get the stuff in the gym. I'll just rip the board off of that window. Hold on. Didn't I say we got to dig in? It's regulation. Well, all right, if you say so. Get your case knife out, Huck, and start. Case knife? Since when ain't a pick and shovel good enough to dig out a runaway slave? There ain't no other way I read of but case knives, and we got to do it that way. It may take years and years. Years? Sure. Why, one of them prisoners in the Shadow Deep in Marseille, why, it took him 38 years to escape. And he came out in China. But Jim don't know anybody in China. Neither did the other fellow. Huck, why do you keep wandering off the main point? Well, I don't know about them books, Tom. But I'll tell you, Jim's too old to be dug out there with case knives. He just won't last. I finally talked Tom into using picks. But he said he let on it with case knives to keep the whole thing regular with the rules. In the meantime, old man Phelps wrote to the plantation down in New Orleans that Jim was supposed to have run off on. Of course, there weren't none. Then he begun to talk about advertising Jim in the papers. My blood run cold. Finally, I got Tom to agree to finish out the plan that night. But Tom, he added one more fancy touch. He wrote an anonymous letter to Uncle Silas, warning him that someone was trying to run off Jim. So, when we came to get the captive loose, claims we didn't get the warmest reception ever seen. Tom Sawyer, you and your anonymous letters. Ain't it glorious? He's down under the bush. Where's Jim?
I'm right here, Huck.
Come on. We've got to cut for the river. Ready, Huck? I don't like them gunshots. Let's go. Let's go to the river. Turn and go. Cast off, Huck. Shove the raft out, Jim. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Whoopee! You're a free man again, Jim.
And it was a mighty good plan, Huck. I bet nobody could get up a plan what's more mixed up. Ain't that true, Tom?
Oh, what's the matter, Tom?
You hurt, honey?
Nothing much. I only got a bullet in my leg.
Here, let me see. We got to stop that bleeding, Huck.
We've done it. An elegant escape. Just as slick as nothing at all. Oh, that leg don't look so good to me, Tom.
Well, Huck, the way it looked to me, if it was Tom being shot free and old Jim had been shot, Tom would say, we got to get him a doctor. Never mind about me. That's Tom Sawyer. And that's just what Jim's going to say. If I got to be a slave the rest of my life, we're going to get Tom a doctor.
Tom argued that Jim and I was firm. We pulled him in the raft and toted him over to where we could find a doctor. Tom sent me off to scout around before the doctor came. And what did I do but to bump right into Uncle Silas? Shotgun and all. Of course, I lied some to get out of it, but they took me off home and I didn't know what happened or anything. Till next morning when a wagon drove up to the door with a crowd of men around it. Oh, Lord, alive, what happened to you, boy?
Hey, Doc Golden, what's wrong with you?
Hi there, Miss Phelps. Youngster seems to run in a bullet.
Oh, look.
Yeah, easy, man. Easy. He's all right now.
But I am, Sally. I just limp a little.
And I brought you back that runaway slave.
We'll tie him up right this time. Why, I ought to take the life to him.
Nah, just hold on. He's all right. Well, he could have got away, but he stayed on to bring the boy to me so I could doctor. He was hiding in the bush. But the minute I said I need help somewhere, out he come, and he was risking his freedom for that.
What I can't figure out is who left all them crazy notes and that rope ladder and the rest of that truck. This slave must have had an army helping him.
Why, no, Uncle Silas. We set the runaway slaves free. Tom and me. Good land.
Are you crazy, boy?
We done it. And we done elegant right out of the book, didn't we, Tom? Well, yes, and we did. Mercy sakes.
I never. Well, anyway, you're safe. We better set him up again and tie him good. Come on, you.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Huck. Tom?
Hold on. You ain't got no right to shut up, Jim. He ain't no slave. He's as free as any creature walks this earth.
What?
Sure. Widow Douglas died 2 months ago and left Jim free in her will. If she said she was ashamed, she said she'd sell him down river. Why, he's as free as you are.
Then why on earth did you work so crazy hard to set him loose?
That's just like a woman. For the adventure of it, that's what.
Adventure? Why, land's mercy. Silas, if this boy didn't have a bullet hole, I'd have you tear the hide right off of him. Adventure? Oh.
Well, there it was. And pretty soon we had to own up that Tom was really Tom, and I was Huck Finn. Then you should have seen Aunt Sally. Land. Tom was for the free of sneaking out to the Indian territory, having some howling adventures.
I don't know, Tom. It don't sound so good to me.
I ain't got the money to buy the outfit. I figure Pap drunk it all up by now anyway.
No, Huck. He ain't coming back no more.
What you mean, Jim?
You remember that house was floating down the river? And there was a man in it covered up? And I didn't let you in? Well, Huck, the dead man in that house, that was your pet.
Well, now I guess there ain't nothing more to tell about. And I'm rotten glad of it. Because if I'd known there was so much trouble, I wouldn't have tackled it. But I reckon I'll have to light out for Indian territory before the rest of them. Because Aunt Sally says she's going to adopt me and civilize me. And I can't stand that. I've been there before.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of the Samuel Butler novel, The Way of All Flesh, starring Tom Conway as Ernest Pontifex. Samuel Butler was a philosopher and essayist of mid-Victorian England. His literary output was large. But among all his works, there was only one novel, The Way of All Flesh. Today it remains as his most important work, a brilliant satiric picture of family life and manners of the period. Two, it has the virtue of being a highly interesting story, a story drawn directly from the life of the author. In a moment, then, The Way of All Flesh, as adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick and Clarice A. Ross. But first, a word from the director of the NBC University Theater, Andrew C. Love.
A word of thanks from all of us engaged in the presentation of the NBC University Theater to the Peabody Award Committee, who last Thursday honored this program by citing it as foremost in the field of radio drama during the past year. Our sincere thanks, gentlemen.
Now, The Way of All Flesh, starring Tom Conway as Ernest Pontifex.
My acquaintance with the family of my godson, young Mr. Ernest Pontifex, who is the chief person of my narrative, dates from my earliest days. When I was a child in Palem, my father, the Reverend Overton, used to be fond of saying that old Mr. Pontifex was the finest man he had ever known, but that his son George was no fool either. George Pontifex believed with his neighbors that young gentlemen should be well thrashed 2 or 3 times a week, and young ladies kept as ignorant as possible. His youngest son, Theobald, was a complete product of this household. Thus, one hardly knows what answer he expected when in his last year at Cambridge, where he had been reading to become a clergyman, he wrote his father this letter.
My dear father, you have declared, and I heartily thank you, that no one will compel me to be ordained. I know you would not press ordination upon me if my conscience was seriously opposed to it. I have therefore resolved on giving up the idea. Your affectionate son, Theobald Pontifex.
Whatever answer Theobald expected, the one he got was distinguished at least by its promptness.
Dear son Theobald, I have received your letter, and am at a loss to conceive its motive. But I am very clear as to its effect. You shall not receive a single sixpence from me until you come to your senses. Your affectionate father, George Pontifex.
Theobald was thus enabled to interpret this outward shove as the inward call for which he had so earnestly prayed, and was ordained. He shortly provided himself with a mate who was in all things what a wife and a minister's wife should be. And from the year 1834 until the end of their lives, the Reverend and Mrs. Pontifex were established in the rectory at Battersby. And Mrs. Pontifex was established in the conviction that Theobald was always right. On my infrequent visits to the Pontifex household, I was invariably a witness to the tyranny of the Reverend Pontifex over my godson, Ernest.
Pleasant to have you with us, Overton. We'll have the children in presently. I hope you won't be too disappointed at your godson Ernest's progress.
Progress? In what?
Why, everything. He's reading, for one thing.
Reading? He's not 3 years old.
Oh, almost 3. And he can hardly put one Latin word after another.
How can you expect an infant?
These things can be hardly taught too early. Don't you agree?
Well, I would...
Of course not.
Well, come, my dear, let's have them in for the hymns. We give them a special treat on Sunday, Overton. Let them choose their own hymn.
Magnificent.
Ernest? Joey? Papa would like you to come in now.
Yes, Mama.
Ernest, you remember your godpapa, Mr. Overton?
Yes, Mama.
Ernest, Mr. Overton has heard about the happy times we have singing hymns on Sunday evening. Sing for him.
May I sing Sunset Tree, Mr. Overton?
Anything you like, my child.
Come, come, come. Come to the sunset tree.
Ernest, don't you think it would be nice if you were to say come instead of come?
I do say come.
Ernest, don't contradict Papa.
Ernest, you say tum. Now say come as Papa does.
Come.
That's better, Ernest.
Now, please, Overton. Ernest, that's no better. You're not taking pains. Now take your time and think and say come.
Come.
Please don't laugh, Overton.
Ernest, you must not disobey dear Papa like this.
Now, Ernest, you have one more chance. Either say come properly, or I shall know that you are deliberately naughty.
But I...
Go on.
Done.
Very well, Ernest. I've done my best to save you. Now come here.
Oh, Theobald, for the love of heaven. Thus did the upbringing of my godson Ernest begin and continue. One of the more severe experiences of his life began the day that Mr. Pontifex took him to school for the first time.